Introduction asterisk. She is the most neglected daughter of the Zhongli family, having shown no signs of power in 17 years, a soul cast aside. On the day of her elder brother's coming-of-age ceremony, a group of enigmatic figures snatched away the jade pendant left to her by her long-lost mother. In that moment, an inferno of rage ignited within her, awakening one of the 7 deadly sins, wrath, and thus she gained the power of the Hellfire. However, the immense strength she acquired spiraled out of her control, yet there exists one whose ability uniquely suppresses hers, for their powers are destined to intertwine and balance each other. Let us embark on a journey through the symphony of ice and fire that unites them. Chapter 1. The Humiliated Maiden. 50 years following the Fifth World War, the world underwent a seismic transformation. The realm began to embrace the fantastical, as technology surged ahead, rendering once fanciful notions of magic and supernatural abilities tangible realities. Nevertheless, those endowed with such powers remained a rarity. The contemporary populace primarily relied on advanced technology, such as virtual reality games, flying cars, and spaceships. In light of the astonishing capabilities and unimaginable technological advancements, governments established academies to facilitate rapid comprehension of these phenomena, aiming to nurture talent from a young age. Presently, for major nations dominate the world: Huaxia, the island nation, the United States, and England. Each of these nations possesses unique abilities. Huaxia boasts practitioners of supernatural powers. The island nation is home to Wanmyoji. The United States wields the might of mechanized warriors, and England prides itself on its sorcerers. Beyond these 4 great powers, other regions and nations harbor diverse abilities. For instance, the desert lands are ruled by pharaohs, while villagers in certain secluded hamlets might be adept in the arts of sorcery. The possibilities are boundless. Our tale begins with the Zhongli family, one of Huaxia's 4 prominent supernatural clans. Following the Fifth World War, numerous extraordinary individuals emerged, establishing their own factions or families. However, the 4 major clans had existed long before the war, a testament to their profound heritage and accumulated might. The 4 esteemed families of Huaxia are Helian, Wenren, Situ, and Zhongli. Their respective powers are ice, wood, thunder, and fire. If it were as simple as that, these clans would have long been usurped by others. Each family has a lineage, with only the purest bloodline members entitled to inherit their powers. The specifics of their abilities shall remain unspoken for now, but will be revealed in due course. The Supernatural Academy, currently the most prestigious institution in Huaxia, is explicitly devoted to the study of these extraordinary abilities. Numerous branches have been established, with the main campus located in the capital, Jingxing. The education provided at the Jingxing campus is unparalleled, consistently ranking first in the triennial Huaxia Supernatural Academy Grand Tournament. This excellence is attributed not only to superior teaching, but also to the influx of the most promising students from across Huaxia, many of whom hail from noble families. Upon entering the Jingxing Supernatural Academy, one is immediately struck by its opulence. The grass itself is nurtured from a decade-old spirit herb, and the trees are likely spirit fruit trees. The academic buildings are constructed from the world's hardest platinum stone, a true display of luxury. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the Jingxing Supernatural Academy, a group of girls, aged 17 or 18, were mercilessly reprimanding a girl huddled in the shadows. One particularly alluring girl, dressed provocatively, sneered, "You wretch, daring to steal from Lady Di? Take this." The girl receiving the blows made no effort to resist, nor did she utter a word in protest. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to such treatment. When the leader had tired of hitting her, she declared, "Enough. Should you dare to steal again, I'll ensure you have no place in this academy." With that, she led the others away to boast about their deeds to Lady Di. Zhongli Yu, the girl who had been assaulted, slowly rose, leaning against the wall, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The Lady Di in question was her nominal elder sister, Zhongli Dai, the 6th daughter of the Zhongli family, one of Huaxia's 4 great clans. Zhongli Yu, the youngest and 7th daughter, found herself in this predicament simply because, amidst a family of supernatural beings, she was a mere ordinary girl without any powers. As she brushed off the dust from her clothes, she regarded her tormentors with pity, for they preyed upon the weak, yet transformed into sycophants when faced with strength, oblivious to their own folly. With composure, Zhongli Yu departed from the corner, betraying no signs of the recent beating. Unbeknownst to her, someone had been observing her demeanor intently. "Hey Ling, did you see that?" The girl who just got beaten remains so composed. It's a new realm of calmness. Ling, the Zhongli family is indeed intricate. Setting aside the others, Zhongli Dai is known for her gentle demeanor. How deceptive. You talk too much. Let's go. Ling, you truly are heartless. Zhongli Yu returned to her classroom. Class E of the Supernatural Academy. This class could be deemed the poorest in the entire academy, predominantly filled with scions from affluent families. Although they possessed abilities, their levels were too low. Many attended the academy merely to obtain a diploma for the sake of appearances. Among them was an anomaly, Zhongli Yu, an ordinary girl born into a family of supernatural beings, yet devoid of any powers. As she pushed open the classroom door, a bucket of water came crashing down upon her, followed by a chorus of laughter. Look at her pitiful state. She couldn't even dodge that. What a waste. Indeed, she should just leave. It's a complete waste of time. Zhongli Yu removed the bucket from her head and placed it aside, making her way to her seat, one of the two remaining in the last row. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the water off her face. At that moment, a handsome boy sitting nearby, with a gentle demeanor, expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhongli Yu replied, continuing to dry herself. Bei Qing, observing her drenched form, thought to himself, it would be unfortunate if she caught a cold. Thus, he extended his hands, conjuring a warm, orange flame in his palms. You, use my fire to warm yourself. You wouldn't want to catch a cold. Zhongli Yu glanced at the orange flame and then up at Bei Qing, eventually whispering, thank you. Bei Qing smiled. We are friends. It's only right to help one another. Friends? Could such a warm title truly apply to me? Hey, look, it appears that waste and waste can indeed engage in conversation. A pair of one without abilities and one with abilities is indeed a match made in heaven. Exactly. They should just become a couple and benefit the world. Ha! Bei Qing listened to the mocking voices in the classroom and quickly said to Zhongli Yu, don't mind what they say, we. Bei Qing. Zhongli Yu fixed her gaze on Bei Qing, looking into his eyes, and said, don't you care? You, who should have been in class, ended up here due to the loss of your abilities. Hearing the words of these people who have already given up on themselves, what are your thoughts? It was the first time Bei Qing heard Zhongli Yu speak so much, and he was somewhat surprised. Looking into her amber eyes, he expressed his innermost feelings. I just realized this is human nature. When you're strong, they align with you, but when misfortune strikes, they kick you while you're down. I did feel quite resentful before, but now I'm fortunate to have met you. You're the first person to extend a helping hand during my misfortune, so I want to protect you with the only strength I have left. Zhongli Yu sighed helplessly, saying, you are really foolish. Being with me will only bring you more misfortune. Even so, I will protect you, Bei Qing declared resolutely. Zhongli Yu covered her eyes with one hand, letting out a sigh of resignation, and said nothing more. Sunlight poured through the window, casting a beautiful glow on the two seated at the back of the classroom, creating a picturesque scene. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing made an initial vow. I will protect you until the end of my will. Unbeknownst to anyone, at that moment, Zhongli Yu's eyes turned a crimson red, resembling blood, but it quickly vanished. Chapter 2. A Supermarket Interlude. Class E of the Ability Academy was indeed the most inferior class. The teacher merely lectured without paying any attention to the students below. Naturally, no one in the entire class was listening, which meant that the relationship between the teacher and students was quite amicable, albeit in a derogatory sense. After class, the teacher simply said, class dismissed, and left. Bei Qing noticed that Zhongli Yu's clothes were nearly dry and said, you, shall we go shopping? I heard there are new products on the market. All right. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing arrived at the supermarket of the Ability Academy, which was stocked with a comprehensive array of items, as anything developed will be promptly delivered there. Bei Qing gazed at the dazzling assortment of goods on the shelves and quickly pushed a shopping cart, selecting a multitude of items. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu quietly observed Bei Qing's selections and was unexpectedly surprised to discover Bei Qing was quite the foodie. Indeed, the cart was filled exclusively with edible items, with not a single non-edible item in sight. Once Bei Qing had finished selecting, he finally remembered Zhongli Yu's presence and turned to her, saying, sorry Yu, I almost forgot about you. Do you need to buy anything? Zhongli Yu replied, no need, let's head to the checkout. Oh, Bei Qing pushed the cart filled with food into the checkout machine, where a series of numbers appeared on the display, indicating the total cost of his purchases. Zhongli Yu looked at Bei Qing, who was staring in shock, and said, short on funds? Bei Qing scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and said, you, could I borrow your purple gold card? I promise to pay you back later. Just as Zhongli Yu was about to agree, A group of people interrupted them. Hey, isn't that my dear brother? Running low on cash. That makes sense. Ever since the family replaced you as the heir, they haven't given you much money, right? Why not ask me for help? As your brother, I can't bear to see you suffer, said a boy who looked strikingly similar to Bei Qing. Zhongli glanced at Bei Qing, raising her eyebrows, her meaning clear. Bei Qing quickly introduced, this is Bei Luo, the current heir of the Bei Qing family, and my younger brother. Bei Luo frowned disapprovingly at Zhongli and said, Brother, how could you be with her? Come here. Bei Qing's expression darkened, and he replied, Bei Luo, who I associate with is none of your concern. Since you all abandoned me, I have severed ties with the Bei Qing family. Let's go. Zhongli held Bei Qing back, who looked at her in confusion. Zhongli took out a purple card and inserted it into the card slot of the machine, saying, Bei Qing has no money, but I do. He doesn't need you. With that, she took Bei Qing by the hand and, with a bag of food in the other, strode out of the supermarket. One of Bei Luo's sycophants, seeing Bei Luo's forehead veins bulging with anger, suggested, Young Master Bei Luo, should we capture them and make them kneel before you to apologize? Slap. Bei Luo slapped the speaking sycophant across the face, saying, I told you not to call me Young Master Bei Luo. That title was one he could bear, but he deemed himself unworthy of it. Bei Luo shot a cold glare at the sycophant behind him, saying, Do not cause trouble for Bei Qing, understand? Why, yes. On the other side, Bei Qing gazed at Zhongli with starry eyes and asked, how can you have so much money on your card? Is the Zhongli family that wealthy? Zhongli replied calmly, Who knows? Perhaps others have even more on their cards. Really? How fortunate. You could buy so much food. Ha! At that moment, Zhongli was unaware that the astronomical amount on her card was no coincidence. In comparison to the funds on her sixth sister Zhongli Dai's card, it seemed rather meager, an uncountable sum. Yet, Zhongli remained oblivious to all of this. Chapter 3. The Cafeteria Incident. Zhongli and Bei Qing returned to the classroom, combining their desks and placing their food upon them before indulging. Zhongli had never been particularly fond of such fare. However, upon observing Bei Qing with cheeks puffed out like a little hamster savoring its meal, she found herself unexpectedly open to the idea of occasional indulgence. Thus, within the span of 20 minutes during their break, they devoured an entire bag of snacks, leaving their classmates in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their usual jibes. Bei Qing patted his full belly and exclaimed, I never imagined, that you could eat so heartily. Zhongli took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and replied, Well, I did pay for this, so I suppose I have a share in it. But I didn't expect you to enjoy these treats so much. Bei Qing confessed, What I truly adore are pastries, but alas, they are too expensive now. You see, when I was still the heir of the Bei family, I bore a heavy burden and dared not reveal my true interests for fear of being blackmailed. Now that I am no longer the heir, I can pursue what I love, yet I face the unfortunate dilemma of insufficient funds. The tides of fortune certainly shift. Zhongli reassured him, Do not worry, I shall support you financially. The funds in my card will suffice for your needs. Upon hearing this, Bei Qing was taken aback momentarily, then burst into laughter, patting Zhongli on the back. Then I shall rely on you from now on, my generous benefactor. Thus commenced the first step in the enduring friendship between the two, who would one day be referred to as the redemptive figures of their age. Of course, Zhongli's mention of support was interpreted by Bei Qing as her acceptance of him and an indication of their budding friendship, while others misconstrued it to imply a more physical relationship. Consequently, the news of the useless seventh miss of the Zhong family, supporting the fallen heir of the Bei family, swiftly spread throughout the Ability Academy. In no time, the students of the academy were abuzz with discussions about this development. Apart from a few skeptics who either doubted the veracity of the claims or deemed it irrelevant to themselves, the majority accepted the gossip, enhanced by the embellishments of certain individuals, and even considered the pair a perfect match, albeit in a mocking sense. Zhongli and Bei Qing paid little mind to the surrounding ridicule and scorn as they engaged in a deeper conversation, or rather, Bei Qing was inquiring while Zhongli answered somewhat absent-mindedly. What do you love to eat? Rice. Rice is wonderful. It is packed with nutrients. And vegetables? Aside from green vegetables and carrots. Excluding greens and carrots, are there any other vegetables you enjoy? My experience is limited. I cannot think of others. Do you like meat? No. Then what do you like? Did I not already say it is rice? Oh, well, all right then. Thus, Bei Qing's inaugural lengthy conversation with Zhongli came to a rather unsuccessful conclusion. Look, those two must indeed be having an affair. What could they possibly be discussing? Where are they headed next? We absolutely must follow them to see. Indeed. The noisy morning swiftly faded, giving way to midday. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing accompanied each other to the dining hall. The meals served there were not merely ordinary rice and vegetables. Rather, they consisted of mutated rice and vegetables imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, cultivated through artificial propagation to retain a trace of their original essence. Given the scarcity of these enchanted ingredients, artificial cultivation became necessary. In the realm of the Ability Academy, even the act of dining could enhance one's powers through the absorption of this spiritual energy, thus rendering the dining hall perpetually crowded. It is noteworthy that the classes within the Ability Academy are categorized by the strength of one's abilities, from highest to lowest: Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, Class E, and Class F. Class A predominantly comprises heirs from prestigious families or individuals possessing exceptionally high abilities, enjoying remarkable privileges. The first floor of the dining hall is open to all, while the second floor boasts a restaurant exclusively for Class A, where one need only ring a bell to be served without waiting in line. The third floor is reserved for heirs of families with a legacy spanning a century, each provided with a private room. Returning to the narrative, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing finally completed their meal selection and found 2 vacant seats, hastily settling down. As Bei Qing observed the mound of rice on Zhongli Yu's plate, a smirk crept onto her lips. "You truly have a penchant for rice," she remarked. With a resigned sigh, Bei Qing pondered whether having such an eccentric friend was a stroke of misfortune or a stroke of luck. Zhongli Yu, grinning brightly at Bei Qing, who held 2 plates brimming with food, teased, "You are quite the generous one." To which Bei Qing playfully replied, "Who can blame me? After all, you are my golden benefactor." They dined in mutual silence, only to be interrupted by an unwelcome intrusion. "Zhongli Yu, you truly have the audacity to remain at the Ability Academy," sneered a girl clad in pale purple attire, adorned with a butterfly-like hairpiece. Zhongli Yu met the girl's challenge, saying, "The family head has not expelled me. So what authority do you possess, Zhongli Dai?" Zhongli Yu's retort incited discontent among Zhongli Dai's admirers and sycophants. "How dare you speak to Miss Dai in such a manner? We will ensure you cannot linger here," they threatened. "A mere ordinary person dares to address us thus, seeking trouble." Bei Qing, upon hearing their despicable remarks, glanced at the composed Zhongli Yu and mused, "The despair you have endured surpasses mine. How do you maintain such tranquility? Zhongli Yu, can I truly become your friend? Will I ever glimpse your most authentic self?" "Enough," Bei Qing exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Are you all out of your minds? You has done nothing wrong. How can you speak so? Until now, I believed the Miss Dai that everyone spoke of was kind-hearted and gentle. Yet it is evident that you have come here to provoke." Zhongli Dai's expression darkened. Throughout her life, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. It was clear that those associating with this impudent girl were not of good character. One of the girls, who had previously led the assault on Zhongli Yu, remarked, "You were once the heir of the Bei family, yet you exhibit such a lack of discernment. She nearly pilfered Miss Dai's gold card. She is nothing but a thief." "What? Is it true that she steals? Poor Miss Dai, to have such a sister." The crowd's sympathetic gazes shifted toward Zhongli Dai, who appeared utterly fragile, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Observing this pitiable sight, some young men could not restrain their indignation on behalf of Zhongli Dai, oblivious to the glimmer of pride that danced in her eyes. Chapter 4. The Cafeteria Turmoil. Bei Qing struggled to articulate his thoughts, fully aware of the balance within Zhongli Yu's gold card, thus recognizing the scheme at play. Yet, the others remained oblivious, and Zhongli Dai's delicate, demure demeanor only served to heighten the credibility of the accusations. "Get out of the Ability Academy. Get out of the Ability Academy. Get out of the Ability Academy." Increasing numbers joined the chorus denouncing Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing anxiously glanced at Zhongli Yu, who maintained an air of calm, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. This was a matter of life and death, yet she remained so unflappable. Truly, she was remarkable, Bei Qing mused. What is happening here? A voice, imbued with authority, cut through the cacophony of the cafeteria. All conversation ceased as 5 figures on the 3rd floor commanded attention. These 5 were the heirs and direct descendants of the H. Lien, WNRN, and ST families, the 4 great families of the ability realm, and icons in the eyes of the students of the academy, with their idols before them, who would remember a mere illegitimate daughter. The first to speak was a striking young man with purple hair and violet eyes, St. Feng, the second son of the St. family and younger brother of the heir St. Shio. Leaning against the railing of the 3rd floor, he incisively questioned, "Why has the chatter ceased? Were you not just so fervent in your discussions?" Silence enveloped the room. A sweet-faced girl with golden hair and emerald green eyes interjected, "Hey, what are you all discussing? Care to share?" One bold individual recounted the events that had transpired, prompting St. Feng and his companions to descend from the third floor to judge the situation for themselves. After hearing the account, St. Feng regarded Zhongli Yu with keen interest and asked, "So, did you indeed steal?" "Of course not," Bei Qing interjected hastily. "Then what evidence do you possess to prove her innocence?" St. Feng inquired. "Certainly, I have proof," Bei Qing replied. "The balance in Yu's gold card exceeds that of Zhongli Dai's by 100-fold. Is this some sort of jest? The card of an unloved child contains more than that of the favored one. I do not believe it." "Neither do I," came the murmurs. Standing tall, Bei Qing puffed out his chest like a proud rooster and declared, "Shall we wager? If the amount in Yu's card is less than that in Zhongli Dai's, both you and I will withdraw from the academy. Conversely, you must apologize to you. What say you?" "Ah, is not the outcome already glaringly apparent?" "Indeed. It is a gamble." C2 Feng, observing the scene, remarked to C2 Xiao, "Brother, why do I have the distinct impression that the calm and logically unfathomable Zhongli Yu will emerge victorious?" C2 Xiao replied, "What a coincidence. I share the same sentiment." C2 Feng, intrigued, declared, "Well, this has certainly become quite entertaining." Fortunately, the cafeteria boasted several card machines, allowing the stakes of the wager to be resolved swiftly. Zhongli Yu and Zhongli Dai stood before two of these machines. Zhongli Dai said, "Sister, I think it would be wise for you to concede. Let us dismiss our past grievances with an apology, and all will be forgotten. What do you say?" "Oh, Miss Dai is truly gentle. She is indeed the goddess of my heart." As Zhongli Dai basked in the compliments from those around her, her satisfaction waned upon catching sight of Zhongli Yu's unwaveringly calm expression. Zhongli Yu retorted, "You prattle on too much. Let us commence." Despite Miss Dai's attempt to extend an olive branch, Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the courtesy offered. Indeed, such a person should hastily depart from the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. Internally, Zhongli Dai simmered with frustration, yet her face feigned regret as she said, "In that case, do not blame your elder sister." With that, she inserted her purple gold card into the slot, and a cascade of numbers appeared on the display. Wow! As expected of the Zhongli family, their wealth is indeed formidable. Indeed, my family has never bestowed upon me such riches. Zhongli Dai proclaimed, "Sister, it is now your turn." She glanced at the four young men standing nearby, contemplating that if she could leverage this wretched girl to enter their circle, it would be a clever use of resources. After all, the allure of Zhongli Dai is not something that everyone can resist. Zhongli Yu, observing Zhongli Dai's fixation on the five individuals, quickly grasped her intentions. What a woman of ample bosom yet scant intellect, believing that everyone would be enamored by her. Among the women they have encountered, who is not more enchanting than she? Ultimately, she has failed to ascend. Does she truly believe they are oblivious to her ulterior motives? Zhongli Yu mused. In the midst of the gazes of the crowd, Zhongli Yu inserted her purple gold card into the machine, and numbers began to materialize on the display. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. After 3 seconds of stillness, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment. Goodness, those figures are astounding. This is nothing short of astronomical. I have never encountered such wealth in my lifetime. Bei Qing proudly declared, "What do you think? Apologize at once." Those who previously insisted that Zhongli Yu be expelled from the academy now hung their heads in shame. At that moment, a male voice interjected. "Who knows if that money was pilfered from someone else? Indeed, it must be stolen," some disgruntled individuals echoed. Suddenly, a chime captured everyone's attention, their gazes converging on the display of the card machine in front of Zhongli Yu, where the number had doubled, evidently indicating that someone had transferred funds into her purple gold card. The recent speakers felt as though an invisible hand was striking their faces with great force, causing them considerable pain. One Renshi, the sole girl among the five, the cherished princess of the One Ren family and the beloved sister of the heir One Renziki, remarked, "Why does Sister Zhongli Yu possess such an abundance of wealth, yet still resort to stealing Zhongli Dai's purple gold card?" Upon hearing One Renshi's distinctly separate references to them, Zhongli Dai's resentment towards Zhongli Yu intensified. That wretched woman had humiliated her, and she vowed not to let her escape unscathed. Yet, she maintained her facade of a fragile beauty, responding, "I apologize, dear sister. It seems I have misunderstood you. However, why did you not clarify your intentions?" Zhongli Yu, gazing at Zhongli Dai, retorted, "We are not well acquainted, and I distinctly recall that I have never trespassed into your domain. The notion of theft is ludicrous. Only a fool would entertain such an idea." Zhongli Dai's expression soured as she exclaimed, "But you are my sister. How can we be unfamiliar? You audacious wretch, daring to tarnish my image." Zhongli Yu replied, "Aside from sharing a common father, what do we truly have in common? I never speak falsehoods." Zhongli Dai bit her lip. a tear cascading down her cheek, prompting several young men to instinctively wish to console the beautiful maiden, while their gazes towards Zhongli Yu grew increasingly hostile. Zhongli Yu, puzzled, remarked, "I believe I have never provoked you, have I? Moreover, is your disposition truly so delicate? I recall an incident when you nearly beat a servant of the Zhongli family to a pulp, merely for soiling your garment. Have you lost your senses?" The weight of Zhongli Yu's words resonated deeply. Some young women, who had secretly disdained Zhongli Dai's seemingly innocent demeanor, yet felt intimidated by the Zhongli family, silently commended Zhongli Yu. Meanwhile, the young men enamored with Zhongli Dai began to question whether their goddess truly embodied the gentleness that the world purported. Chapter 5. Unless Zhongli Dai observed her reputation plummeting in the eyes of the onlookers, inwardly cursing Zhongli Yu 100 times over. Though her countenance remained sorrowful as she said, "Sister, you are mistaken. I would never engage in such vulgarity. Surely, you have not seen the man as face directly?" In truth, Zhongli Dai was gambling, hoping Zhongli Yu had not glimpsed her true visage. Zhongli Yu pondered for a moment before stating, "I only saw a woman clad in purple. Besides, isn't it true that the Zhongli family has more than just you, the sixth sister, who frequently wears purple?" Upon hearing this, Zhongli Dai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, adopting a serious demeanor as she replied, "Sister, therein lies your error. Who decrees that no one in the Zhongli family other than myself may don purple attire?" Zhongli Yu nodded in agreement. "You raise a valid point. My apologies." Zhongli Dai stared incredulously at Zhongli Yu, astonished that she had just uttered an apology. Was this truly an expression of remorse? Shouldn't she have continued to refute my claims instead? This unexpected turn left Zhongli Dai momentarily bewildered as she stammered, "No, it's fine. I shall take my leave now." With that, she departed the dining hall, her silhouette blending into the gray backdrop. Bei Qing addressed Zhongli Yu, inquiring, "How could you speak on her behalf?" To which Zhongli Yu responded, "Her arguments hold merit. Indeed, I have not seen that person's face directly." Bei Qing, with a hint of resignation, replied, "But it must be her." Zhongli Yu remained silent. After Zhongli Dai departed, several individuals approached Zhongli Yu to express their apologies, which she graciously accepted. With the two main characters of the incident having taken their leave, the spectators gradually dispersed. Noticing that the crowd had thinned, Bei Qing took Zhongli Yu and brought her before the 5 individuals, saying, "Thank you all for your assistance and kind words towards you." Wenren, she inquired, "May I call you Sister Yu?" Although Zhongli Yu was not particularly fond of such a familiar title, the pleading look in Wenren, she's eyes compelled her to acquiesce. Wenren, she continued, "Sister Yu, you cannot fathom the expression on her face when you recounted the deeds of Zhongli Dai. It was truly a spectacle. How could such a schemer, masquerading as a pure lotus, ever catch our eye?" Zhongli Yu had never realized that the little princess of the Wenren family was such a loquacious individual, speaking without pause, which she found quite admirable. However, Situ Feng could no longer endure the monologue and gently tapped Wenren Shi on the shoulder, saying, "Perhaps you should take a breather." With that, Wenren Shi finally ceased her chatter, allowing Bei Qing and Zhongli Yu to exhale in relief. Then, Situ Feng, adopting a brotherly demeanor, draped his arm around Zhongli Yu's shoulders and asked, "Hey, Zhongli Yu, how do you maintain such composure in such circumstances?" Zhongli Yu, with an impassive expression, replied, "It is simply my nature." Situ Feng was momentarily taken aback, then heartily patted Zhongli Yu on the back, exclaiming, "I admire this aspect of your character." However, once he uttered those words, laughter abandoned him. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, as they beheld the scene before them. Zhongli Yu's lips were pressed against Helian Ling's collarbone, while Helian Ling held Zhongli Yu's arms tightly. Yet, both wore expressions of calm, as if this were not an accident, but rather a fitting circumstance. Situ Feng glanced at his own hand, which had just patted Zhongli Yu, swallowed hard, and slowly withdrew it, thinking, "It is not my fault. She was the one who lost her balance and fell onto Ling Ge. Yes, that must be it." Due to his guilty conscience and ongoing self-justification, Situ Feng failed to consider a crucial detail. The others present, aside from Bei Qing, were entranced by the ethereal tableau of the two, while the rest focused on Zhongli Yu's arms, incredulous at her apparent lack of injury. The Helian family's supernatural ability is absolute zero, specifically ice manipulation. Yet it is unlike ordinary ice powers. The Helian family's ice ability is the ultimate form of ice, far colder than the climates of the North and South Poles, multiplied by hundreds or thousands. Moreover, this widely acknowledged ability bears an additional significance, the domain. A domain is unique to supernatural beings, accessible only to those of exceptional ability or innate talent, with its potency primarily reflecting the prowess of the practitioner. Moreover, when a psychic employs their domain, it is tantamount to asserting dominion over that space. The wielder's power experiences a significant amplification, indicating that within this realm, they reign supreme. The Lien family's absolute zero is a manifestation of such a domain. Even those with minimal psychic abilities can activate it. Furthermore, the current heir, Lien Ling, is widely acknowledged as the most formidable individual of his generation in the entire psychic realm. Thus his domain and abilities are naturally unparalleled. The astonishment displayed by Sidu Xiao and others moments ago is therefore understandable. The absolute zero ability of the Lien family imbues its members with a profound chill, rendering them incapable of physical contact with others, save for those of equal strength or those able to withstand the frigid energy. This phenomenon contributes to the scarcity of offspring within the Lien lineage, as any woman who engages with a member of the Lien family will invariably carry a trace of this icy essence. During pregnancy, the fetus instinctively absorbs this chill to gain psychic abilities, while the mother suffers from diminished fertility due to the chill's detrimental effects on her uterus. Notably, there have been no recorded instances in the Lien family tree of a second child being born, and all offspring have been male, thus underscoring the formidable nature of absolute zero. Once again, it must be reiterated that the Lien family members are deeply emotional. Lien Ling himself has recognized this issue and gazes at Zhongli Yu with a look of confusion. Sensing the pressure on her arm, Zhongli Yu inquires, "Could you release me?" Lien Ling obliges, and she begins to rub her arm, her brow slightly furrowed. Was she expressing disdain for his touch? In truth, it was merely discomfort from the grip, prompting her to alleviate the pain. Consequently, Lien Ling misconstrues the situation perfectly, noticing the peculiar glances from those present. Zhongli Yu takes hold of the still-dazed Bei Qing and departs. After Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing have left, Situ Xiao approaches Lien Ling, grasping his hands momentarily before releasing them, remarking, "It appears that the issue does not reside with Ling's physique. Rather, it pertains to Zhongli Yu." One Ren Ziqi interjects, "But she possesses no psychic abilities. Could it be due to her lack of awakening? Yet, this awakening seems rather belated." "Indeed, Ling. Where are you headed?" Situ Xiao inquires as Lien Ling strides toward the cafeteria entrance. "I need to check on my father, the doting husband," he replies, retreating to a secluded corner where he produces a communication crystal. In a short while, the connection is established. A visage emerges from the crystal's upper section, an individual bearing a striking resemblance to Lien Ling, engrossed in work, glancing down at documents as he speaks. "Ling, what brings you here?" Lien Ling responds, "Father, today I encountered someone. Nothing occurred, and she is merely an ordinary person." Upon hearing these words, Helian Ao's body trembled slightly as he gradually raised his head and proclaimed, "That is impossible. Even the young scions of the Wonrin and Situ families, who are of the same rank as you, can sense the chill emanating from you. It is utterly inconceivable for an ordinary person to perceive it, unless what?" Gazing intently at Helian Ling, he continued, "Unless she possesses an extraordinary power surpassing yours or wields a unique flame comparable to absolute zero." Helian Ling remarked, "So it appears she is yet to awaken." "Who is she?" inquired Helian Ao. "The seventh young lady of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu," Helian Ling replied. "Is it she?" Helian Ao expressed astonishment. The fact that Zhongli Yu, deemed devoid of any special abilities by the former master, possessed a flame rivaling absolute zero was indeed a grave matter requiring caution. At that moment, a sweet voice chimed in. "Ao, come and eat something. Don't tire yourself." Upon hearing this voice, Helian Ao immediately cast aside all prior thoughts, exclaiming, Su, what brings you here? Quickly, hand me the items. Do not wear yourself out." Helian Ling's mother, Xiao Su, extended what she held to Helian Ao and asked, "Were you just speaking with someone? Was it Ling?" Helian Ao placed Xiao Su on his lap, responding, "Yes, it was Ling. We just finished our conversation. He inquired about some trifling matters." It was evident that the moment Xiao Su entered, Helian Ao had terminated the communication crystal. To Helian Ao, his son had always seemed like a rival for affection. As long as Su was with him, that sufficed. Meanwhile, Helian Ling calmly stowed away the communication crystal, indicating his accustomed resilience. Chapter 6. The communication of Zhongli Chun. After Helian Ao unilaterally severed the call, Helian Ling sought out Sidu Xiao and the others, relaying the information he had just received from Helian Ao. A flicker of dark light flashed in Situ Zhao's eyes as he suggested, "So, this Zhongli Yu is quite perilous. Should we?" He made a gesture across his throat. Sidu Feng disagreed, stating, "I cannot concur." Setting aside her identity, "We are unaware of when she might awaken, and frankly, I sense she is quite amiable. She does not seem to embody the typical character of the Zhongli family. Wenren, she added in agreement. I echo Feng Ji's sentiments. I also feel that Sister Yu is different, and I wish to befriend her. Wenren Ziki, puzzled, asked Xiaoxi, do you truly wish to get close to her? Yes, Wenren, she timidly nodded. A silence enveloped Wenren Ziki and the others, for they were acutely aware of the unique abilities possessed by the Wenren family. Their power, known as the Breath of Life, serves as both a supportive and offensive ability, contingent upon the wielder's intent. The Breath of Life, as its name suggests, pertains to living entities, primarily excluding humans, encompassing flora and fauna. This ability allows for communion with these voiceless beings and, in combat, can harness the strength of plants to restore some abilities. While the power of the Breath of Life predominantly relates to living organisms, it can also aid in healing the wounded, albeit not as effectively as light-based abilities. Those who possess the Breath of Life can discern the true nature of individuals, effortlessly piercing through even the most skillful facades. For a heart tainted by malice cannot conceal the murkiness of its essence, regardless of the attempts at disguise. Conversely, those of benevolent disposition exude a clarity that brings tranquility to others, a quality easily perceived. It is precisely this understanding that rendered Wenren Ziqi and others so astounded upon hearing Wenren Xi's recent words. Wenren Ziqi's unique ability encompasses both offensive and supportive elements, yet it pales in comparison to his sister Wenren Xi's pure auxiliary powers. After some contemplation, Wenren Ziqi proposed, let us hold off on any actions regarding Zhongli Yu for the time being and observe whether she awakens before her 18th birthday. If she does awaken, it would be prudent to avoid antagonism and ideally draw her into our circle. What do you think? Typically, abilities awaken in children by the age of 5. Barring those who are inherently gifted or yet to awaken, most will develop their powers before turning 18. Those who remain without abilities beyond that age are considered ordinary. Si-Tu Xiao concurred, stating, I believe that is quite reasonable. We have no justification to harm her. Do we? He Lianling added. Let us assess the situation further. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu pulled the still-dazed Bei Qing out of the cafeteria. On their way back to the classroom, Zhongli Yu broke into a cold sweat, feeling as though something was watching her, though that sensation dissipated shortly thereafter. Hey Yu, why have you stopped? Bei Qing inquired, inadvertently colliding with Zhongli Yu, which snapped her back to reality. Zhongli Yu teased, finally back to the present, are we? Bei Qing chuckled awkwardly. I was just so surprised. By the way, how was your close encounter with Ling Xiao? The memory of her lips against He Lianling's skin flooded Zhongli Yu's mind, prompting her to respond unthinkingly. His skin felt cool, yet the sensation was delightful. Almost tempting. Bei Qing's jaw dropped, clearly taken aback by Zhongli Yu's words. Zhongli Yu cast a sidelong glance at Bei Qing and remarked mildly, I was merely jesting. Bei Qing looked skeptical, recalling how Zhongli Yu had just claimed in the cafeteria that she never lied. Suddenly, as Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence, Zhongli Yu's communication crystal chimed. Upon checking it, she was puzzled as to why this person would contact her. You, who is it? Bei Qing asked with curiosity. Zhongli Chun, I'll take this, she replied. Oh, why would the heir of the Zhongli family be reaching out to you? Zhongli Yu stepped aside to answer the call. A projection of a young man with fiery red hair and golden red eyes appeared above the crystal. Zhongli Yu began, second brother, what brings you to call? Zhongli Chun replied, I have learned about the incident at the academy cafeteria today. And Zhongli Chun continued, I simply wanted to say, well done. Zhongli Yu, puzzled, responded, Zhongli Dai, sixth sister, she is also your sister, isn't she? Zhongli Chun fell into silence for a few seconds before speaking. You must be aware of the intentions of Zhongli Dai's mother, Luo Huashang. She wishes for her daughter to ascend to a powerful family, thereby exerting control over the Zhongli family. The three families that are most comparable to the Zhongli clan are the best choices. How did you find the direct heirs of the Hellion, Wenren, and Sidu families today? Zhongli Yu, puzzled, replied, why do you ask me this? I am not well acquainted with them. Zhongli Chen's expression darkened as he retorted, enough with the trivialities, just speak. Zhongli Yu felt a sense of unease. After all, it was you who inquired. Yet why should I be compelled to respond? Although he thought this, he nonetheless answered honestly. The Wenren family, particularly that young girl, seemed quite amiable, while the young master of the Sidu family appeared rather bold. As for the Hellion family, how should I put it? He felt cold to the touch. Yet his skin was quite pleasant. I even had the impulse to bite him and see if he would blush. Zhongli Yu spoke with enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on Zhongli Chen's face. You touched Hellion Ling? Zhongli Chen suddenly interjected. Huh. Zhongli Yu replied. It wasn't exactly me touching him. He merely brushed against my arm, and I kissed his collarbone. Isn't that essentially the same? Zhongli Chan mused. After taking a deep breath, he asked, So, did anything happen? Zhongli Yu, further bewildered, responded. He just grazed me. What else could happen? Should I be held responsible? His words carried a hint of jest, yet Zhongli Chun did not perceive it as such. As the heir of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Chun was acutely aware of Helian Ling's cold aura. Upon hearing that Zhongli Yu had made contact with Helian Ling and was unscathed, his first thought was disbelief, followed by the realization of Zhongli Yu's dormant abilities and the unique flame that could rival absolute zero. If that were the case, then he, noticing Zhongli Chen's continued silence, Zhongli Yu broke the tension. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Do you know what day it will be in half a month? Zhongli Chen suddenly asked. What day? Zhongli Yu couldn't recall. Zhongli Chen seemed to anticipate this answer and, without irritation, said, In half a month, I will celebrate my 18th birthday. You must attend this time. The last adult ceremony was for Zhongli Chen's elder brother, Zhongli Xing, which Zhongli Yu had missed due to illness. Understood. I will prepare a gift for you. Oh, perhaps I should buy something for the others as well, Zhongli Yu replied. Zhongli Chen, observing Zhongli Yu's incessant chatter from afar, thought, If you maintain such purity, perhaps I shall protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 7. Purchasing gifts. After Zhongli Chun unilaterally severed the communication with a casual do as you please, Zhongli Yu returned to Bei Qing, who was idly gazing at the sky. Bei Qing inquired, You, what did Zhongli Chen say to you? Zhongli Yu replied. He started with a lot of nonsensical talk, but ultimately, he mentioned that in half a month it would be his coming-of-age ceremony and invited me to attend. Bei Qing suddenly realized, I almost forgot, this time. The adult ceremony of the Zhongli family will undoubtedly surpass the last one for Zhongli Xing by 100-fold. Why? Inquired Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing explained. Although Zhongli Chun is not the eldest son of the Zhongli family, he belongs to the direct lineage of the inheritance. In contrast, Zhongli Xing, while being the eldest and the captain of the Tiger Fang Special Forces, is not a legitimate son and holds only the rank of a major. While the adult ceremony for both may not differ greatly, distinctions certainly exist. Understanding this, Zhongli Yu asked, Will you be attending, Bei Qing? Bei Qing gazed elsewhere and replied, I suppose not. After all, this adult ceremony will see the heads and heirs of various families in attendance, primarily to expand their networks. I fear I lack the qualifications this time. By the way, I hope you can look after my younger brother if you would. Zhongli Yu responded, We are friends. There's no need to ask if I can. Bei Qing felt immensely touched. It was indeed a blissful thing to have a genuinely caring friend. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu recalled something significant and said, Bei Qing, will you accompany me to the commercial street after school? I told Zhongli Chun I would buy some gifts for the other members of the Zhongli family. Bei Qing replied, You must choose wisely. If you select something that doesn't please some members of the Zhongli family, how will you fare among them in the future? Bei Qing pondered anxiously. After school, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing arrived at the commercial street within the Ability Academy. There is also a commercial street outside the academy. Bei Qing asked, What kind of gifts do you plan to buy for them? I'm not sure, Zhongli Yu responded. Bei Qing thought it best not to pry further. As they passed a gift shop, Bei Qing suddenly grabbed Zhongli Yu's arm and pointed to the store, saying, Let us go in here first. Without delay, she pulled Zhongli Yu inside. Upon entering the store, a sales assistant promptly approached them, inquiring about their needs. Bei Qing replied, We'll browse for a moment first. As Bei Qing admired the shimmering golden trinkets displayed on the counter, she remarked, My eyes are dazzled. You do all girls like such things? Zhongli Yu replied, I'm not particularly fond of these items, but some do. Bei Qing sighed in resignation. It must be said that the offerings in this gift shop were quite splendid. Before long, Zhongli Yu found something suitable and decisively purchased it, having it wrapped. Bei Qing, intrigued by how quickly Zhongli Yu had made her selection, asked, What did you buy? It's a secret, Zhongli Yu replied. How stingy, Bei Qing teased. Subsequently, they visited a perfume shop, a watch store, and a clothing boutique. Observing Zhongli Yu panting heavily while seated on a bench, Bei Qing skeptically remarked, You are not secretly a boy, are you? I've heard that typically, boys tire out when accompanying girls shopping. Catching the doubtful look in Bei Qing's eyes, Zhongli Yu sipped some water and explained, I simply don't exercise frequently. Excuses. Bei Qing retorted without hesitation. You've been quite mischievous lately, Bei Qing, Zhongli Yu commented. How could that be? Let us hurry, it's getting dark, Bei Qing replied. Afterward, the two visited numerous shops and successfully acquired suitable gifts. Bei Qing observed the utterly exhausted Zhongli Yu and remarked, You truly ought to engage in some exercise. Zhongli Yu, too fatigued to respond, remained silent. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a particular store, and as if enchanted, she rose and headed towards it. Bei Qing, perplexed by Zhongli Yu's direction, thought to herself that if they were in search of gifts, this shop surely was not the right choice, yet she followed nonetheless. The shopkeeper, noticing customers entering, swiftly approached and inquired, "Are you two here to purchase a pet or pet supplies?" Indeed, this was a pet shop. In this world, the emergence of spiritual energy had bestowed upon humanity extraordinary powers, causing trees to undergo mutations and animals to evolve as well. Creatures gained intelligence, able to comprehend human speech, and some, when trained, could even engage in combat. Zhongli Yu expressed her intention to buy a gift. "Oh, then a pet would be perfect for a present," the shopkeeper suggested. Meanwhile, Bei Qing pondered why she felt that Zhongli Yu's statement seemed somewhat off, though she could not pinpoint why. After casting a fleeting glance at the caged pets, Zhongli Yu decisively averted her gaze and instead wandered towards the pet supply section. At that moment, a thought abruptly struck both the shopkeeper and Bei Qing. Could it be that this gift was not intended for a pet? Zhongli Yu became enamored with a black and white collar, feeling it suited the person she had in mind, and promptly purchased it, requesting the largest size. As she proceeded to the checkout, the shopkeeper asked, "Excuse me, young lady, may I inquire if this collar is for a gift or for a pet dog?" Zhongli Yu, swiping her card, replied, "Since I said it was a gift, it is obviously for someone else." The shopkeeper's jaw dropped, wondering if such jesting was truly permissible in this day and age. Upon exiting the pet shop, Bei Qing urgently suggested, "My lady, perhaps you should reconsider and choose something else to gift, as this seems rather inappropriate." Zhongli Yu patted Bei Qing's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. It will be accepted. I must take my leave now. See you tomorrow." As Bei Qing watched Zhongli Yu gradually distance herself, she pondered whether she would still see the living Zhongli Yu in half a month's time. Chapter 8. Gifts for the coming-of-age ceremony before long. Half a month had swiftly elapsed, and today marked the day of Zhongli Qin's 18th birthday celebration, the heir of the Zhongli family. The venue was the top floor of the Century Hotel. A variety of luxury cars were parked in front of the hotel. Inside, elegantly dressed men and women engaged in conversation, each wearing smiles. Yet who could fathom their true thoughts? At that moment, a group entered through the door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Indeed, the newcomers were the current heads and heirs of the three prominent capable families of Huaxia, the Hellien, Wenren, and Sidu families. As the members of these esteemed families approached, the crowd quickly parted to clear a path for them. This is a portrayal of the admiration for the strong, where a considerable number of young women gaze at the few exceptionally handsome men with the eyes of wolves watching sheep. Due to the constraints of propriety, they suppress their impulses to rush forward. After all, these are among the most formidable men of this generation in Huaxia. Should any of them take an interest in them, they would willingly accept even the role of a lover. Helian Ao addressed the younger generation behind him, saying, "Let us first greet our friends. You may do as you please." Once the elders departed, Helian Ling and the others occupied a corner and began to sample the pastries on the table. Situ Feng remarked, "These pastries are delightful. The Zhongli family has put in considerable effort." Situ Xiao added, "This is the coming-of-age ceremony of the Zhongli family's heir. How could it not be treated with significance?" Situ Feng took another pastry, asking, "Do you think she will attend this time?" The she in question was well understood by Situ Xiao and the others, for a certain individual had been the frequent topic of conversation over the past month. Wenren Ziki commented, "The last time, the young master of the Zhongli family did not attend due to a supposed cold." Situ Feng scoffed, "Indeed. Such is the plight of ordinary folk, they can still fall ill. In Huaxia, due to the unique powers of supernatural abilities, those with such powers do not fall sick. Unlike ordinary people." At that moment, a man approached the microphone set up in the center, tapped it, and announced, "Welcome, esteemed guests, for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend Mr. Zhongli Qin's coming-of-age ceremony. Let us warmly welcome him to the stage to speak." The crowd erupted in applause. While everyone was captivated by Helian Ling and the others, members of the Zhongli family had already emerged. Zhongli Qin took the microphone handed to him and recited a speech he had long memorized, his expression impassive. However, upon noticing Zhongli Yu engaged in lively conversation with Situ Feng, he frowned slightly, but continued with his address. After concluding, a middle-aged man with the same fiery red hair as Zhongli Qin brought him to join the adults, receiving their accolades. Meanwhile, Situ Feng playfully draped his arm around Zhongli Yu's neck and teased, "Hey, Zhongli Yu, were you bullied by that ugly woman upon returning to your family?" The ugly woman referred to Zhongli Dai, a fact that Helian Ling and the others were well aware of. Zhongli Yu replied, "I just returned to my family yesterday. Everyone else is too busy to pay me any mind. Situ Feng observed Zhongli Yu's attire and remarked, indeed, no one is looking after you. Don't you have a proper formal outfit? Zhongli Yu countered, are you comfortable in what you're wearing? To this, Situ Feng awkwardly admitted, not really. Zhongli Yu removed the ornament hanging from her neck and stated, there you have it. Insisting on wearing something uncomfortable is rather foolish, don't you think? Situ Feng fell silent. Ling Xiao, long time no see, a voice interjected. It was Zhongli Chun, accompanied by the current head of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Xiao, followed by his wife and children. As the center of attention was Zhongli Chun today, many eyes in the crowd turned in their direction. Zhongli Chun looked at Zhongli Yu beside Situ Feng and called, you, come here. Zhongli Yu, in a state of confusion, remarked, it doesn't matter where we stand. We still have to walk a few steps. It's quite bothersome and tiring. Zhongli Chun replied, it is not the same. With a sigh in her heart. Zhongli Yu had already equated Zhongli Chun with her mother. Just as she took a step forward, a hand suddenly gripped her neck, rendering her immobile. Zhongli Chun, narrowing his eyes, expressed his displeasure, saying, Feng Xiao, what are you doing? You is my little sister, and what right do you have? Situ Feng responded, of course. As a friend, right little Yu? He then shot a flirtatious glance at Zhongli Yu. However, what Situ Feng did not anticipate was that Zhongli Yu was, in fact, an honest soul, showing him no leniency. Zhongli Yu retorted, when did we become friends? You never mentioned being friends before. Situ Feng felt utterly embarrassed, never having encountered someone who would grant him no quarter. Zhongli Chun chuckled derisively. Our Yu is quite honest, she never tells lies. Situ Feng's face flushed crimson from the remark. At that moment, Zhongli Yu patted the arm that was still around her neck and said, although you can be rather verbose, you are quite a good person. We can still be friends. Situ Feng, rejuvenated, then provocatively gazed at Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye, thought to himself, I shall not converse with a fool. I shall not converse with a fool. Regaining his composure, Zhongli Chun asked, didn't you say you would buy us gifts? Where are they? Zhongli Yu replied, do you want them now? Zhongli Chun nodded. Then I shall go get them. Wait for me. Zhongli Bei, the third young master of the Zhongli family, inquired, second brother. Did our little sister buy gifts for us all? Zhongli Chun responded, it seems she has gifts for more than just us. Mother and the others likely have some as well. Chu Lan, the fourth lady of the Zhongli family and the mother of Zhongli Lu and Zhongli Qin, remarked, how thoughtful. Before long, Zhongli Yu pushed a small cart filled with gift boxes toward them. She retrieved a gift box adorned with purple patterns and said, this is for sixth sister. Zhongli Dai accepted it, asking, may I open it? Just so you know, if I don't like it, you cannot blame me for being unfeeling. Zhongli Yu assured her, you will like it. As Zhongli Dai unwrapped the gift box, she was instantly enamored by the contents. A vividly lifelike purple crystal butterfly emerged into her hands. Zhongli Yu exclaimed, I chose this at first glance. What do you think? Isn't it wonderful? Yes, Zhongli Dai replied, captivated by the gift she held. Zhongli Yu then produced two larger gifts, stating, these are for fourth sister and fifth brother. Zhongli Lu and Zhongli Qin expressed their gratitude. They opened their respective gift boxes to reveal a harmonica and a throat-soothing elixir. Zhongli Qin remarked, little sister, could this be the newly released harmonica that is said to have special functions? Zhongli Lu inquired, is this a newly launched product by Huaxia Pharmaceutical Company that promotes throat health? Zhongli Yu replied, it was selected because it harmonizes remarkably well with your unique abilities. Zhongli Qin and Zhongli Lu expressed their gratitude in unison. Subsequently, Zhongli Yu presented an even larger gift to Zhongli Bai, stating, third brother, I have purchased a complete set for you. Do open it and take a look. Zhongli Bai unwrapped the gift box, revealing a pristine set of painting supplies accompanied by an art collection. As he perused the collection, he suddenly lifted his gaze and exclaimed, is this an anthology of works by the masters of Huaxia? Zhongli Yu explained, I acquired the painting supplies a fortnight ago with the intent of gifting them to you. As for the art collection, I encountered a thief one day, apprehended him, and after a brief lesson, he presented this stolen collection to me. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of discomfort, realizing the nature of the gift, while pondering why a thief would bestow such a thing. At that moment, a timid voice broke the silence, resonating loudly enough for all to hear. Dad, why does this art collection resemble your stolen one so closely? Instantly, every gaze turned towards the troubled father and son duo. The middle-aged man hastily interjected, do not speak nonsense. The younger man, visibly displeased, retorted, Father, that is undoubtedly yours. I accidentally spilled water on that collection last time, leaving a watermark on the cover's corner. You can check for yourself. Upon inspection, the watermark was indeed present, adding an intriguing twist to the unfolding drama. Zhongli Yu remarked, but it is mine now. What will you do about it? Come and take it if you dare. The young man, eyeing the formidable presence of the four prominent families surrounding Zhongli Yu, hesitated, muttering, "You are shameless." After all, these were figures of renown, and he could hardly muster the courage to confront them. Zhongli Yu taunted, "You cannot even claim to be shameless. You are weaker than I, an ordinary person." Such a pitiful creature. The young man, incensed, protested, "Dad, why are you holding me back? I must teach her a lesson." Zhongli Yu dismissed the father and son. Addressing Zhongli Bei, "This is yours. Do not concern yourself with that weakling." Zhongli Bei thought to himself, "For the first time, I find my younger sister quite formidable." The young man continued his tirade. "Who are you calling a weakling? You worthless fool?" Zhongli Yu smirked. "Do you not possess any pride? How could I possibly have any?" The young man abruptly realized the implications of his words. Zhongli Yu scrutinized his face and then glanced downward, remarking, "I had no idea you were a eunuch. Typically, eunuchs do not make claims regarding their endowments, yet here you are. Huh, little weakling. No, you barely qualify as that. Perhaps you should be called a boneless chicken instead." The young man finally fell silent, realizing that he could never best Zhongli Yu in this regard. And now, retribution had arrived. Look. Everyone was unabashedly glancing down at him. Did they truly believe he was a eunuch? Moreover, "Father, why are you looking too? Aren't you well aware of my situation? What has become of this world?" Chapter 9. The Gift of Adulthood. 2. Zhongli Yu then produced 4 small boxes, announcing, "Let us continue distributing gifts. These are for the matriarch, Aunt Bei, Aunt Qin Lu, and Aunt Dai." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, while the mention of the matriarch was understandable. What were the others? Chu Lan hesitantly inquired. "Little Yu, are you referring to Aunt Qin Lu as me? Why that name?" Zhongli Yu replied, "I am unfamiliar with your names. Since childhood, I have only heard of you as Madam So-and-so. So it is what it is." The several ladies reflected that this indeed seemed to be the case. They had never introduced themselves to Zhongli Yu by name. As Zhongli Yu unwrapped the gift boxes, he remarked, "I feel this is quite fitting. At least it is preferable to being referred to as Madam So-and-so. These gifts are perfumes. For I do not know much about you, hence my choice." Chu Lan accepted a bottle of perfume that Zhongli Yu handed her, saying, "How thoughtful. In the future, during your coming-of-age ceremony, Aunt Qin Lu will prepare a generous red envelope for you." Zhongli Qin and Zhongli Lu exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Was this appellation truly pleasing? Why did it roll off her tongue so easily? Zhongli Yu firmly declined, saying, "No, I do not like red envelopes. Please give me rice instead." Chu Lan's smile faltered abruptly. Rice? What did that mean? Wasn't the Zhong family rice sufficient? Zhongli Yu then presented 2 bottles of perfume to Luo Huashang and Zhongli, the mother of Zhongli Bei, the 3rd wife of the Zhong family. However, upon seeing the matriarch Yu Bei Qian, Zhongli Yu realized he could not possibly offer her the bottle of perfume in his hand. Yu Bei Qian inquired, "Will you not give it to me?" Zhongli Yu gazed into Yu Bei Qian's golden red eyes and replied, "Before meeting you, I believed I could present it. But now I feel such a mundane object is unworthy of you." Yu Bei Qian responded, "What you say could offend others. What will you do then?" Zhongli Yu glanced at the other ladies and then back at Yu Bei Qian, saying, "I am merely speaking the truth. You and they are all quite beautiful in your own rights. Individually, each could captivate a man's attention. Yet, when viewed together, the first to catch one's eye would undoubtedly be you. How can one help but be entranced?" Unbeknownst to him, Zhongli Yu stood before Yu Bei Qian, lifting her chin with his fingers so that she could meet his gaze directly. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Si Tu Feng whispered, "Is Zhongli Yu mad? How dare he treat the matriarch of the Zhong family this way?" Indeed, he had lost his mind, Si Tu Shao remarked. "How charming. Sister Yu is truly captivating." Wen Rin, she said while covering her cheeks. The others turned to Wen Rin Shi, who added, "Do you not think that at this moment, Sister Yu exudes an alluring masculinity? Thus, it is indeed true." Zhongli Yu gradually approached Yu Bei Qian, and they could feel each other's breath. Zhongli Yu remarked, "In your eyes, I perceive a phoenix that should soar across the heavens. Yet why are its wings fractured? Why does it linger in a place rife with pollution?" Yu Bei Qian gazed into Zhongli Yu's abyss-like dark eyes and articulated the words he had long suppressed within, "Because this is my fate, my obligation." Zhongli Yu replied, "Your obligation is merely to marry into the Zhongli family and bear an heir. Beyond that, you possess no other value. Otherwise, why would I exist, along with the other 5 offspring of the Zhongli lineage? Do you comprehend why the phoenix undergoes its fiery rebirth? It is because the flames of the phoenix continue to burn. When those flames extinguish, that is the moment of the phoenix's demise. Yu Bei Qian, your phoenix fire is nearly extinguished, and you shall face death." Yu Bei Qian responded, I am weary. No, you are not weary. Your wings are simply broken. And no one has come to rescue you. So why do you not save yourself? Why not flee from the Zhongli family? I cannot. If there is will, anything can be achieved. Or do you await someone to cast their gaze upon you? Remember, my mistress. The blood of the Zhongli family flows with a faint affection. Our understanding of emotions is quite nebulous. The history of the Zhongli family is replete with conflicts between legitimate heirs and illegitimate children. I do not grasp why you focus your attention on me, nor why you have placed so many spies around me, but I can assure you, I have no interest in that position. Do not provoke me, and do not harm my friends. Zhongli Yu tightened his grip around Bei Qing's neck, asserting, harm me, and I shall not take it to heart. But should you dare to harm my friends, I will make your life a living hell. A phoenix that cannot even take flight is hardly a threat, is it not, my mistress? He then released Bei Qing, watching her cough lightly with a detached expression. None expected Zhongli Yu to so casually divulge the dark history of the Zhongli family, nor did they anticipate his audacity to threaten the mistress. The onlookers turned to observe the current head of the Zhongli family and Zhongli Clan, only to find them calmly watching the unfolding drama with no intention of intervening. It became clear that the members of the Zhongli family indeed possessed the characteristic of faint affection, just as Zhongli Yu had described. Bring her. The mistress is unwell. Escort her back to the family estate to rest, Zhongli Yu commanded. Yes. Two maids took Bei Qing away, while Zhongli Yu continued to distribute gifts as if nothing had transpired. Second brother, this is for you. Zhongli Yu presented a long red gift box. Zhongli Chan accepted it and, upon opening, discovered a tie. Turning his gaze toward Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu explained, second brother, since you enjoy wearing suits, I thought to buy you a tie. This is for the family head. Good. Zhongli Xiao did not open it in front of everyone, but rather tucked it into his pocket. Zhongli Yu presented the final gift to Zhongli Xing, saying, elder brother, this is for you. Upon opening it, Zhongli Xing's expression shifted dramatically. Others around them also reacted with startled faces, pondering whether the relationship between the seventh miss and the eldest son had deteriorated to the point of using items for humiliation. Indeed, the gift from Zhongli Yu was the collar purchased from the pet store. With a murderous glare, Zhongli Xing confronted Zhongli Yu, asking, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to humiliate me? Zhongli Yu replied, elder brother, you misunderstand. How could I dare to insult the captain of the Tiger Tooth Special Forces? Then what does this mean? Zhongli Xing inquired. Zhongli Yu explained, it is something useful for you, elder brother. Please wear it first, and I shall tell you how to use it. Zhongli Xing warned, if it proves useless, I will not hesitate to kill you. With an unpleasant expression, he reluctantly donned the collar. Some onlookers mused that the collar suited Zhongli Xing surprisingly well, exuding a wild aura. Zhongli Yu turned to Zhongli Bei, saying, third brother, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Zhongli Bei replied, let me preface this by saying I cannot take on elder brother. He added, it's not that. Zhongli Yu clarified, I merely want you to attack elder brother. What? Why would I do that? Isn't that courting death? Zhongli Bei exclaimed. Zhongli Yu reassured him, third brother, do not worry. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. However, Zhongli Xing interjected, third brother, listen to her. Reluctantly, Zhongli Bei conjured a brilliant red flame, declaring, Yang Yan, go. Just as the fiery blaze was about to reach Zhongli Xing, the collar around his neck emitted a blue light, and a protective shield appeared around him, deflecting Zhongli Bai's Yang Yan. What is happening? The crowd gasped, turning their attention to the composed young girl who seemed to control the situation. Chapter 10. Genius or useless. Zhongli Xing swiftly approached Zhongli Yu, pointing at his neck and demanding, what on earth is going on? Zhongli Yu replied, did you not see it? That's how it is. Anxiously, Zhongli Xing insisted, I meant, why did a protective shield appear? Zhongli Yu explained, because this is not an ordinary pet collar, but one inscribed with runes and embedded with spirit stones after my carving. Zhongli Xing deliberately ignored the word pet, retorting, why do I not see any runes or spirit stones? He removed the collar to inspect it closely, finding no trace of runes or spirit stones, and began to doubt her claims. The spirit stone refers to a stone imbued with spiritual energy, while runes are carved by talisman masters and have no relation to supernatural abilities. Even ordinary people can become talisman masters. Zhongli Yu took the collar from Zhongli Xing's hand, asserting, you must be blind. With a gentle touch at a specific point on the collar, intricate patterns and a blue stone embedded within it gradually emerged. The crowd was once again astonished by this transformation, and it took a considerable time before someone spoke. Could this possibly be a spiritual object with hidden attributes? Is it true? Rare are the mystical artifacts with hidden attributes. I seem to recall that only talisman masters above a certain level are capable of crafting them. Could it be that Miss Zhongli Qi possesses such talent? The crowd once again turned their gaze toward Zhongli Yu, and this time, their expressions were no longer filled with disdain or derision, but rather envy. For talisman masters are among the most esteemed professions in Huaxia, second only to those with light abilities and pharmacists. Zhongli Xing swallowed hard, contemplating that if such skills were applied in the military, the survival rate during missions would surely be significantly enhanced. Just as Zhongli Xing was about to speak, he was preempted by Zhongli Chun, who inquired, "When did you acquire this skill?" Zhongli Yu replied, "It was on the day you arranged for me to enter the Ability Academy. By mistake. I wandered into the Science Academy, where I was mistaken for a new student and asked to select elective courses. I chose the Runic Studies class, and then a professor encouraged us to try our hand at carving. To my surprise, I succeeded right away. Afterward, I was discovered to have entered the wrong academy and was returned to the Ability Academy." A profound silence enveloped the scene, as everyone regarded Zhongli Yu with a mixture of disbelief and dismay. So, this prodigious talent was inadvertently ensnared by the Ability Academy. One might wonder, shouldn't the entrances of the Ability Academy and the Science Academy bear their respective names? How could one possibly make such an error? Zhongli Chun, eyeing the collar in Zhongli Yu's hand, asked, "What is the highest grade of mystical artifact you can currently carve?" Talisman masters are classified into levels 1 through 5, while mystical artifacts are graded from 1 to 19 stars. Among these, 13-star artifacts are considered low-grade, 46-star artifacts are mid-grade, and 79-star artifacts are high-grade. Additionally, mystical artifacts are further categorized into low, medium, high, and perfect qualities. Zhongli Yu responded, "I can easily manage 13-star artifacts. 46 stars pose a challenge for me, but if given ample time, I might produce a 4-star artifact, albeit with low probability. As for this piece, it should be around 3 stars, though I haven't tested it. To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in being a talisman master. I merely create them for leisure and as collectibles." Zhongli Yu's words undoubtedly offended many and struck a blow to numerous aspirations. How can one speak so nonchalantly about such a coveted profession? The disheartened individuals internally lamented. Talisman masters are not exclusive to Huaxia. The other 3 major nations also have them. Currently, the highest-ranking talisman masters can only reach level 5, with their utmost creations limited to 7 stars. Levels 8 and 9 likely only existed in bygone eras. The scarcity of talisman masters can be attributed to the immense difficulty of crafting mystical artifacts, primarily due to 2 reasons: the rarity of spirit stones. Spirit stones, while seemingly elusive, can also be found in abundance at gambling venues, akin to the modern betting arenas of the past. A genuine spirit stone must be a whole, colored stone imbued with spiritual energy. All 3 conditions must be met, making them exceedingly rare. Secondly, it is the nature of the spirit talisman master that plays a crucial role. One must possess not only remarkable perseverance, but also great strength. This strength refers to physical might, and the crafting of spiritual artifacts is a laborious endeavor, often requiring days, if not weeks, of meticulous carving. In contemporary times, the capable youth are drawn to become supernatural beings or pursue careers in the military, leading to the decline of spirit talisman masters. Zhongli Chen inquired, "Were you not discovered while you were in the runes department?" At the mention of this, Zhongli Yu became irate, stating, "All I encountered were a few deranged old men who looked at me with the same fervor as one gazes at a bowl of rice. Fortunately, the principal took me away. Otherwise, you would not have had the pleasure of my company." The analogy of gazing at rice? Is that your favorite delicacy? Wait a moment. It seems they have stumbled upon a significant revelation. The principal of the Supernatural Academy had taken Zhongli Yu from the Runes Department of the Technological Academy, indicating that he was aware of Zhongli Yu's identity as a spirit talisman master. Why the secrecy? Do they find their bewildered expressions amusing? Zhongli Yu explained the collar in her hand, saying, "This blue spirit stone is blue water jade, combined with defensive and concealing runes, resulting in this creation." Zhongli Bai, curious, asked, "Little sister, at what range does this artifact automatically defend itself?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Not all attacks trigger automatic defense. Its sensitivity extends to 1 meter around the wearer. However, when an attack is imminent, the effective defensive range is actually half a meter." "Why is that?" Zhongli Xing questioned. Zhongli Yu elaborated, "The runes I carve can automatically sense incoming attacks, primarily aimed at ambushes. For instance, if one is engaged in a frontal battle with an enemy, and another enemy attempts a surprise attack from behind, this artifact becomes invaluable. It senses an attack at 1 meter, and, during the critical seconds between 1 to half a meter, rapidly gathers energy for defense. Brother, do you not like this gift? Of course I like it. Zhongli Qing exclaimed, snatching the collar from Zhongli Yu's grasp and hastily adorning it around his neck, drawing envious gazes from those present. Zhongli Yu remarked, "This is my way of compensating for my absence at your coming-of-age ceremony." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of injustice. Not only had you presented a gift of greater value than that of your second brother at his coming-of-age ceremony, but your earlier statement implied that if you missed your second brother's ceremony, you would bestow an even more extravagant gift at someone else's celebration. How delightful. What should I do? I also desire a spiritual artifact. Oh, affluent one, let us be friends. Zhongli Chun nudged Zhongli Yu, offering his own gift. I no longer require this. Please present me with a spirit artifact next time. Zhongli Yu gazed at the tie cast aside by her master, asking, "Do you not like it?" Zhongli Chun shook his head and remarked, "No, I merely wish to exchange for a different spiritual artifact." "Oh, then allow me to create one for you right away." Zhongli Yu responded astonishingly. "Is that permissible?" Zhongli Chun inquired. "I have heard that spiritual talisman masters typically do not allow anyone to approach while carving. That is because they fear losing their concentration," Zhongli Yu replied nonchalantly. "I, however, am not so easily distracted. Unfortunately, I currently lack spiritual stones. It would be best to have something smaller that complements this tie. That is not a problem. I happen to possess a suitable piece right now," Zhongli Chun said, retrieving a red stone. Upon receiving it, Zhongli Yu examined it and declared, "Red jade. Quite splendid indeed." Zhongli Yu then took the red jade and the tie to a dining table, where onlookers promptly cleared the surface, rendering it immaculate. He produced a common small knife and a container for the spiritual stone, and just as he was about to commence, a voice interjected, "That isn't a specialized knife for carving spiritual stones, is it?" Zhongli Yu cast a cool glance at the speaker and replied, "It is not necessary to use such a specialized tool. That is meant solely for apprentices and first-star practitioners. Once one becomes proficient and stronger, such tools become inadequate, and only custom-made ones will suffice. Thus, those you see using those knives are merely apprentices and first-star talisman masters. Do not be misled. If you are unclear, consult an expert. I do not wish to hear any more interruptions, understood?" It is said that spiritual talisman masters possess peculiar temperaments, and this was indeed proven true. Chapter 11. Genius or Waste. 2. Zhongli Yu first placed the red jade into the container, then took a pin and pressed the container onto the secured tie at an appropriate spot, marking it accordingly. He then removed it, unfastened the tie, shed his outer coat, and grasped the carving knife with his right hand. As he began to carve, the veins in his right hand bulged, and he entered a focused state. The atmosphere was hushed, devoid of any sound. If there was any noise at all, it was merely the rhythm of their breaths. Everyone silently observed the girl whose eyes gleamed with an unusual light as she carved. How could one claim she was disinterested? It was clear she was utterly captivated, such is the clarity of an observer. At that moment, Zhongli Yu was lost in his craft, hearing nothing and seeing nothing, save for the sound of the knife slicing through the tie and the gradual emergence of the runes on the semi-finished spiritual artifact before him. As the runes appeared on the tie, admiration began to flicker in the eyes of the onlookers for Zhongli Yu. Generally speaking, the spiritual artifacts carved by talisman masters are predominantly rigid objects. Thus, carving something as pliable as a tie is exceedingly challenging. Once a prodigious talisman master, renowned for his exceptional talent in carving hard artifacts, arrogantly decided to challenge himself with soft artifacts, only to meet with failure. This led to a significant blow to his confidence, ultimately causing him to abandon the proud profession of talisman master. Before them stood a person who had been regarded as a worthless individual devoid of abilities for the past 17 years. Yet now, she had emerged as a talisman master, a fact she had chosen to conceal. No, it was not merely a matter of silence. Rather, they had deliberately chosen to overlook her. For the belief that one without abilities was inherently worthless had permeated their very essence. The crowd gazed at Zhongli Yu with intricate emotions swirling within them. At long last, the runes had been carved, and Zhongli Yu was poised to place the spirit stone meticulously. As the spirit stone fused with the tie, a crimson thread-like entity erupted from the red jade, flowing swiftly along the runic patterns before returning to the jade once more. The red jade and the crimson runes radiated a dazzling luminosity before vanishing entirely. Witnessing the disappearance of the jade and runes, the onlookers understood that a hidden attribute of the rune had been activated. Zhongli Yu presented the tie, now resembling a spirit artifact, to Zhongli Chun, stating, "It is complete. This artifact enhances one's attack." Zhongli Chun, taking the tie and observing its identical appearance to the previous one, inquired, How many times have you crafted a soft artifact? Zhongli Yu replied, this is my first attempt. I do not often create them, merely when I have some free time. Why do you ask? Zhongli Chun regarded Zhongli Yu with a contemplative expression, pondering. To achieve such results on the first attempt is quite remarkable. Yet, genius does not easily flourish, especially within the chaotic confines of the Zhongli family. Unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu, she did not perceive the complexity in Zhongli Chen's gaze. As she picked up her coat from the side, an unexpected claw appeared around her neck, prompting her to exclaim, "Let go, you madman." Situ Feng pointed at himself, bewildered. Madman? Me? Zhongli Yu retorted, aren't you named Situ Feng? It can be abbreviated as madman. Is that not permissible? For the first time, Situ Feng questioned why his parents had bestowed such an unappealing name upon him. Zhongli Yu, observing Situ Feng's conflicted expression, insisted, release me. I need to put on my clothes. Situ Feng, perplexed, responded, why must you undress? As she donned her clothing, Zhongli Yu explained, because they are easily damaged. Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they be damaged? They won't be torn by anyone. Zhongli Yu, amused, asked, have you ever torn someone else's clothing? Or have you ever been torn? Laughter erupted among the onlookers, some even giving Zhongli Yu a thumbs up. Blushing furiously, Situ Feng protested, who has been torn? I am still a virgin. Thank you very much. Besides, who could possibly tear me? Zhongli Yu, suddenly enlightened, teased, so, you are still a virgin, madman? Who would have thought? Finding himself outmatched in their banter, Situ Feng quickly redirected the topic to his friends, who were also observing the spectacle. My brothers are still virgins too. Why don't you mention them? Zhongli Yu glanced at Situ Xiao and the others and replied, of course, I want to mention them. After all, you are my friend, and what are friends for, if not to tease each other, madman? Situ Feng now realized that from the very beginning, Zhongli Yu's target had been himself. How could the conversation possibly shift to others? Alas, truly a case of poor judgment in friendship. Observing Situ Feng's exhausted demeanor, Zhongli Yu nonetheless answered his question. All right, I shan't tease you further. The strength of a spirit talisman master is considerable. Although it may not compare to that of your extraordinary abilities, there remains a distinct difference when compared to an ordinary person. This is due to the necessity of substantial force in carving runes, particularly with our dominant hand, which leads to a noticeable change in the musculature of the talisman master's dominant hand when exerted, much like this. Zhongli Yu rolled up the sleeve of his right arm and clenched his fist. Instantly, his right hand appeared as muscular as that of a bodybuilder. Situ Feng, intrigued, reached out to touch it and immediately felt the hardness beneath his fingers. He then compared it to his own chest and felt a pang of discontent. Realizing that his pectoral muscles lacked the firmness of Zhongli Yu's arm, a rather disheartening revelation. Zhongli Yu inquired, so, how does it compare to yours? Situ Feng jolted with a start and quickly replied, of course, mine is superior. He puffed out his chest in demonstration. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture appeared rather insecure to onlookers, lacking any persuasive power. Zhongli Xiao observed her foolish brother and remarked, the reason you're removing your shirt is likely due to the fear of tearing it. That outburst of strength you just displayed was no mere show. Zhongli Yu added, indeed, I was previously unaware that such force could ruin so many garments. It's quite wasteful. Is that all you're concerned about, the waste of clothing? Zhongli Bai interjected, touching Zhongli Yu's arm. Sister, does the principal of the Extraordinary Abilities Academy not know about your identity as a spirit talisman master? Why hasn't he informed us? Everyone perked up, eager to listen. Zhongli Yu replied, the principal, that old fox certainly knows. He was the one who took me away in front of the head of the rune department. Naturally, the head of the rune department objected, leading to an agreement that I would spend 1 week each month in the rune department. As for why he didn't tell you, perhaps it was to witness your astonishment. It truly is gratifying. The group thought to themselves, indeed, he views them as mere spectators. The principal's reasons for not disclosing Zhongli Yu's identity as a spirit talisman master to the Zhongli family were quite compelling. The principal was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Zhongli Yu's entrance into the academy, all for the sake of that diploma. Initially, the principal harbored little fondness for the background-laden, ability-less Zhongli Yu. However, upon witnessing Zhongli Yu surrounded by the elders of the rune department, the principal recognized at first glance that this child was unlike the others in the class. There was a unique brilliance in her eyes, a spark absent in her peers. The principal was acutely aware that should the Zhongli family discover Zhongli Yu's true identity, they would undoubtedly exploit it to the fullest. Thus, he made a pivotal decision to conceal Zhongli Yu's identity in collaboration with the head of the runes department, with whom he had always been at odds. Yet, in an effort to ensure that Zhongli Yu's talents did not go to waste, he discreetly imparted knowledge about the abilities of a spirit rune master to her. And so, the situation progressed to the present day. Chapter 12. The emergence of the man in black at this moment. Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the benevolent intentions of the principals of the Anomaly Academy and the Runes Department. It was not long before some forgetful individuals provoked the semi-awakened Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Qing, glancing at her with a hint of embarrassment, remarked, "Sister, I must apologize for previously shouting that you are my elder brother. However, I have a request to make, if you would be so kind." Zhongli Yu replied, "Brother, you truly embody the military spirit. Your shout nearly rendered my ears deaf. Nonetheless, it is to be expected from a soldier. A loud voice is not unwarranted. What is it that you desire?" Zhongli Qing yearned to counter the claim about his loud voice, but after a moment's reflection, he conceded that it indeed was quite loud. Primarily to intimidate those little rascals. He continued, "Could I kindly request that you craft a few more of those defensive spirit artifacts? I wish to implement them within the military." Zhongli Yu responded, "Brother, are you aware that spirit artifacts vary in quality?" "Of course," Zhongli Qing answered. Zhongli Yu elaborated. "Spirit artifacts are categorized into low, medium, high, and perfect qualities. The pet collar around your neck is of perfect quality, a result of my relentless efforts over the past fortnight without rest or sustenance. Are you attempting to drive me to my demise? To exhaust me in such a manner? And yet I still gifted you such a fine present. Oh, how it wounds my heart." Observing Zhongli Yu's pitiful expression and the disapproving gazes of onlookers, Zhongli Qing hastened to explain, "Sister, it is not as it seems. I was unaware of its great value. Perhaps we should let this matter rest." A deliberate cough resonated from behind Zhongli Qing, prompting him to turn and salute the newcomer with military decorum. "Greetings, Commander." The individual who approached was an elderly man with graying hair, yet exuding a vibrant spirit. He was none other than Gu Wan, one of the esteemed commanders of the Chinese military. To speak of Commander Gu is to recount a life steeped in legend. In an era of turmoil, he wielded the strength of an ordinary man to vanquish powerful adversaries, ascending to his current esteemed position. Despite his advanced age, which might suggest fragility, such perceptions are misleading. There was a time when assassins sought his life, and, left with only himself as his guards fell prey to the ruse, he remarkably held out until reinforcements arrived, eliminating numerous assailants in the process, testament to his formidable prowess. Noticing Zhongli Yu's look of bewilderment, Zhongli Qing proceeded to introduce her to the old commander. Zhongli Yu exclaimed, "Commander Gu, I did not expect your presence today." Commander Gu replied, "Surprising, is it not?" Indeed, had no one come today, this dramatic scene would have remained unseen. The dramatic moment he referred to was evident to all present, for they were astute individuals who could hardly overlook its significance. Zhongli Yu greeted, "Hello, Comrade Gu." Comrade Gu, smiling, acknowledged her and reached out to pinch her cheek, exclaiming, "I thought you were wearing a disguise. I never anticipated this to be real. Oh, how I misjudged." After releasing her tender face, Zhongli Yu rubbed her cheek and replied, "Comrade Gu did not err in judgment. Perhaps we met when I was 5 years old. At that time, Master Yuan had just revealed that I would possess no supernatural abilities throughout my life. Anyone would think such a thing. Merely an inconsequential being with a pleasing appearance, destined to be treated as a mere plaything by many, would they not?" Upon hearing this, expressions of fear flickered across the faces of some. For Zhongli Yu's words rang true. Many indeed held such thoughts then. Comrade Gu shook his head, reminiscing. "The first time I laid eyes on you was not amidst the crowd during the awakening ceremony. Yet it was indeed that day that I, a rough man, first beheld a fallen fairy. I must confess, I was quite taken, though not in the same manner as I feel for my dear wife." Reflecting on the past while gazing at the now-grown Zhongli Yu, he continued, "Even now, that moment is vivid in my memory. But tell me, why has the smile that once adorned your face vanished? Does time truly alter a person?" Zhongli Yu replied with resignation, "Time undoubtedly transforms individuals. People do change. As for family, it matters little to me. My sincerity is reserved solely for those who reciprocate." Sighing, Comrade Gu responded, "Let us refrain from this topic and instead discuss collaboration." "What collaboration?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Comrade Gu then led her aside for a quiet discussion. Unbeknownst to her, her earlier words had sparked deep reflection in many. In the crowd, Bei Luo observed Zhongli Yu, pondering, "Have you ever offered your genuine heart to my brother?" Zhongli Chun, caressing the tie gifted by Zhongli Yu, mused, "In the Zhongli clan, sincerity is but a fanciful notion. Yet why does a glimmer of hope linger within me? Do I wish to earn your genuine heart? You, would you?" Zhongli Dai remarked, "Sincerity? How absurd." Zhongli Bai commented, "Little sister is quite formidable, daring to voice such sentiments. Well, never mind. Zhongli Qin and Zhongli Lu observed. Perhaps our little sister may attain true freedom. How enviable. Zhongli Xiao regarded Zhongli Yu with a complex expression before diverting his gaze, reflecting, you've grown. Just like your mother. Alas, obtaining your sincere heart is beyond my reach. Wouldn't you agree, you? This you does not refer to Zhongli Yu. Luo Huashang expressed. What an eyesore you are. But rest assured, you shall soon fade away. The other ladies remarked, we truly admire her courage. Courage? Since becoming ladies of the Zhongli family, our bravery has likely dissipated. Meanwhile, after hearing Comrade Gu's proposal, Zhongli Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain you wish for me to handle this matter? General Gu stated. Within a month, I require 10 mid-level or higher quality defensive artifacts. This is already a favorable price. Additionally, I intend to assign you a bodyguard. Zhongli Yu inquired. I can agree to the artifacts, but why a bodyguard? Is it for surveillance? General Gu replied. Not for surveillance, but rather for your protection. You must understand that today you have tarnished her reputation and, at her son's coming-of-age ceremony, you have become the center of attention. Do you truly believe she will not retaliate? Zhongli Yu remarked. Her spirit is on the verge of collapse. General Gu continued. She has long viewed Xing as a threat to her son's rightful position, and over the years, she has assigned him numerous perilous tasks. We have turned a blind eye, trusting in his abilities and seeking to hone his skills. However, should she go too far, we will not remain passive. Thus, the bodyguard serves two primary purposes, to protect you and to monitor those around you. Zhongli Yu responded. If it were not for my identity as a talisman master, I believe you would not concern yourselves with me, let alone assign a bodyguard. General Gu, with a sigh, replied, such is the reality. Indeed, when you possess value, there are those who support and care for you. When you no longer hold value, you are left to your own devices, perhaps even drained of all you have. Zhongli Yu stated, there is no need for a bodyguard. However, before General Gu could voice his agreement, he was halted by Zhongli Yu's resolute gaze, ultimately leading him to acquiesce. Subsequently, Zhongli Yu and General Gu returned to the attention of the crowd. Zhongli Xing anxiously asked, General Gu, how did it go? General Gu replied, if I am involved, rest assured it will be accomplished. That's wonderful. Zhongli Xing felt optimistic about his team's future. General Gu continued, the artifacts are for everyone. But there are only 10. Whoever triumphs shall claim them. What? Zhongli Xing's demeanor shifted. Those were crafted by my sister. They must be given to family. General Gu responded, you are family, but the others are not, so you understand. Just as the banquet proceeded in an orderly manner, suddenly, glass shattered. And more than 10 figures clad in black robes burst in, throwing the scene into chaos. Chapter 13. The destruction of the jade pendant. Who are you? One individual demanded. Yet, the black-clad figures stood silently, unresponsive, inciting the individual's fury. He exclaimed, do you know where you are? This is the venue for the heir of the Zhongli family's coming-of-age ceremony. Who sent you here? Speak, and you may yet escape with your lives. No sooner had he finished speaking than darkness enveloped him. A black-clad figure had appeared before him without warning. The individual felt a sharp pain at his throat, something warm flowing down. As he reached to touch it, he found his hands drenched in blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed, convulsing a few times before falling utterly still. Silence enveloped the scene as everyone beheld the black-clad figure mercilessly slay the unfortunate soul, intensifying the ominous feelings in their hearts. The mysterious figure had traversed the distance to the doomed man in an instant, employing a technique known as teleportation, a skill reserved for those with powers of level 6 or higher. The crowd pondered whether it was solely this individual in black who possessed such abilities, or if all like him were similarly endowed. Zhongli Xiao stepped forth, inquiring, might I ask what brings you to my son's coming-of-age ceremony? Should you wish to attend, you are most welcome. However, your demeanor suggests you have come seeking trouble. His emergence was twofold. First, as the organizer of this significant event, he could not afford further chaos. Second, the slain individual belonged to one of the subordinate families of the Zhongli Clan, and the black-clad figure's actions were a blatant affront to their honor. Notwithstanding Zhongli Xiao's personal disdain for the victim. Objective: eliminate everyone present. A voice, cold and mechanical, emanated from the black figure, sending shockwaves of fear through the crowd, prompting many to instinctively adopt defensive stances. As the proclamation echoed, a dozen black-clad assailants surged forward, plunging the gathering into disarray. Zhongli Yu hastily pulled the elder Gu to a discreet corner, while the elder quickly retrieved a communication crystal in an attempt to summon aid, only to discover the utter absence of a signal. With a furrowed brow, Elder Gu lamented, we must place our hopes in the 4 great ability families. Alas, It appears they too have fallen prey. Zhongli Yu surveyed the chaotic melee and remarked, "Indeed, as you can see, aside from the heirs, those young ones, the adults have succumbed, collapsing in a state of weakness." Initially, Elder Gu had believed that a united front could overpower these enigmatic assailants, yet now they were left with only the inexperienced youth, rendering their efforts futile. Puzzled, Elder Gu questioned, "How could this happen? Surely, the Zhongli clan conducted a thorough inspection beforehand." Zhongli responded, "They must have laced the wine. The youths had yet to partake, but the adults undoubtedly did, making them easy targets." With a heavy sigh, Elder Gu pondered, "What shall we do next? This is clearly a deliberate strategy, first weakening our combat strength, then targeting the remaining strong ones. Their intent is ruthless." Zhongli Yu observed Zhongli Chun and his companions, recognizing their dire struggle, leaving aside the prowess of the black-clad figures confronting them. The main reason for their plight was the fear of collateral damage, as their powers were predominantly destructive in nature, ill-suited for the confined space they occupied. Bei Luo, increasingly agitated as his strikes failed to connect with the black figures, failed to notice one had stealthily approached from behind, extending its shadowy hands. "You foolish oaf! Why are you not assisting?" The breathless Bei Luo heard that familiar voice from behind, and turned to find Zhongli Yu gripping the wrist of the black-clad assailant with determination. "Why are you here?" Bei Luo inquired. Zhongli Yu shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Stop your incessant chatter and lend a hand. Do you truly believe my strength is boundless?" Coming to his senses, Bei Luo promptly unleashed his abilities against the figure in the black robe, who deftly evaded the attack. In a moment of irritation, Zhongli Yu kicked Bei Luo squarely in the rear, sending him sprawling to the ground. Frustrated, Bei Luo retorted, "What on earth are you doing?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Do you dare to gasp for air amidst battle? Are you seeking your own demise? I promised Bei Qing I would safeguard you during the coming-of-age ceremony. If you perish today, I shall have no explanation to offer." At the mention of Bei Qing, Bei Luo trembled uncontrollably. "Why must you protect me after everything I've done? It leaves me utterly conflicted, brother." Zhongli Yu sighed, recognizing the struggles that beset every family. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Zhongli Yu perceived the advancing black-robed figure. He swiftly pushed Bei Luo aside, yet was unable to avoid the attack himself, bracing for the impact of the black-robed individual's strike. But how could an ordinary person like Zhongli Yu withstand the force of a supernatural being? He was slammed against the wall, spitting blood. The commotion caught the attention of others nearby, who rushed to assist, only to be intercepted by the black-robed figure, igniting yet another skirmish. Witnessing the black-robed assailant poised to strike Zhongli Yu again, Bei Luo hurriedly engaged in combat with him. Zhongli Yu clutched his chest, coughing up more blood as he leaned against the wall, observing the chaos before him. His fingers brushed against a familiar object nestled against his chest, an amulet, not crafted from rare jade, but a modest glass piece depicting a dragon and phoenix. Zhongli Shao, standing nearby, spotted the amulet and was reminded of the woman he had longed for but could never possess. This amulet was purchased at a humble stall 2 years after he had met Zhongli Yu's mother, Lan Yu. At that time, they were deeply in love, and Lan Yu had said to him, "Shao, when we have a child, let us gift this amulet to her as a testament of our love, shall we?" His response had been a simple yes, yet not long after, Lan Yu became pregnant and learned of his true identity. Following the child's birth, he took the infant Zhongli Yu away from her, along with the amulet. He would never forget the look in Lan Yu's eyes as he departed, cold, filled with disdain, and utterly heartless. He refrained from revealing the truth about her mother to Zhongli Yu primarily to protect her. Lan Yu had been the greatest love of his life. Yet he could confide in no one, for she was an ordinary woman without any power. Not only would his family never permit him to wed a commoner, but his other wives were formidable in their own right, embodying a dichotomy of inner malice and outward charm. As for the child with Lan Yu, a saying encapsulates the essence of protection: the best shield is often indifference. Furthermore, he feared that if Zhongli Yu were to uncover the entire truth, the already fragile bond between father and daughter would shatter irreparably. Zhongli Yu meticulously examined the jade pendant, discovering it unscathed, and heaved a sigh of relief. However, an unforeseen transformation soon ensued. Out of nowhere, a figure clad in a black robe launched an attack against Zhongli Yu. He adeptly evaded the assault, but it was only he who managed to dodge. The jade pendant around his neck, affected by the residual force of the supernatural strike, shattered. Chapter 14. A vicious assault on the black-robed figure. Zhongli Yu gazed in disbelief at the fragments of his most treasured jade pendant, momentarily immobilized by the shock. His head bowed, his hair obscured his eyes, concealing his expression. Meanwhile, Zhongli Shao watched the shards fall to the ground, a surge of unbridled fury igniting within him. That was his only blue jade artifact, now lost forever. Had he not been drugged at that moment, he would have already unleashed his wrath upon the offending black-robed figure. Now, he could only glare at the assailant with burning eyes, powerless to act. Bei Luo, while fending off the persistent black-robed figure following him, approached Zhongli Yu. Observing that the assailant who had just attacked Zhongli Yu showed no reaction to his presence, he felt a wave of relief and inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" Zhongli Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the shards scattered on the ground. Bei Luo, growing anxious, urged, "Come on, don't dwell on a broken glass jade pendant. I can replace it for you later." Zhongli Yu still did not respond. Bei Luo intended to call out to him once more to snap him back to reality. But he noticed that the black-robed figure he was engaged with was advancing toward him, compelling him to distance himself from Zhongli Yu. Unbeknownst to everyone, Zhongli Yu's eyes were gradually transforming into a deep crimson hue. Meanwhile, the situation for Zhongli Chun and the others had grown precarious. Situ Feng exclaimed, "Why are these black-robed figures so elusive? This is exhausting." Situ Xiao added, "Indeed, without being able to strike them, what can we do? Are they attempting to outlast us?" After dodging an enemy's strike, Wen Ziqi remarked, "I believe the reason these black-robed figures are so adept at evasion may stem from a significant cause. Could it be that their defenses are weak, prompting them to avoid attacks?" Helian Ling concurred, "That makes sense, but our primary objective at present is to hit them. Otherwise, all words are futile." Zhong Lixing interjected, "Ling, I wonder if you've noticed something. Although each of them has a designated target. After the recent commotion involving my sister, I observed that when she remained motionless, the current heir of the Bei family approached. Yet the black-robed figure attacking her refrained from striking. I ponder if these figures can only perceive moving targets before they choose to attack." Helian Ling contemplated this and replied, "If that is the case, let us put it to the test. I will count to 3, and then we shall remain still to observe the outcome." Several individuals nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. As they all froze, the black-robed figures poised to attack seemed to have hit a pause button. Upon witnessing this situation, others embroiled in fierce battles began to emulate the response, finally gaining a moment of respite. Zhong Lixing wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "It seems our conjecture was correct." Zhong Lichen added, "They only react to our significant movements, yet they appear unfazed. Are they even human?" Helian Ling interjected, "Let us not dwell on their humanity for now. The pressing concern is how we can strike against them." Zhong Lichen inquired, "Do you have a viable plan?" "As per your suggestion, Ling Xiao?" Helian Ling replied, "Indeed, there is a strategy, but it necessitates our unity." Curious, Zhong Lichen pressed, "What is this method?" Although he harbored a dislike for Helian Ling, he deemed it prudent to listen during this critical juncture. Helian Ling explained, "These figures in black robes are driven by specific targets, each one fixating on an individual. I'm sure everyone has noticed this. Given this, we might exploit this tendency, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." Wen Ziqi immediately grasped Helian Ling's concept, stating, "They will not evade attacks aimed at targets outside their focus." Zhong Lichen acknowledged, understood. The assembly, comprised of astute minds, quickly recognized the merit in Helian Ling's proposition. Yet, could it truly unfold so seamlessly? As everyone prepared to launch their assault, a sudden cry of despair caused them to tremble and turn towards the source of the sound. It was Zhongli Yu. She stood with her hands clasped over her head, crying out in apparent agony. "This is bad." The black-robed figure targeting Zhongli Yu advanced toward her. "Quick dodge!" Zhong Lichen shouted. He attempted to assist, but was intercepted by another black-robed figure, forced to watch helplessly as the attack hurtled towards Zhongli Yu. "No, don't." Wen Shi, Situ Feng, and others who held a favorable impression of Zhongli Yu cried out in alarm. The black-robed figure's assault indeed surged towards her. Yet at the last moment, she evaded it. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, only to be replaced by anxiety. For Zhongli Yu's condition appeared alarming. At that moment, Zhongli Yu was enveloped in a surge of vitality, leaving the onlookers perplexed at how someone who had never taken a life could exude such raw energy. She swayed unsteadily, murmuring incoherently. Yet the perceptive among them recognized the imminent danger posed by this seemingly powerless individual. The black-robed figures resumed their assault on Zhongli Yu. But upon taking a single step, she inexplicably materialized before them, prompting the assailants to retreat hastily. Zhongli Yu raised her right hand into a fist, and the sleeve of her right arm burst open, revealing the explosive force she had previously mentioned. Among those present, aside from Zhongli Yu, all were individuals with extraordinary abilities. Although they had previously held a certain reverence for spirit talismans, it was merely due to the talisman's unique capacity to manifest spiritual objects. However, today, they They vowed never to provoke a spirit talisman master again, for it became evident that a wrathful master could effortlessly overpower even a high-level ability user. Just look at the fate of that unfortunate black-robed figure. Zhongli Yu's powerful right hand struck the figure in the black robe, who, unable to evade, was slammed against the wall. Yet, this was not the end. Zhongli Yu grasped the black-robed individual from the wall and hurled him to the ground, raining down punches upon him. The relentless assault caused the black cloth masking the figure's face to fall away, revealing the true visage beneath, which had been battered and bruised. Zhongli Qing, observing the scene, spoke uncertainly. "This is an augmented human, isn't it?" Commander Gu, now in close proximity to Zhongli Yu, also beheld the black-robed figure's appearance and, with a complex expression, remarked, "Indeed, it is an augmented being. But I thought such entities only existed in America. How could this be? Could it be?" A multitude of conspiracies and schemes flickered through Commander Gu's mind. Hellfire Ling interjected, "Commander Gu, augmented beings are indeed a product of American innovation, yet they do not encompass certain clandestine organizations." A jolt of realization coursed through Commander Gu as he looked at Hellfire Ling and inquired, "Are you referring to that organization?" Hellfire Ling replied, "I cannot say for certain. It is unlikely we could uncover the truth." A sigh of resignation escaped Commander Gu. They were only aware of the organization's name, yet knew nothing of its members, intentions, or location. Truly a malignant growth within Huaxia, and indeed the world. As the onlookers witnessed Zhongli Yu mercilessly pulverizing the black-robed figure, they swallowed hard, goosebumps rising on their skin. They marveled at her formidable prowess, contemplating the grim fate that would befall them should such fists land upon their own bodies. Seeing that the black-robed individual was utterly incapacitated, Zhongli Yu stood and slowly turned to face the crowd. At that moment, they beheld her transformation. Her once dark irises now glowed a crimson hue, devoid of any other color. Zhongli Yu uttered a chilling phrase that sent shivers down their spines, making them feel as though she were even more formidable and terrifying than the black-robed figures. Let them all perish. Chapter 15. A fearsome opponent. Situ Feng nudged his elder brother beside him, cautiously whispering, "Brother, why do I feel that Xiao Yu is somewhat different?" Situ Xiao pulled Situ Feng behind him, alertly responding, "It is not an illusion. We must remain vigilant. She is no longer the Zhongli Yu you once knew." The aura of murderous intent and bloodlust emanating from her instilled a sense of dread within him. This individual was no longer to be trifled with, and his foolish brother should refrain from charging recklessly to the forefront. After all, his naive sibling was deeply sentimental and would likely hesitate to confront someone as fearsome as Zhongli Yu. Thus, it was a task he must undertake himself. Hellfire Ling added, "Those who feel their strength is lacking should step aside. Do not overextend yourselves." Some individuals cast a glance at Zhongli Yu, but after a moment of contemplation, they retreated to the sidelines. The sight of Zhongli Yu instilled a sense of unease within them, rendering them incapable of exerting any effort. Frankly, this feeling of despair was only previously experienced in the presence of the formidable four young masters. Now, they felt a similar disquiet towards Zhongli Yu, an individual whose presence was both discomforting and inescapable. Approximately a dozen individuals remained, all of whom were notable figures on the Fengyun ranking. A list organized by Huaxiao that ranks individuals with extraordinary abilities, exclusively for youths aged 14 to 24. Young adept practitioners take pride in their standing on the Fengyun ranking, which ranks them based on their prowess. Should anyone encounter misfortune during the competition, the subsequent contender automatically ascends to fill their place. The foremost four spots on the Fengyun ranking are held by Hellfire Ling, Zhongli Clan, Situ Xiao, and Wenren Zishi. Ivan, who possessed the ability of wind and was ranked 8th, inquired of Hellfire Ling, "Young Master Ling, what shall we do now? Is she an ally or an adversary?" Hellfire Ling pondered for a moment and replied, "Breathe deeply and assess the situation. If she proves hostile, we shall subdue her." "Understood." Zhongli Yu covered her face with her hands, murmuring to herself, "Kill him, kill them." Upon uttering these words, the fabric of her sleeves erupted, exposing her pristine arms. Had the circumstances been different, the onlookers would have appreciated her beauty. However, now, they regarded her with heightened vigilance. Zhongli Yu bypassed Hellfire Ling and the others stationed in the center, launching an assault on the cloaked figures behind them, with a singular target in her sights. The black-clad individuals displayed no reaction to her onslaught, remaining entirely passive until they were ultimately vanquished by her. With one threat eliminated, some individuals relaxed their defenses, only to be taken aback as Zhongli Yu pivoted to assault those who had already retreated from the battlefield. In an instant, many were caught off guard, resulting in numerous injuries. Zhongli Yu seized one individual by the throat, lifting him with ease. Upon meeting her gaze, which was now a crimson hue, he felt as though the specter of death had locked onto him, sending chills down his spine and causing beads of cold sweat to form. Leaning closer, Zhongli whispered, "I will kill you. I will kill you." "No, please," he gasped, struggling for breath, his mind blank. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a fierce gust of wind swept through, prompting Zhongli to release her grip and shield her face. At last, he was spared. Once the tempest subsided, Zhongli disregarded him and turned her attention to another who had just made a move. Ivan extended his middle finger towards Zhongli, challenging, "If you possess the courage, then strike at us. Preying on the weak is no mark of a true warrior." The individual, who had been labeled weak, was panting heavily, reflecting on how he had once regarded Zhongli as a formidable opponent before her identity was revealed. Ah, how the tides have turned. Zhongli charged at Ivan like a frenzied beast, prompting him to evade hastily as he called out, "Yanlan, now is the time." Yanlan, possessing the ability of gravity and ranked 9th on the wind and cloud list, extended her right hand, waves of energy radiating from it as she declared, "I understand." Zhongli, intending to charge towards Ivan once more, found himself immobilized, as if an immense weight pressed down upon him from above. He knelt on one knee, struggling to rise, but upon recalling the scene of the shattered jade pendant, an inexhaustible power surged from within him, enabling him to stand gradually. Seeing Zhongli rise despite the intensified gravity, Yanlan felt a sense of foreboding and increased the gravitational force further. Yet, Zhongli continued to advance towards her, seemingly unfazed, and soon he was right before her. With no time to defend herself, Yanlan watched helplessly as Zhongli's fist approached, only to be shielded by another, who enveloped her in an embrace. Absorbing the impact of the blow with his back, both were propelled against the wall, suppressing the searing pain in her back. Yanlan gazed at the person who had shielded her and anxiously inquired, "Ivan, are you all right?" Ivan, enduring the pain coursing through him, replied, "I'm fine. Fortunately, I heeded my mother's advice to exercise regularly. Otherwise, that blow could have been fatal. But are you okay?" Yanlan responded, "I'm unharmed. Thanks to your timely intervention. Otherwise, I fear I might not have survived." Although she did not voice the latter part of her thought, Ivan understood her implication and remarked, "I'm relieved you're safe. Otherwise, I would be troubled. If my plan were to result in harm to you, my reputation would surely suffer." Yanlan replied, "Is that so?" For reasons she could not quite grasp, Ivan's words left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Ivan then looked towards Zhongli and pondered, "What should we do now? We've already taken down 2 from the top 10 on the wind and cloud list. Appearances can indeed be deceiving." Meanwhile, the remaining onlookers, witnessing Zhongli's strike sending both Ivan and Yanlan flying, felt an even greater weight upon them. Jing Ran, endowed with the ability of physical enhancement and ranked 10th, remarked, "Qin Xiao, are you truly certain your little sister is an ordinary person? Does she not possess a power akin to mine?" Zhongli Chun replied, "Didn't the master declare 12 years ago that she would never have abilities? Yet, why was she unharmed when touching Helian Ling?" He glanced at Helian Ling, who appeared to be in contemplation, indicating they were on the same wavelength. Fu Hongxue, with the ability to manipulate blood and ranked 5th, expressed her frustration, "I say, you all, at such a critical moment, should be devising a plan rather than engaging in idle conversation. What are you thinking?" Jing Ran, with a simple-minded demeanor, responded, "There's nothing we can do. Today has presented us with far too many unsettling revelations. Besides, I'm sure everyone here is equally curious." Yin Lingyun, wielding a sheathed sword and ranked 7th, remarked, "Indeed. I am curious, but I am even more intrigued by the potential strength of this so-called waste." And ZMO, ability, Sand, ranked 6th on the wind and cloud list, remarked, "I have noticed that her powers seem to amplify whenever she becomes angry, which is evidently peculiar." Chapter 16. Not her. Jing Ran observed Ivan and Yanlan supporting each other as they approached and inquired, "Are you both all right?" Ivan grimaced, "I am in excruciating pain." "What expression is that?" "Huh, nothing much," Jing Ran replied with a chuckle. Ivan, well aware that this single-minded muscle-bound man was taking delight in his suffering, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Yanlan asked, "What should we do next?" And ZMO stroked his chin thoughtfully, suggesting, "Shall we go together?" "I believe that would limit Xiao Mei's chances of escape significantly," Zhongli Xing interjected. "Indeed, then it is decided." Just as they were about to act in unison, they noticed Zhongli cradling her head, appearing to be in great distress. Jing Ran nudged Ivan beside her, asking, "What is wrong with her?" Ivan rubbed the spot where Jing Ran had poked him, replying, "How would I know? And could you refrain from poking so hard? It hurts." Jing Ran smiled apologetically. My apologies. Ivan sighed, exasperated by Jing Ran's naivety, thinking to himself, how has this person survived 18 years without being taken advantage of? Truly, a fool's luck prevails. C2 Xiao cautioned. Silence. The situation has changed. Pay attention. The previously jovial group immediately stowed their smiles, fixating their gaze on Zhongli Yu. For this was the true essence of a battle among the top 10 of the wind and cloud list. At that moment, Zhongli Yu felt as though her head might explode. It was as if whispers were echoing within her, growing louder, transforming from one voice into a cacophony of myriad sounds, chaotic and maddening. Moreover, it felt as if something was igniting within her chest, burning fiercely. Zhongli Yu had remained lucid throughout her confrontation with the dark-cloaked figure, yet she found herself unable to restrain her desire to wreak havoc and annihilate everyone present. The moment she sensed any relaxation, the image of her cherished jade pendant shattering into countless pieces would flash before her eyes, igniting her fury anew, entrapping her in an incessant cycle. However, she now felt as if her body were no longer her own, as though something were striving to burst forth from within her. Instilling a sense of panic, He Lianling commanded, now is the time, everyone attack together. Understood. 12 individuals unleashed their abilities and charged towards the anguished Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu, aware that He Lianling and the others were advancing, felt her consciousness slipping away as she urged, quick, leave. Hearing her words, He Lianling was the first to halt, realizing that Zhongli Yu was still lucid. He intended to inquire about her condition, but was met with the sight of Zhongli Yu slowly closing her eyes, surrounded by radiant, shimmering red crystals. Not good. Stop. Come back. He Lianling shouted. The others, upon hearing his warning, ceased their advance and turned to flee, but it was already too late. The crimson crystal beside Zhongli Yu suddenly erupted, unleashing a wave of scorching air that engulfed the entire space. Ah, it's so hot. What is this? It's unbearable. The people present were drenched in sweat, pondering the source of such intense heat, comparable to the flames of the Zhongli family. Just when the crowd could hardly endure the sweltering heat, the temperature plummeted. Although the rapid shift between scorching and frigid was overwhelming, they found this cold more acceptable than the preceding heat. For reasons unknown, that heated atmosphere not only felt oppressive but also evoked a sense of danger, a warning from the depths of their souls. Ivan gazed at Lianling, who stood before them radiating a chill, and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, young Master Ling, for your timely rescue. Lianling replied, You're welcome. This is quite a spectacle. The crowd turned their attention to Zhongli Yu, only to discover her form engulfed in flames, leaving them utterly astonished. Yanlan exclaimed, Isn't she supposed to be devoid of abilities for life? Yin Lingyun remarked, It seems Master Yuan misjudged her. Jing Ran, with a tone of resignation, added, Just her fists and speed are already formidable. Now she possesses abilities as well. Is this a matter of life and death for us? And Ziamo noted, It appears our so-called top 10 on the leaderboard poses little threat to her. The number of countering abilities is simply excessive. Fu Hongxue pondered and said, You have a point. Just moments ago, Ivan and Yanlan were slammed against the wall. Jing Ran's abilities were nullified by her, and young Master Zichi's powers cannot be utilized. With the same abilities as Chun Xiao, we suddenly halved our combat strength among the top 11, and we remain uncertain about the efficacy of the others' abilities. In this light, she is indeed our nemesis. Wenren Zichi remarked, What you say makes a great deal of sense. Perhaps we should take action. Situ Xiao interjected, Zichi, let us not forget we are before the Zhongli family. Besides, didn't we agree not to engage? Wenren Zichi countered, but the threat is too significant. The strongest 10 have been countered by 5 in an instant, and we're unsure about the others. Just the sheer force is chilling, don't you feel it? Situ Xiao glanced at Zhongli Yu, her expression deepening as she said, Of course I feel it. However, my foolish brother would sever ties with me if he saw me harm his friend. Wenren Zichi chuckled, Such a brother complex. However, Xiaoxi would be heartbroken as well. Perhaps it's best to refrain. She certainly didn't wish to see her beloved younger sister weeping in sorrow. Yin Lingyun remarked, Zhongli Yu is truly formidable. She has grasped the weaknesses of 2 young masters harboring murderous intent. Wenren Zichi shrugged, What can we do? It's because they are fond of her. Zhongli Xing interjected, You two are discussing the assassination of my little sister in our presence. That's rather inappropriate. Situ Xiao replied, But there has been no harm done, right? Moreover, after today, her status within the Zhongli family will surely ascend. Zhongli Chen remarked, Who knows? However, we should be mindful of the present circumstances, for one might not even know how they meet their demise. To which Wenren Zichi sarcastically replied, I must extend my gratitude to Master Chun for his friendship and caution. To elaborate, the relationships among the three families, aside from the Zhongli clan, are rather amicable. In truth, He Lianling and others are not particularly acquainted with Zhongli Chun. Their distant rapport stems from the tales they have heard from their parents regarding the Zhongli family. Even to this day, the Zhongli family adheres to the practice of polygamy. Historically, no family head has ever taken but one wife, as they have always maintained multiple consorts. With the presence of numerous wives, naturally, there are many offspring, leading to an inherently fierce familial competition. Since time immemorial, following the ascension of a new family head, it can be said that the siblings have all but vanished. Why, you may ask? The answer is simply that they have perished. Thus, these matriarchs vie for the position of the legitimate heir, even if their children harbor no desire for it. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main narrative. He Lianling, observing the peculiarly smiling Zhongli Yu, inquired, "Pray tell, who are you? Surely, you cannot be Zhongli Yu." Chapter 17, Sin 1. Ivan, astonished, gazed at He Lianling and exclaimed, "Ling, have your eyes deceived you? This is clearly the seventh young lady of the Zhongli family, Zhongli Yu." He Lianling remained silent, merely observing Zhongli Yu with intensity. Wen Renziqi, too, turned his attention to Zhongli Yu and discerned the anomaly, stating, "How can a person's soul transform so drastically within mere seconds? Such a potent spirit. Who exactly are you?" Upon hearing the words of Wen Renziqi, who possesses the breath of life and can perceive the depths of one's soul, the crowd turned to Zhongli Yu with expressions of anxiety. Zhongli Yu let out a cold laugh and said, "The breath of life, you say? No wonder you can see through it. Descendant of Wenrun, I see. Indeed, your abilities are quite commendable, though not entirely developed. It seems each generation pales in comparison, yet in this era, they remain impressive." Wen Renziqi, feeling discomfort by Zhongli Yu's condescending demeanor, pressed, "Who are you truly? Why have you taken possession of Zhongli Yu's body?" Zhongli Yu? She glanced down at her own form and sighed. "What a pity, such a beautiful girl." "What do you mean?" Zhongli Chen inquired. After casting a glance at Zhongli Chen, Zhongli Yu continued to admire her own body, stating, "That is precisely what I mean." Zhongli Chen furrowed his brow and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" Zhongli Yu replied, "You lack the right to know." In response, Zhongli Chen summoned a golden red flame in his left hand, directing it towards Zhongli Yu. Yet, with a mere flick of her wrist, the flame, born of the heir of the Zhongli family, vanished without a trace. This astonished and terrified the onlookers. For this unknown entity inhabiting Zhongli Yu's form exhibited prowess that could only be matched by the heads of the four great supernatural families. As if reading the thoughts of the crowd, Zhongli Yu declared, "Even your previous family heads would be unable to withstand me, so do not harbor any delusions. By what right do you make such claims? I perceive that you have yet to witness the formidable prowess of the four distinguished families of extraordinary abilities, as articulated by one who has long regarded them as idols." Zhongli Yu scoffed, retorting, "Have I not witnessed their might? I was present at the very ceremony marking the inception of the four esteemed families. How dare a mere junior like you address me so? Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" The crowd sensed a pressure that starkly contrasted with any they had previously encountered in their lives. Feeling engulfed by a profound sense of despair, silence, and a palpable scent of blood, everyone was acutely aware of this ominous atmosphere, especially the one who had just spoken. Zhongli Yu reveled in the sight of their struggle against his oppressive aura, declaring, "Enough. I have lived for eons. It is beneath me to quibble with you youngsters." Upon his words, the weight upon them dissipated. Yet, even in the absence of further aggression from this enigmatic adversary, the crowd remained vigilant. Zhongli Yu, fully aware of their wariness, remained unfazed. Although his current capabilities were but a fraction of their former strength, that mere fraction sufficed to effortlessly subdue them. He Lianling spoke. "Elder, I apologize for any offense I may have caused." Zhongli Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter. I have just observed your condition. I marvel that you have endured thus far." He Lianling shuddered, replying, "Elder, I do not comprehend your meaning." Zhongli Yu pointed at He Lianling's physique, stating, "From the Hellion family, do not presume I am oblivious to your plight. The chill has seeped into your bones. You endure the frigid air every full moon. Do you not?" Wen Renziqi and the others turned their gaze towards He Lianling, whose body had grown rigid. Initially, He Lianling wished to retort, but upon witnessing the incredulous and pained expressions of his parents and friends, he found himself speechless. These individuals cared for him deeply. How could he deceive them? Wen Renziqi approached, placing his hands on He Lianling's shoulders, inquiring, "Ling, is it true? There have been occasions when we sought to take you out on the night of the full moon, yet you declined. Was it because of this? Helian Ling remained silent, turning his gaze away from Wenren Ziki and the others. Those familiar with him, like Wenren Ziki and Sidu Xiao, recognized the truth behind his actions. As friends of Helian Ling, how could they be oblivious to such a significant matter? They pondered in dismay. I merely wish to spare you from worry. Helian Ling turned to say, if you were to learn of my plight during the full moon, you would also suffer alongside me. And I do not wish to bring you pain. Wenren Ziki embraced Helian Ling tightly, disregarding the biting cold, exclaiming, from now on, do not conceal anything from us, understand? Otherwise, I shall sever ties with you. Helian Ling reciprocated the embrace, glancing at Situ Xiao, who bore a look of relief, and thought to himself, to have such friends in life is a blessing beyond measure. After they had embraced for a sufficient time, Wenren Ziki turned to Zhongli Yu, asking, Elder, do you know how to alleviate the chill afflicting the Helian family? Perhaps alleviating Ling's suffering would suffice, remarked Zhongli Yu. Regrettably, this is an irredeemable plight, for it is the sin of the Zhongli family. Why do you say that? Inquired Sidu Xiao. With great power comes an equally great cost, Zhongli Yu explained. It is not solely the boy from the Helian family. Every individual present here, every one of you endowed with abilities, bears this burden of sin. Though the weight may vary, undoubtedly, the most grievous sins are borne by the members of the 4 great families of extraordinary powers. Sin? I have never heard anyone from my family speak of such a thing, uttered Fu Hongxue. Zhongli Yu turned to Fu Hongxue, remarking, your power feels strikingly familiar. Let me think. You are the one who can manipulate blood, are you not? Fu Hongxue nodded. Zhongli Yu then cast his gaze upon others, sighing. What a cruel twist of fate. The transgressions of our ancestors have all been thrust upon their offspring. Ivan interjected. Could you elaborate, esteemed elder? I'm having a bit of difficulty understanding. Do you truly wish to know? Zhongli Yu asked. Once you hear, you may find yourself disillusioned with your own lineage. Yanlan responded. That is a concern for another time. For now, we must focus on our present selves. Therefore, I beseech you, elder, please enlighten us. I too wish to know, Helian Ao said, rising with support from the wall. It is not that we have failed to speak of our family's dark history with the children. Rather, we are entirely ignorant of it ourselves. Furthermore, this is the very source of my son's suffering. Chapter 18. Sin, 2. The curse. Zhongli Yu sighed. Since you are eager to know, I shall reveal it to you. Do you believe there are gods in this world? Jing Ran responded. What a preposterous notion. This is not a fantasy tale. The assembly gazed at Jing Ran in disbelief, pondering, is possessing extraordinary abilities not fantastical? While they yearned to chide Jing Ran, they inwardly concurred with his sentiment. How could there possibly be gods in this world? Zhongli Yu continued, hundreds of years ago, it was the gods who ruled this world. And humanity was but insignificant insects, of no concern whatsoever. Boom. Zhongli Yu's declaration struck their hearts like a missile, leaving them in disbelief. Understanding their skepticism, Zhongli Yu pressed on. In ages past, the gods governed the world, viewing humans as mere livestock, completely indifferent to human life. People did not dare to resist until one fateful day when a cataclysmic earthquake fractured the entire continent into 7 continents and 5 oceans. The gods, who once enslaved humanity, were compelled to part ways, unaware that the so-called insignificant insects had undergone a profound transformation. For reasons unknown, following the continental division, humans acquired extraordinary powers, and none reported this to the gods. Even those with impure intentions remained silent, for humanity had endured enough of such existence, even if it meant bearing the stigma of god-slaying. Thus, humanity, while concealing their endeavors, secretly cultivated extraordinary powers until that fateful day, which posterity would come to know as the day of blood and soul woes. On that day, humanity finally wielded their honed abilities against the divine. Initially, the gods were caught off guard by humanity's audacity, but it did not take long for them to regain their composure. Humanity soon found themselves in a precarious position. For the gods, by their very nature, were unlike mortals. They possessed boundless life and immense strength. To the gods, humanity's actions appeared as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, leading to significant casualties among humankind. Yet, the tides soon turned. The gods' bodies began to falter. The deities, devoid of emotion, desire, or any human sentiment, were inexplicably affected by our presence, resulting in humanity's unexpected resurgence. We, the 7, were revered as honored guests by humanity. The war between them and the gods swiftly concluded, and the remaining deities retreated to the void realm, granting humanity their liberation. We had anticipated merging into human society under a new guise, only to discover that humanity had already discerned our true identities. Their lavish hospitality was merely a ruse to lower our guard, intending to use our bodies to seal the exit to the void realm. This scheme, indeed, succeeded. But how could we allow those who betrayed us to escape unscathed? The corporeal forms we had painstakingly forged over millennia were lost in an instant, igniting a fierce hatred and resentment towards humanity, those despicable beings, unforgivable in their treachery. The audience was drawn into the tale recounted by Zhongli, as if they were living in that era, experiencing it firsthand. However, as the story unfolded, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Why had the elder's tone grown so peculiar? And why was it becoming increasingly warm? They slowly turned their gaze towards Zhongli, only to find him in a distressing state, seemingly ensnared in the narrative and unable to extricate himself. His once lustrous black hair began to shift, gradually transforming into the same blood-red hue as his eyes. He fixed his terrifying gaze upon He Lianling and the others, declaring, "It was you, the members of the 4 great families of extraordinary abilities, who proposed the sealing method. Do you comprehend the agony of forcibly severing body and soul? No, you do not. Yet, you thrive so comfortably. Oh, the hatred burns within me. May you perish." Zhongli lunged at He Lianling with the speed of a shooting star. He Lianling hastily pushed Wen Ren Ziqi aside, unleashing a chilling aura to create distance between himself and the others. Yet, he could not evade in time, and found himself grasped by Zhongli's hands around his throat, lifted off the ground. "Elder, please, calm yourself," Wen Ren Ziqi implored, yet dared not make any sudden movements, for He Lianling's life now rested in Zhongli's grasp. As Zhongli's hair continued to metamorphose into a sinister crimson, he proclaimed, "All your happiness is built upon the suffering of the 7 of us. How does it feel to enjoy your lives so unrepentantly? And what astounds us most is that merely a decade has passed, and you have already forgotten our existence, deeming us as the epitome of evil. We have truly saved a pack of ingrates. How I once believed in you. May you all perish. No, do not." Just as Zhongli's hand was about to pierce He Lianling's heart, a massive block of ice descended from the heavens. Zhongli turned to He Lianao, whose lips had begun to bleed, and said, "You have been struck by the scattering spirit, yet you insist on utilizing your abilities. Are you aware of the immense harm this inflicts upon your body?" He Lianao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "I truly do not know, for I have never used it before. Regardless of what our ancestors have done to you, we are distinct individuals. They are they, and we are modern beings, unrelated to them. Release my son, or this ultimate ice shall show no mercy." Zhongli responded, "Indeed, you are not them, yet you are their descendants, continuing the purest lineage of their blood. The mere sight of you reminds me of their deeds. Should not the sins committed by our forebears be atoned for by their successors?" The enormous block of ice above Zhongli vanished. He Lianao said, "You are correct. In any case, humanity has wronged you, especially us. Therefore, if you desire a life, take mine instead. Ling is still young and should experience more of this world." Wen Renjin, the current head of the Wen Ren family and father of Wen Ren Ziqi and Wen Ren Shi, pleaded, "Do not harm the child, I implore you. Return my daughter's body to me," echoed Situ Tsong, the current head of the Situ family and father of Situ Shao and Situ Feng, alongside Zhongli Shao as they beseeched Zhongli. Observing this scene, Zhongli gradually loosened his grip on He Lianling's neck, granting him freedom. Wen Ren Ziqi rushed over, disregarding Zhongli's presence, and asked, "Ling, are you all right?" "I am fine," He Lianling replied. Zhongli sighed. "In this regard, you are indeed akin to your ancestors. However, it is merely because I do not desire to kill you. Had it been anyone else, you would have long since perished. Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me." He Lianao bowed deeply to Zhongli, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your leniency." Zhongli scoffed, "Do not rejoice too soon. Though I spare your lives, it does not equate to forgiveness. Your fates will not be favorable." Situ Tsong inquired, "Why do you speak thus, esteemed elder?" Zhongli replied, "When your ancestors used our bodies to seal the exit to the void realm, we placed a curse upon all humanity." A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. The notion of a curse upon them was alarming. Zhongli continued, "Do you believe that the curse we cast could be perceived by you despicable humans? Each of you bears a curse, though varying in severity. The most wretched among you are the 4 great families of abilities." Chapter 19, Sin 3, I am named Wrath. Zhongli stated, "Because you were the orchestrators of our betrayal, the power of the curse upon you is greater, more brutal, and more merciless than that upon others. Zhongli Xiao inquired. Perhaps the elder could enlighten us on the nature of the curse and why, after centuries, we remain oblivious to it? Zhongli Yu responded. I can certainly share, though it is futile for you to attempt to unravel it. I am not well versed in the curses of the Wanren and Sidu families, but I possess intimate knowledge of the Zhongli and Hellion families. The Hellion family curse is rather well known. Their lineage is marked by a peculiar chill within the body. Observations reveal that every few generations, a member emerges, imbued with a profound coldness, destined to bear the full brunt of the curse. The true essence of the Hellion family's curse is a lifelong inability to connect with any person, be it parent, friend, or lover. The reason this younger generation can still interact with others is that their powers remain dormant. Once awakened, the chilling aura within them could freeze others or even lead to death. In essence, the curse can be encapsulated in a single word, solitude, imposing upon the once mighty Hellion family, who rallied against the gods, a despairing loneliness. It is inconceivable for anyone to endure a lifetime in utter isolation. It would surely drive one to madness. Thus, this is the curse we have laid upon the Hellion family. As for the Zhongli family, the implications are even more apparent, an eternal yearning for one's beloved that can never be fulfilled. If the Hellion family's curse pertains to the physical realm, then the Zhongli family's affliction is psychological in nature. Moreover, the Zhongli family's curse is not arbitrary. It specifically targets the head of each generation. Within each family head's offspring, one will inevitably be born from the one they love. To protect them, each head adopts a strategy of non-interference. Yet fratricidal conflicts arise among half-siblings. Ultimately, the one who ascends as the head of the Zhongli family finds no happiness. They are bereft of familial bonds. While their beloved departs to forge a joyful life with another, their children may respect them, yet remain emotionally detached. I recall that the first head of your Zhongli family was a man who cherished his wife dearly. If he were to rise again, I believe he would be furious at your actions. A bitter irony, wouldn't you agree? The curses of both families have inverted the virtues of our ancestors from centuries past. Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, the gathered individuals fell into a profound silence. The thought that they might bear a curse sent shivers down their spines. Yet why was it that their hearts only ached for the solitary soul before them? Zhongli Xiao gazed at Zhongli Yu, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. So it is all due to the curse, a perpetual inability to be with those we love. How cruel indeed. You, if I were not ensnared by this curse, would you choose to share your life with me? Hellion Ao observed his son, reflecting on Zhongli Yu's words. He wished fervently that Ling were an ordinary person. The burden of eternal solitude is an exceptionally cruel curse. Who can endure a lifetime of loneliness? Wenren Jin interjected. Elder, are you unaware of our family's curse? Zhongli Yu remarked, I am not entirely certain. My awareness of the curse afflicting the Hellion and Zhongli families primarily stems from the fact that the awakened abilities of the Hellion family are the antithesis of my own powers. The Zhongli family, too, suffers due to the same elemental affinity. As for the Wanren and Sidu families, while I am not entirely knowledgeable, I have heard certain rumors. It is said that after each generation's head of the family ascends to power, they remain the sole survivor, implying that their siblings meet untimely ends or face inexplicable accidents prior to their succession. I find myself more inclined to believe this narrative, one that speaks of taking the lives of those with whom one shares blood ties. A cold sweat broke out on Situ Tsang's forehead as he confessed. I once had a younger brother, but he tragically perished in an accident. I never imagined I could be the cause of his demise. When Rinjin added, I also had a sister, her temperament akin to that of Xiao Shi, yet she too passed away due to an accident. Had she lived, she would likely be of a similar age to Xiao Shi now. Wenren Ziki and Situ Xiao turned their gazes toward Wenren Shi and Situ Feng, contemplating. Should I become the head of the family, then Xiao Shi and Feng would meet an untimely end. No, I cannot allow that. Situ Xiao inquired. Is there any method to lift the curse? I recall that in a nation to the west, there exists a herb reputed to possess the power to dispel curses. Zhongli Yu replied, do you truly believe that your curse was cast by someone of such lowly stature? You underestimate us gravely if you think a mere herb can lift our curse. Hellion Ling interjected, Elder, please temper your anger. Xiao is merely anxious, and moreover, you have never disclosed your identity to us. Zhongli Yu continued, it matters not if I reveal it to you, as you have gleaned from prior tales. I am not alone. There are 6 others born on the same day as I, since the dawn of creation. From Pangu's separation of heaven and earth to Nuwa's crafting of humanity, we have existed within the cosmos. We subsist on the myriad emotions of humankind, transforming them into our own power, gradually manifesting from the void. After humanity sealed us within their corporeal forms, our strength dispersed throughout the world, casting a curse upon all. Humanity bestowed upon us a name, the 7 deadly sins, with me embodying wrath. The group stared at Zhongli Yu in disbelief, pondering, so the 7 deadly sins truly exist. They have witnessed them firsthand. Zhongli Yu remarked, now that you understand my identity, do you still believe that a trifling herb could alleviate the curse of the 7 deadly sins? Silence enveloped the group. Zhongli Yu mused, I find myself rather curious. Since my return to this realm, I have not encountered so many cursed beings. However, it is understandable. Such a torturous curse only befalls those who participated in our sealing and their families. Others, mere mortals, are merely influenced by the powers we scattered throughout the world, leading them to commit petty thievery and heinous acts. Fu Hongxue inquired, Elder, when you spoke of my abilities, does that imply my family was involved in the original events? Zhongli Yu pointed at Fu Hongxue, Ivan, Yin Lan, Jing Ran, and ZMO, and Yin Ling Yun, saying, Indeed, but your curses are not particularly potent. They will only manifest upon yourselves, resulting in a backlash from your own extraordinary abilities. Ivan, feeling anxious, inquired, Backlash? Zhongli Yu explained, Backlash occurs when one's powers spiral out of control, leading to self-inflicted harm. For instance, the young girl with the ability to manipulate blood would face the consequence of her own blood being drained, ultimately causing her demise through explosion. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the minds of the group as they listened. Chapter 20. 6 months to live. Zhongli Yu continued. Would you like to hear more about the repercussions? I am well versed in them. Ivan wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, No, that won't be necessary. Listening to others recount the horrific details of their own foretold deaths is quite unsettling. Fu Hongxue interjected, Senior, when you mentioned that the curses are intertwined, what did you mean? Zhongli Yu replied, In my previous interactions with your families, I encountered very few cursed individuals, perhaps 1 or 2 at most. Yet now, every member of this younger generation seems afflicted. Yin Ling Yun asked, Is there a way to lift the curse? Zhongli Yu's gaze dimmed slightly as he responded, There may be. Could you share it with us? Yin Lan urged. Zhongli Yu sighed and said, To lift our curse is quite simple. We must forgive you. Is it truly that difficult? They pondered, setting aside the misdeeds of their ancestors. They were utterly unaware of the whereabouts of the other 6 deadly sins and how to resolve them. Jing Ran remarked, Then, Senior, you must have forgiven us. For if not, you wouldn't engage so amicably in conversation. Zhongli Yu scoffed, Forgive? Are you lost in a dream? How could I ever forgive you? I harbor no malice. But do you think we could simply forget the agony of being sealed and the pain of possession? Jing Ran realized the truth in Zhongli Yu's words. Such matters were not easily absolved. Zhongli Yu continued, I divulge this information merely to witness the despair etched upon your faces. Furthermore, even if you were to locate the other 6 deadly sins, lifting the curse would be impossible, as your time is limited to merely 6 months. Why? When Ren Ziqi inquired, Zhongli Yu replied, Because this young girl, the very owner of this body, has only 6 months left to live. What did you just say? The group gasped in shock. Zhongli Yu elaborated, In truth, had I not intervened today, she would have perished. I discovered a slow-acting poison within her, and upon calculating the timeline, the onset of the toxin was set for today. Thus, without my arrival, she would likely have succumbed right here. How could this be? Who is responsible for this poison? Zhongli Xiao shouted. Zhongli Yu glanced at Zhongli Xiao and remarked, It seems you have not concealed your secrets very well. Someone is aware that she is the child of the woman you cherish most. Zhongli Xiao cradled my head in my hands, uncertain of who would harm Zhongli Yu. Suddenly, I shot my gaze toward the grim-faced Zhongli Chun. Despite my discomfort, I approached him and inquired, Is it you and that madwoman? Zhongli Chun, meeting my accusatory stare, glanced at the composed Zhongli Yu, who seemed utterly indifferent to the matter, and replied, It was not I. I would never harm her. Absolutely not. Upon hearing his words, I comprehended that it was, in fact, his so-called virtuous wife behind this. That wretched woman. Could she not simply fulfill her role as the matriarch of the Zhongli family without forcing my hand? Zhongli Yu remarked. As for the current head of the Zhongli family, let her resolve the issue of who poisoned her. My vessel must not be subjected to unwarranted oppression. I regarded Zhongli Yu with a complex expression and asked, Then I must entrust this matter to you. Furthermore, is it truly only 6 months remaining? Zhongli Yu responded, My presence grants her an additional 6 months. The toxins within her body have been purged. Yet, due to my involvement, she is left with merely half a year. Why? I inquired, perplexed. Zhongli Yu explained. Do you truly believe that being possessed by the 7 deadly sins comes without consequences? Is it not so? Is it not? I countered. Zhongli clarified. Anyone possessed by the 7 deadly sins must undergo a trial on their 18th birthday. Success leads to life, while failure results in death. Can one not refuse the trial? I asked. Zhongli replied, it is compulsory. Had it been another entity possessing her, she might have had a sliver of hope. Alas, my trials have seen no success for centuries. Is this not akin to sending her to her doom? Shouted C2 Feng. Zhongli affirmed, indeed. It is a death sentence. I cannot allow anyone to pass the trial. The 7 Kings' War must not be initiated. He Lianling seized upon the crux of the matter, stating, the reason we cannot allow anyone to pass the trial is due to the 7 Kings' War? What exactly is this war, and how does it relate to the 7 deadly sins? Zhongli regarded He Lianling with appreciation, saying, precisely. The 7 Kings' War is intricately linked to the 7 deadly sins, for it is a ritual through which we may regain our corporeal forms. However, I would rather wander the mortal realm for eternity than invoke this ritual. Why? When Ren Ziqi questioned. We can assist you. Zhongli shook his head, declaring, you cannot aid me. The 7 Kings' War is a ritual solely for the 7 deadly sins. No one may interfere, lest they invoke divine retribution. C2 Xiao interjected. Isn't the deity sealed within the void? Zhongli replied, there is little benefit in divulging too much to you. But I can reveal that there exists a place in this world where a deity resides. There, the deity is genuine, a benevolent one. Seeing that Zhongli wished to say no more, the group fell silent. Zhongli continued. The so-called 7 Kings' War is a curse bestowed upon us by the gods, compelling us to slaughter one another. Indeed, to claim a new body, one must vanquish the other 6 deadly sins. This is utterly absurd. Zhongli remarked, in fact. There is another stipulation for initiating the War of the 7 Kings. My successor must successfully pass a trial before the other 6 sins can commence. Thus, this is the reason why the War of the 7 Kings cannot be triggered under any circumstances. Even so, Sister Yu is innocent, when Ren Shi lamented. Indeed, all are innocent, Zhongli continued. Initially, there was a glimmer of hope for me, but upon examining her physical condition, I discovered that she has inherited my power. Consequently, hope has plummeted from 1% to 0. There is simply no hope left. How can this be? When Ren Shi cried out in anguish. C2 Feng clenched his fists, unable to fathom that his newly befriended companion had merely half a year left to live, while he felt utterly powerless to intervene. The atmosphere became suffused with sorrow. In truth, aside from Zhongli Yu's identity as a spirit master, everyone rather liked him. After all, no one else had the audacity to speak plainly before them. They were accustomed to hearing disingenuous voices. So when they learned that Zhongli Yu had only half a year to live, they experienced a sense of loss. Chapter 21. Awakening enough. Whoever you are, stop crying. It's giving me a headache, Zhongli Yu said. When Ren Shi retorted, it's not your body, so how could you have a headache? If anyone should feel pain, it should be Sister Yu, you old ghost who has taken over. Old ghost? Zhongli Yu exclaimed, taken aback, and approached Wen Rinxi. Pointing to his face, take a good look at me. Where am I old? Wen Rinxi replied, this is not your body. Sister Yu's body is undoubtedly youthful. Unlike some people. Oh, wait, I mean a certain wandering soul, who has lived for countless years yet still pretends to be young, utterly shameless. You little girl, what sharp tongue you have. Zhongli Yu's forehead was throbbing with veins, as he initially intended to explain that he had attained consciousness since the dawn of time, existing for thousands of years before taking a corporeal form. However, if he were to say this, the girl would certainly tease him, especially regarding his age. Suddenly, Zhongli Yu had an epiphany. Little girl, are you suggesting that I should voluntarily vacate Zhongli Yu's body? Humph. When Ren Shi acknowledged her intentions without hesitation, exactly. Why can't you switch to someone else? If I could switch, I would certainly do so. Alas, it is not an option, Zhongli Yu lamented. When Ren Ziqi looked at his despondent sister and asked, how shall we convey this grim reality to her? Indeed, anyone who learns that they have only half a year left due to a soul's influence would find it unbearable. You need not worry about this, Zhongli Yu reassured them. Although I currently inhabit this body, I have allowed Zhongli Yu's consciousness to remain awake, so she is aware of all our previous conversations. You, this is rather cruel, C2 Feng expressed his discontent. Zhongli Yu remarked, cruelty? Compared to the moment she learned the truth on her 18th birthday. Who is truly more cruel? Had she known earlier, at least she would have seized the time to accomplish her ambitions, rather than drifting through life as she did before. My intentions are for their benefit. Every individual I have chosen has proven their worth, utilizing their remaining time to fulfill a remarkable existence. Some, as you know, include the Fire God, a name well known among us. Indeed, the Fire God was a prominent figure in our land over 50 years ago. He was once the neglected scion of a modest family, having awakened no extraordinary abilities before the age of 10, leading his kin to abandon hope for him. However, with the birth of his brother, who exhibited formidable powers, the Fire God found his significance in the family diminishing. For this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. On the day of his 11th birthday, he unexpectedly awakened his powers and severed ties with his family, rising to prominence in the realm of extraordinary abilities. Yet, on his 18th birthday, he vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence of his existence, as if he had simply ceased to be. Now, hearing Zhongli Yu's words, it becomes evident that the Fire God has fallen. Zhongli Yu continued, "The Fire God was the most gifted individual I have encountered, second only to myself. Alas, he ultimately succumbed to the trials, resulting in the destruction of his body and the dissolution of his soul." C2 Xiao inquired, "Does this imply that all who fail meet such a fate?" Silence enveloped the crowd once more. The mere notion that Zhongli Yu possessed only half a year to live was already astonishing. But to consider that one could disintegrate completely, even their soul, was utterly unfathomable. Zhongli Yu stated, "Zhongli Yu is not only of the Zhongli lineage, but her power is a complete inheritance of mine. These two factors alone ensure that her trials will be far from simple, unlike those who came before her. However, if you truly wish to assist her, it is possible." C2 Feng, anxious, asked, "How can we help?" Zhongli Yu replied, "The Hellion family's powers are the only ice that can counter mine. Thus, when Zhongli Yu undergoes her trials, it would be prudent for her to carry some ultimate ice to maintain her rationality. Furthermore, the young girl's physique is alarmingly fragile. A mere touch could shatter her. She must train diligently over the next 6 months, for perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope." Ivan interjected, "Perhaps, maybe, a glimmer. Senior, your choice of words is rather disheartening." Zhongli Yu responded, "There is little I can do. My trials are not merely physical, but also mental. She will be ensnared in the resentful illusions of those who have perished in their trials, and if her will falters, madness will ensue. If her mind crumbles, her body will surely follow suit." Enough of this discourse. The focus rests on her own resolve. I shall take my leave now. Our next meeting will coincide with her 18th birthday. Farewell. After speaking, Zhongli Yu's blood-red hair and crimson eyes, devoid of white, reverted to their original form, black hair and black pupils, before she collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, Zhongli Yu opened her eyes, stood up, and addressed the surrounding crowd, who wished to approach yet hesitated. "Do not worry. I am Zhongli Yu, not that old ghost." A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Yet their expressions soon morphed into a complex mix of helplessness, pity, and sorrow as they gazed at her. Zhongli Yu immediately grasped their sentiments and said, "I am aware that I only have 6 months left to live. So could you refrain from looking at me as if I were on the brink of death?" Wen Rinxi embraced Zhongli Yu, asking, "Sister Yu, do you not feel sad? You only have half a year left." Zhongli Yu replied, "Of course I feel sorrow, but lamenting for 6 months will not grant me the opportunity to take revenge on the one who poisoned me. Therefore, I must pass the old ghost's trial. It is my only chance, is it not?" Hearing this, Wen Rinxi was overjoyed and reassured her, "Do not worry, Sister Yu. With us by your side, you will be fine." Beside them, C2 Feng added, "Indeed, the old ghost never said that outsiders could not assist during the trial. So we are here for you." However, Zhongli Yu refrained from expressing her doubts about Wen Rinxi and C2 Feng's ability to aid her during the trial, as she could feel their genuine concern for her well-being. C2 Xiao observed the harmonious scene between Zhongli Yu and her companions and said to He Lianling, "Ling, Zhongli Yu cannot die during the trial, otherwise, your body." He Lianling replied, "I understand, and I trust that my father and the others will find a solution." Wen Rin Ziqi chimed in, "Indeed, if she perishes, it could be many years before the next occurrence of the 7 deadly sins. If the curse were to manifest, it would be disastrous." Zhong Lichen looked at He Lianling and the others, insisting, "Do not harm her." Wen Rin Ziqi affirmed, "Of course. We all regard her as a treasure and will strive to ensure her survival. However, given my sister's current strength, I fear she may struggle even to overcome the physical challenges." He Lianling proposed, "Then let the top 10 of the Fengyan rankings and the Ability Academy take responsibility for enhancing her strength, shall we?" Fu Hongshui agreed, "Certainly. I do not wish to meet a grim fate." And ZMO added, "Indeed, I can already envision how my backlash would look, terrifying, indeed." Yifan suggested, "If we assist her in enhancing her abilities, she will surely be grateful, perhaps even alleviating the curse." Yin Ling Yin remarked, "I doubt I can teach her anything. given our differing powers? Yanlong questioned. Teacher, can I truly impart knowledge? I should be considered one of her defeated opponents. Jing Ran expressed. I would love to have a match with her. He Lianling concluded. Since there are no objections, it is settled. Meanwhile, on another side, Zhongli Xiao was lost in thought when she sensed a familiar presence approaching. Raising her head, she saw He Lianao and his companions. He Lianao stated, Zhongli family head, I have matters to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? Zhongli Xiao remarked. We are all mere cockroaches on the same boat. Let us not become too estranged. I am aware of what you wish to discuss. Let us converse here. At this moment, Zhongli Yu remained unaware that her unremarkable existence had already undergone a transformation. Chapter 22. Eternal regret. Witnessing Ren Shi and Si Feng whispering about Zhongli Yu for quite some time, He Lianling and others approached. Ivan poked Zhongli Yu's cheek and inquired, now that you know you have only 6 months left, what are your thoughts? Zhongli Yu swatted away the hand that disturbed her face and replied, what could be more heartbreaking than realizing that those I deemed family have conspired against me in secret? Ultimately, I believe that death is an inevitable fate. Whether it comes early or late, it is still death. Why not grant me a swift end? Instead, I am faced with the most troublesome circumstances. Merely observing it exhausts me. My dear sister, you are truly a rarity. Who places such emphasis on this? Someone jested, noting her remarkable mindset, even willing to joke about it. In truth, Zhongli Yu's previous statement was devoid of jest. The course of human life may swing between good and bad, but the final outcome remains death. And even death can manifest in manifold forms. Humanity likely yearns for the uncomplicated, painless kind, does it not? Zhongli Yu continued. My greatest regret lies in my inability to identify the one who poisoned me. If I have been afflicted by this poison since the age of 3, it must surely be someone from the Zhongli family. But who could it be? I cannot recall offending anyone. He Lianling and the others glanced at Zhongli Chun, who reassured her, do not worry, dear sister. I will uncover the identity of the poisoner and ensure they pay for their actions, even if that person is our own mother. Zhongli Yu regarded Zhongli Chun with confusion, unsure why he spoke with such gravity. And ZMO interjected, by the way, do you know what kind of poison you have been afflicted with? The elder merely mentioned it as a chronic toxin. Zhongli Yu responded, the old ghost has informed me that it is a type of poison that must be introduced into the body from a young age, gradually diminishing one's abilities and ultimately shortening one's lifespan. What did you say? A voice interjected. Zhongli Xiao examined Zhongli Yu's condition and asked, is there any discomfort now? Please tell me. Zhongli Yu took a few steps back to maintain distance from Zhongli Xiao and replied, I am fine now. How could a mere insect survive in the flames of anger? Is that so? Then that is good, Zhongli Xiao said, suppressing the pain in her heart as she observed Zhongli Yu's retreat. Starting tomorrow, you shall report to class. With your current abilities, you are ready. Zhongli Yu acknowledged, I can attend, but I have a request. Zhongli Xiao inquired, what is your request? Zhongli Yu stated, being alone in class is rather lonely. I wish to bring someone along. Zhongli Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, is it the eldest son of the Bei family? Bei Qing? Indeed, Zhongli Xiao replied meaningfully, you are still young. Matters of the heart should not concern you at this age. Zhongli Yu coldly remarked, master of the house, do not project your sordid thoughts onto me and Bei Qing. Our relationship is one of the closest friendship. Moreover, you truly believe that with only half a year left to live, I would entertain notions of romance. Such sentiments are something I shall never engage with throughout my life. Zhongli Xiao yearned to convey to Zhongli Yu that his thoughts were otherwise, yet upon encountering her frigid and disdainful gaze, he was reminded of the last time he saw Lan Yu, whose eyes reflected the very same sentiment. Zhongli Yu bore a striking resemblance to Lan Yu, particularly in her eyes. In truth, his reluctance to approach Zhongli Yu stemmed from a desire to protect her, as well as a deep-seated fear of confronting her. Her mere presence evoked memories of Lan Yu. Where are you headed? Zhongli Xiao inquired, his final words tinged with resignation. Zhongli Yu replied, I am returning to the academy. Here, the sight of you all incites nothing but loathing within me, so it is prudent to maintain my distance. I will attend class, but I shall grow stronger on my own, needing none of your assistance. Farewell. As Zhongli Yu exited, Zhongli Xiao seemed utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. Only to be supported by Zhongli Xing. Zhongli Xiao lamented, this is a curse, truly a curse, and it is unbearably cruel. Zhongli Xing offered consolation, saying, Father, my younger sister simply lacks clarity in her thoughts. Zhongli Xiao shook his head, responding, you do not understand. Only you comprehends the gravity of the situation. Maintaining distance from everyone is her way of ensuring she can strike without mercy when siblings turn against one another. You has undoubtedly inherited the bloodline of the Zhongli family. Zhongli Qing stated, Father, I do not aspire to the role of heir, nor do I wish to contest it. That position rightfully belongs to my second brother. Zhongli Xiao remarked, even if you do not compete, there will come a day when you are inevitably drawn into the slaughter for various reasons. I once coexisted harmoniously with my siblings, yet one fateful day, everyone's tempers flared. Deep down, I harbored no desire to harm them, but when I regained my senses, I discovered that all but myself lay lifeless on the ground, their blood staining my hands. Zhongli Xiao gazed at Zhongli Qing and reflected, thus, to perish in advance is a boon. As the head of the Zhongli family, I am unable to remain with the one I love. I cannot protect my child and must simply watch as death approaches. How ironic. If the curse of the Hellion family is eternal solitude, then the curse of the Zhongli family is undoubtedly eternal regret. Therefore, my child, pursue what you desire to accomplish, for time is swiftly running out. Zhongli Chun observed Zhongli Xiao, who appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, and asked, Father, do you regret bringing you back? Zhongli Xiao halted at the threshold, stating, I do regret bringing her back. She could have lived blissfully in ignorance with her mother, free from the poison and the wrath of one of the 7 deadly sins. I lament the day I encountered her mother. Had I not crossed paths with her, she might have led a life filled with joy and contentment. My presence has led to her unintended pregnancy, subjecting her to the scorn of those around her. I regret my union with your mother, for otherwise, she would have found a man who truly loves and cherishes her, rather than being ensnared by the constraints of the Zhongli family, like a bird trapped in a cage. I regret the existence of you children. Had you not borne the bloodline of the Zhongli family, we might have enjoyed a harmonious family life, rather than being manipulated by our maternal lineage in a struggle for succession. Zhongli Xiao turned around, and not only the members of the Zhongli family, but others as well were taken aback, witnessing tears streaming down Zhongli Xiao's face. She lamented, I regret my life profoundly. Had I foreseen the events following my 18th year, I would have chosen to end my existence before anything transpired. I despise all that I have done. Therefore, Chun, do not engage in actions that you might later regret, and do not betray those you love. Spare your children from suffering. If you adhere to these principles, perhaps you will find no reason for regret. With merely 6 months remaining before the curse potentially unfolds, relish the time you have left and avoid regrets. Chapter 23. Revelation. After Zhongli Xiao departed, the clan leaders, including Hellion Ao, also took their leave, offering an excuse about discussing the origins of the transformed beings, the figures in black robes. Yet, the true purpose of their gathering was clear to all. Zhongli Bai observed his contemplative brothers, Zhongli Chun and Zhongli Qing, and inquired, Eldest brother, second brother, are you troubled by our father's words? Surely, it cannot be so sinister. Zhongli Qing replied, Sinister? Is it not bizarre that all that transpired today aligns so perfectly with our family? We all believed it. Is that not strange? Zhongli Bai found himself at a loss for words. Zhongli Chun reflected, I pondered why father claimed that you was the most perceptive among us. After some contemplation, I realized it is indeed true. When father first brought her home, the Zhongli family, aside from the wet nurse, paid little heed to a child born out of wedlock. Then, when she was 5, the Grand Master foretold that she would never possess any special abilities, further relegating her to obscurity. After all, a child devoid of powers could never vie for the position of heir. Perhaps it was our mutual indifference that allowed her to delve into the family's literature, for books were her only companions. Consequently, she uncovered the grim fate that awaited every child born outside the line of succession, leading her to withdraw from us, possibly to act decisively during the impending massacre and to spare us any sorrow when we might be compelled to harm her. As for the gift she bestowed upon us today, could it be considered the first and last offering from a sister in our lives? Zhongli Qin remarked, Second brother, your words evoke a sense of dread. Indeed, it is chilling to realize that a mere 5-year-old child could possess the intellect to analyze such complexities, implying that all their actions have been scrutinized by Zhongli Yu. What of the military brigadier generals, the youngest painting masters, or the most charming virtuosos? In the eyes of Zhongli Yu, their accolades and endeavors are rendered utterly futile, for upon reaching the age of 18, all children of the Zhongli family are destined to unleash a massacre. Once they are gone, what worth do reputation and status hold? Zhongli Lu remarked, My sister's identity as a talisman master serves as a bitter irony for us. It is indeed an irony, a profound one. The positions they attained were earned over years of toil, yet Zhongli Yu, with a mere stroke of her hand, ascended to the esteemed rank of a rare genius talisman master. Talisman masters are practical, whereas musicians, painters, and beauties are merely for admiration. existing solely for the pleasure of others. When they are favored, one reaps rewards. When they fall out of favor, it is akin to losing one's charm. Jing ran, perplexed. Interjected, do you all perceive such darkness? I believe Zhongli Yu gifted you presents as a final farewell. As family, only one will remain in the end. At least remember her in those last 6 months. Yan Lingyan replied, the answer is not singular. It largely depends on one's perspective. If one thinks negatively, they will see her as cunning and ill-intentioned, but if viewed positively, she is merely bidding farewell, imparting her final thoughts. Fu Hongxue stated, it seems that the first curse was invoked by the Zhongli family, likely after Zhongli Yu faced her trial. Yanlan added, I cannot explain it. But I have a sense that as long as Zhongli Yu is alive, there remains a glimmer of hope for us. Otherwise, Ivan interjected, coincidentally. I share that sentiment. And ZMO concluded, thus, Zhongli Yu is the key. We must ensure her survival. C2 Xiao remarked, I recall a senior mentioning that Ling's abilities are the nemesis of the predecessor. Is it feasible for Ling to assist Zhongli Yu? When Ren Ziqi affirmed, it is indeed feasible, but do not forget, Zhongli Yu is now like a vigilant cat, ready to pounce at any moment. C2 Xiao chuckled. What difficulty is there? Your sister and my brother are friends of Zhongli Yu, are they not? Can friends not show concern? The main issue now is whether Ling is willing to approach Zhongli Yu. Everyone turned their gaze to He Lianling. He Lianling replied, I have no objections. A collective sigh of relief swept through when Ren Ziqi and the others. C2 Xiao jested, for everyone's safety, Ling, you shall make the sacrifice, ha. He Lianling sighed, it is unavoidable. Yet, in the near future, when Zhongli Yu learns of He Lianling's jest, he will regret it deeply. For that one remark shattered the rapport he had painstakingly built. As Zhongli Yu exited the Century Hotel, dusk was fast approaching. On her way back to the Ability Academy, she purchased some food and munched as she walked. Zhongli Yu mused, I truly wonder what expression those old men in charge will wear upon learning of today's events. I eagerly anticipate it. However, there remains one crucial task that must be accomplished. Upon returning to the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities, Zhongli Yu summoned Bei Qing to a secluded grove. Bei Qing remarked, You've returned so swiftly. I had thought you would stay at the Zhongli family estate today. Zhongli Yu gazed silently at Bei Qing, who wore a foolish smile. Even Bei Qing, despite his usual dullness, sensed something amiss with Zhongli Yu. With a hint of anxiety, he inquired, what is troubling you? Has my foolish brother caused you any trouble? Zhongli Yu shook her head, replying, No, he is well. Is that so? That is a relief, Bei Qing sighed. Yet, he soon grew anxious again, asking, Then why do you appear so burdened? Have you been wronged by someone? Zhongli Yu reassured him, No. Today they would not dare to bully me. They all addressed me as senior. Bei Qing was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Zhongli Yu continued, In truth, I have been contemplating whether to share with you the events of today. Initially, I intended to keep it to myself, but I consider you my most trusted confidant. Thus I have decided to confide in you. Bei Qing responded, We are good friends, individuals we can trust. I am delighted that you chose to share this with me, for it shows you truly regard me as a friend. Zhongli Yu nodded, indeed. After revealing everything to Bei Qing, she remained silent, waiting for him to speak. Trembling, Bei Qing stammered, So you mean to say that you have only 6 months to live? Yes. Why? Why must it be you? Why can it not be someone else? Why must fate be so cruel as to take the life of your sole friend? Zhongli Yu replied, In truth, had anger not manifested, you would not see me now. I would have perished long ago. Bei Qing exclaimed, But you are still so young. Zhongli Yu shook her head, Bei Qing, in 6 months. Regardless of the trials of anger or the curse of the Zhongli family, I would still face death. Why not embrace my demise on my own terms? I desire immense power to protect those I cherish, and now anger has offered me a path. Therefore, I choose to accept it. Bei Qing, no, a Qing. Will you accompany me? Upon hearing this name, Bei Qing found the words of encouragement he had intended to offer caught in his throat. He embraced Zhongli Yu tightly, saying, You are being unfair. You know I cannot refute you. What can I do? After all, you are my friend, the kind I willingly cherish. In the not-so-distant future, the two, soon to be known as the redemptive duo, began to forge a friendship that many would envy. Chapter 24. The principal's discourse as it was already quite late. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing parted ways. That night, Bei Qing lay in his dormitory bed, reflecting on the words Zhongli Yu had shared that afternoon. You had already acquired her own power, yet what of him? His strength was waning, and perhaps before long, he too would become an ordinary person. Would he still have the right to stand by Yu's side and protect her then? Bei Qing pondered repeatedly, ultimately failing to arrive at a conclusion. In the end, He enveloped himself in his blanket and drifted into a dreamless slumber. In this era of abundant information, any minor occurrence is swiftly disseminated. For instance, the events that transpired at the coming-of-age ceremony of Zhongli Clan, the heir of the Zhongli family, were extensively reported, albeit the matters concerning curses and the 7 deadly sins remained unmentioned. Among the highlights of this coverage was the sensational revelation that the rumored inept 7th young lady of the Zhongli family was, in fact, a high-ranking talisman master and had unexpectedly awakened her supernatural abilities. This sparked widespread discussion. Had it been anyone else awakening such powers, it might not have caused as much commotion, nor would it have graced the pages of newspapers. This was primarily due to the fact that the original master had determined Zhongli Yu's abilities. Speaking of this original master, his true name remains a mystery, known solely by his surname. His unparalleled ability in identification has earned him the title of Master Yuan. Having emerged nearly 50 years ago, he has never erred in his assessments of spiritual stones, spiritual artifacts, or those yet to awaken their powers. However, Zhongli Yu managed to shatter Master Yuan's impeccable record, a feat that astonished many. Consequently, major news outlets clamored to report this incident, forgetting entirely about the figure in the black robe. Thus, Zhongli Yu has risen to prominence in every conceivable sense. The following morning, after tidying herself, Zhongli Yu was summoned to the principal's office. Observing the kindly, elderly man before her, with his graying hair and beard, she jested, "Old Fox, what have you summoned me for?" The principal, affectionately dubbed Old Fox by Zhongli Yu, replied, "You little rascal, should the principal not be informed? What is this Old Fox nonsense?" Zhongli Yu retorted, "There are only the 2 of us here. I can call you whatever I please. By the way, how did you find the spectacle? It must have been exhilarating." The principal chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Absolutely thrilling. Did those onlookers not nearly have their eyes pop out upon realizing you are a talisman master?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Not just that. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor as well." The principal laughed heartily, striking his desk. "Oh, how I wish I could have witnessed that scene." Zhongli Yu remarked, "Old Fox, you did not summon me merely for laughter, did you?" The principal's smile vanished instantly, his expression turning solemn as he asked, "Are you aware of your current physical condition?" Zhongli Yu, accustomed to the principal's rapid mood shifts, responded, "I am aware. When anger takes hold of my body, it ensures I remain lucid, allowing me to hear everything clearly. Moreover, it even permitted me a glimpse into his memories, visions of betrayal by humanity, with the body serving as the focal point to seal the void realm. Those images now play vividly in my mind, particularly that ancient specter who transmitted his emotions to me. The despair and hatred I experienced were sensations I had never felt before. Previously, I regarded all my past tribulations as mere childish play, utterly insignificant." The principal inquired, "Are you not frightened? Even the exceptionally talented god of fire succumbed to trials. Do you believe you stand a chance?" Zhongli Yu replied, "Fear is natural. Everyone experiences it. However, if I exhibit even a hint of trepidation, those around me will inevitably share in that fear, only amplifying it. Conversely, if I project calmness and acceptance, the people around me will rally to my aid, thus enhancing the likelihood of success. Hence, the outcome hinges upon one's demeanor and inner fortitude. This simple truth, Old Fox, you cannot possibly be unaware of." The principal, with a resigned smile, responded, "I needn't have worried about you. Last night, your father informed me of your transfer to the class, which I have approved. Here is the class address. Be on your way." Yet, Zhongli Yu remained unmoved, stating, "Old Fox, please transfer Bei Qing to the class as well." The principal remarked, "What do you think this class entails?" In the past, given Bei Qing's abilities, he could only attend as a student, and as for the class, that is simply out of the question. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his powers are waning. Should he enter the class in this state, he would be vulnerable to bullying. Zhongli Yu slammed her hands onto the principal's desk, declaring, "All I know is that a Qing is my friend, and I will protect him. Anyone who harms him must face dire consequences. Therefore, Old Fox, I am not making a request. I am asserting that Bei Qing must enter the class, no exceptions." With that, she exited the principal's office. The principal gazed at the 2 deep imprints left on his desk and mused, "Is this a threat? Whom does she take after? Zhongli Xiao is certainly not of this disposition, which must come from her mother. Oh, how frightening, like a maternal tiger." Shortly thereafter, upon encountering Zhongli Yu's mother, Lan Yu, the principal was taken aback, pondering from whom Zhongli Yu inherited this intimidating nature. Had Zhongli Yu been privy to the principal's thoughts, she would have quipped, "She must have caught it from that old ghost." After Zhongli Yu's departure, someone entered through the door behind the principal, inquiring, "Principal, Why have you summoned me to listen to this? It was Bei Qing, who had been brought to the principal's office at dawn and had remained concealed behind the door until Zhongli arrived to overhear their conversation. The principal gestured to a nearby chair, saying, "Let us converse." Bei Qing took a seat. The principal continued, "That child is genuinely invested in you. Previously, she maintained a certain distance from everyone, yet your presence has transformed her. I am delighted. She has finally become more human." Bei Qing listened in silence. The principal added, "An elder from the rune department, and I have discerned her extraordinary talent in spirit talismans. To safeguard her, we kept this matter confidential, and those in the know were sworn to silence. However, I never anticipated that so many events would unfold on this coming-of-age day. Why must such a remarkable child endure further suffering? Upon seeing her today, her spirit appears robust, yet with her current abilities, surviving the trials is implausible. Therefore, Bei Qing, may I entrust you with a favor?" Bei Qing stood up and said, "Principal, you may come to me for any matters related to you. I shall exert every effort to assist you." The principal replied, "Rest assured, I do not intend for you to engage in any nefarious deeds. Rather, I implore you to hold on to her and lend a helping hand in times of peril." Bei Qing responded, "Principal, that is precisely what a friend ought to do." The principal remarked, "Well said, my boy. This is for you. I am uncertain why your body has transformed in this manner, but this technique is particularly suited to your current state. Take it." Upon examining the technique, Bei Qing discerned it to be a method for refining the physique and said, "Thank you, principal." The principal waved his hand, saying, "Now go forth and practice diligently." After Bei Qing departed, the principal gazed out the window at the sun high in the sky and mused, "Without enduring storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Little you, Bei Qing, I have faith that you can withstand the trials ahead." Chapter 25. A reappearance. After concluding his conversation with the principal, Bei Qing exited the principal's office. Standing at the door, he clenched the technique in his hand, contemplating, "Even without my extraordinary abilities, I can now protect you." That old fox of a principal. What did he say to you, Qing? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bei Qing's body trembled slightly, and he stiffly turned to face the speaker. "Hi, you. What a coincidence." Bei Qing greeted Zhongli with a stiff smile. Zhongli, amused, observed Bei Qing's shifty eyes and remarked, "Indeed, what a coincidence. I have been standing here the whole time. So, Qing, how did you manage to enter the principal's office right under my nose?" Bei Qing intended to concoct an excuse, but upon seeing Zhongli's inquisitive gaze, he resignedly said, Did you already know I was in the principal's office?" Zhongli replied, "The moment I entered, I sensed another presence aside from myself and the principal. A glance revealed you hiding behind the door. Your eyes?" Bei Qing inquired, perplexed. Zhongli explained, "My extraordinary ability is also of the fire element. By concentrating my mind on my eyes, I can perceive an alternate vision, akin to thermal sensing. After all, a person cannot completely dissipate their body heat unless they are deceased." Bei Qing nodded, acknowledging the logic. "That makes sense." Zhongli asked, "What did the principal give you?" Bei Qing handed the technique to Zhongli, saying, "This is a method for cultivating the physique. Even if I may lose my abilities in the future, I can still protect you with this." Zhongli flipped through it and lamented, "What a pity. I cannot practice this. It is exclusively for males." Bei Qing responded, "That is indeed unfortunate. By the way, I recall that the southern wilderness is known for its physical cultivation." Zhongli understood Bei Qing's implication and said, "Brother, please, although the wilderness belongs to Huaxia, it has a rather strained relationship with the nation, especially among those with extraordinary powers. Thus, individuals like us would face exclusion there. And do you truly believe they would share their techniques with us? Besides, I have no desire to become a muscular woman." Bei Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, "Indeed. The thought of you becoming a muscular woman is rather unsettling." Just the image alone made Bei Qing feel as if her stomach was churning. It was quite revolting. Zhongli gently patted Bei Qing's back and said, "Let us not dwell on that image any longer. We should head to the classroom." The classes at the Psychic Academy differed markedly from others, as they occupied a building entirely on their own, unlike several other classes that were crammed into a single structure. This building boasted a grand gymnasium, an extensive library, and a large fitness center, all of which were superior to the shared facilities of the other classes. Bei Qing gazed at this magnificent building, which was hundreds, if not thousands, of times better than those shared by other classes, and remarked, "It seems my home isn't worth as much as this edifice." "Of course," Zhongli replied, "for this is the residence of the heirs and direct descendants of the super families of Huaxia. How could it not be well maintained?" At that moment, they turned to see an elderly man clad in traditional attire, cradling a thick book in his arms. The old man said, You must be Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Do not worry. From today onward, you will be students of this class as well, and you will be well taken care of. Please, follow me inside. As they followed the elder into the mysterious building, Bei Qing whispered, do you think this old man heard what we just said? Zhongli Yu replied, I do not know. But if he did, what of it? You too, the old man interjected. If you wish to speak in hushed tones, at least lower your voices. Do you truly take me for a deaf man? Bei Qing felt her cheeks flush, and she lowered her head, murmuring, I'm sorry. Ah Qing, Zhongli Yu responded. Why do you apologize? It is he who eavesdropped on our conversation. We haven't even accused him of listening. Well, do you feel comfortable teasing an old man? Bei Qing coughed. Though she found Zhongli Yu's reasoning quite valid, she thought it courteous to consider the elder's feelings. The old man, observing Bei Qing's glance toward Zhongli Yu, remarked, Young one, do you think my eyesight has failed me? Surely, I can see your gestures. Haha, Bei Qing stammered, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. The old man muttered to himself, Both of you seem to regard me as a disabled person. What sort of individuals has that old lunatic sent my way? Bei Qing scratched his head helplessly. Realizing that was not his intention, he thought it best to refrain from further explanation, as it would only complicate matters. Before long, the elder halted before a door and announced, This is the classroom for your class. Come in with me. Upon entering, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing were greeted by many familiar faces. The elder said, Today, we welcome 2 new students. Please introduce yourselves. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing stood before their classmates. Is that all? The elder asked, skepticism etched on his face. Zhongli Yu replied, It appears, old man, that your hearing has indeed diminished. Bei Qing suddenly realized and exclaimed, It turns out, venerable elder, you truly are deaf and blind. This is evidently the truth. Why were you so agitated just moments ago? Humanity ought to embrace honesty. The elder, clutching his heart and gasping for breath, was evidently quite perturbed. Bei Qing prodded Zhongli Yu, inquiring, What seems to be the matter with him? With utmost seriousness, Zhongli Yu replied, It may be a heart issue. The elderly, after all, face such ailments. It would be prudent to return home and enjoy your twilight years. Time is of the essence. The onlookers observed the interplay between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, who had managed to incite the temper of the professor, known for his placid demeanor, and quickly resolved to refrain from engaging in any disputes with these two. The elder attempted to speak, but Zhongli Yu interrupted him, saying, I recognize that face. How familiar it is. You are indeed the one from the Tang family. How does it feel to have lost your wife and children, your home shattered? An unsettling tension filled the air, as both the elder and Bei Qing sensed something amiss about Zhongli Yu. He continued, Has merely a night passed? And you no longer recognize me? Anger surged within Zhongli Chun, prompting him to rise abruptly. Situ Xiao interjected, Did you not say that your next appearance would be on Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday? To which Zhongli Yu affirmed, That was indeed the plan, yet unexpectedly. I have encountered someone familiar. I have longed to see you, scion of the Tang family. Chapter 26. Your fortune is remarkable. The elder's name was Tang Jisen, a member of the esteemed Tang family from the capital. The Tang family has made significant contributions to the nation, being fervent researchers in the development of extraordinary abilities, and have proposed many pivotal insights, all of which have been adopted by the state. However, perhaps it was due to their intense focus on research that they neglected their familial bonds, resulting in divorces, with children left to the Tang family. This has led to a decline in their lineage, more tragic than that of the Hellion family. At least the Hellion family enjoys harmonious and fulfilling relationships, with minimal disparities between spouses, largely due to the men being devoted to their wives. In contrast, in the Tang family, couples would amicably part ways shortly after the birth of each child, a pattern that has persisted through generations. Previously, it was assumed that the women could not endure their husband's obsession with research, but now it appears the truth is more complex. Given Tang Jisen's stature, he was acutely aware of the events that transpired yesterday, including the curse. He inquired, You know my ancestors? Zhongli Yu responded, Of course, I am well acquainted with them. The brilliant scholars indeed. All honors are built upon our suffering. How I wish I had encountered your Tang family sooner. Alas, time is running short. Tang Jisen grasped the implication in Zhongli Yu's words. Are you suggesting that my ancestor was the one who proposed the method of sealing? Zhongli Yu remarked, Indeed. It was we who once slayed the gods, and it is still we who offer salvation to humanity. Yet, what have I gained from it? Humanity has effortlessly resolved 2 significant dilemmas, a true display of cunning. Nevertheless, the curse bestowed upon mankind by the gods and us will instill fear in their hearts for eternity, which is not without merit. Tang Jisun grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, What curse did the gods impose? Zhongli responded, "Are you familiar with the tale of Nuwa creating humanity? The clay from which humans were formed inevitably withers away with time. To ensure that humanity remained eternally subservient, the gods granted them immortality. Thus, when humanity betrayed the gods, their lifespans were cruelly reduced to mere decades, coupled with the plague that ensued. This led to a drastic decline in the human population. Our curse, however, is designed to perpetuate human suffering, all while remaining unnoticed. Humanity naively believes they have been saved by divine intervention, oblivious to the fact that this marks the onset of their calamity." "What calamity?" Tang Jixin asked. Zhongli elucidated, "Both our curse and that of the gods share a commonality in inflicting suffering upon humanity, yet they also possess elements that negate each other. The portion that is neutralized will demand the lives of countless individuals to compensate. I recall that from the end of World War II to the Fifth World War, innumerable lives were lost. It is an understatement to say that many perished. The ground was littered with corpses, a sight too horrific to behold. Ultimately, it was the special ability managers of various nations, akin to leaders among ordinary people, who intervened and established a decree prohibiting warfare among nations or special ability wielders, thus restoring peace to the world." Zhongli continued, "Every century, wars arise from various unforeseen causes. It appears that we are nearing the end of this century, and thus the cycle of retribution approaches." Tang Jixin questioned, "Why not exact revenge on individuals rather than involving others?" Zhongli explained, "The original intention of our curse was to ensure that the descendants of those who betrayed us would find no peace, while the god's curse encompasses all of humanity. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Hence, no one can escape. The curse is bound by the heavens and the earth, and the malice of the one who casts it serves as its essence. Therefore, as long as humanity exists within the realm touched by heaven, the curse remains perpetually effective and inescapable. Consequently, it does not involve others, as our resentment is also contingent upon individual fates. Your family's curse is somewhat akin to ours, is it not? A middle-aged man divorces his wife and must care for the child alone, yet upon the success of a research endeavor, he meets his demise. A bittersweet conclusion, indeed. Additionally, your family can only bear male heirs. We have shown you some consideration, leaving a legacy for your lineage," Zhongli remarked. "You speak utter nonsense." A book was hurled at Zhongli, but he deftly evaded it. Zhongli chuckled at the boy before him, saying, "You are a descendant of the Tang family, correct? Is this rage born of shame, or do you struggle to accept the true reason for your separation from your mother? Ah, go to hell." The boy, unable to endure Zhongli's provocations, charged at him. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhongli declared, "You are merely seeking your own demise." With a gentle wave, Zhongli sent the boy crashing into the wall across from him. Helian Ling instructed Wenren Shi to check on Tang Xian and remarked to Zhongli, "Senior, this is rather inappropriate. Even if Elder Tang and Tang Xian are descendants of those you despise, they remain innocent. Therefore, I implore you not to project your negative emotions onto them." Zhongli replied, "I understand this reasoning. However, you cannot fathom the depth of betrayal that sears the soul. Even encountering their descendants conjures memories of them. Oh, if I were to take this seriously, you would no longer exist in this world. Thus, let everything conclude with this generation." "What do you mean, senior?" Situ Shao inquired. Zhongli explained, "Your curse is likely to manifest in about 6 months, triggered by my acceptance of a trial. Therefore, if you wish to completely lift the curse, I am the key. I must survive." Following that, the curse of the Zhongli family, along with the contention among the heirs, must be navigated. If we can endure these 2 challenges, there is a significant hope for redemption. But in Yu's current state, she cannot withstand the trial. She will not survive. Bei Qing interjected. Zhongli turned to Bei Qing and scrutinized him from head to toe, leaving Bei Qing feeling uneasy. "I trust there is nothing amiss with you," Bei Qing remarked. Zhongli withdrew her gaze, stating, "I merely find your luck rather extraordinary." "What do you mean?" Bei Qing asked, puzzled. Zhongli replied, "It means the curse afflicting you has dissipated. You will encounter no misfortune and may live to be 70 or 80. Her words struck like thunder in the hearts of those present. Bei Qing was further bewildered. "Why? How is that possible?" Zhongli explained, "The curse of the 7 deadly sins would ordinarily render your life fraught with adversity and misfortune. However, aside from the limitation of life itself, you are now devoid of any negative energy." Bei Qing examined his own body and asked, "What could possibly account for this?" Zhongli pondered before responding, "Because you are the person this child trusts most. In her heart, no one is more important than you, not even her parents or siblings. Truth be told, since my first appearance, I could only manifest in the physical realm with the consent of the host. Yet this child, after I allowed her glimpses of the past, seems to trust me implicitly, and thus I emerged. Zhongli Yu, or perhaps the embodiment of wrath, was perplexed as to why Zhongli Yu held such unwavering faith in him, unafraid of potential harm. In summary, it is her absolute trust in you that has caused the curse of the 7 deadly sins to vanish, Zhongli Yu stated. But Yu is not you, nor is she the 7 deadly sins. How can she make the curse disappear? Bei Qing questioned. Zhongli Yu explained. Anyone possessed by the 7 deadly sins, or any other being, embodies those sins. For instance, I represent wrath. Zhongli Yu possesses my power. The angrier she becomes, the stronger her abilities grow. Thus, you are indeed fortunate. Chapter 27. The realm of the unforeseen. Bei Qing clenched his fists and declared, "Such fortune is not what I desire." Zhongli Yu remarked, "Yet it is undeniable that you indeed possess it, so embrace it with ease." He then continued, "I intend to commence specialized training with Zhongli Yu today, so I would appreciate it if you could arrange for a quieter location." Specialized training? He Lianling inquired. "Senior, what does this training entail, especially given the limited time we have?" Zhongli Yu explained. It is a virtual realm that enhances both body and spirit, where death is absent, yet any injury will inflict tenfold pain. This is the most efficient environment for rapid improvement in strength, making it ideal for Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing, feeling somewhat disheartened, responded, "So, does this mean I will not see you anymore?" Zhongli Yu placed a reassuring hand on Bei Qing's shoulder, saying, "This is the only way to ensure Zhongli Yu's survival. Or do you wish for her not to grow stronger?" Bei Qing shook his head. "Of course not. I merely assumed that I would be strengthening alongside you, only to find myself alone in this endeavor." Zhongli Yu countered, "You are not alone. Even if we are in different places, as long as our beliefs align, what difference does it make?" Bei Qing came to a realization. Indeed, I should have faith in you. I must also strive to improve. Zhongli Yu added, "Concerning the gradual decline of your physical abilities. Once Zhongli Yu has completed her trials, resolved the matters of the Zhong family, and mastered her powers, she will undoubtedly assist you, possibly even granting you a greater strength." Bei Qing asked, "Senior, do you know what exactly is wrong with my body?" Zhongli Yu replied, "I am aware, but regrettably, I am powerless to assist you at present. Should I attempt to aid you with Zhongli Yu's current abilities, the result could be catastrophic for you. It is wiser to wait until she has gained control over her powers and can act accordingly." Bei Qing said, "Understood. You, I know you are listening. I vow that you must resolve my physical issues, so you must survive." Having said that, I shall do everything in my power to live, Zhongli Yu responded. And upon hearing that familiar tone, Bei Qing recognized that the person before him was indeed the true Zhongli Yu. Extending his right hand, Bei Qing declared, "It is settled then, I await you. If you fail to uphold this promise, you shall be deemed a little dog." "Agreed. I shall return and resolve your health issues." Zhongli Yu affirmed as their hands clasped, sealing their pact. Zhongli Yu released his hand and said, "I shall take my leave now. We will meet again in 6 months, Qing." "Yes." As Zhongli Yu approached the classroom door, he was halted by Wen Rinxi and Si Feng. Wen Rinxi, with tearful eyes, asked, "Sister Yu, do you truly consider us friends?" Si Feng added, "Indeed. Your demeanor towards us is starkly different from that towards Bei Qing." Zhongli Yu replied, "I apologize. My feelings towards you are quite complex. Your emotions are pure, and I yearn to connect with you. Yet the thought of you being their descendants clouds my judgment. I fear betrayal. Thus it is best for us to maintain some distance for now." As Si Feng gazed at the retreating silhouette of Zhongli Yu, he could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "We are not like them. Why must we always be conflated with them?" Si Shao replied, "Because the blood of traitors flows within us, and that is an unalterable truth." When Rinxi burst into tears, pleading, "Why, Sister Yu? I genuinely wish to be your friend." Regardless of whether it was the yet-to-awaken Zhongli Yu or the one consumed by rage, when Rinxi longed for her companionship. However, the distance Zhongli Yu maintained left Wen Rinxi profoundly saddened, pondering why they could not be together. Wen Rinxi embraced Wen Rinxi, reassuring her, "It is all right. Time shall reveal all truths. Besides, I cannot believe our ancestors would commit such deeds. There must be some misunderstanding." He Lianling added thus, "We must seize the moment to grow stronger." Indeed, after leaving the class, Zhongli Yu wandered alone through the academy, musing, "Where shall we go next? This academy has a training room. The headmaster should lend it to you." In the vast open space, Zhongli Yu found herself alone when a voice suddenly resonated. And to her astonishment, it emanated from within her. "It is my first time hearing your voice, old ghost," Zhongli Yu remarked. "Did you expect it to be frail and ancient?" She nodded in agreement. What a pity. Contrary to your expectations, I am an exquisite young man, the voice retorted. Indeed. A dashing, ghostly figure who has lived for an unknown duration, Zhongli scoffed. I shall not bicker with you, little girl. Hurry and find a place. Fine, fine. You cannot surpass me, so why pretend? Zhongli thought. After a while, standing in the training room she had just borrowed from the headmaster for 6 months, she declared, I am ready, let us begin. The unfathomable realm, activate. Suddenly, the once modest training room transformed into an endless forest. Zhongli stood aghast, exclaiming, what principle is at work here? How did it become a forest? It feels remarkably real to the touch. This is the virtual world I mentioned earlier, a simulated wilderness. Indistinguishable from reality, except that while you may endure severe injuries, you cannot perish here. It is called the unfathomable realm because once you enter, you must relinquish all illusions of safety. Only by clearing the challenges can you exit. Zhongli inquired, by the way, why can't Bei Qing enter? This place can rapidly enhance one's strength, right? Only one person can enter at a time, and given his current abilities, he would perish within a few steps. Though death is not the end, the pain is magnified tenfold. Most cannot bear it. Moreover, the unfathomable realm can only be activated once. This is your sole opportunity. So give it your all. As soon as the words left his lips, a leopard sprang from the thicket beside Zhongli. Fortunately, Zhongli reacted swiftly, otherwise, he would have certainly been injured by the leopard's sharp claws. The creature emitted a low growl as a warning, and in the next moment, it lunged toward him. With pupils constricted, Zhongli instinctively struck out with his hand. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the leopard that had just attacked him engulfed in crimson flames, reduced to ashes. Looking down at his hands, he noticed a small flame flickering in his palm and pondered, to be reduced to ashes, could I be in danger? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, this was his own ability, surely it would obey him. Yes, indeed, the priority was to enhance his own strength. With a deep breath, he cast aside all irrelevant thoughts, regained his composure, and ventured deeper into the forest. Here, the one who would later be known as the Crimson Demon, Zhongli, would take his first step toward ascendance. Chapter 28. Farewells. Meanwhile, after Zhongli's departure, several others from the class began to leave as well. Tang Xian helped Tang Ji-sun to sit down and remarked, she has gone too far. Does she really think I can't defeat her? Tang Ji-sun replied, the one who spoke to us earlier was not Zhongli, but rather the embodiment of wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins. Tang Xian questioned, Dad, do you truly believe what he said? I certainly do not. Observing his son's clenched fists, Tang Ji-sun stated, I do believe, or perhaps I should say, no one truly disbelieves, for there are those who would not stoop to lying. Moreover, Xiao Xian, do you think that after hundreds of years, none of our ancestors noticed the tragedies that befell each family in every generation? Tang Xian trembled in disbelief and asked, Dad, are you implying that? Tang Ji-sun interjected, how could it be possible that no one in every family noticed? There can only be one explanation. They have concealed this matter entirely, lest future generations uncover the truth. But why? Tang Xian asked, perplexed. For the sake of the impending moment, Tang Ji-sun replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. Having come to understand, Tang Ji-sun turned to his son, still looking bewildered, and declared, from this day forth, you must diligently train and swiftly enhance your abilities. If my conjecture is correct, and Zhongli has indeed passed the trial, then the landscape of our world may soon change. Perhaps the 6th World War is not far off. Tang Ji-sun pondered this, and he wondered how others could possibly remain unaware. He Lian-ling returned to the He Lian family estate and encountered He Lian-ao in the study. He Lian-ling inquired, Grandfather, is he well in the Forbidden Land? He Lian-ao replied, he cannot be harmed, which is quite reassuring. After a brief silence, He Lian-ling said, Zhongli has been taken by wrath for special training. Should I then also enter another of our He Lian family's forbidden lands? He Lian-ao looked at He Lian-ling and asked, do you understand what you are suggesting? If you were to further stimulate your abilities, you would end up just like your grandfather. He Lian-ling remarked, I have come to understand, just since yesterday, why grandfather ventured into the forbidden realm, accessible only to those of the Hellion family who have committed grave transgressions. It is due to the curse that plagues our lineage, a sacrifice made for our protection. Is it not? He Lian-ao, as if deflated, replied, in my lifetime, I have cherished but 4 individuals, my parents, Xiao Su, and you, my child. Despite my words of disdain, you are still my offspring. Mother succumbed to illness when the icy chill of your father infiltrated her being, and father, burdened by guilt, descended into that lightless abyss. Yet you, now cursed and compelled to delve deeper, are courting death. Do you truly believe I would permit you to proceed? Helian Ling countered. Father, there are others who face far darker fates than mine, than ours. Are you not aware? Helian Ao sighed. I am aware of Zhongli Yu. She is but a pitiable child. Helian Ling pressed on. If that is the case, why can I not choose to believe in her? Why can I not take a chance? Helian Ao responded. Do you comprehend her likelihood of success? She cannot assure it. Thus I cannot allow you to enter. She has made a pact with Bei Qing to survive, to aid in restoring Bei Qing's body. That is her assurance. I have faith in her, Helian Ling declared resolutely. But can a promise be consumed? It is utterly. Helian Ao, trembling, gazed at his son kneeling before him. What is this? Rise, what manner of behavior is this? Helian Ling bowed deeply, imploring, Please, father, grant me this. When has this exceptional son ever knelt to another, even a family? When has he ever beseeched himself so earnestly? Never before. What grounds does he have to obstruct this? Helian Ao closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he reopened them, sorrow had vanished, replaced by the gravitas befitting the head of one of the four esteemed families of Huaxia, as he declared, Very well, go forth, but do so without regret. Indeed, I shall not regret. I will uncover the truth of that fateful day. Outside the study, Xiao Su stood with tears streaming down her face, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. She had overheard the entire exchange between the father and son. While she understood Helian Ao's decision, comprehension did not alleviate the ache in her heart. A child is a fragment of the mother, born after 10 months of gestation. Upon hearing of this undoubtedly self-destructive act, how could she accept it so easily? Xiao Su, wiping her tears, departed from the study's entrance. Helian Ling rose, stating, Father, I entrust mother to you. I must take my leave. Understood. Xiao Su remained at the threshold, fully aware of the situation, though time did not permit her to speak. Helian Ao did not turn to look at Helian Ling, even after his son stood and departed, for at that moment, he shed tears for the third time in his life. The first, for the passing of his mother. The second, when his father entered the forbidden realm. And the third, at this very juncture. My dear child, take care. Within the Wenren family, Wenren Ziki has expressed a desire to enter the family's forbidden grounds. A request akin to that of Helian Ling. However, Wenren Ziki's request was swiftly approved. Wenren Jin advised, Ziki, remember that your pursuit of strength within is to safeguard your sister. Do not follow my path, understand? Indeed, Wenren, she replied, Mother, I aspire to learn auxiliary abilities. I too wish to grow stronger. When we next meet, I shall earn Sister Yu's respect and recognition. Su Xiao, the matriarch of the Wenren family and mother to Wenren Ziki and Wenren Shi, whose ability is light, remarked, Zhongli Yu? I truly wish to meet her formally. She has inspired little Shi to strive so diligently. We shall meet in 6 months, undoubtedly, declared Wenren Ziki and Wenren Shi in unison. Is that so? I eagerly anticipate it, they responded. Meanwhile, similar events unfolded within the Sidhu family. Following their parents' consent, Sidhu Feng declared with fierce determination, in 6 months, I shall demonstrate my prowess to Zhongli Yu, compelling her to seek my friendship. Sidhu Xiao observed her frenzied brother and countered. What if Zhongli Yu surpasses you in 6 months? Sidhu Feng paused, then replied, In that case, I shall persist until she concedes. What if she retaliates? Silence. Must you not allow me my fantasies? Take your time to imagine. In the Zhongli family, Zhongli Chen also made a similar request to Zhongli Xiao. Zhongli Xiao responded, It is permissible, yet. Zhongli Chen swiftly grasped her intent and assured, Fear not, I shall ensure she remains occupied. Within this 6-month span, she shall have no time to cause mischief. Zhongli Xiao nodded, Very well, you may leave. As Zhongli Chen exited, he quietly muttered an apology, departing the room. After his departure, Zhongli Xiao raised her head and mused, The one who ought to apologize is I. Alas, no one responded. On this very day, many individuals resolved the course of their lives, and even those wayward youths, whose natures were not inherently malicious, finally awakened to the right path, each harboring a newfound purpose. This day, many years hence, when the world returned to tranquility, would be commemorated as the Day of Promise, its significance as profound as its name. Chapter 29. The final supper. Over the span of 6 months, the capital witnessed an unprecedented calm, devoid of scandalous news or violent altercations, a genuine tranquility. Yet, the common folk remained largely oblivious, while the families endowed with extraordinary abilities sensed that the time was drawing near. Only one day remained until Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday. On this day, the heirs of the 4 great ability families gathered in a room at a hotel belonging to the Zhongli family. Wenren Ziki remarked, It has truly been some time. Nearly 6 months, I believe. Situ Xiao responded. Indeed, for the first time, I feel time has flown by too swiftly. Zhongli Clan interjected. There is no time for your sentimental musings. What are your thoughts on the matter we discussed? Helian Ling inquired. Will this increase the odds? Zhongli Clan responded. This is a fusion of the powers of the four of us. What do you think? Then let us commence. Time is of the essence. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, just 3 hours shy of Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday. On this rare occasion, the Ability Academy had declared a day off to celebrate Zhongli Yu's arrival. Ivan, lounging on the ground, remarked, You all realize it's nearly midnight. She wouldn't be undergoing the trial inside, would she? I've placed all my hopes upon her. Yin Ling Yun added, Not just you. Every individual present here, along with the families they represent, are all pinning their hopes on her. Fu Hongxue stated, Thus, all we can do now is wait. Did we not choose to believe in her? Indeed, someone interjected, I hope I'm not late. A curious Jing Ran gazed at the newcomer and exclaimed, Oh, it's only been half a year, and your physique has significantly strengthened. You must have exerted considerable effort, Bei Qing. Bei Qing rubbed his nose and replied, It's not too bad. Has you not emerged yet? Jing Ran glanced towards the training room where Zhongli Yu was located and said, Yes, considering your transformation. I can only wonder how formidable she has become. Bei Qing asserted, You will undoubtedly surpass everyone. I have faith in her. Thus, Jing Xiao, you might find yourself overshadowed on the rankings. Jing Ran's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed and replied, That's fine. If she survives until tomorrow, I would willingly relinquish my position to her. Bei Qing became serious and stated, It is not an if. Zhongli Yu will certainly survive. Please retract your previous statement. Jing Ran was taken aback by Bei Qing's rare seriousness. Yin Lan interjected, All right, we are all in the same boat. Let us not turn against each other. Bei Qing insisted, Then retract that statement. Jing Ran crossed his arms defiantly and challenged, On what grounds? If you have the ability, let us duel. I wish to see your cultivation techniques. Bei Qing replied, If it were anyone else, perhaps I would refrain from such self-inflicted hardship, but Jing Xiao, you are different. As we both possess enhanced physiques, I cannot afford to back down. Otherwise, these past 6 months would be in vain. The commotion between Bei Qing and Jing Ran soon caught the attention of others, some even beginning to wager on the victor, with most betting on Jing Ran. Jing Ran shifted slightly, producing a creaking sound, and declared, Then let us proceed. Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, the training room suddenly erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, a faint silhouette emerged. Is it her? The crowd pondered. Finally, as the smoke cleared, a tattered figure stepped out. Though appearing quite disheveled, they instantly recognized her. It was Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing, gazing at the familiar figure, felt tears welling in his eyes as he approached Zhongli Yu. Bei Qing approached Zhongli Yu and said, You, it has been a long time. Zhongli Yu, gazing at Bei Qing, who had transformed dramatically in just half a year, replied, You have changed a lot too. Bei Qing embraced Zhongli Yu tightly and exclaimed, I missed you so much. I missed you too. The two shared a heartfelt hug in front of onlookers, but it was Zhongli Yu who eventually broke the embrace, patting Bei Qing gently. Ah Qing, could you let go for a moment? I haven't bathed in 6 months. Perhaps I should freshen up first. Blushing, Bei Qing released Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu then patted Bei Qing on the shoulder and said, Remember to prepare something for me. I am utterly famished. After Zhongli Yu departed, Jing Ran observed Bei Qing, who resembled a little white rabbit, and chided, Where did that fierce little wolf cub go? Bei Qing raised an eyebrow and replied, You wouldn't understand, simple-minded musclehead. With that, she hopped off to the kitchen like a rabbit to prepare food for Zhongli Yu. Jing Ran's lips twitched, muttering, This person must be delusional. Ivan comforted the startled Jing Ran, saying, Take it easy, kid. This is what we call one who associates with vermilion will turn red, one who associates with ink will turn black. Not long ago, Bei Qing was a normal person, but now sigh. Jing Ran shuddered at Ivan's sardonic tone and quickly distanced himself. Ivan felt relieved by this reaction. Truth be told, he often found it baffling how Jing Ran, such an easily deceived simpleton, had managed to grow up unscathed. When Zhongli Yu had emerged earlier, her aura had been so commanding that even without using her abilities, Ivan recognized he would not stand a chance against her. But Jing Ran? His attention was wholly fixated on Bei Qing. If Jing Ran were to act against Bei Qing, well, simpletons have their own advantages. Many present shared Ivan's sentiments. Bei Qing showcased the culinary skills she had honed over the past 6 months, crafting a delectable feast for Zhongli Yu, who had not tasted a morsel in half a year. The colors, the aromas, everyone was astonished by Bei Qing's exceptional talent. What should they do? They too desired to partake. Yet, upon seeing Bei Qing's eager, kitten-like demeanor, no one had the heart to speak up. Finally, once Zhongli Yu had finished washing up and drawn in by the enticing aroma, she beheld the sumptuous late-night meal and remarked, "Incredible, Ah Qing. I never imagined you possessed such talent." Receiving the praise, Bei Qing stood tall, saying, You will be even more surprised once you taste it." Zhongli Yu picked up her chopsticks and selected a dish, stating, "Though I am not particularly fond of food beyond rice, for you, Ah Qing, I shall indulge today." As the tender essence of the dish slid down her throat into her stomach, Zhongli Yu experienced, for the first time, what true culinary delight felt like. She bestowed a resounding compliment upon Bei Qing. Observing the crowd's eager expressions, Zhongli Yu chuckled and declared, "Since this is our final late-night feast, let us all enjoy it together." Upon hearing the final two words, the crowd suddenly returned to their senses, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Observing the gradually grim expressions on their faces, Zhongli Yu calmly remarked, "This was originally my last supper, was it not? Should I emerge victorious, life shall undoubtedly transform. Should I fail, my essence shall be obliterated, my soul scattered. Therefore, why not bid me farewell with a pleasant countenance?" Whether she had truly come to terms with her fate or was simply a person devoid of feeling, able to confront her own mortality, remained uncertain. They, after all, could not fathom such a perspective, else they would not be present here, seeking the aid of the living Zhongli Yu to unravel the curse and survive. In comparison, they felt tarnished, unworthy to stand beside her. Zhongli Yu gazed at the unmoving crowd and continued, "I am aware that you all wish for my survival to assist you or your families in breaking the curse, but what does it matter? I am not oblivious to the fact that all present are scions of prominent, extraordinary families, and your mere presence here is already a considerable honor for me. What is there left to let go of? Is it perhaps due to rival families? As the saying goes, those bound by fate shall meet even from 1,000 miles away. Since we are all gathered here, let us consider ourselves friends, forgetting all worries and indulging." With that, Zhongli Yu lifted a cup of wine and drank deeply, exclaiming, "This is my first taste of alcohol. How fiery it is. Will none of you partake?" After a brief silence, one person was the first to raise a cup and drink, proclaiming, "Cheers." He then tipped the cup downwards, not a single drop spilling, signifying his respect for the toast. "Young Master Ling possesses a commendable capacity for alcohol," Zhongli Yu acknowledged. "Thank you," He Lianling replied, raising a second cup in a gesture towards Zhongli Yu. She too lifted a second cup, and they exchanged a glance before drinking simultaneously. Watching this bold display, the others gradually opened their hearts and began to drink as well, largely motivated by the concern that the wine would soon run out. As the third round of drinks progressed, typically most would be intoxicated by this point, yet inexplicably, everyone remained remarkably sober. Though their stomachs ached from the liquor, their minds were clear, and they understood the reason behind it. The previously lively clearing had fallen silent, and no one spoke. With just 10 minutes remaining until Zhongli Yu's 18th birthday, she sat on a bench, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. At that moment, a hand rested on her shoulder. Turning to see, it was He Lianling. She turned her body to find that behind He Lianling stood Wenren Zixia, Situ Xiao, and Zhongli Chun. "What is it?" she inquired. He Lianling replied, "Traditionally, we should wish you a happy birthday at midnight. But since you may not have that time, I wish to take this last 10 minutes to say happy birthday to you." "Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday," they chorused. "Thank you," Zhongli Yu responded. Wenren Zixia added, "By the way, we have a gift for you." Situ Xiao said, "This is something we four worked hard all day to create, so do not turn your nose up at it." Zhongli Yu remarked, "Perhaps it differs slightly from your previous one, yet we have exerted our utmost efforts. I hope you will cherish it." Helian Ling gradually unveiled a fragrant box from behind, stating, "It is best to open it yourself." As Zhongli Yu accepted the box from Helian Ling, she inquired while unwrapping it, "What could possibly unite the four of you in its creation?" The words she intended to utter were abruptly stifled as she beheld the contents within the box. Nestled inside was a jade pendant, a genuine piece crafted from spiritual stones. Astonishingly, this pendant depicted a harmonious dragon and phoenix. The dragon on the left shimmered in golden red, while the phoenix on the right radiated an icy blue. Their eyes sparkled with a captivating purple hue, and the intricate patterns adorning their forms were so vividly rendered that they appeared almost lifelike. However, the verdant spiritual stones surrounding them served as a stark reminder of their inanimate nature. Wenren Ziqi commented, "Wasn't your previous jade pendant shattered? We thought it fitting to gift you a new one for your birthday, hence this creation." Situ Xiao added, "You must have noticed that the spiritual stones are of the highest caliber. Moreover, the two mythical creatures embedded within possess the unique abilities of Chun and Ling. while the eyes embody my powers. The green stone encapsulates Ziqi's abilities, rendering this a birthday gift from the four of us. Do you like it? Zhongli grasped the jade pendant tightly and exclaimed, I adore it. It is my first birthday gift from anyone, and it fills me with joy. Situ Xiao replied, this marks our inaugural endeavor in crafting a birthday gift for another. You should feel honored. As Helian Ling and the others presented their gift, the rest, although empty-handed, still wished her a happy birthday. With merely 2 minutes remaining until midnight, the group gazed at the solitary girl standing beneath the moonlight, their hearts entwined with complex emotions. They longed to stand by her side and reassure her of their presence, yet none dared to step forward, for this was her solitary battle, a struggle devoid of gunpowder. Waged upon the altar of her pride, Zhongli turned to the crowd, bestowing upon them a genuine smile, rendering them momentarily speechless. They had never witnessed such a sincere expression from her. It was breathtaking. Her smile, akin to the azure waves accompanying a clear gaze, seemed to reflect their own images. The curvature of her lips was as perfect as a crescent moon. Perhaps this was the smile of an angel, banishing the shadows from their hearts and illuminating the seemingly interminable darkness of the night. This smile would be etched in their memories for a lifetime, for it was a smile untouched by the ravages of time. An expression of joy that remained unaffected by the vicissitudes of life, a resilient grin that triumphed over adversity, propelling them toward success. The grand ancient bell of the capital tolled at midnight, as if bidding farewell to Zhongli. I am departing, she said, waving to the assembled group. Turning back, she clasped her hands in respect and declared, I, Zhongli, have come to accept the trial. As the words fell, a great ring of fire materialized around Zhongli, engulfing her entirely. When she extended her hand, desperate to halt the encroaching crimson flames that threatened to consume the figure before her, but was swiftly embraced by Ziqi, who urged, do not let her sacrifice be in vain, shall she? Yet, her heart ached unbearably. Brother, she sobbed, burying her face in Ziqi's embrace. Anyone who had witnessed that innocent smile, untouched and pure, would surely feel the pang of sorrow. After all, they were but human. Helian Ling remarked, all we can do now is wait and believe in her. Indeed, when the fiery circle had manifested beside her, Zhongli had summoned her unique abilities to fend off the flames. Observing her own fire, then the relentless blaze attempting to breach her defenses, she pondered. These flames are identical, are they not? Though they were alike, the heat revealed her vulnerability. She mused that she was indeed too weak. Zhongli settled cross-legged, striving to relax her spirit and fervently channel her flames to withstand the heat. Yet, was the trial truly so simple? Surely not. More formidable challenges awaited her. Time slipped away, and as she emptied her mind, Zhongli faintly perceived distant sounds. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself no longer amidst the inferno but within a courtyard. Perplexed by the turn of events, she felt compelled to advance cautiously. Approaching the source of the commotion, she beheld several well-dressed boys mercilessly kicking a boy who lay on the ground, clutching his head. One, evidently the leader, taunted, so what if you are the legitimate son? You are still a powerless waste. If we are all worthless, why not hasten your demise? Then the position of heir will be mine. Strike him harder. Eventually, the group grew weary and departed, leaving the boy trembling as he rose and made his way back to his meager dwelling, a dilapidated storage room. Gazing at a solitary photograph on the only table, he knelt before it, embracing the image of a beautiful woman. Mother, I miss you so much. Why did you leave me behind? Zhongli, observing the boy, felt an inescapable connection, recalling her own plight, devoid of abilities, subject to torment, and bereft of her mother's presence. The more she reflected, the more the flames within her surged, unnoticed as they began to flicker upon her arms. Chapter 31. The god of fire Zhongli remained entirely oblivious to the transformation occurring within her. The scene shifted, revealing what appeared to be a bedroom. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged couple entered. The man locked the door, drew the curtains, and then embraced the woman, showering her with kisses. The woman, somewhat resisting, pushed him away and inquired, how did that matter turn out? The man replied, what do you think? Certainly, it is quite evident, yet the elder has remained obstinately silent. The woman remarked, honestly, it was merely that woman who had rescued the elder years ago, and she is being so fiercely protected. The man replied, indeed. It was only the elder, but fortunately, your cleverness allowed you to poison that wretched woman and her son beforehand. Otherwise, our plan would not have unfolded so smoothly. The woman kissed the man tenderly and said, it is fortunate that my family has fallen into decline. As for her son, I have rendered him incapable of possessing any abilities for a lifetime with the potion from the flame tower. Don't you think I deserve a proper reward? Eagerly, the man lifted the woman onto the bed, saying, Then I shall attend to you well. Once the elder has passed, our son will become the heir. How does that sound? It is inevitable. Before long, the room echoed with sounds that would make one blush and quicken their heartbeat. Unbeknownst to them, a boy outside had overheard their entire conversation. Zhongli followed the expressionless boy back to his dwelling. The boy struck a tree with his fist, finally shedding tears, questioning, Why? Why must the heavens treat me so? A profound sense of hatred welled within him. Zhongli observed silently, yet he empathized with the boy's plight. They were not so different, were they? Both had shared similar experiences and bore akin curses. Indeed, Zhongli had discerned the boy's identity. He was the prodigious talent later known as the God of Fire. The scene shifted once more. The boy could no longer be referred to as such. A decade had passed, and the youth had matured, acquiring formidable powers and secrecy. Fueled by an indomitable spirit to grow stronger, he ultimately achieved greatness, and now the time for vengeance had arrived. On that fateful day, a raging inferno consumed the Fire family. When others came to investigate, they merely concluded that the Fire family had offended someone, and the matter was left unresolved. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it was the unparalleled genius, Huiyan, the true name of the God of Fire, who had annihilated the entire Fire lineage. Huiyan stood upon the ruins he both knew and despised, observing the Fire family patriarch, who had recently enjoyed prosperity under his name, and the woman, now the matriarch, humbly kneeling before him, pleading for mercy. The patriarch implored, Little Yin, I am your father. Surely, you would not commit patricide. Huiyan coldly responded, From the moment you harmed my mother, destroyed my maternal lineage, and murdered the elder, our bond as father and son ceased to exist. What remains is an unquenchable hatred. The patriarch was taken aback, exclaiming, How could you possibly know? Huiyan retorted with a sneer, I am fully aware of all your actions, including the poison you administered to me from the flame tower, which gradually drained my powers and shortened my life. The woman pointed at the patriarch, saying, It was all his doing, compelling me to poison both my sister and you. What nonsense are you spouting? The patriarch shouted in fury. The woman trembled and fell silent. As Huiyan gazed upon the two individuals, who had merely an hour ago been tenderly affectionate and were now engaged in a vicious altercation, he could not help but smile bitterly, reflecting, Mother, you have misjudged this man, bringing ruin upon yourself and your family. Enough. The head of the Hua family ceased his vitriolic tirade against the woman, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he implored, It is all the doing of that woman, young Yan. Please, spare me. Huiyan replied, Very well. After all, biologically, you remain my father, and I cannot commit patricide. Indeed, you cannot kill me. The head of the Hua family hastily affirmed. Then let us engage in a game, Huiyan proposed. Neither of you may utilize your abilities to eliminate the other. The victor shall be spared, granted a chance at life. The head of the Hua family cast a reluctant glance at the trembling woman. His heart softened by the love he once held for her. Do you not wish to live? Huiyan pressed. The patriarch's body shuddered at the thought of death. He yearned for life, for he had yet to experience all it had to offer. Moreover, there were countless beautiful women awaiting him should he survive. With this in mind, he regarded the woman beside him with newfound intensity. She instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, No, please, I beg you. In a sudden frenzy, the head of the Hua family lunged at her, seizing her throat. Fear not. Once I survive, I shall ensure you receive a grand burial. Yinner shall forever remain my legitimate heir. Upon hearing her son mentioned, the woman's eyes hardened with rage. Although it was Huiyan who had slain her child, it was this man, who professed his love for her yet feared Huiyan's power, that had allowed her son to perish. With this realization, the woman began to struggle. What are the skills of a desperate woman in a brawl? Grasping, scratching, and biting. She epitomized them all. Miraculously, she broke free from the patriarch's grasp and sank her teeth into the artery of his neck. It was evident, the head of the Hua family met his demise. With blood-soaked lips and hollow eyes, the woman murmured, I know you would never spare me. Grant me a swift end. Yinner, I shall join you. Huiyan summoned flames to form a knife. Approaching the woman, the blade poised at her throat. You were a good mother. Alas, we are adversaries. Farewell. With a soft thud, the woman collapsed, breathless, yet a slight smile graced her lips, perhaps a sign of her ultimate enlightenment in her final moments. Huiyan, kneeling amidst the familiar ruins, uttered, Mother, Grand Elder, I have avenged you. Just a little longer, and I will join you. 3 days following the obliteration of the Hua family, Huiyin relocated the graves of his mother and the Grand Elder to a verdant hillock, proclaiming, "Mother, Grand Elder, the Hua family is no more. You may now rest in peace." He bowed before their gravestones several times, rising to declare, "Elders, I seek nothing further. My only desire is to embrace death. Subject me to your trials, but I shall not accept them. Let us proceed according to the rules." A voice resonated from within Huiyin, asking, "Are you certain? Do you not know that those who refuse to undergo trials shall have their flesh consumed by the fires of hell, while their souls remain ensnared within the trials, wandering ceaselessly in this world until someone succeeds in passing the test? Are you aware that this is the most severe punishment for those who reject the trials?" Huiyin replied, "I am aware, yet I still choose this path. Therefore, esteemed elder, I apologize for disappointing you." "Very well, one can only say this is fate. The time is not yet ripe. Esteemed elder, I am prepared." Upon uttering these words, flames, akin to the color of fresh blood, erupted from Huiyin, engulfing him entirely. "Alas, great elder, I am sorry. On this day, none could foresee that the prodigious fire god would fall before the graves of his two dearest kin." Chapter 32. The unveiling of truth. Zhongli quietly observed the entirety of the fire god's life, which, for 17 years, had been lived for others. At last, he had resolved to live for himself, yet it would be the final act of his existence. Zhongli murmured, "Will I become like this? An adversary to the Zhongli family?" Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her body, as if something were ablaze within her. Looking down, she realized that her form had been consumed by the foreign flames to a considerable extent. Panic seized Zhongli, leaving her bewildered. At that moment, a faint voice reached her ears. "This is merely an illusion. Believe in yourself." After such prolonged encounters, Zhongli had become well acquainted with that voice. Recalling the recent conversation with the enraged figure, she understood why she could hear it here. Enduring the pain, Zhongli spoke, "It is you, Huiyin." As her words faded, a silhouette began to materialize in an open space. As the figure drew nearer, Zhongli discerned the face, all too familiar. It was indeed Huiyin. Huiyin inquired, "What is your evaluation of my life?" Zhongli responded, "Your life has been lived for others. After your mother passed away, you heeded her last wishes and obeyed your father. Following the elder's demise, you severed ties with the Hua family at the elder's behest. Then, in your quest for vengeance against those who wronged your mother and the elder, you made a pact with fury, ultimately leading to the ruin of the Hua family. At last, you took control of your own destiny. Your previous existence was for others, was it not?" Huiyin acknowledged, "Indeed. It was only in the final moment that I determined the course of my life." Zhongli remarked, "Our fates are strikingly similar. Yet I shall not allow anyone to intrude upon my life. Thus, you may depart. I am ready to confront the genuine illusions of other cowards." Huiyin, taken aback, realized that this young girl recognized the presence of others like him and understood the nature of the illusion. Observing Zhongli, whose body was half consumed by the flames, he asked, "If you are aware of this illusion, why do you still endure it?" Zhongli replied, "Because I am human. We possess emotions and desires, and I, too, am no exception. Thus, witnessing your experiences brings me sorrow. And I feel it is unjust. This is only natural." Huiyin glanced at himself, contemplating, "Have I truly forgotten the essence of my humanity, my emotions and desires? Alas, my feelings have been stripped away, leaving only indifference as my sole companion." With a sigh, Huiyin turned and remarked, "The next illusion will soon arrive. Allow me to remind you, should the flames consume your entire being, the trial shall be deemed a failure. I wish you good fortune, Zhongli." With that, Huiyin's figure vanished, and the scenery surrounding Zhongli underwent yet another transformation. Zhongli's trial persisted, while the world outside remained eerily tranquil and silent. Indeed, since Zhongli was engulfed by the flames, no one had departed. They merely stood in quiet observation of the massive fireball. Of course, there were those who attempted to touch the fiery orb, including Zhongli Chun, who, having been scorched, was now receiving aid from Wenren Shi to tend to his wounds. After half a year of short-term cultivation, Wenren Shi had become more adept at harnessing the breath of life, his healing abilities rivaling those of light-based powers, yet his temperament remained unchanged. Wenren Shi said, "Zhongli ergo, you shouldn't have approached just now. If you injure yourself, sister, you will be saddened." Zhongli Chun replied, "She wouldn't care. She won't feel pain for me, for I am the descendant of one who has harmed her." Once Wenren Shi finished healing Zhongli Chun, he added, "But so what? It was not you who hurt sister you, and besides, you are her brother. No matter how much she may dislike you, she would never wish you harm. Sister you likely longs to converse with her siblings." Si Fengli leaned against a pillar, close to Wen Renshi and Zhongli Clan, expressing his confusion. I truly do not understand. You are her closest kin, connected by blood, yet you seem to pale in comparison to those of us who have only recently met her. You do not even know what she desires most. Perhaps it is familial affection. The three exchanged glances and shared a bittersweet smile. Bei Qing remarked, you desires nothing more than familial love, yet you have never given it to her. Instead, you have gradually shattered this hope. Is it possible you remain unaware of the poison that has been inflicted upon you? Are you truly oblivious to the deteriorating state of your body? Do you not realize there are those who understand your identity? Confronted with Bei Qing's inquiries, Zhongli Clan had no response. Bei Qing continued. She is fully aware of her condition, cognizant of her impending demise. Thus, she seeks to forge a friendship in her final moments, nothing more. Si Feng interjected. She must be a sensitive soul, harboring wariness towards all things, a trait not innate, but cultivated through life's experiences. Bei Qing added, therefore, once you emerges and helps the Zhongli family break the curse, may I kindly request that you allow me to take her away from you, away from the Zhongli family? For you will not attain what she yearns for within that family. I shall become her family. Hence, I implore you. Zhongli Ershao, to inform the head of the Zhongli family. As Zhongli Clan and the others listened to the words of the three from Bei Qing, they found themselves at a loss for rebuttal, for it was merely a reflection of reality. When the veil concealing the truth was lifted, they were confronted with its harshness. What kind of world did Zhongli Yu perceive? The answer eluded them, accessible only to the designated solver. Zhongli Chen declared, I shall care for her. I will not harm her, for 15 years ago, I made the vow to protect her. Bei Qing retorted with a cold laugh, it is too late to speak now. You no longer requires familial affection, as she has redirected those emotions towards friendship. You are too late. Perhaps not, Zhongli Chen remarked, gazing at Bei Qing. Suddenly, a whooshing sound erupted as the fiery orb transformed, gradually morphing into a lotus poised to bloom. The crowd was taken aback. What was happening? Could it be nearing fruition? One inquired. Is it true? Is success imminent? They pondered with rising excitement. Yet, at that moment, Zhongli Yu remained oblivious to the sentiments of those outside. Even if she were aware, it would be impossible to return. The trial had reached its final stage. Zhongli Yu regarded the 5 young men standing before her and asked, is it just 5? In chapter 33, she surprisingly consumed the fire. Huyen, observing Zhongli Yu, who was engulfed in flames except for her head, remarked, I never expected you to break through our illusion. Zhongli Yu replied, rather than an illusion, it resembles your life, does it not? Huyen acknowledged, indeed. The reason why a true illusion is deemed the most unbreakable is that it is rooted in reality, and the instigator must manifest in a spiritual form to activate it. Those ensnared in the illusion often become lost within it, assimilating with the illusion itself. Thus, a genuine illusion is the most formidable of all. Zhongli Yu countered. Yet I have still prevailed. It is nothing extraordinary. The other 4 men, aside from Huyen, displayed no reaction to Zhongli Yu's impudent words. Huyen lamented. Your words truly wound our hearts. Zhongli Yu, regarding Huyen and the other 4 inscrutable men, replied, I believe it wounds your own. Huyen placed a hand over his heart, declaring, you are truly heartless. Zhongli Yu assessed Huyen, deeming him a dramatist. Once liberated from constraints, his transformation was striking. Moreover, Huyen, do you not perceive your uniqueness among the 5? The others exuded an icy demeanor, resembling beings devoid of emotion, while you alone radiate a carefree disposition, standing out conspicuously. Zhongli Yu interjected, interrupting someone's soul's performance. So, are you 5 unwilling to accept the trial? Voluntarily consumed by anger instead? The 5 remained silent. Even the cheerful Huyen wore an expressionless face. Are you afraid? With your abilities, surely you could succeed in the trial. Why do you not accept it? Is it fear of death? Zhongli Yu inquired. How could 5 people speak in unison? This prompted Zhongli Yu to humorously inquire. The other 4, displaying their usual stoic expressions, turned their gaze toward Huyen, their intentions unmistakably clear. Bearing the weight of their predicament, Huyen declared, it is not that we refuse to accept the trial. Rather, we have lost the heart to face it. Yearning only for death and liberation. You have witnessed our plight. Surely you can comprehend. Zhongli Yu responded, comprehension is one thing, but I still perceive your act of self-destruction as a manifestation of cowardice. You haven't even made an attempt and are already contemplating surrender. You truly live up to the titles bestowed upon you by the world. He continued, words are futile. Reflect on yourself before speaking. It is time to face the final trial. As long as you acquire the heart of rage, you shall prevail. The heart of rage? What is that? Zhongli Yu inquired, puzzled. One individual explained, the heart of rage embodies the power of anger. If you gain its acknowledgement, the trial shall conclude, and you will acquire strength greater than you possess now. Conversely, should you fail, you will endure excruciating punishment. Do you accept? Zhongli Yu replied, at this juncture. Do I have any choice left? Moreover, I have made a promise to my friends. I must return alive. I have no desire to breach that vow. So let us commence. I do not wish to cause them undue worry. It is best to proceed swiftly. Indeed, since you have made your choice, let the final trial begin. I wish you good fortune. With that, 5 beams of light emerged from the bodies of the 5 individuals, soaring above Zhongli Yu's head and forming a path. At the end of this path lay a blood-red, flame-filled orb resembling an eye, while Hui Yin and the others began to fade away. Just before their complete vanishment, Hui Yin cautioned Zhongli Yu, remember, you have 2 hours. Should you exceed this time, the trial will be deemed a failure. Furthermore, you must maintain your resolve. With that, the 5 vanished from sight. Zhongli Yu gazed at the glowing path before him and then at the abyss behind him, contemplating. Indeed, it is a straight path ahead. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he stepped forward toward the path. According to the conventions of every novel, such a path would surely present the protagonist with an array of trials. However, our protagonist, Zhongli Yu, ascended it with remarkable ease. Though he endured the searing pain along the way, he ultimately arrived unscathed. Yet, could it truly be so simple? Zhongli Yu reached the heart of rage without incident, a spark of suspicion igniting within him regarding the presence of a potential conspiracy. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was on foreign ground and attempting to seize another's heart. Zhongli Yu mistakenly believed the heart of rage to be a literal heart of anger, which it was not. Such an act was indeed a grave offense. Thus, the notion of a conspiracy seemed entirely reasonable. Yes, that was correct. Zhongli Yu convinced himself that the presence of a conspiracy was the logical conclusion. Without it, that would be the true anomaly. Zhongli Yu prepared to seize the heart of rage, but as her fingers brushed against its flames, she found herself ensnared by the very fire that emanated from it. The flames coiled around her arm, inflicting excruciating pain that escalated to an unbearable magnitude. Although she attempted to retract her fingers, she discovered that the pain diminished significantly upon withdrawal. Determined to try once more, she reached out again, only to be met with a surge of agony that multiplied tenfold. A truly disheartening predicament. Time was drawing near, Zhongli Yu mused. Since the disappearance of the Fire 5, she had been mentally counting down the moments. There was approximately half an hour remaining until 6 o'clock in the morning, the final deadline. She needed to act swiftly. Yet she gazed despondently at her flame-imbued body and the heart of rage. While she could endure the pain, the moment she touched the heart, the overwhelming agony rendered her powerless, making it impossible to grasp the heart itself. It was indeed a vexing situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. A method had emerged in her mind. At that moment, she felt a surge of admiration for her own ingenuity. Such a solution could only arise from a uniquely perceptive mind. Countless instances had proven that her thought processes diverged from the ordinary, leading her down paths fraught with peril, often the most treacherous routes. Now, however, she was about to demonstrate her distinctive reasoning. Zhongli Yu bent low, her face inching closer to the heart of rage. With a sudden motion, she opened her mouth wide and bit down upon it, rising upright with the heart clenched in her jaws. Just as she was about to speak, the heart slipped into her mouth and traveled down her throat into her stomach. Essentially, she had consumed the heart of rage. At that precise moment, the space around her trembled, and the Fire 5 reappeared. However, their gazes towards Zhongli Yu were laden with complexity. She had actually eaten the heart of rage. Was she even human? Could anyone conceive such a method? Chapter 34 Dead? Zhongli Yu, upon seeing the Fire 5 once more, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Hey, I must have passed the final trial, right? Why are you all silent? Your expressions are rather grim. Oh, can souls change their countenance? How amusing, haha." The 5 watched her, chattering away and entertaining herself, with only her head unscathed by flames. They thought to themselves, this person truly possesses an enormous heart. The other 4, excluding the Fire, turned their gazes towards him, clearly indicating that he should inquire further. The Fire felt burdened by his fate. Even in this spectral form, he was still at the beck and call of these ancient beings. It seemed terribly unfair. Sighing, he lamented his unfortunate lot. However, despite the perceived unfairness, Hui Yin accepted the heavy responsibility, for he was the one most familiar with Zhongli Yu and closest to the era in question. Most importantly, his emotions had not been entirely stripped away, unlike those 4 old fellows who had truly become soulless entities devoid of any feelings. Huiyin floated before Zhongli Yu and inquired, "May I pose a question? What are your thoughts? Why resort to such a method to obtain the Heart of Fury? Moreover, why did you consume it?" Zhongli Yu replied, "What do you think? Is it not the case that the flames within me would return the pain 100-fold upon contact with the flames of the Heart of Fury? Thus, without flames in my head, I thought I would give it a try. Besides, it was not my intention to swallow it. I merely wanted to call you out and inquire if I had passed." To my surprise, the moment I opened my mouth, it fell right in. Huiyin looked at Zhongli Yu in exasperation, stating, "Typically, one would not think to retrieve the Heart of Fury using their mouth. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to speak with something in their mouth. Most would expel it before conversing. So, it seems you may not be entirely sane. Who is lacking sanity? Who would take their own life without reason?" Zhongli Yu retorted. Huiyin was at a loss for words, pondering how this young girl could so easily strike at others' vulnerabilities, truly unendearing. "Are you all right?" one of them asked. Zhongli Yu, puzzled, replied, "What could possibly be wrong? By the way, did I pass the final test? How many times has it been?" Since their encounter with Zhongli Yu, the instances of silence had notably increased, a testament to their helplessness. One of them said, "Indeed, you have passed the test, but what? Generally speaking, the final test involves reconstructing the body after obtaining the Heart of Fury. However, you have surpassed our expectations, and we are uncertain of the outcome after consuming the Heart of Fury. Thus, take care of yourself." "What? Are you abandoning me?" Zhongli Yu exclaimed in shock. Huiyin responded, "No, the issue is we are unaware of the results. Although we currently serve as guardians and possess various emergency measures in mind, we lack any resolution regarding the consumption of the Heart of Fury by the tested individual. So, take care of yourself." Witnessing the five give up on him left Zhongli Yu with a sense of dread, as if he were on the brink of death. He resolved to deliver a sarcastic remark, but suddenly, a sharp pain surged in his lower abdomen. Gripping his belly in a cold sweat, he writhed on the ground. Huiyin looked on, perplexed, and one person suddenly realized, could it be that? Is it not said women have a few days each month during which they feel this way? The leader among them, the one who had survived as a soul for the longest time, remarked, "You too are foolish. Is it not obvious this is a rejection reaction from consuming the Heart of Fury? What wild thoughts are you entertaining?" Indeed, one individual echoed the sentiments expressed by the leader, acknowledging the earlier assertion regarding the feminine nature of the matter, yet he remained reticent. "What shall we do now?" he implored the leader, who, in a fit of rage, glared at him and retorted, "How should I know? All I have encountered here are ethereal souls. I have yet to see a single living being. Pray tell, why does each of you grapple with the concept of self-destruction? One after another, you choose to end your existence. Look, this makes 5. At last, a living soul arrives, only to be mentally unhinged, consumed by wrath. Oh heavens! Why must my fate be so wretched?" Observing the leader's gradual descent into despair, seemingly influenced by Zhongli Yu's presence, the 4 companions shared a silent understanding and refrained from further commentary. Meanwhile, Zhongli Yu, rolling on the ground in agony, was not only beset by sharp pains in his abdomen, but also felt an overwhelming sensation of something threatening to emerge from his throat, which was exceedingly distressing. As Zhongli Yu continued to suffer, he remained oblivious to the fact that his physical form was gradually vanishing, or more accurately, being incinerated by flames. His ignorance did not extend to the 5 companions, who were acutely aware of his plight. "Hey, Zhongli Yu!" Fire Yin called out, attempting to alert him. With great effort, Zhongli Yu pried his eyes open, only to witness his body slowly disintegrating in the flames. At that moment, he could no longer feel the pain of his dissolution. All sensations were concentrated in his abdomen. "Damn it!" Zhongli Yu cursed, trying desperately to summon his unique abilities to combat the flames searing his flesh. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself powerless, ultimately succumbing to frustration and uttering a curse. The 5 companions could only watch helplessly as the flames consumed Zhongli Yu entirely. They yearned to assist him, but their essence as guardians of wrath forbade such intervention. It was a matter of principle. Overwhelmed by the situation, Fire Yin collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "How could this be? Just moments ago, everything was fine." He buried his face in despair, tears streaming down his cheeks. The others wished to console him, but were at a loss for words, allowing him the catharsis of his grief, for it is through tears that one often finds solace. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed in surprise, noticing a glimmer emanating from the spot where Zhongli Yu had vanished. Fire Yin lifted his head and hastily made his way towards the light, followed closely by the others. Upon closer inspection, they discovered an exquisitely crafted jade pendant, adorned with intricate depictions of a dragon and a phoenix, seemingly lifelike. Fire Yin reached out to grasp the pendant, but as soon as his fingers neared, they were repelled. The 5 companions were taken aback. The leader, observing the phenomenon, exclaimed in astonishment, "This? Could it be?" Fire Yin interjected hastily, "Leader, stop pausing. Speak quickly. In a different time." Such audacity in addressing the leader would have warranted a stern lesson, but the leader was not in the mood for reprimands. The leader remarked, "This dragon possesses the extraordinary ability of true sunfire, while the phoenix is renowned for its ultimate ice, known as absolute zero. Furthermore, the eyes of these 2 divine beasts harbor the powers of the purple heavenly thunder. Astonishingly, the verdant spirit stones surrounding us emanate a breath of life. This jade pendant is indeed a remarkable treasure." Chapter 35. You have qualified leader. Aren't the abilities you mentioned exclusive to the heirs of the 4 great families? Inquired one individual. The leader nodded, stating, "Indeed, it appears this young girl's identity is anything but ordinary. This jade pendant is clearly a meticulously crafted artifact." Hui Yin pondered for a moment, saying, "Her name is Zhongli Yu. She must be related to the Zhongli family." Zhongli Yu, Zhongli family. What an impressive lineage. The leader responded, "But what if the Zhongli family learns of her demise?" One person asked the leader. The leader considered this and replied, "How could that be? According to the curse of the Zhongli family, the day of the great slaughter is fast approaching. To be honest, I believe that it is better to end one's life here than to be slain by one's own kin. However, it seems this foolish girl wishes to survive. Do you see? The soul of Zhongli Yu is contained within this jade pendant, and after receiving the breath of life, she will likely be reborn soon. Moreover, observe the dragon. Though it wields the sunfire of the Zhongli family, it also possesses a hint of phoenix fire. There is hope, reverence, love, patience, and the ability to let go. The phoenix must undergo its rebirth to attain resurrection. This child will soon reappear before us, and she will be even stronger than before. With so many of the purest forces of the world aiding her, if she fails to grow stronger, it would be a disservice to this treasure. Therefore, all we can do now is wait. Do you understand?" Yes. Outside, the budding flame lotus underwent a transformation. The stem began to elongate gradually until it reached the eaves of the Ability Academy, at which point it ceased to grow. Several branches sprouted forth, all still in the budding stage. What is happening? I have no idea. Is it nearing completion? Shouldn't it emerge? Perhaps it will burst forth like Neza did from the lotus? Someone suddenly recalled how Neza was reborn from a lotus flower and voiced this thought. Upon speaking, the space fell silent, as everyone simultaneously contemplated the scenario of Zhongli Yu potentially emerging from the lotus flower. It seemed prudent to be psychologically prepared for such an event. After all, regarding Zhongli Yu, they had begun to think that even if she did leap from the lotus, it wouldn't be a remarkable occurrence, as they had grown accustomed to it. Thus, it was evident how uniquely impressionable Zhongli Yu had been to them previously. The branches continued to divide, yet each bud was smaller than the enormous crimson bud, and none of the branches surpassed its height. The crowd gazed at the magnificent, unblossomed crimson lotus. It was truly beautiful and radiant. They began to anticipate how Zhongli Yu would emerge from within, regardless of the thoughts of the 5 fiery individuals. Zhongli Yu found herself confronting a significant crisis for the first time in her 18 years. Indeed, even as flames engulfed her, her consciousness remained intact. Yet her eyes remained stubbornly shut. Now, feeling the constraints upon her body dissipate, she hastily sought to rise, only to discover her body lacked the strength to do so. After considerable effort, she managed to sit up, only to be greeted by the sight of a golden-red dragon with violet eyes and an ice-blue phoenix encircling her. The moment she beheld these 2 mythical beasts, memories of the birthday gift crafted by Helian Ling and her companions flooded her mind. They were strikingly similar. "Did you save my life?" She pondered, yet no response came forth. At that moment, a transformation occurred within the surrounding darkness. A manifestation of the heart of wrath emerged. From this heart, a voice resonated, one that mirrored the essence of fury, yet bore an air of chilling indifference. "How brazen of you to consume me," it declared. Zhongli Yu replied, "I did not do so intentionally. Who would willingly consume another's heart? I am no cannibal. I am not merely a heart. I am the embodiment of wrath, born from the fury of being sealed by humanity," it elucidated. Zhongli Yu inquired, "What of the anger that spoke to me earlier?" "That too is a fragment of my being, a part that split off in pursuit of the challenger." "So, my trial has concluded?" she asked. "Indeed. Yet you have consumed me. Your physical form has been consumed by the wrathful flames birthed from my rejection of your body," the heart of wrath explained, its meaning becoming increasingly clear to Zhongli Yu. "But tell me, how do I escape this place? Or how can I reconstruct my body to leave? She implored. Why must you so fervently desire to leave? Your so-called family does not treat you kindly, do they? There are others here who share your plight. Why not remain among them? Is it merely for that promise? Zhongli, you retorted. You fail to comprehend. Even if others are unkind to me, what does it matter? The only family I recognize is Bei Qing. Moreover, look at those 5. Save for Hua Yan, the other 4 lack any semblance of emotion. They are no different from puppets. Although I currently acknowledge only a Qing, that does not preclude future possibilities. This is evidence enough. As she gently caressed the heads of the golden-red dragon and the ice-blue phoenix, she remarked, it was they who shielded me in my most desperate hour. And you are aware of the beliefs instilled in them by their creator during their making. Protection, a safeguard in times of peril, was bestowed upon you by the wishes of 4 individuals, coupled with the uniqueness of their extraordinary abilities. What merit do I possess to receive such a blessing from 4 paragons? Lamented Zhongli Yu. Yet, I must respond. I cannot perish, nor allow this illusion to impede my path. Hence, I beseech you to vanish. The events of a millennium past will be unraveled by me. But let the forgotten dwell in oblivion, undisturbed by the tranquility of the present. At his command, the scarlet dragon and azure phoenix surged forth towards the embodiment of wrath, which, instead of defending itself, transformed into a strikingly handsome man with crimson hair and eyes. You have proven worthy. May you find eternal happiness. Under the assault of the dragon and phoenix, the man dissipated into nothingness, and the surrounding darkness began to crumble. Zhongli Yu gazed at the void where the man had been and remarked, I am profoundly grateful for your 6 months of vigilance. May your words ring true. And I wish you liberation. With a resounding crash, the realm finally collapsed. Meanwhile, the 5 infernal beings sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The leader proclaimed, we too are free. The fiery one broke into a foolish grin, exclaiming, we did it. Remarkably, we have succeeded. We can now emerge. Let us witness the rebirth of this young maiden, someone suggested. Indeed, the wheel of destiny had commenced its rotation. Chapter 36, a new rebirth at this moment. The realm of fury began to disintegrate. Outside, all the buds, on the verge of blooming, radiated a brilliant light, invigorating the weary members of various superhuman families who had endured a sleepless night, prompting them to hasten to the Academy of Abilities. By the time the current heads of the superhuman families and other significant figures arrived, the previously dormant buds had blossomed. Everyone paused in astonishment, transfixed by the sight of the flowers that appeared to be on the cusp of blooming, their colors vibrant yet subdued, with the fragrance yet to be released from the clusters of red lotuses. But were these truly ordinary red lotuses? Did their hue resemble that of fresh blood? Particularly the largest and most resplendent crimson bud. Gradually, all the branches of the lotuses unfurled, except for the most extraordinary one. Surely, it must be this one, they whispered. From within, she shall emerge. As if responding to the collective yearning of the crowd, the immense blood-red lotus finally stirred, slowly blossoming. The spectators anticipated that when this magnificent blood-red lotus fully opened, Zhongli Yu would emerge from within. Yet, to their bewilderment, no figure appeared. Only a jade pendant lay at the center of the lotus pod. What could this mean? Situ Feng, unable to suppress his curiosity, attempted to ascend to the top to discern the situation, but was halted by Situ Xiao. Xiao Feng, do not act impulsively. Let us wait a moment. However, upon observing the grave expression on Situ Xiao's face, Situ Feng reluctantly retracted his unspoken words. But what was truly unfolding? Why was there no sign of Zhongli Yu? Only a pendant? Was it possible that Wenren Zishi suddenly harbored a most extraordinary thought? Zhong Li Chun inquired, are you referring to you within the jade pendant? Wenren Zishi responded, indeed, otherwise it remains inexplicable. Given the circumstances, it seems that Zhongli Yu has passed the trial, yet her absence is prolonged. I cannot help but speculate that an unforeseen incident may have befallen her, placing her life in jeopardy, and that the jade pendant, imbued with our powers, has shielded her. However, all of this is merely conjecture. When will she emerge? It is maddening. We remain utterly unaware of her condition. Situ Xiao, displaying signs of impatience, remarked, it should be soon. Barely had He Lian Ling spoken these words when the colossal blood-red lotus finally exhibited a transformation. The surrounding red lotuses began to emit tiny crimson star-like lights, which flew towards the jade pendant. An increasing number of these star-like lights entered the pendant, causing its radiance to intensify, while the other red lotuses dimmed and withered, leaving only the last grand blood-red lotus behind. Not only did the pendant grow more luminous, but the immense blood-red lotus also appeared increasingly vibrant. At last, this extraordinary lotus began to stir. It too began to exude tiny star-like lights. Yet unlike the other lotuses that wilted, it became ever more spirited. The jade pendant underwent a remarkable change. The two mythical beasts depicted upon it began to detach and soared around the lotus pod, as if awaiting the arrival of something significant. The onlookers beheld the resurrected dragon and phoenix, their eyes wide and mouths agape, pondering, what is happening? Has the world turned fantastical? They turned their gaze toward He Lianling and the three others, their expressions clearly beseeching an explanation. One Ren Ziqi, witnessing the surreal spectacle before him, awkwardly elucidated. This must be a coincidence, arising from a myriad of circumstances. Truthfully, how could they possibly comprehend such matters? They should inquire with Zhongli Yu instead. At that moment, the sounds of phoenix cries and dragon roars reverberated, as if heralding the arrival of an illustrious figure. Gradually, a shadowy silhouette emerged from the lotus pod. It was Zhongli Yu, yet she appeared transformed. Her hair had taken on a striking blood-red hue, which, though unusual, suited her remarkably well. However, the spectators, accustomed to her ebony locks, found it somewhat disconcerting. Only her head was visible above the lotus pod, while her limbs and torso remained concealed. An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped them. What should they do? Yet this unsettling feeling dissipated within moments, replaced by astonishment. Countless tiny star-like lights began to entwine around Zhongli Yu, enveloping her in a chrysalis. Before long, the chrysalis burst open, revealing Zhongli Yu with her limbs restored. Her skin as pale and smooth as water, emanating an aura of the divine and untouchable. Although she was clad in nothing, the assembly's attention was evidently not fixated on this detail, as they were astounded by the grandeur of the scene. Zhongli Yu gradually regained her senses, slowly opening her eyes. At that moment, her pupils had transformed from black to the same blood-red hue as her hair. The sound of the phoenix's cry and the dragon's roar captivated Zhongli Yu. She gazed at the dragon and phoenix entwined around her and said, "Thank you for your efforts. You may return now." The dragon and phoenix looked at Zhongli Yu, let out a long howl as if in response, and then soared towards her hand, transforming once more into a jade pendant. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Please set me down." The red lotus seemed to comprehend her words. Its enormous stem gradually shortened. When it was just a few meters from the ground, the red lotus suddenly transformed into countless tiny starlights that enveloped Zhongli Yu, forming an exquisite garment. This attire, naturally red, bore a striking image of a grand red lotus, appearing vividly lifelike. The clothing leaned more towards ancient attire, reminiscent of Hanfu, yet distinctly designed for combat. Zhongli Yu landed safely on the ground, but did not greet Bei Qing at once. Instead, she turned her gaze towards a particular spot and inquired, "Why aren't you coming out yet?" On the spacious clearing, 5 figures emerged, the guardians of Huoyan. Huoyan remarked, "I thought you were truly dead. I never expected this." The leader added, "Indeed, it's astonishing that you have transformed adversity into fortune, attaining rebirth and acquiring the heart of fury. Could it be that you are the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune?" Another chimed in, "Absolutely. I've never encountered someone so fortunate." Zhongli Yu replied, "You cannot envy this." The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions twitching, pondering silently at this critical juncture. Her sharp tongue remains unyielding. Zhongli Yu observed their gradually transparent forms and asked, "Are you departing?" The leader confirmed, "Yes, it seems we shall not meet again. We 5 have disrupted the balance and must proceed to the underworld for judgment." "The underworld?" Zhongli Yu inquired. Huiyan explained, "Doesn't Huaxia have its own myths regarding the underworld and the duality of black and white? Due to the past conflict between gods and humans, the underworld was also affected. Deceased gods sought revival there, but the underworld refused. As a result, it was utterly destroyed. However, a governing body like the underworld is essential. So the Minfu was subsequently established, which is far more ruthless. Those who defy the rules will face severe punishment." Zhongli Yu asked, "Have you never regretted this?" The 5 exchanged glances and replied in unison, "No regrets. Our time has come. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, their figures gradually faded away. Zhongli Yu, watching the now empty expanse, said, "Having accompanied you for several centuries, aren't you going to bid farewell?" After a moment of silence, a handsome man with the same hair and eye color as Zhongli Yu appeared. They realized I was silently observing their departure, the man remarked. He turned to Zhongli Yu and said, "What surprises me is you. While I anticipated your success in the trials, I did not foresee you consuming the heart of fury, nor did I expect that pendant to possess sentience and heed your commands. These revelations were beyond my expectations." Zhongli Yu chuckled softly at the displeasure etched on anger's face and remarked, "I never expected you to summon the red lotus. Anger retorted. In the Buddhist teachings of Huaxia, the red lotus is associated with two notions. One describes it as a form of hell, specifically one of the 8 cold hells. Those who are reborn in this realm endure relentless cold, their bodies turning a vivid crimson, their skin cracking from frostbite. Hence it is termed the red lotus hell. Another interpretation categorizes it among the 10 cold hells, while yet another associates it with one of the hot hells, where all within are bathed in red, reminiscent of the hue of the red lotus flower. Thus, your extraordinary ability has mutated. It is no longer my fiery wrath, but has transformed into the flames of hell. Are the flames of hell more formidable than my wrath? Anger continued. It is said that those who wield the flames of hell are messengers of the underworld. Anyone deemed an enemy by a user of these flames suffers wounds that cannot be healed for eternity, and those consumed by the hellfire face eternal obliteration, with the underworld offering no solace to the afflicted. Such a fate is beyond the reach of mere wrath. Now, do you comprehend the disparity in power? Indeed. Zhongli Yu mused. She is exceptionally powerful. Anger, discerning Zhongli Yu's thoughts, cautioned, do not rejoice prematurely. Are you aware of the multitude of troubles you have accumulated? Zhongli Yu tilted her head, indicating her ignorance. Anger, exasperated by her naivety, exclaimed, First, there are the other 6 deadly sins, then the strife of the 7 kings. The ever-looming eternal night organization, the curses from various extraordinary families, and now, you are entangled with the underworld. Are you a mere conglomerate of troubles? Zhongli Yu, perplexed, inquired, What is the eternal night organization, and why is the underworld involved with me? Anger replied, As for the eternal night organization, you may inquire with the members of the 4 great extraordinary families. They will enlighten you. Regarding the underworld, you now possess a formidable weapon linked to it. Do you truly believe they will spare you? Zhongli Yu was taken aback, questioning what this had to do with her, as she had never particularly desired the flames of hell. What should I do if the underworld comes for me? Zhongli Yu asked. Anger reassured her, Fear not. Your hellfire is applicable to all entities, including those from the underworld. However, this is contingent upon your perceiving them as adversaries, which would allow you to strike at their very souls. In ordinary circumstances, without any enemies, the destructive capacity of your flames would merely equate to that of common fire. Thus the extent of damage hinges upon your own heart. My heart. Zhongli Yu placed her hand over her chest. Anger stated, It is time for me to depart. Remember, Zhongli Yu, your life has irrevocably altered. Fortune may favor you, yet it is fraught with challenges. The strife of the 7 kings is now entrusted to you, the one who has gained my recognition. Chapter 37. I have returned. The figure of Anger gradually faded from the gaze of the onlookers. Her once fearsome blood-red eyes now softened, filled with tenderness, yet directed solely at one individual. Zhongli Yu knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect, and declared, Although we have not performed the customary master-disciple rite, in my heart, you are my master. May you journey well, master. As your disciple, Zhongli Yu is unable to repay you in any meaningful way, but I can offer this bow and vow to fulfill your wishes. Having a disciple like you is a great fortune. I wish for your dreams to come to fruition. Do not weep. With that, the figure of Anger vanished completely from the sight of the onlookers. Zhongli Yu gazed at the spot where the anger had dissipated and bowed once more before rising to his feet. Bei Qing approached Zhongli Yu cautiously, inquiring, Are you all right? Zhongli Yu, with a look of confusion, replied, Qing, what could possibly be wrong with me? Bei Qing scratched his nose and remarked, I sent it that your entrance was quite terrifying. Zhongli Yu suddenly comprehended and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, so that was it. To be honest, I should take some blame for that. The others, intrigued by the exchange between Bei Qing and Zhongli Yu, could not help but listen in. Zhongli Yu continued. Originally, the final trial was to manifest the heart of Anger. However, due to the previous authentic illusion, my body became ensnared by the flames of anger. Upon encountering the heart of Anger, I would experience pain return to me tenfold, 100-fold. At that moment, only my head remained unharmed. So I took the heart of Anger into my mouth. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to declare that I had completed the final trial, the heart of Anger fell directly into my mouth, and my body rejected it, resulting in my being consumed by flames. That is how it happened. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Is that truly so amusing? Moreover, who would act in such a manner? It was evident that some individuals thought differently from the norm. Zhongli Yu produced a jade pendant, stating, Thanks to this jade pendant, I stand here today. Looking at it, I suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhongli Chan, saying, Elder brother, I have something to discuss with you. Zhongli Chan, Assuming Zhongli wished to address the impending curse of the Zhongli family, stepped forward and asked, "What is it?" In an unexpectedly calm tone, Zhongli boldly proclaimed, "Elder brother, I shall extinguish the fire tower." The audacity of Zhongli statement left the crowd in stunned silence. The fire tower was the maternal clan of the Zhongli family, and he had openly declared such a thing? Zhongli Chun momentarily lost his composure and asked, "Could you enlighten me as to why?" Zhongli toyed with his crimson hair and replied, "I find it displeasing, and both I and Huiyan, along with several unknown individuals, are victims of the fire tower. Are those two reasons insufficient?" "Who is Huiyan?" Zhongli Chen clearly missed the crux of the matter. Zhongli remarked, "The fire god is synonymous with flames. In his youth, he was subjected to a potion devised by the head of the fire clan and that woman. A concoction capable of stripping one of their abilities and posing a subsequent threat to life itself. As for the other four, that era was quite distant. The fire tower was merely a minuscule force, hardly worthy of consideration, yet it has left behind such a malignant tumor. No one anticipated that the prodigious fire god had endured such an ordeal, nor could anyone foresee Zhongli's nonchalant dismissal of the fire tower, delivered with such contempt. One wonders how the heir of the Zhongli clan would respond to this. However, Zhongli Chun interjected, questioning if they had misheard something. He stated, "Their reach has extended too far. It is time for them to cease. There is no need for courtesy, yet she must be entrusted to me for resolution. Is that agreeable?" Zhongli replied, "Of course, second brother, you are indeed cold-blooded. After all, it is your maternal clan, and yet you dare to take such action." Zhongli Chen responded, "Their impatience has led them astray. Besides, if a persistent fly buzzes around you, how long can you endure it?" Zhongli conceded, "True. Were it not for your disapproval, I would not have hesitated to eliminate you. Should you perish, the curse upon this generation of the Zhongli family would be lifted. Yet, I never expected, second brother, that you would evolve into a commendable clan leader, albeit an inadequate father and husband, for you possess no heart." "No heart?" He scoffed. "Ah, you remain oblivious to whom my solitary heart truly belongs." Zhongli chose to disregard Zhongli Chun henceforth and surveyed her surroundings, spotting many familiar faces. She approached one individual, saying, "Chief Gu, how do you find the spiritual artifact I crafted?" Chief Gu chuckled wryly, "You girl. You cannot imagine the fright I experienced when your artifact arrived. Half a year can feel both long and short, and with such limited time, how could you allocate it to crafting artifacts?" Zhongli replied, "Anger is also an agreement. After all, it serves to sharpen the spirit." Chief Gu sighed resignedly. "You truly are something. Very well, I shall grant you a privilege. Henceforth, unless it pertains to a heinous act, the military will unconditionally accommodate one of your requests." "What say you?" "Thank you immensely," she responded. Zhongli Xing approached, saying, "Little sister, you are liberated now, yet we must return to our duties." Zhongli Xing continued, "The scene upon your emergence roused the entirety of the capital from their slumber, not to mention other nations." "I apologize," Zhongli expressed. Chief Gu remarked, "Xing, are you perhaps feeling apprehensive? Moreover, this should be considered a fortuitous event. Our Xia has gained another talented individual with exceptional abilities. Admittedly, it brings its own complications. And if others attempt to send representatives, we shall detain them for thorough questioning. After all, not just anyone can enter our Xia. Additionally, Xing, ensure everyone remains vigilant." Zhongli observed that the two individuals engrossed in assigning tasks had completely forgotten her presence, prompting her to depart with a sense of self-awareness. Upon turning around, she was met with 3 pairs of mournful eyes, Bei Qing, Wenrengxi, and Situ Feng. Amused, she approached them and inquired, "What troubles you?" Wenrengxi lamented, "Sister, you have completely ignored us." Situ Feng chimed in, affirming her complaint. Bei Qing added, "You have yet to speak to me properly." Reflecting on this, Zhongli recognized the truth in their words. She opened her arms and declared, "Indeed, I have not properly announced my return. A Qing, Shaoxi, and Madman. I am back." Upon hearing this, Bei Qing, Wenrengxi, and Situ Feng could no longer contain their tears. They rushed towards the willful figure and embraced her, exclaiming, "Welcome back, Sister Yu." Chapter 38. The reactions of various nations. Zhongli looked down at Wenrengxi, who trembled in her embrace, and gently stroked her hair. "All right, you are all grown-ups now. There is no need for tears." But Wenrengxi sobbed, "Am I not standing right here?" Zhongli's words instantly soothed the anxious hearts of Bei Qing, Wenrengxi, and Situ Feng. Zhongli continued, "Though I do not harbor resentment like anger, seeing you still makes me uneasy. Nevertheless, I wish to be with you. Shaoxi, Madman, can you accept me as I am?" When Rengxi and Situ Feng grasped Zhongliu's outstretched hands and replied, "Of course. Then let us pledge an everlasting friendship, one that shall never falter." "Indeed, that is a certainty. Hey, have you finished your little chat?" Situ Xiao called out from a distance. Zhongliu and the others approached, asking, "What is it?" Situ Xiao replied, "We are going out for a meal soon. Will you join us? After all, you kept us on edge all night and deserve some reward." Zhongliu responded, "Certainly, but you all must choose the venue. That is not my responsibility." Laughing, Situ Xiao patted Zhongliu on the shoulder and said, "That is only fair. Good, you are quite agreeable. We shall head to the largest restaurant in the capital. So prepare to spend." Observing Situ Xiao bouncing away to inform others, Zhongliu remarked, "Madman, you and your brother share the same temperament." "Really?" Situ Feng showed no particular reaction, acknowledging that siblings often share certain similarities. Zhongliu suddenly patted her chest and sighed in relief. "Fortunately, I had entrusted my purple gold card to the principal for safekeeping. Otherwise, Bei Qing responded with resignation. Indeed, none of us anticipated your entrance to be so grand, especially without proper attire." Zhongliu shuddered and looked at the three with alarm. They quickly reassured her at that moment. "We were too engrossed in the scene to notice your state of undress." Zhongliu replied, "You would have been better off not comforting me, allowing me to retain a shred of nostalgia." Alas, the three individuals swiftly comforted Zhongliu, who remained oblivious to the monumental stir her rebirth had caused, resulting in a complex mix of admiration and resentment from the military authorities. At the moment, the immense crimson lotus, resembling blood, manifested. It captured the attention of numerous night owls in the capital city. However, other nations and factions, due to their distance, were not immediately aware of the occurrence. Yet, the instant Zhongliu emerged in her renewed form, the spiritual energy detectors from various countries and factions emitted frantic alerts, rousing the nearby guards who promptly reported the incident to their superiors. This information ultimately reached the leaders of the respective nations and factions. In the island nation, a subordinate addressed a figure revered as a great hero, saying, "My lord, should I send someone to the Huaxia to investigate?" The shadowy figure replied, "If we can control her, bring her back and nurture her well. If not, ensure that Huaxia does not gain her. Understood? There's no need to send too many. Just dispatch the team, led by Zhuizhi." In the United States, a knightly figure knelt respectfully before the man seated on the throne, asking, "Your Majesty, how should we address the sudden surge of spiritual energy in Huaxia?" The king inquired, "What do you propose?" The knight replied, "If we opt for diplomatic discussions, Huaxia will surely not disclose the truth. It would be wiser to send someone covertly." The king responded, "The primary source of this energy appears to be the Ability Academy in the capital of Huaxia. In that case, my loyal minister, how about I dispatch Major Inoan to the academy as an exchange student? Surely, Huaxia would not refuse such an open inquiry." The knight hesitated. "Would it be wise to send Jones Panna? He is still quite young." The king remarked, "Exactly for that reason. In the past, Huaxia lagged behind the United States in every aspect, but now it stands alongside us as one of the four great nations. There must be a reason for this shift. I have no desire to antagonize Huaxia. Although they face internal strife, in times of national crisis, they will unite against a common threat. Surely, General Inoan understands this." The knight, known as the United States' foremost general, Darinson Inoan, acknowledged, "Indeed, they are like a slumbering dragon, not to be underestimated." The king concluded, "Thus, we must not make an enemy of them now. Likely, only that repugnant island nation would contemplate a sneak attack. Darinson, inform Jones Panna to refrain from hostilities. Securing intelligence is paramount, or forging an alliance with the mysterious powers master would also be advantageous." "Yes, your majesty," the woman seated upon the throne declared. "Who shall we send to gather intelligence?" "Let it be Alina," she continued. "As the royal heir, she ought to hone her skills. The Celestial Empire is indeed a formidable nation in every conceivable aspect. Regardless, the vulnerabilities of our unique abilities in England are well known. I sincerely hope Alina can glean something valuable from her sojourn in the Celestial Empire to alter this reality. You may take your leave now. I wish to be alone for a while." The royal attendant of the Queen of England bowed and departed, leaving Her Majesty in solitude. The Celestial Empire, is it? A nation that perpetually astonishes, she mused. Only 6 individuals scattered across the world could sense the unique energies emanating from the capital, Bei Qing. Is this anger? Has someone passed the trial of wrath? I am intrigued to meet such a person. She chuckled softly, her heart racing. I must strive harder. The air of wrath must be quite delectable. Indeed, the other 6 deadly sins had long identified their challengers and awaited the trial of wrath, knowing that should it fail, The other sins would lie dormant within the challenger's being until the end of their days. However, when the trial of wrath is successfully passed, it heralds the awakening of the other 6 sins. Wrath is pivotal. Unless the challenger of wrath succeeds first, the other 6 cannot proceed with their trials. Wrath is akin to the human heart. If the heart ceases to beat, the other organs cannot function. When the heart beats and the blood circulates, everything can progress favorably, although this favorable direction may not be genuinely beneficial. Chapter 39. The man unable to avenge, setting aside future matters. At this moment, Zhongli. Now the focus of attention from various nations, was making his way to the largest restaurant in the capital with peers of similar age, such as Bei Qing. Naturally, he had retrieved his purple gold card from the principal. As for the heads of various ability families, they returned to their clans after the matter concluded, eager to arrange subsequent affairs. After all, Zhongli had already surmounted the most arduous hurdle. They could not afford to abandon hope. Soon, they arrived at the grandest restaurant in the capital, the Xinu restaurant. Zhongli gazed at the prominently displayed characters of Xinu and pondered. This Xinu must be a person's name. Bei Qing looked at Zhongli, skepticism evident in his eyes. You can't possibly be unaware of the story behind Xinu? What story? Zhongli inquired. Situ Feng sighed in exasperation. What have you been doing all these years? Have you truly been a recluse? Even then, you should have heard something. My reclusiveness pales in comparison to your ignorance, Zhongli retorted gloomily. The 3 erupted into laughter as they continued into the Xinu restaurant. Approaching the front desk, the attendant inquired, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" Ivan remarked, "Indeed, my surname is Zhongli." The waiter began to examine the matter, and Zhongli, overhearing this, inquired, "Why mention my name?" Ivan replied, "Did you not say you would treat us? Therefore, it is only fitting that you present a fade of hospitality." Witnessing Zhongli's expression of restrained indignation brought amusement to several onlookers. At that moment, the waiter returned and asked, "May I inquire if everyone is ready to place their orders?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Zhongli, for she was, after all, the one responsible for the bill. "Please, proceed with your orders," she said. The group erupted in cheers and began to order in a flurry. Zhongli observed the liberation of their spirits, realizing that there were no ulterior motives among them, and pondered, how long will this scene last? Bei Qing and others resumed their enthusiastic recounting of tales regarding the proprietor of the Xinyu restaurant. Bei Qing stated, "It is said that the owner of Xinyu was once the heir of a family endowed with extraordinary abilities, destined for greatness. However, unexpectedly, he fell in love with his own sister. When this became known within the family, a decree was issued for him to take her life, so that his status as heir could be preserved. Yet, he fled with her under the cover of night, only for her to ultimately perish, leading to his permanent expulsion from the family." Zhongli remarked, "He could not even protect his beloved. How pitiful." "What did you say?" A voice emerged from behind Zhongli. Since the crowd's attention remained primarily fixated on her, it could be said that every movement of hers was under their scrutiny. They had naturally overheard the exchange between Zhongli and Bei Qing, and upon seeing the speaker, they collectively thought, "What luck, to speak of someone behind their back, only to have the protagonist overhear such commentary. This is splendid. A delightful spectacle awaits." Zhongli turned to the middle-aged man with white hair and asked, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I am Ming Wei, the owner of this Xinyu restaurant. I request an apology for your earlier remarks." Zhongli, amused, responded, "Why should I apologize? Is it not true? If one cannot protect their beloved, are they not weak?" She continued, "Moreover, how is it that you still thrive? Were it me, if my beloved were slain, I would seek vengeance until my enemies lay dead, and once avenged, I would join them in the afterlife. So tell me, what is your story? Do you truly cherish Ming Xinyu? My love for Xinyu is genuine. As for why I do not seek revenge, that is of no concern to you. I wish you an enjoyable meal, Miss Zhongli," Ming Wei declared with a fierce tone before departing with his companions. Zhongli observed Ming Wei's retreating figure and mused, "He must wish for my demise." "You truly know him well," Situ Feng lamented. When Rinchi remarked, "Sister Yu, Uncle Ming Wei's lack of vengeance may indeed have its reasons. Perhaps he is cursed." "Cursed?" Situ Feng remarked, "Indeed. The elders, or the head of the family, can cast curses upon the capable members wishing to depart, yet such curses differ fundamentally from the 7 deadly sins. The so-called family curse entails a prohibition against harming any member of the family after leaving, thus potentially hindering revenge." Zhongli observed the despondent figure of Ming Wei receding into the distance, stroking his chin, and mused, "I believe I could assist him in dispelling the curse. It should prove quite intriguing." "What do you mean?" Ivan inquired. Zhongli replied, "My hellfire can alter a person's constitution, provided they possess the unwavering will to endure the searing pain inflicted by the Hellfire, both internally and externally. Surmounting this ordeal will naturally lead to a rebirth, thereby incinerating any curse, for no curse compares to the eternal torment of the 7 deadly sins. Then, do you intend to assist Mr. Mingwei? Bei Qing asked. Zhongli responded, if fate allows, then indeed. By the way, have you all finished ordering? Let us proceed inside. With a sense of renewed enlightenment, the group walked into the reserved private room, pondering whether the Hellfire could truly achieve such feats. The assembled individuals took their seats, their expressions blank. Zhongli sat beside He Lianling on his left and Bei Qing on his right, followed by Wen Renshi and Si Tufeng. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhongli, and he said, Qing, once the matters of the Zhongli family are resolved, I shall assist you in restoring your body. Bei Qing shivered slightly and replied, I am not in a rush, Zhongli sighed, though you may not be in haste, I am quite anxious. Therefore, I present this to you. It will temporarily alleviate your condition. From his fingertips, flames resembling blood manifested, coalescing and compressing into a stone shaped like a flame. Zhongli explained, this is a stone formed from my Hellfire. You must keep it on your person. Very well, Bei Qing accepted it, placing it in the pocket of his chest. In truth, Zhongli had not disclosed that this stone possessed another function. It would automatically protect the bearer, but only those recognized by Zhongli could touch it. Should an outsider attempt to make contact, they would be deemed an enemy and attacked by the Hellfire. Zhongli had entrusted this to Bei Qing to draw out the person secretly harming his body. Lost in thought, Zhongli suddenly sensed a faint chill brushing against his left cheek. He Lianling whispered, after today, the Ability Academy may not remain tranquil. Some nations might send exchange students, who may instantly recognize you as the one they seek. But fear not, we shall protect you. Chapter 40. Exchange students from the United States and England. Upon hearing He Lianling's words, Zhongli silently turned his head, and He Lianling remained still. The proximity that had once been close now felt even more intimate, their eyes reflecting the essence of one another. The once boisterous private room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the two individuals, undeniably captivating in their presence. However, the focal point lay not solely in their allure, but rather in the alarming proximity they shared, so close that their lips seemed poised to meet. Whispers of illicit affairs flickered through the minds of the onlookers, especially given the tokens of affection both bore. It was apparent that the jade pendant, which Lianling had personally bestowed upon Zhongli, was mistakenly perceived as a symbol of their bond, causing the audience to forget the preceding conversation among Lianling and his companions. This represented a most exquisite misunderstanding, one that would render their future closeness a mere norm to all. Zhongli scrutinized Lianling and remarked, you ought to prioritize your own well-being. I have weathered the worst of my troubles, yet your chill is far more severe than before. Lianling, gazing into Zhongli's blood-red eyes that reflected his own visage, responded, my curse inflicts harm solely upon myself. However, should your words fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it would spell a significant peril for Huaxia, hence I cannot afford to be indifferent. Indeed. Zhongli averted her gaze and sipped water to soothe her throat. The Hellion family is indeed a lineage of military prowess. I nearly overlooked that Master Hellion, like my elder brother, holds the rank of Major General. For reasons unknown, Lianling felt a disquieting sensation as Zhongli diverted her eyes, akin to witnessing his cherished toy being taken away. Those blood-red orbs, which might instill fear in others, radiated warmth to him, as if they could thaw the icy depths of his soul. A yearning to draw closer surged within him, as he sensed the warmth emanating from Zhongli. Lianling instinctively leaned in, his ice-blue eyes deepening, as if enchanted, drawing ever nearer and growing increasingly warm. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept before him, snapping him back to reality and revealing the current state of affairs. Before him loomed a pair of large hands. He looked up to find Zhongli gazing at him with a dark expression, prompting Lianling to swiftly recall the events that had just transpired. On the surface, he maintained an impassive facade, yet internally, a tempest raged. Good heavens, what am I doing? Why did I behave thus? What is happening? As he observed Zhongli's bewildered gaze directed at him, he felt a shift within himself, an urge to reach out and draw her even closer. Suppressing his body's restless impulses, he stood amidst the scrutinizing crowd and declared, I need to use the restroom. With that, he hastily exited the private room that had transformed him. He's fleeing, isn't he? He's escaping, the onlookers conjectured. Zhongli tightened his grip on Zhongli's shoulder and cautioned, Remember to keep your distance from Helian Ling. He harbors ill intentions. How audacious of you, Helian Ling, to commit such an act of violence before everyone. Wenren Ziki, reveling in the spectacle, remarked, Chun, how could this possibly be deemed malicious? After all, nothing truly wrong has transpired. On the sidelines, Situ Xiao fanned the flames, adding, Indeed, it's merely a matter of getting a tad closer. Both of you, it appears, are not merely inching closer. Zhongli Clan snapped, his irritation palpable. While you may enjoy the scene, refrain from voicing your opinions. Thus commenced the spirited debate among Zhongli Clan and his companions, sparking a flurry of discourse among the onlookers. Zhongli Yu, lost in thought, gazed at the cup in his hand, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Helian Ling splashed cold water on his face, staring at his reflection as clarity washed over him. How could this be? Why did he feel an inexplicable urge to reach out to Zhongli Yu? Was he succumbing to madness? Ultimately, this unexpected gathering culminated in Helian Ling's absence for the remainder of the event. The following day, news of the grotesque blood-red lotus from the previous night failed to grace the headlines, skillfully suppressed by those with ulterior motives. Naturally, for those who witnessed the event, their memories had been deftly erased. The occurrences of that fateful night were effectively silenced, with all information regarding Zhongli Yu classified as a state secret. The highest level of confidentiality. Unbeknownst to Zhongli Yu, he returned to class, which, as usual, was filled with individual pursuits, yet a palpable shift lingered in the air. The moment Zhongli Yu entered, the classroom fell silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to diminish involuntarily. Unaware of the transformation, Zhongli Yu surveyed the room and inquired, Has no one arrived yet? My apologies for the delay. A hand unexpectedly rested on Zhongli Yu's shoulder. Instinctively, he prepared to retaliate, but upon hearing the familiar voice, he suppressed the urge to strike. With a resigned tone, Zhongli Yu remarked, Qing, please refrain from approaching me from behind. It makes me prone to mistaking you for an adversary. Bei Qing withdrew her hand, apologizing, Forgive me, but you seem a bit overly sensitive. Zhongli Yu replied, I can't help it. I spent half a year battling in the Wuwang realm, where many foes lurk to strike from behind, so I have grown accustomed to this vigilance. Wuwang realm? You, may I enter? I wish to fight as well, Bei Qing inquired eagerly. Zhongli Yu replied, Unfortunately, that is not feasible. The Wuwang realm is summoned through anger and can only be invoked once, thus I cannot call it forth again. Is that so? Bei Qing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Well, there will be opportunities in the future. Zhongli Yu glanced around and asked, By the way, Qing, could you inform me of my seat? I hope you didn't neglect to reserve a spot for me after my 6-month absence. Haha, entered the classroom, exclaiming, How could we forget? We've just moved it back for you. Hurry up, Xiaoxin. A rather hefty staggered in, carrying a set of desks and chairs. Tang Jisen, with an air of irritation, remarked, Look at you. After just a few movements, you act as if your legs are broken. Truly useless. Tang Xian, already accustomed to his father's demeanor, refrained from offering any explanation, recognizing that words would be futile and preferring to conserve his breath. He turned to Zhongli Yu and inquired, Where do you wish to sit? Zhongli Yu replied, Isn't there a spot by the window at the back? I'll take that one. Upon uttering these words, Zhongli Yu sensed a momentary shift in the gazes of those around him, though he could not quite identify what was amiss, as there was no malice in their looks. Tang Xian slightly parted his lips, intending to speak, but recalling a certain image from the previous day, he obediently closed his mouth and resolved to fulfill his father's directive. Bei Qing, equally perplexed, regarded Zhongli Yu with a curious expression. What's the matter? Zhongli Yu asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Class is about to start. I shall return to my seat. Bei Qing replied. In the 5 seconds before the class bell rang, Helian Ling, Wenren Ziki, Wenren Shi, Situ Feng, Situ Xiao, and Zhongli Clan finally arrived at the classroom. However, when the 6 of them beheld an additional crimson figure occupying their designated last row, their expressions turned somewhat strange, particularly Zhongli Clan, whose face darkened, resembling coal. He thought to himself, why must they choose that spot to sit? Meanwhile, Wenren Shi, Wenren Ziki, Situ Feng, and Situ Xiao mused, this must be fate. Helian Ling addressed the 6 motionless figures. May we come in? The 6 snapped back to reality and took their seats. All 6 were situated in the last row, with the crucial detail that Zhongli Yu sat immediately to the left of Helian Ling, and to the right was Zhongli Clan. Helian Ling sat rigidly at his desk, acutely aware of the warmth emanating from his left side, which only served to stiffen him further. To add to his discomfort, Zhongli Clan shot him a look that plainly warned, if you dare to move, I shall end you. Tang Jisen surveyed the ominous atmosphere enveloping the last row, his mouth twitching. What is going on here? A battlefield? He recalled an important matter and made an effort to divert his gaze from the last row, stating, "Today, we welcome 2 exchange students from other countries to our Academy of Abilities. Please give them a warm welcome." Applause erupted, for appearances had to be maintained. After Tang Jisen concluded his remarks, a boy and girl entered from outside. "Please introduce yourselves," he prompted. The boy, with deep brown hair and brown eyes, declared, "I am Jones Panayan, an American. I look forward to your guidance." The girl, possessing golden hair and blue eyes, added, "I am Elena Scarev, from England. I hope to learn from all of you." Chapter 41. Unveiling intentions at this juncture. It was well understood that the exchange students from other countries had a purpose for their visit, and these 2 were particularly renowned. Jones Panayan, an American, was the son of General Dorensen and of the United States, and held the rank of major within the military. As a superpower in technology, the United States possesses unique strengths, with its armed mech suits being a prime example. These formidable machines, forged from the nation's cutting-edge technology and the exclusive mineral known as leisure, represent a pinnacle of innovation. Moreover, the utilization of these mech suits is restricted solely to Americans, perhaps influenced by geographical magnetic fields. Jones Panayan enjoys a distinguished reputation within the military, showcasing immense talent in the realm of armed mech suits. Reminiscent of the legendary Drlinson Inoan, equally confident and formidable. The surname Inoan stands as a source of pride for all Americans and serves as an aspirational model for military personnel and armed forces alike. Drlinson Inoan, once a destitute orphan, discovered his potential for wielding an armed mech suit after enlisting in the military. His prowess caught the attention of the elite during a tumultuous period in the United States, where the so-called royal family was merely a puppet in the hands of the powerful, rather than aligning with a faction of the elite. Drlinson chose to support the beleaguered royal family. At that time, the king, now heralded as the greatest monarch in American history, was merely a young adult, betrayed by those around him. Disillusioned and on the brink of despair, he encountered Drlinson Inoan, who professed unwavering loyalty. Initially skeptical, the king ultimately recognized Drlinson's formidable strength and resolved to rely on him for protection. History would later affirm Drlinson's promises. Peace was restored in the United States as all treacherous nobles faced execution, and the voice of the royal family was reclaimed. Drlinson Inoan was elevated to the rank of the nation's foremost general, wielding authority equivalent to that of the king. Should anyone dare to betray, Drlinson possessed the right to act decisively, even against royalty, for he was the king's most trusted ally. Eventually, Drlinson married a noblewoman from the royal faction, and they welcomed a son, Jones Panayan. He instilled in his son the values of loyalty and the imperative to protect those to whom one pledges fidelity, emphasizing the importance of unwavering allegiance. Jones, having absorbed his father's teachings, has not disappointed him, though he has yet to find his own object of loyalty. His steadfast devotion to the royal family brings great solace to Drlinson Inoan. In a parallel narrative, Elena Scarev serves as the first heir to the English royal family. England, a realm of magic, distinguishes itself from the realm of supernatural abilities. Magic necessitates the use of a wand for its execution. Furthermore, magic wielders possess inherently fragile constitutions, vulnerable even to minor ailments, which could prove fatal for them. The relationship between England and the United States is characterized by a cordial friendship, a bond forged in part due to the frailties of the magical lineage. In England, the royal succession permits female heirs, and the current queen is arguably the most formidable among the English royalty throughout history. She possesses the remarkable ability to wield magic without a wand, a feat unattainable by any other magician in England, and her spells can be cast instantaneously, marking her as an extraordinary individual. Elena Scarev is the youngest daughter of Her Majesty the Queen and the primary heir to the throne. Typically, when one hears of royalty or thrones, the notion of a harem springs to mind, as it is a common descriptor for monarchs. However, intriguingly, in nations like the United States and England, where monarchy still prevails, excluding island nations, the current leaders do not embody such avarice. While there are indeed a few men with multiple wives and children from various unions, the royal courts remain remarkably harmonious, devoid of the usual rivalries for affection or the throne. Consequently, a singularly strong individual must be designated as the heir, and Elena Scarev is the one chosen, akin to selecting a prized vegetable from a market. Jones Panayan and Elena Scarev have known each other since childhood, allowing them to look after one another in this unfamiliar land. They are aware that their class is a miniature representation of the diverse families in Huaxia and recognize their purpose for being there. Their smooth entry into the Academy of Abilities signifies Huaxia's tacit approval of their inquiries, provided they do not endanger the nation. The United States and England maintain a friendly stance towards Huaxia, a rising power, contrasting sharply with the approach of island nations that seek to diminish Huaxia's stature. As citizens of the United States and England, Jones Panay known and Alina's Carif naturally harbor goodwill towards the people of Huaxia. Jones Panay known addressed the gathering, stating that everyone present is undoubtedly astute and understands their intentions. They merely seek to ascertain the origins of the unknown spiritual energy within the Academy of Abilities. Both he and Alina's have a genuine interest in Huaxia and hope to foster amicable relations. Furthermore, he expressed a preference for being called by their shorter names, as their full names might sound peculiar to the people of Huaxia. The straightforwardness of Jones Panay known was well received by the assembly, as their intentions were clearly devoid of malice towards Huaxia. With this openness, there was little reason for suspicion, lest it reflect poorly on both them and Huaxia. Jones Panay nudged the silent Alina's with his elbow and whispered, "What's the matter? Aren't you usually quite talkative?" Noticing Alina's lack of response, he turned to her and found her gaze fixated on a particular direction. Following her line of sight, he beheld a strikingly crimson-haired figure, reminiscent of blood. In Jones Panay's eyes, only a vivid shade of red remained, and he gazed intently until the sound of Tang Jisen's cough jolted him back to reality. Tang Jisen remarked, Jones Panay and Alina should sit in the last two seats in the front row." "All right," Jones Panay said, pulling the still-dazed Alina toward their seats. As he observed Zhongli, who was gazing out the window, he mused, "It seems the task will soon be accomplished." Chapter 42. Enjoying the moment as Jones Panay guided Alina to their seats, he noticed that she was still fixated on Zhongli, with an inexplicable liquid trickling from the corner of her mouth. Jones Panay's lips twitched. How could he have forgotten that this woman was infatuated with unique individuals? It was evident that Zhongli's blood-red hair had captured Alina's attention. Feeling uncomfortable under the curious gazes of the surrounding Huaxia people directed at him and Alina, Jones Panay quietly urged, "Hey, enough of that. Stop being infatuated." Seeing Alina still in a dazed state, he felt a large materialize on his forehead before he finally delivered a light punch to rouse her. Alina, clutching the large bump forming on the back of her head, exclaimed, "Jones Panay, why did you hit me? You embarrassed me in front of such beauty. You have the audacity to say that?" Jones Panay retorted, disregarding his own dignity. "I've called your name countless times, yet you remain oblivious, fixated on someone else. Don't you realize how distressing that is for others? When will you cure this infatuation of yours? It's quite awkward for me to stand beside you." Alina shrugged dismissively. "My infatuation is my own affair. Besides, you wouldn't know how to be infatuated even if you tried. And frankly, I don't wish to stand beside you, you overbearing caretaker." "What? You dare call me a caretaker?" Jones Panay laughed rather than getting angry. "Please, had it not been for Her Majesty the Queen, His Majesty the King, and my father asking me to look after you, do you think I would choose to be with you? Without me, you might very well perish." Alina shot back. "I am the first heir of the English royal family. It's hardly likely that I would die so easily. I am nothing like you, you reckless brute." "What did you say?" The air crackled with tension as Jones Panay and Alina exchanged fiery glances, threatening to ignite at any moment. "Enough." Tang Jisen's voice abruptly calmed them, reminding them that they were neither in America nor England, but in Huaxia, a foreign land to them. How could they dare to quarrel before so many eyes? It would surely tarnish their and their nation's reputations. Jones Panay and Alina bowed deeply to Tang Jisen, saying, "We apologize, Professor. We should not have argued in public. Please forgive us." Tang Jisen, not wishing to dwell on their quarrel, noted their sincere apologies and felt little inclination to be upset. He replied, "All right. This time I shall forgive you, but next time there will be consequences. Now, take your seats and prepare for class." At last, the two settled quietly into their seats, redirecting their focus to the lecture, no longer glancing back at Zhongli. It can be said that both possessed a serious disposition that would not allow for negligence once they engaged in their studies. Furthermore, Tang Jisen was teaching a class that bore no relation to the supernatural abilities of Huaxia, but rather delved into lesser-known knowledge from around the world, which proved to be immensely beneficial. All eyes were riveted on Tang Jisen as he earnestly delivered the lesson, with one exception. Only Zhongli rested her chin in her hand, gazing out the window at the azure sky and white clouds, quietly observing as if the entire world could not accommodate her. She felt profoundly different from the rest of humanity, enveloped in a sense of sadness and helplessness. When the class finally concluded, the students felt a profound sense of liberation. For them, Attending the courses at the Academy of Supernatural Abilities necessitated only listening to Tang Ji-san. They had already mastered the theoretical knowledge, being heirs or prodigies of various supernatural families in Huaxia. After class, Alina swiftly approached Zhongli Yu, exclaiming, "Hey, what is your name?" "I'm Alina Scarif. Just call me Alina." Zhongli Yu tore her gaze from the sky and met Alina's eyes, replying, "Zhongli Yu. Zhong, you belong to the Zhongli family. One of the 4 great supernatural families, right?" Alina inquired. "Yes," Zhongli Yu affirmed. Alina, her eyes fixed intently on Zhongli Yu's face, remarked, "Is your hair color natural? It's quite unique. I've seen people with red hair before, but yours seems different, almost reminiscent of the color of blood." Zhongli Yu responded, "It's not natural." Curiously, Alina asked, "Is it dyed then? It looks so real." Jones Panna furrowed his brow and interjected, "Alina, what do you mean by looks so real? Apologize at once." "Oh, I'm sorry," Alina replied earnestly. "It's all right," Zhongli Yu said flatly. The 3 fell into a silence that thickened the air around them. At that moment, a voice emerged beside Zhongli Yu, asking, "Is it the king who has permitted you to express your purpose?" Upon recognizing Helian Ling, Jones Panna responded, "Yes. And he mentioned our primary goal is to uncover the source of the unknown spiritual energy. As for the rest of our time, it belongs to ourselves." "I wonder how satisfactory this answer is." Helian Ling regarded Jones Panna, saying, "Just avoid causing trouble." "Of course," Jones Panna replied. The 2 exchanged sparks of rivalry in their gazes, while Zhongli Yu observed the other students around her, who were all watching with keen interest, feeling somewhat perplexed. "What is their relationship?" she asked. Alina replied, "It's a rivalry, I believe. I heard that during a military exercise between Huaxia and the United States, they crossed paths. And Jones Panna lost. Ever since, he has regarded Helian Ling as his opponent, striving to surpass him." Indeed. Zhongli Yu observed the 2 individuals gazing at each other with profound affection, pondering the futility of Jones Panna's aspirations. In her eyes, Helian Ling was akin to a monster, possessing such formidable cultivation at a tender age. Just look at the chilling aura emanating from him, nearly suffocating even the spiritual artifacts around him. "May I befriend you?" Alina asked with a radiant smile. Zhongli Yu replied, "You are merely curious about the origin of that red hair, aren't you?" "Haha, have I revealed too much?" Alina responded playfully. Zhongli Yu nonchalantly said, "Fine. Once I divulge this to you, please refrain from bothering me afterward, if you please." "Very well, my dear," Alina acquiesced. It was present yesterday. This statement from Zhongli Yu captured the attention of Jones Panna, who was engaged in a silent battle of glances with Helian Ling yesterday. Alina chuckled, looking at Zhongli Yu. "My dear, do you not comprehend our purpose for being here? How audacious of you to reveal it so boldly." Zhongli Yu remarked, "Since you have all openly stated your intentions for coming to Huaxia, why should I conceal mine? Moreover, upon first meeting me, did you not already begin to speculate?" "You cannot be serious," Alina replied with exasperation. "They are in the know while you remain in the shadows. If you choose not to speak, we are left only to guess. You truly are an intriguing person." Alina continued, "Jones Panna, our task is to discover the source of spiritual energy. Now that we have arguably achieved that, why not indulge in the pleasures of life in Huaxia?" "Agreed," Jones Panna contemplated before adding, "I am quite fascinated by Huaxia. So I shall rely on you all during this period. Would you not agree, Helian Ling?" Helian Ling remained silent. Little did Jones Panna and Alina anticipate that this journey to Huaxia would yield immense benefits, unveiling the truth that there are realms beyond realms, and that they would forge several close friendships, laying the groundwork for their eventual rise to prominence in America, England, and even the world. Yet, for the time being, it was still too early. Chapter 43. Alina's true nature. Alina seemed utterly devoted to Zhongli Yu, though her intentions were devoid of malice. She merely regarded Zhongli Yu with an infatuated gaze, which vexed Zhongli Yu considerably. After all, she harbored a strong aversion to the proximity of strangers. Yet Alina, whom Zhongli Yu had categorized as a stranger, showed no inclination to distance herself. As a result, Bei Qing and her companions had not exchanged a single word with Zhongli Yu since the conclusion of their class. When Rinshi remarked, "This is rather clingy, isn't it?" C2 Phone commented, "This, too, is a skill. I certainly could not achieve such a feat." Bei Qing silently observed the discomfort on Zhongli Yu's face as Alina incessantly inquired about various matters, her thoughts a mystery. For Zhongli Yu, this marked the first occasion she felt time dragging so slowly, as an incessant buzzing, akin to that of a mosquito, reverberated in her ears, rendering the experience anything but pleasant. At long last, the end of the school day arrived, and as soon as Alina had the opportunity, she hurriedly exited the classroom before Zhongli Yu could arrive. Watching the fleeting crimson figure vanish before her eyes, Elena sighed in exasperation. Jonaspana, am I truly that frightening that you feel the need to avoid me? Jonaspana replied, it's simply because your behavior has been rather excessive, overly enthusiastic. Elena, feigning innocence, countered, but I behave the same way in England, and no one shies away from me there. Jonaspana retorted, are you truly so oblivious? This is an exceedingly apparent distinction. In England, you are the first heir to the throne, who would not understand and tolerate you. Your status affords you a certain leniency, and everyone is already accustomed to your nature, thus they do not take you too seriously. However, here, the situation is entirely different. Aside from me, you have no acquaintances. Others are unfamiliar with your temperament, and your actions may easily lead to misunderstandings. Therefore, you must extend a proper apology tomorrow. Do you understand? Upon hearing Jonaspana's words, Elena reflected deeply on her actions, acknowledging their impulsiveness. Yet, with a serious demeanor, she turned to Jonaspana and inquired, setting that aside, have you discerned anything about Zhongli? In that moment, Elena exuded an entirely different aura compared to earlier in the day. She resembled a child irresistibly drawn to the peculiarities of the world. Yet now she embodied a fully mature woman, radiating an intoxicating femininity, particularly evident in her deep azure eyes. As the first heir of the English royal family and the future queen, how could she be naive? Elena's previous demeanor stemmed not only from her personality, but also served as a means of self-protection. Even if no one within the royal family contested her claim to the throne, it did not preclude the scrutiny of others. Jonaspana, having long since acclimated to Elena's shifting nature, remarked, how shall I put it? She seems as if she cannot integrate with this world. I find it peculiar that I cannot sense her danger. According to what my father and his peers have said about the intensity of her aura, she must be an exceptionally aggressive individual with abilities. Otherwise, the country would not have dispatched us to assess the situation. Elena replied, indeed. Now that we know who she is, everything will be simpler. However, truth be told, I find myself rather fond of her, though I cannot quite explain why. Jonaspana suggested, is it due to her distinctive red hair? Elena pondered for a moment before affirming, that is indeed part of it. Her hair is strikingly red. And her eyes, do they not seem somewhat eerie? Not bothering to dwell on Jonaspana's response, Elena continued, though I feel a sense of trepidation towards that red. I am inexplicably drawn to her. I cannot fathom why. Jonaspana concluded, if you do not know, then you do not know. Let us proceed to our lodging. With obedient grace, Elena followed Jonaspana out. Chapter 44. A homicide occurs. Zhongli leaned against a centuries-old tree in front of his independent apartment. Typically, he resided in the solitary quarters of the Ability Academy, while Bei Qing also possessed his own residence. After classes, Helian Ling and the others would return directly to their family estates, while Jones Painter and Elena were assigned to a special accommodation for exchange students at the academy. In the darkness of the night, Zhongli hair, reminiscent of fresh blood, shimmered vividly, easily discernible even in the shadows. Yet, for Bei Qing, whose mind was preoccupied, that striking hue failed to capture his attention. He did not even cast a glance in that direction. Observing Bei Qing, who seemed to be lost in thought, Zhongli, concerned that he might stumble, spoke up. Bei Qing, remember to concentrate while walking. Don't let your mind wander. Startled by the sudden voice, Bei Qing tightened his grip on his collar and quickly scanned his surroundings, finally spotting Zhongli beneath the towering tree. He approached and exclaimed, You nearly scared me to death. I thought a ghost was lurking. Zhongli retorted, Ghosts do not caution you to be careful. Besides, it seems you've been distracted. What is bothering you? Is it related to me? You can share with me. Noticing Bei Qing's darting eyes and rapid breathing, he inquired, is it because of those two exchange students? Bei Qing shuddered at the mention and replied, it's because you haven't spoken to me today. Only to that girl. So, Bei Qing, are you feeling jealous? Zhongli remarked, suddenly enlightened. What jealousy? Absolutely not. Bei Qing quickly clarified. Yet, upon seeing the playful smile on Zhongli's face, he added, even if I were jealous, what of it? You are my friend. How can you ignore me for that blonde woman? What has she to you? I am your true friend. Zhongli accepted Bei Qing's outburst of dissatisfaction with an air of calm, listening quietly. Finally, after venting, Bei Qing gasped, You must say something too. Zhongli replied, what can I say? If there's anything to express, it's merely this. Bei Qing, you are my only trusted friend. Do not worry that I would overlook you. In my heart, you are indispensable. You truly are cunning, Bei Qing remarked. A sense of reassurance washing over him as Zhongli's words acted as a balm for his unease. Zhongli, somewhat distressed, added, yet, It is no wonder you feel this way. That girl is indeed bothersome, impossible to shake off, quite vexing. Then let us teach her a lesson, Bei Qing declared fiercely. Zhongli Yu observed Bei Qing, enveloped in a dark aura as he mumbled to himself, pondering, has he succumbed to darkness? Bei Qing rapidly proposed several methods of retribution before turning to Zhongli Yu, asking, You, which method do you think is best? None of this is good. My dear Bei Qing, how could it have come to this? Zhongli Yu assured, I will clarify everything with her, do not worry. Is that so? Bei Qing replied, Yes. It is late, we should head back. See you tomorrow, Qing, Zhongli Yu said. All right, see you tomorrow. Bei Qing had unwavering trust in Zhongli Yu, and thus returned to her abode with a light heart. Zhongli Yu watched as Bei Qing departed, and in that moment, felt the tension that had gripped her being dissipate. She gazed up at the stars still twinkling in the night sky, reflecting on her life before awakening her abilities. Compared to now, she felt as though she were enveloped in troubles. Just today, two had emerged. Truly, the tranquility of life flowed away like water, never to return. With a resigned sigh, Zhongli Yu chose not to linger outside, but retreated to her home. That night, the moon and stars shone brightly without clouds to obscure them, casting a glimmer of light upon the dark earth, which inadvertently provided cover for lurking figures. How absurd, that old woman insists I work overtime, grumbled a woman returning from a late shift along the dimly lit path. At that moment, she sensed something amiss and turned her head to look behind her, only to find an impenetrable darkness. Is it just my imagination? She muttered, her body stiffening. Walking cautiously on the shadowy path, she frequently glanced around, acutely aware that something was following her, even distinctly hearing the sound of breathing behind her. Fear gripped her heart, and she quickened her pace, darting into an alleyway. She struggled to calm her racing heart and ragged breath, slowly peeking out, relieved to find the feeling of being followed had vanished. However, just as she stepped out of the alley, a chilling sensation enveloped her, and a raspy voice emerged from the shadows. Darling, it is fortunate you ventured into this deserted place. It allows me to act boldly. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a little more time to live. The woman tried to scream for help, but a hand clamped over her mouth, and she was dragged into the pitch-black alley, her struggles growing fainter until silence fell entirely. The night remained shrouded in darkness, concealing the crime that had transpired, leaving no one to hear the victim's cries for aid, save for the overwhelming scent of rust that lingered in the air. Chapter 45. Some can only be friends. Early the next morning, Alina and Jonaspana arrived at class, with Alina immediately rushing to Zhongli Yu, affectionately rubbing her face and exclaiming, Good morning, little Yu. This time, Zhongli Yu did not ignore Alina as she had the previous day. Instead, she firmly pushed her away and said earnestly, I apologize, but I am not accustomed to physical contact. Could you please keep your distance? Alina could hardly believe the words spoken by Zhongli Yu. She had been categorically rejected, and the finality of it was overwhelming. Alina asked, Then why did you not refuse me yesterday? Why the sudden change today? It perplexes me. Zhongli Yu replied, I did not refuse you yesterday for two reasons. First, I had never experienced such intimate contact with anyone before, so I was momentarily taken aback. Second, I wished to spare you any embarrassment. To reject you in front of everyone would have been undignified, especially since you are not only a foreigner, but also a princess and heir of the English royal family. How could I possibly oppose someone of your stature? Thus, these are the ordinary reasons for my refusal, so I kindly ask you to refrain from further pursuing me. Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's reasons for rejection, Alina felt a sense of helplessness. How dull must your life have been that you were unable to respond when someone approached you? Moreover, I have never acted with the airs of a princess or the heir to the English throne. Others treat me as an equal. Why can't you? She sighed in exasperation. Jones Nappa seized upon the crux of Zhongli Yu's statement, asking, If those are the ordinary reasons, then are there any special ones? Zhongli Yu responded, Indeed, the special reason is that my friend Bei Qing is jealous. I cannot disregard my friend for someone I have only just met, can I? Alina, Jones Nappa, and the others in the class exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with suspicion as they turned to look at the stunned Bei Qing. Alina inquired, Are you two in a relationship? Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing were momentarily taken aback by her question, bewildered by its implication. The rest of the class regarded the pair with curious eyes. After all, although they claimed to be merely friends, can there truly exist friendship between a man and a woman? Meanwhile, Helian Ling and a few others who had just entered the classroom overheard the conversation and felt an intense curiosity about the relationship between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Upon hearing the word relationship, Helian Ling's pupils contracted slightly, her heart racing, as she furrowed her brow and gazed at Zhongli Yu in silence, secretly hoping he would provide the answer she longed to hear. Zhongli Yu turned to Alina and asked, "What is your relationship with Jones Napa?" "It is akin to mine with Bei Qing." Alina paused before responding. "We can only be friends, as we are far too familiar with each other." Zhongli Yu remarked, "You have grown up together, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and thus can accommodate one another. However, you have not crossed that line, so you remain friends. Yet some individuals, like a Qing and me, can only ever be friends. Does that mean no unexpected feelings will arise?" Alina queried. To be honest, she found Zhongli Yu's perspective hard to grasp. Who could definitively assert that two people would never become lovers? No one could provide such proof. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Indeed, but I harbor no thoughts about a Qing. To be honest, it seems I have no thoughts about any man at all." Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, Ai Lina grew increasingly concerned. While having no feelings for male friends may be acceptable, lacking any attraction to all men is indeed troubling. Zhongli Yu questioned, "Is it really that serious?" "I don't feel that way," Ai Lina anxiously replied. "Have you not felt a spark for any charming men from your past life? Just a hint of attraction would suffice." Zhongli Yu pondered. "As for the men in my previous life, let me think. The family head and several older brothers don't count. The principal is quite elderly and thus not included. The individuals from the rune department are all old men, so they don't count either. A Qing and the madman are friends, so they don't qualify. Upon reflection, it seems there are no charming men around me at all." Ai Lina was dumbfounded. Was there truly not a single decent man in her life? At that moment, when Ren Shi interjected, "Sister Yu, you could perhaps consider my brother. Even if you look down upon him, Feng Ji's brother could be an option." With utmost seriousness, Zhongli Yu responded, "Little Shi, have you never heard the saying, one must not covet a friend's wife? The same applies here. I cannot pursue a friend's brother. Moreover, transitioning from friend to sister-in-law is a shift I cannot fathom." When Ren Shi pondered this for a moment before quickly suggesting, "What about Ling Guo? He isn't Sister Yu's friend." Zhongli Yu hesitated, averting her gaze. "Well, let's leave that aside." "Why not?" Both Wen Ren Shi and Ai Lina inquired simultaneously. Curiosity piqued as the others leaned in, eager not to miss a word. Zhongli Yu replied, Well, he simply isn't suitable for me, that's all." Ai Lina countered, "But you haven't even tried. How can you say it won't work?" Zhongli Yu stated, "Hey, our conversation has clearly veered off course." Ai Lina insisted, "Are you trying to change the subject? That's not permissible. I am quite persistent." Zhongli Yu wore a troubled expression. Just as Ai Lina was about to press Zhongli Yu further, Tang Jisen arrived. Zhongli Yu thought to herself, "Finally, class has begun." As Ai Lina departed, she quietly told Zhongli Yu, "I'll be waiting after class." Zhongli Yu could only feel exasperated. Was she truly this gossipy? Chapter 46. The Thoughts of Three. Every morning, the first class was taught by Tang Senator. As for the other subjects, students could choose not to attend, as many of the concepts had already been conveyed by their families. However, Tang Jisen's class was unique, and thus everyone paid close attention. With the exception of Zhongli Yu, Tang Jisen discussed topics related to spiritual energy and the powers derived from various rare phenomena. Crucial knowledge for individuals with special abilities. Of course, no other class had the privilege of attending such a lesson outside of this one. Regarding the matter of Zhongli Yu neglecting to pay attention in Tang Jisen's class, it is evident that Tang Jisen was quite incensed by her behavior. He disregarded Zhongli Yu's status and berated her to the point where she could scarcely utter a word in response. It was only when Tang Jisen paused to catch his breath that she seized the opportunity to interrupt his flow. At that moment, Zhongli Yu proposed that Tang Jisen quiz her. Should she pass, he would henceforth be forbidden from disturbing her during his lectures. Tang Jisen, skeptical of her capabilities, accepted the challenge, confident that she could not answer his questions. However, to the astonishment of all present, Zhongli Yu delivered responses that were nothing short of exceptional, surpassing even the meticulous notes he had taken. Tang Jisen, taken aback, inquired how she had acquired such knowledge, particularly since some of the questions had not been covered in class. Zhongli Yu, with a charming nonchalance, simply remarked that anger had taught her well, declaring, "I do not wish to remain illiterate," before returning to her seat in a contemplative silence. Since that day, Tang Jisen has refrained from targeting Zhongli Yu in his classes, while she herself is not engaged in any distracting antics, instead gazing vacantly out of the window, lost in thought. Typically, the attention of the class would be riveted on Tang Jisen, but today was different. Several students found themselves distracted, influenced by Zhongli Yu's earlier comments. Alina stared blankly at the virtual projections before her, pondering whether her friends in England had befriended her solely because of her status. If that were the case, how foolish she would feel. Jones Punna, observing Alina's pensive demeanor, speculated about her thoughts. Is there truly no special bond between men and women? In his view, the friendship between Zhongli and Bei Qing was genuine, while his connection with Alina remained ambiguous. Helian Ling faced forward, yet his gaze lingered on Zhongli, eager to understand why she deemed herself unsuitable for him. Despite possessing charm, power, influence, and an admirable physique, her rejection baffled him, and her expression at that moment had been infuriating. Beside him, Zhongli Clan kept a watchful eye on Helian Ling, concerned that his emotions might lead him to act rashly towards Zhongli. Ever since Zhongli's awakening and the subsequent incident during the banquet, everyone present, except for those oblivious to romantic subtleties, had noticed Helian Ling's unusual feelings for her. However, they all tacitly agreed to keep this revelation to themselves, primarily out of curiosity. As the interest of the esteemed Helian family in matters of affection was a significant event, likely warranting attention from the elders. Although Zhongli's background was somewhat questionable, she was still regarded as a remarkable individual, the seventh miss of the Zhong family, a prodigious talisman master, and a figure of formidable power following her awakening. Certainly, should Zhongli or any other woman aspire to become the lady of the Helian family, character is indeed a consideration. However, of paramount importance is the ability to withstand the chilling aura of Helian Ling. This aspect is crucial. The Helian family has contemplated utilizing in vitro fertilization as a means to conceive, yet regrettably, all attempts have met with failure. The sperm must reside within the maternal body for conception to occur. Once extracted, it instantaneously succumbs to the cold, vanishing without a trace. Consequently, the entire Zhongli clan places significant emphasis on the selection of a suitable heir. The members of Ban are well aware of this. Hence, they remain attentive to the evolving dynamics between the two, and in necessary moments, they may lend Helian Ling a hand, out of respect for their long-standing acquaintance of over a decade. At this juncture, Helian Ling remains oblivious to the fact that the members of Ban have been deeply concerned about his romantic entanglements. Chapter 47. The most important rule of Ban. Shortly after the commencement of Tang Jisen's class, two unexpected guests arrived, accompanied by someone familiar to Zhongli. Upon noticing the principal's presence, Tang Jisen surmised the reason for his visit and promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, principal, what brings you here at this time? And who are the two behind you?" The principal replied, "Old Tang, you well know the reason for our presence. The two behind me are Sun Jichuan from the Special Abilities Department of the Jingqing Police Bureau, along with his assistant, Sun Jia." Tang Jisen sighed. "I had a feeling. It seems Jingqing is bustling once more. I shall take my leave." "My apologies, Old Tang," the principal expressed regretfully. Tang Jisen waved dismissively, assuring him it was of no concern, before exiting the classroom and closing the door behind him. Once Tang Jisen had departed, the principal addressed the remaining students, stating, "As we have new members in the class and two exchange students, I must reiterate the most crucial rule of Ban. Our class is not merely a gathering of heirs and prodigies from various supernatural families across Huaxia. Indeed, our primary objective is to teach you how to wield your abilities and impart knowledge regarding them. However, there lies an additional responsibility when supernatural incidents occur. Our class must engage in investigations to apprehend the culprits and assist the Special Abilities Department of the police. This is our most vital rule, and it is imperative that it remains confidential. That is all I wish to convey. Team Leader Shun, please proceed." Sun Jichuan nodded and handed a black bag to Sun Jia, who understood the implication and approached the podium. He opened the black bag and retrieved a disc-like object, inserting it into the player. Standing in the center of the class, Sun Jichuan remarked, "I trust we are already quite familiar with one another, though there are a few unfamiliar faces among us. Is that Red?" Upon hearing the principal mention new arrivals in the class, Sun Jichuan felt a tinge of curiosity, as entry into Ban is not easily granted. However, when he stood at the center and beheld four unfamiliar faces, he inadvertently became captivated by the hue of red, leading him to exclaim without restraint. All eyes in the classroom were fixated upon Sun Jichuan, who felt somewhat embarrassed. As previously, while he was discussing the case, the class had been engrossed in their own activities, only occasionally lending an ear to his words. Clearing his throat, he began, "I apologize for the interruption. Let us continue with the topic at hand. This morning, at dawn, an elderly man exercising happened upon a narrow alley where he detected a pungent scent of copper rust. Venturing into the alley, he discovered a woman, her body entirely bare and drenched in copious amounts of blood. We have confirmed that the blood belongs to her. This discovery is the rationale behind our case's transfer to the Special Abilities Department and our presence here. Notably, The woman bore 2 marks on her neck resembling snake bites, yet considerably larger than those of a serpent. We extracted biological samples from the bite marks, which closely resembled human DNA. Consequently, we suspect this to be a case of vampiric murder. At this moment, the attention of the entire class was riveted on Sun Jichuan. Even Zhongli Yu turned to listen. It is hardly surprising, as vampires are predominantly known to operate in England, with few venturing into Huaxia, excluding the blood clans. Chapter 48. The contract of a century ago. Typically, individuals conflate vampires with blood clans, yet in truth, vampires are simply vampires, while blood clans comprise purebloods or hybrids with familial ties among vampires. Within the perception of blood clan members, those without clan or kinship are regarded as unworthy and are not welcomed, even by the magical alliance within the blood clan. Vampires are generally considered to be those infected by blood clans or corpses that, for various reasons, rise from the grave to feed on blood. They lack rationality, driven solely by an instinctual urge to consume blood, emerging only at night to hunt, with their sustenance being human blood. Historically, England once faced a widespread plague, which unveiled the existence of vampires and blood clans to the populace, revealing that humanity was not the only species inhabiting the world, but that many reclusive beings existed alongside them. When the mindless vampires, governed solely by their primal thirst for human blood, appeared, the reigning monarch of England, where the throne is inherited by both genders, swiftly organized a team of sorcerers to eradicate the vampires. However, the results were devastating, leading to the sacrifice of many sorcerers. Just as England found itself in dire straits, a group of individuals cloaked in black, their faces obscured, emerged and revealed to the king the weaknesses of the vampires. Utilizing the methods suggested by these mysterious figures, the king ultimately succeeded in vanquishing all the vampires. Following the war's conclusion, the English monarch hosted a grand feast to express gratitude to these enigmatic individuals. However, they consumed no food during the banquet, nor did they ever remove their black robes. After the festivities, these figures requested the king to remain, and naturally, he acquiesced. Following this, the individuals removed their long, dark robes, revealing astonishingly exquisite visages that could even evoke envy in the King of England, reminiscent of the legendary nine-tailed fox, whose beauty captivates both men and women alike. However, this enchanting state lasted only a fleeting moment before the leader finally articulated their intentions and objectives. Indeed, these individuals were not only the culprits behind the recent significant crisis in England, but also belonged to the same species as the notorious vampires, a revelation that left the king in a state of disbelief. Nevertheless, the leader distinguished themselves from the mindless monsters, asserting that their appearance before humanity was to assist in addressing the vampire issue and to negotiate a contract. The essence of this contract stipulated that a certain area within England, known as the Dark Forest, would belong to the Blood Clan. To be candid, this territory was originally theirs, unbeknownst to humanity, and in recent years, countless humans had ventured within, with fatal consequences. After all, who would refuse free sustenance? Yet, the continuous intrusion posed a dilemma for the Blood Clan, as they adhered to a principle of seclusion. Thus, the elders of the Blood Clan dispatched their representatives to the English royal family to formalize this agreement. Upon hearing the leader recount the circumstances, the king pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to sign the contract. While the specific details remain undisclosed, one stipulation was proposed by the human side. Should any Blood Clan member emerge from the Dark Forest and commit murder in the human realm, humanity would retain the right to slay the transgressor, disregarding their lineage. This applied equally to vampires. This condition was ultimately accepted by the Blood Clan. A century has elapsed since then, during which the Blood Clan faithfully adhered to the terms of this contract. Even the notoriously brutal Blood Feast Alliance maintained their facade, living among humans in a state of peace, to the point that the existence of vampires and blood clans nearly faded from public memory. That was until the occurrence of a certain murder. Chapter 49. Divergent Paths. Sun Jichuan turned to Elena and Jones Panna, inquiring, "One of you must be affiliated with the English royal family. You should be aware of the contract established between them and the Blood Clan." Elena rose and replied, "I am indeed aware, but I have never encountered the Blood Clan, let alone a vampire. Thus, I may not be of much assistance." Sun Jichuan expressed his disappointment. "Is that so? Well, after a century of research, we have discerned the weaknesses of the Blood Clan and vampires. Lesser Blood Clan members fear sunlight and seldom appear in its presence, while vampires do not venture out during the day. Therefore, your team's operational hours will be at night. The Blood Clan's weaknesses, aside from sunlight, include garlic and wood. Though these may have limited effects on pure bloods, they can still be effective against vampires. Thus, I entrust this matter to you. Do not hesitate to reach out to the police department's supernatural division should you encounter any issues. Having spoken, Shen Zhichuan disregarded the reactions of his classmates, seizing Sun Jia and fleeing the classroom as if pursued by some monstrous flood. The rest of the class was utterly speechless. Must they always dash away immediately after addressing the main topic? It is exhausting to have to seek them out at the police station. Observing the storm clouds gathering in the empty classroom, the principal, with keen insight, remarked, I wish you all the best in apprehending the perpetrator swiftly. Farewell. With that, he too hastened away. Alina could not comprehend why Shen Zhichuan, Sun Jia, and the principal exhibited such an exaggerated response. Turning to her classmates, she inquired, Are you all so terrifying that you frightened them away? How could we know? They replied, We haven't done anything yet. Helian Ling, acknowledged as the leader of the class, declared, All right, we ought to commence our class duties. We should have all the necessary materials copied by now, so feel free to voice any concerns. Mistakes are acceptable. Standing at the podium, Helian Ling presented the information regarding the vampire murder case that Sun Jia had just helped to compile. The first image displayed was a view of the alley from outside. The arrangement of trees and buildings indicated that this alley was indeed quite secluded, making it an ideal locale for criminal activities. The subsequent images were taken within the alley, revealing a figure sprawled on the ground at the far end of the passage. Following that were images of the deceased. Their skin was pallid, and the two distinct bite marks on their neck were particularly striking. The victim was entirely unclothed, and a significant gash extended from the chest to the abdomen, exposing internal organs. Aside from the footprints and traces left by the victim, no other signs of life were present at the scene. Next was the autopsy report, confirming death by exsanguination, a conclusion already surmised by all. Helian Ling stated, Although the police have completed their investigation, it would be prudent for us to conduct a thorough inquiry as well. A few of you will be tasked with examining the deceased's workplace, their interpersonal relationships, romantic interests, adversaries, and the reasons behind the victim's presence in the alley that day. This will be the responsibility of the day shift. Additionally, we need to establish a night shift for security measures. You may decide among yourselves who will be in the day and night groups. Helian Ling turned to Alina and requested, Please report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen. I am eager to hear her thoughts. Very well, Alina nodded in agreement. Jones Panna asked, What shall I do? Helian Ling responded, Your duty will be to protect Alina. All right, Jones Panna replied. With that, Helian Ling signaled the commencement of their actions. Each member felt a newfound sense of purpose as they exited the classroom. Bei Qing approached Zhongli Yu and said, You, shall we not also engage in some activity? Zhongli Yu stood, affirming, Absolutely. Though my destination differs from that of everyone else. Ah Qing, will you accompany me? Bei Qing replied, Is that even a question? Let us hurry. As Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing traversed the seats and swiftly approached the entrance of their class, Zhongli Yu remarked, Bei Qing and I shall embark on our own journey. Should any circumstances arise, we shall return. Farewell. With that, they exited together. Chapter 50. The Blood Clan residing in the capital when Ren Shi observed Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing's departure with a hint of disappointment, exclaiming, Sister Yu, you did not take us along. How disheartening. C2 Feng interjected, She has undoubtedly forgotten about us. A sigh escaped both when Ren Shi and C2 Feng, expressing their helplessness and sorrow. Zhongli Chun, however, chose not to depart with Zhongli Yu, Bei Qing, or anyone else, but remained behind. He addressed Helian Xiaoyi. Pray tell, what are your true feelings towards you? What feelings? I am unaware of what you speak, Helian Ling replied, lowering his gaze to the documents. Avoiding eye contact with Zhongli Chun, Zhongli Chun scoffed. You possess a certain audacity. I truly hope you will continue to express such sentiments in the future. With that, he returned to his seat to attend to matters concerning the Zhongli family business. Meanwhile, Helian Ling's eyes remained fixed on the papers, though his thoughts had drifted to someone engaged in light-hearted conversation with a dear companion. At that moment, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing had exited the Ability Academy, setting forth towards a particular destination. Bei Qing inquired, You, where are we headed? Zhongli Yu replied, We are seeking that individual from the Ability Department who was speaking earlier. Why do we need to find him? Bei Qing questioned. Is it because he spoke excessively, and you grew weary of it, wishing to give him a taste of his own medicine? That would not do. He is likely still at the police station. If you wish to confront him, it would be better to wait until he finishes work, perhaps ensnaring him with a bag and finding a discreet location to deal with him. Doing so at the police station would attract too much attention, and explanations would be necessary. Zhongli Yu halted, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Bei Qing, do you truly perceive me as such a person? Realizing her misstep, Bei Qing hastily clarified. How could that be? This is merely the simplest approach. Zhongli Yu gazed at Bei Qing, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, pondering. Bei Qing, how have you transformed into this? Have I led you astray, or is this your true nature? Ah, it eludes my understanding. Wishing to redirect the conversation, Zhongli Yu stated, we are going to the ability department, to that uncle. I have questions to pose to him. After a moment's contemplation, Bei Qing responded, you. Captain Shun Jiquan is only in his early 20s. Calling him uncle may not be appropriate. Zhongli Yu grew increasingly agitated, lamenting the absence of her previously amiable Bei Qing, who would never have countered her. I care not, Bei Qing. From this moment until we reach the police station, I do not wish to hear your voice, is that understood? Finally, Bei Qing nodded obediently, returning to her former compliant demeanor, and throughout their journey, not a sound escaped her lips. Of course, Zhongli Yu remained silent as well, consumed by introspection, questioning whether she had indeed led her dear Bei Qing astray. After a wordless journey, the two finally arrived at the capital's police station. Upon entering the Metropolitan Police Station, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing found themselves at a loss for the location of the Abilities Division and thus approached the front desk for guidance. Bei Qing inquired, excuse me, miss, could you kindly direct us to the Abilities Division? Bei Qing, possessing a commendable appearance, albeit not rivaling the likes of Helian Ling, could be likened to an adorable puppy. The woman at the front desk was instantly charmed by Bei Qing's youthful demeanor and promptly replied, the Abilities Division, is it? Allow me to summon someone to escort you there. What an adorable young man. Before long, a familiar figure arrived. It was Sun Jia. Recognizing Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, Sun Jia discerned their purpose for being there and remarked, you must be from the class, right? Apologies, I don't believe I've seen you before. May I ask your names? Zhongli Yu, Bei Qing, they replied. Allow me to lead you to the Abilities Division, Sun Jia stated. Following Sun Jia, they exited through the back door of the police station and entered a small grove behind the building. To their astonishment, they witnessed Sun Jia suddenly uproot a patch of earth from a lush clearing, leaving Bei Qing wide-eyed and bewildered. Sensing the intense gazes from behind, Sun Jia turned and said, this is the Abilities Division, please follow me inside. As they followed Sun Jia, they were greeted by an interior that resembled the investigative offices above, though it was even more spacious and well-equipped, albeit with fewer personnel, lending an aura of tranquility. Sun Jia led them to a door marked Captain's Office and announced, Captain Shun is inside. You may enter. Pushing the door open, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing beheld Shun Jiquan reclining comfortably in a rattan rocking chair, exuding an air of relaxation. Zhongli Yu remarked, Captain Shun, is this appropriate? We are busy, and as an officer, you shouldn't be so idle. Shun Jiquan replied, oh, aren't you that renowned one? What brings you to my office? Have you uncovered any leads? Zhongli Yu responded, I have a name. Just call me Zhongli Yu. Naturally, I'm here with a matter of concern. Zhongli? Ah, so it is you, Shun Jiquan said, finally sitting up straight. What issue do you wish to discuss? Zhongli Yu inquired. I merely wish to know if there are any members of the Lei Fu Nuo clan residing in the capital. Upon hearing this, Shun Jiquan stood abruptly, fixing a penetrating gaze on Zhongli Yu. How do you know of their existence here in the capital? Chapter 51. Shun Jiquan's identity. Zhongli Yu regarded Shun Jiquan with a sardonic smile. Shun Jiquan raised an eyebrow, questioning, what do you mean by that? Zhongli Yu continued to smirk mischievously. A large hash mark appeared above Shun Jiquan's head as he admonished, young one. Do not presume that being from the Zhongli family grants you unfettered freedom in my presence. Zhongli Yu retorted with a smirk. Indeed, after all, you were once the son of a leader in Huaxia, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Shin? The heart of Shun Jichuan thundered like a bolt from the blue. For few were aware that the current president of Huaxia had a son, and even fewer knew that this son was inclined towards men. With a grim expression, Shun Jichuan approached Zhongli Yu, towering over him, and demanded, how did you come to know of me? Who informed you? What is your purpose? He pressed Zhongli Yu with these three questions. Yet, Zhongli Yu appeared unfazed by Shun Jichuan's intimidation, responding leisurely, indeed. Your information has inexplicably been obliterated by unknown parties. The reason I recognized you is due to a frontal photograph from past reports. After all, that incident created quite a stir, even reaching someone like me, who is typically reclusive. However, have you never pondered why all your records were completely annihilated? Shun Jichuan sighed in resignation. What does it matter to suspect? I no longer have any ties to that family. Is that so? Zhongli Yu regarded Shun Jichuan, who was ensnared in self-deception. If you truly had severed ties, would anyone assist you to this extent? If you were truly disconnected, do you believe you could remain in the capital? If you were truly free from those ties, how could you have survived to this day? If you were truly detached, Could a mere police chief provide you with such an array of technological tools or facilitate the construction of such an expansive underground base? Deep down, you are acutely aware that your father, the current president of Huaxia, Shen Hao, expelled you from home and severed your paternal ties for a reason. Yet, your heart stubbornly rejects the singular answer, perpetually seeking another excuse to deny everything. Am I wrong? Shen Zhichuan recognized that Zhongli Yu was astute and perceptive, likely understanding his own heart with remarkable clarity. He settled back into the rattan rocking chair and suggested, "Let us set aside my matters for now. We should focus on resolving the current case. Indeed, there exists a pure-blood vampire in the capital, but how did you ascertain it is a member of the Zhongli clan?" Zhongli Yu replied, "This illustrates the distinction between a mediocre student and a top scholar." "Enough with the trivialities," Shen Zhichuan retorted brusquely. Zhongli Yu elaborated. "While vampires are excluded from the blood clan, there are 13 formidable clans within the blood lineage, categorized into 3 strengths. Firstly, the Hidden Alliance, which includes the Bruja, Gangrel, Mekhet, Nosferatu, Toreador, Tremere, and Ventru clans. Then there are the notoriously brutal clans, the La Sombra and Simus. Finally, we have the neutral clans, which maintain a stance of non-aggression, namely the Giovanni, Riavono, Assamite, and Setite clans. These represent the principal clans of the blood lineage. Am I correct?" Shen Zhichuan felt acutely embarrassed. Having initially believed Zhongli Yu to be merely a novice, only to discover he was, in fact, a formidable opponent. Chapter 52. What grudges and resentments? Shen Zhichuan awkwardly remarked. "You have merely recounted some fundamental knowledge of the blood clan. Yet you have not explained how you know that the vampires in the capital are indeed from the Riavono clan." Zhongli Yu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Zhichuan and remarked, "Isn't it because of your interruptions? I was just about to speak." "All right, go ahead," Shen Zhichuan replied, embodying a spirit of humility typical of a gentleman. Zhongli Yu continued, "The Riavono tribe, also known as travelers, as their name suggests, enjoys wandering and is reluctant to settle in one particular place. Thus, I pondered, since the capital city is the heart of Huaxia, adorned with captivating scenery that appeals to all, it stands to reason that the Riavono, being wanderers, must have left traces here. If fortune smiles upon us, we might just encounter one of them. Indeed, as luck would have it, there is a Riavono residing in the capital. So, what you mentioned earlier was merely a test, rather than a certainty. Am I correct?" Shen Zhichuan abruptly stood, directing his inquiry at Zhongli Yu. With amusement, Zhongli Yu replied, "I advise you to remain oblivious. With age, the heart's endurance wanes." "Nonsense. I am merely 23, still in my youth. How can you claim I am old? Which of your eyes perceives me as such?" Shen Zhichuan retorted passionately. Zhongli Yu pointed to her own eyes and stated, "Both of mine do. I am 18, and you are already 23. Hence you are 5 years my senior. Is that not a fact?" Shen Zhichuan, trembling with indignation, pointed at Zhongli Yu and exclaimed, "What enmity do I harbor towards you that you would strike me so?" Zhongli Yu responded, "It is simply that I find you displeasing." Shen Zhichuan nearly choked on his own frustration and hastily pressed the red button on his desk. Soon after, Sun Jie entered, inquiring, "Captain, what is your command?" Clutching his chest, Shen Zhichuan instructed, "Fetch Roderick's information for them, then show them out." Sun Jie cast a peculiar glance at Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, seemingly surprised that these two could provoke Shen Zhichuan to such a degree. However, he quickly regained his composure, retrieving the documents and handing them to Zhongli Yu. It was evident to Sun Jie that the one engaging in conversation was undoubtedly this peculiar girl, and coupled with his captain's forlorn gaze directed at her, he realized that this seemingly amiable girl was not to be trifled with. The fate of his captain served as a stark testament to this truth. Having acquired what she sought, Zhongli Yu departed with Bei Qing, casting not a single glance back at Shen Zhichuan. Once they were gone, the previously ailing Shen Zhichuan instantly returned to his normal demeanor, donning a contented expression as if Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing had never graced his presence. Yet, the thoughts swirling within him remained known only to Shen Zhichuan himself. Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing embarked on their journey to meet Roderick of the Riavono tribe. Bei Qing remarked, "Isn't your treatment of Captain Shen rather unkind?" Zhongli Yu replied, "What is unkind about it? Someone who has weathered significant storms in life has surely fortified their emotional resilience. However, this individual gives off an aura that feels distinctly different from that of ordinary folk. Never mind, I no longer wish to ponder. Rather, I am curious to behold what the so-called blood clan truly resembles." I am equally eager to encounter Bei Qing. The two soon arrived at the residence of Roderick Levo, as indicated in the documents. However, this place struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Could an ordinary person truly reside here? To be fair, it is not an ordinary individual dwelling here, nor a human for that matter, but rather a member of the Blood Clan. Nonetheless, for the Blood Clan, it remains a suitable haven, as it is unlikely anyone would venture here. Chapter 53. The Weeping Ghost's Laughter. Indeed, the capital is a remarkably beautiful locale, boasting exquisite surroundings and a high standard of living. Yet, due to its dense population, disputes inevitably arise, leading to potential altercations. With such conflicts come injuries, and casualties are bound to occur. Most inhabitants of the capital possess extraordinary abilities. Even those devoid of such powers typically possess a unique skill, rendering the city a veritable nest of hidden talents. While some individuals, whether endowed with abilities or not, navigate life relatively well, it is the scions of affluent and influential families, often reckless and irresponsible, who frequently instigate deadly incidents. Consequently, a designated area for the disposal of corpses emerged, ironically, the sole dark corner amidst the capital's seemingly pristine faade. I trust it is evident to all that this place is none other than the infamous Weeping Ghost's Laughter, originally nameless. It is located not far to the east of the capital, typically referred to as a mass grave. However, an elderly gentleman dispatched there due to an offense, bestowed upon it the name Weeping Ghost's Laughter. The name signifies that any corpse delivered there is destined to transform into a vengeful spirit, eternally trapped within, bound for countless lifetimes. Ghosts do not weep or laugh unless confronted with profound sorrow, or if they encounter their own murderer. Throughout his decade-long tenure at Weeping Ghost's Laughter, the elderly gentleman faithfully buried the countless corpses, marking each with a nameless stone as a semblance of home for these unfortunate souls. Under his vigilant care, the site remained undisturbed until his advanced age rendered him ill, ultimately leading to his demise. It is said that on that fateful day, ominous clouds enveloped the skies above Weeping Ghost's Laughter, starkly contrasting with the weather within the capital. Some claim to have heard sorrowful wails, and from that day onward, the place was referred to as a haunted ground. Though some have contemplated employing exorcists to rid the site of its spirits, the truly capable practitioners have resolutely declined, for they can perceive the tormented souls that linger there. Yet, among them exists a pure spirit, soothing the others, which has preserved the site as tranquility over the years. While certain exorcists have attempted to drive away the ghosts of Weeping Ghost's Laughter, they returned unscathed but invariably refused to return, leading some exorcist sects to establish a decree. The spirits within Weeping Ghost's Laughter are not to be exorcised, provided no harm is inflicted. Thus, Weeping Ghost's Laughter gained autonomy, with regulations set forth in Huaxia prohibiting entry into the site. Should anyone fail to emerge, the state shall not be held accountable for their rescue. Since the demise of the old man, no more corpses have been delivered to Ghost-Crying Laughter, nor have any new spirits emerged. At last, Ghost-Crying Laughter has found tranquility, yet peace is not synonymous with liberation. There have been attempts by exorcists to purify the spirits within Ghost-Crying Laughter, but their efforts were met with refusal, a simple rationale. Vengeance remained unquenched. Zhongli and Bei Qing now stood at the boundary between Ghost-Crying Laughter and the outskirts of the capital. Bei Qing remarked, Do you think Captain Shen might be deceiving us? How could there possibly be a blood clan residing here? Zhongli gazed into the darkened expanse of Ghost-Crying Laughter and replied, The location appears accurate, but it is likely that this blood clan registered themselves at the police station. Otherwise, how would anyone know a blood clan has come to the capital and taken residence in Ghost-Crying Laughter? Bei Qing pondered for a moment and found Zhongli's reasoning sound, yet unease about Ghost-Crying Laughter lingered. It's dangerous inside. Why don't we just call out to them? After all, we know their name. Zhongli, looking at Bei Qing with a mix of exasperation and affection, said, My dear Qing, have you forgotten that blood clans fear sunlight? While the older, more powerful ones may not fear it as much, standing in the sun is still quite taxing. They would expend double the energy to shield themselves from sunlight. So, dear Qing, do you really expect any blood clan to appear in broad daylight? They must be resting in their coffins, don't you think? Feeling somewhat foolish for not grasping such a simple truth, Bei Qing reflected, Am I truly that naive? Surely you wouldn't think less of me. Chapter 54. The frightening female ghost Zhongli observed Bei Qing's tearful and pitiful demeanor and reassured him, I will not think less of you, rest assured. Bei Qing grasped Zhongli's hand and said, Let us enter. Zhongli inquired, Are you no longer afraid? Bei Qing admitted, I am scared, but with you by my side, I feel safe. Besides, you will protect me, won't you? Zhongli tightened his grip on Bei Qing's hand, and together they stepped into Ghost-Crying Laughter. Upon entering, Bei Qing immediately sensed a stark contrast. Outside the sun shone brightly, radiating warmth, yet within, a chilling wind howled. And not a trace of sunlight could be seen. Instinctively, Bei Qing clutched Zhongli Yu's hand tighter, his breath quickening. Zhongli Yu, sensing Bei Qing's apprehension, reassured him. Do not worry, I can subdue spirits. Before Bei Qing could fully comprehend Zhongli Yu's words, a gust of cold wind swept toward them, followed by the sound of a woman's laughter. Startled, Bei Qing instinctively hid behind Zhongli Yu. Gradually, the woman's voice became clearer. Oh, what a delightful little boy. Like a little rabbit. I never expected anyone to venture here. That girl doesn't seem afraid of us at all. How can that be? Let me see. Suddenly, a woman clad in white, her head capable of turning a full 360 degrees, materialized before Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing. Her ghostly pale skin, coupled with the eerie atmosphere, created an unsettling sight. With a smile, a piercing scream echoed in the air, and Bei Qing dramatically fainted. Terrifying the ghost of Zhongli Yu and the specter of Bei Qing, the latter found herself fainted from fright. With her head thrown back in laughter, she proudly proclaimed, "This marks the 20th soul I have scared. Impressive, isn't it? Haha. Yet, there remains one who has not succumbed to my terror." The ghost, feeling slightly discontented, contemplated the fairness of her achievement. After all, previous visitors often arrived in pairs and departed together, yet only one had been frightened this time. She inquired of Zhongli Yu, "Why have you not been frightened?" With a smile gracing his face, Zhongli Yu replied, "I harbor no fear of you. What cause do I have to be frightened? Furthermore, you have terrified a Qing, which is a grave offense. A lesson must be imparted to you. In their ethereal state, ghosts typically cannot be touched by mortals, save for those adept in exorcism or possessing heightened spiritual sensitivity." Thus, the ghost's confidence had been unwavering. Yet, Zhongli Yu managed to grasp the female specter, pulling her close and exhaling towards her face. Instantly, the ghost felt her visage ablaze, as if on the verge of boiling and unable to endure the pain. She began to wail. The other spirits, hearing her anguished cries, could no longer remain hidden and encircled her, inquiring about her distress. Though her face appeared unchanged, the ghost was in torment. Some spirits recalled Zhongli Yu's recent action and began to speculate. A seemingly gentle female ghost approached Zhongli Yu and pleaded, "Might I ask you to retract this spell? Xiao Min has realized her mistake." Zhongli Yu responded, "Every beginning has an end. With rewards come consequences. This is the price of her prank. I am uncertain how to proceed, as I have only recently awakened my abilities and lack precision in their application. However, a mere breath should suffice to remedy the situation." True to Zhongli Yu's words, the ghost soon began to recover, though she appeared quite weakened from the ordeal. The other spirits, visibly aggrieved yet wary of Zhongli Yu's power, kept their distance. This commotion attracted all the spirits from the realm of ghost-crying laughter, creating a grand spectacle. Had Bei Qing been conscious, she would surely have been terrified. Reflecting on the incident, Zhongli Yu felt a sense of gratitude towards the frightening ghost. Chapter 55. An anomaly among the bloodline? What is the purpose of this gathering? An ancient voice resonated from the back. Recognizing the familiar tone, the spirits parted to allow a path for an elderly man, his hair a cascade of white and his back hunched with age. Zhongli Yu gazed upon the old man and inquired, "Are you the venerable elder spoken of in the tales of ghost-crying laughter?" The elderly man remarked, "If it is indeed the case that I was the one who assisted the powerful in handling corpses, then it is true." Zhongli Yu gazed at the elder before him, finally understanding why the essence of this old man felt distinct from the spirits surrounding them. Ghosts, having once been human, typically experience a separation of soul from body upon death. If they are devoid of desires, they gradually fade away, reincarnating in a new life. This is the normal manifestation of death. However, there exists another type of spirit, one who has been wronged in life and harbors immense resentment after death, preventing their reincarnation. Such a soul becomes engulfed in thoughts of vengeance, ultimately losing its sanity and transforming into a being solely driven by the desire to kill. Zhongli Yu inquired, "Old man, you must have died a natural death, correct? Why have you not reincarnated?" The elder replied, "If I were to be reborn, what would become of these young girls? Would they be banished by the ghost exorcists? I am one of the murderers who trapped them in this place. It was I who did this. Therefore, I must accompany them until their grievances dissipate." Zhongli Yu observed the multitude of spirits, noting that most were female ghosts, with male ghosts being scarce. He understood the reason for this disparity. It was due to the nature of their demise. "Very well, let us put this matter behind us. Old man, do you know of a bloodline named Roderick Ravono, specifically a vampire? Do you know where he might be?" The elder, now cautious, responded, "Who are you? And how do you know of him?" Zhongli Yu explained, A recent murder involving vampires has occurred, and I am here to investigate. I would greatly appreciate any information you can provide. After a moment's contemplation, the elder relented, sharing the specific direction with Zhongli. Reluctantly, he conceded, for the young girl beside him exuded an unusual presence that prevented them from dismissing her. Indeed, strange occurrences seemed to multiply year by year. Hey, Bei Qing, wake up. The sun's shining on your backside. Under Zhongli's persistent calls, Bei Qing finally awoke. Zhongli exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead that had accumulated during Bei Qing's awakening. It was quite a challenge. Bei Qing, you finally awakened. You were almost a sleeping beauty. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bei Qing replied, I'm sorry, it seems I've held you back again. Zhongli reassured him. Do not speak like that. Everyone has their fears. Let us move on. We now know the location of that Zhongli Clan member. Oh, Bei Qing thought, trailing behind while observing Zhongli's silhouette. You wait for me. I will surely conquer my fears and stand beside you. You must wait for me. The duo ventured deeper into the realm of the weeping spirits, gradually spotting a structure in the distance resembling a palace. This must be it, they both mused. Standing before the dilapidated palace, Bei Qing remarked, Isn't it said that bloodlines take great care in maintaining their image? Why then do they reside in such a worn-down house? Zhongli pondered for a moment before arriving at a feasible answer. Surely there are anomalies among the blood clan. Oh, Bei Qing appeared to believe him wholeheartedly. Chapter 56. The terrified Bei Qing Zhongli pushed open the grand doors of the palace and was instantly taken aback by the spectacle within. Bei Qing, curious about Zhongli's prolonged silence after opening the door, leaned in to take a look and immediately exclaimed, My heavens! This is nothing like the exterior. Truly, the blood clan excels in indulgence. Zhongli replied, Qing, please refrain from commenting further. The more you speak, the more I realize how mundane my previous existence was. I long to be reborn. I sincerely apologize, Bei Qing said earnestly. Zhongli sighed. Let us split up in our search, for this place is quite vast. By the way, Qing, should you encounter someone sleeping in a coffin, do not be alarmed. That individual is precisely whom we seek, understood? Bei Qing's face flushed crimson as she replied, Of course I know that. I merely fear ghosts. Do not portray me as overly timid. It is truly just a fear of spirits. Indeed, Qing, just a fear of ghosts, I comprehend, Zhongli retorted, sensing the mockery in her tone, which Bei Qing noted. Despite being aware of Zhongli's subtle jibe regarding her fear, Bei Qing obediently continued her search. She arrived at a door adorned with a blood-red bat emblem. Attempting to push it open, she found it stubbornly resistant. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her strength and struck the door with her palms, causing it to crash down with a resounding thud. I did not intend for that. Please do not seek me out, she muttered nervously. With one eye open and the other shut, Bei Qing entered a room marked by peculiar patterns. This chamber appeared darker and colder than the previous one she had visited, reminiscent of a morgue. Eager to escape, she nevertheless felt compelled to inspect the room thoroughly before departing. Thus, she advanced slowly, step by cautious step, until her knee collided with a hard object. Eliciting a silent gasp, she immediately shut her eyes, crouched down, and hugged her head, goosebumps prickling her skin. After what felt like an eternity, sensing no further disturbances, Bei Qing gradually opened her eyes, discovering the absence of danger. Rising to her feet, she declared loudly, How could such a trivial thing obstruct my path? I shall not be underestimated by you. Reassuring herself, she cautiously approached the mysterious object she had just bumped into. Upon touching it, she found it to be cold and unyielding. Unable to discern its form, Bei Qing resorted to using her unique ability for illumination, only to regret this decision almost immediately, as she realized she was standing right before the very object she was attempting to illuminate. In the palm of Bei Qing's hand appeared a flame the size of a ping-pong ball. He gazed at the flickering fire with a bitter smile before turning his attention to the enigmatic object before him. This object was, indeed, a crystal coffin, transparent and ethereal. Illuminated by Bei Qing's extraordinary powers, the figure within, with its alabaster skin, appeared even more grotesque. In a moment of overwhelming shock, Bei Qing found himself momentarily paralyzed, his eyes unblinking, as he witnessed the figure in the coffin open its eyes and meet his gaze, offering him an unsettlingly perfect smile. At last, Bei Qing returned to his senses, but the intensity of the encounter overwhelmed him, leading to a sudden breakdown. His piercing scream echoed throughout the palace, startling Zhongli, who was inspecting another room, nearly causing him to collide with nearby furniture. Upon hearing Bei Qing's continuous outcry, Zhongli Yu understood that his friend had encountered the Blood Clan and had likely been terrified by the experience. Poor little Bei Qing. He would never admit to relishing in Bei Qing's misfortune. Chapter 57. Roderick Revenue. Though Zhongli Yu was immensely curious to witness Bei Qing's utterly petrified state, concern for his friend's safety drove him to rush toward the source of the commotion. Indeed, he thought to himself, I am the nation's best friend, albeit shamelessly so. Meanwhile, Bei Qing, overwhelmed by fear, found himself immobilized next to the crystal coffin. He watched in terror as the lid of the coffin began to slowly open from within, crashing to the ground without a scratch, confirming the coffin's authenticity. Under normal circumstances, Bei Qing would have scoffed at such a detail, but in his current state, merely keeping his eyes open felt like an achievement. Gradually, the figure inside the coffin sat up, gazing at the frightened Bei Qing and beaming a wide smile. The sight only intensified Bei Qing's fear, leaving the occupant of the coffin perplexed as to why this little creature was so terrified of him. Unable to comprehend the situation, he yearned to converse with the terrified child, yet speaking from within the coffin felt inappropriate, thus startling Bei Qing once more. Suddenly, a multitude of green eyes emerged from the shadows of the room, and before Bei Qing could discern their nature, he heard the sound of wings flapping. The eyes began to dart about, converging upon the man in the crystal coffin. At last, Bei Qing recognized what they were: bats, alive and fluttering. A sight he had never witnessed before. The bats clustered around the man before abruptly scattering, revealing him adorned in regal attire, now standing before Bei Qing. The man crouched down and inquired, Little one, are you frozen in place? At that, Bei Qing let out a scream. The man, caught off guard, could only cover his ears and exclaim, My dear fellow, I have yet to call you anything, yet you have grown so accustomed to this. I could understand the previous one, but what on earth is this? Why must you continue to call? Am I truly that unappealing? With the last vestiges of strength, Bei Qing shifted backward a few paces, trembling as he uttered, Eyes, red eyes. The man seemed exasperated by Bei Qing's response and remarked, Surely, you must have come here with a purpose, otherwise, you would have fled from those specters outside long ago. So, you specifically sought me out. I find it perplexing. That girl appeared quite audacious, yet you seem so timid. Moreover, you are of Huaxia descent, yet why do I sense your abilities waning? Bei Qing seized upon the crux of the man's words, anxious as he interjected, How do you know about us, and not just me? The man rose, stating, From the very beginning, I was aware that humans had entered the realm of the ghost's laughter. I presumed the surrounding apparitions would handle it, as they always do. Yet I did not anticipate that you would locate the palace and enter it. Though I was slumbering within a crystal coffin, I still possessed an awareness, one of you. And a girl as well, a freshly adult maiden, exuding the fragrance of innocence. Are you a pervert? Bei Qing's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered something utterly repulsive. The man elegantly pinched Bei Qing's cheek with 2 fingers, allowing him to behold the mature, masculine visage of the man. Were Bei Qing a girl, he might have found himself entranced by that face and its accompanying aura. The man continued, Is it not so? One is a virgin, just recently come of age. Is there something amiss? Indeed not, Bei Qing replied candidly. After all, it was the truth, you had just reached adulthood. But as for her virginity, well, that was assured. What was he pondering? Observing Bei Qing's apparent distraction, the man felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. What was happening? Was his mental control failing him? Bei Qing struggled to free himself from the man's grip, but it was futile. The man's strength was overwhelming. Growing desperate, Bei Qing demanded, Who exactly are you? With a complex gaze, the man replied, Roderick Levon. Chapter 58. The collector Roderick Levon said, Are you not here to seek me? How is it that you do not even know my name? How disheartening. In an instant, the handsome man transformed into a figure resembling a heartbroken boy, abandoned and forlorn. Seeing Roderick Levon in such a pitiful state, a wicked thought surfaced in Bei Qing's mind, prompting him to comfort the man as one would a child. What are you two doing? The roles seem reversed, Zhongli Yu remarked, leaning against the wall while observing the peculiar interaction between the two. Bei Qing quickly sought Zhongli Yu's assistance, exclaiming, You, come help me. I cannot manage him. Zhongli Yu approached and said, Qing, take heed. In the future, should such shameless beings entangle you, simply strike them. It will reveal at once whether their tears are genuine. Zhongli Yu executed a sweeping motion. Yet before his leg could even make contact with Roderick Revino, the latter transformed into a wisp of black mist and evaded to a distance, subsequently revealing his original form. Bei Qing, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Are you deceiving me? Are you manipulating my compassion? Next, will you seek to draw my blood? Roderick Revino, vehemently denying such intentions, replied, I had no designs on your blood. My preference lies solely with the blood of women. The scent of men's blood is tainted with perspiration, rendering it utterly unpalatable. As for my tears, who should be questioned but you? You disturbed my slumber and then screamed, nearly deafening me. If I were to refrain from crying, would you not continue your raucous calls? Whose fault is this? Bei Qing weakly retorted, it is all his fault. Roderick, poised to continue his grievances, was abruptly halted upon catching sight of Zhongli. Approaching him, he scrutinized him closely and remarked with wonder, you are truly remarkable. After all these years, this is the first time I have encountered someone with such hair and such eyes. Upon seeing your eyes, my immediate instinct was to associate you with the bloodline. Your hair invokes an irresistible urge to feast upon your blood. Pray, are you truly human? Zhongli responded. Of course I am human. Do you not sense it? Or must I provide proof? Nay, no need. Roderick retreated a few steps, adding, I fear that should you prove it, I may lose control and bite you. With an angelic smile, Zhongli assured him, rest easy, should you dare to bite. I shall personally extract your 2 fangs, and we shall see if you still possess the audacity to bite. Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Roderick was reminded of someone else, a person who, like Zhongli, spoke threats with an innocent smile. Truly, it was terrifying. Indeed, all women are alike. Irrespective of their species, a tigress is a tigress, Roderick mused. Zhongli, observing Roderick's face of terror and sorrow, inquired, why do I sense that you are contemplating ill thoughts towards me? Roderick, startled, hastily replied, how could that be? Come. Sit over here and do not tire yourself. In an act of servitude, Roderick brewed 2 cups of exquisite tea for Zhongli and Bei Qing. Bei Qing took a sip and exclaimed, wow, this is splendid tea. I've heard that such tea is typically reserved for esteemed families. Yet I recall that the leaves for this tea have long ceased cultivation. How did you acquire it? Roderick, with pride, declared, I have not lived all these years in vain. Such treasures must be collected early. After all, I am a collector and possess a discerning eye. Chapter 59, The Collector? Bei Qing was baffled, not understanding what profession that entailed. Roderick, now intrigued, explained, a collector is one who gathers various antiques or rare items. I, for one, have a dedicated treasure chamber filled with my prized possessions. Zhongli quipped, prized possessions? You have forsaken your true treasures for those unworthy of humanity? I am in admiration. Bei Qing, feeling helpless, thought to herself, you, as a girl, can't you be a bit more civilized? Roderick Revono contemplated inwardly. This trait resembles that individual perfectly. It truly is burdensome. With a headache, Roderick said, what exactly do you intend to do? I wish to sleep. Zhongli replied, there's no rush. Let us first discuss the appearance of vampires in Huaxia and the recent vampire murders. Surely you possess some information to share. Roderick mused. This too is the same. Issuing commands, how tiresome. How is it that such individuals exist in Huaxia, and I happen to encounter one? Indeed, my luck is quite deplorable. Seeing Roderick lost in thought and unresponsive, Zhongli swiftly struck him across the face, pulling him back to reality. Roderick, bewildered, exclaimed, what are you doing? Why hit someone so randomly? Zhongli retorted, stop with the nonsense and speak. Feeling a sense of dread due to his profound psychological scars, Roderick did not resist Zhongli, as he had grown accustomed to it, and divulged what he knew. It turned out that the perpetrator of the vampire murders had been infected by a blood clan, transforming into a vampire. This blood clan was currently in the capital, seeking to further infect humans and convert them into vampires. The true motive of this blood clan was merely to seek progeny, to reproduce. The blood clan required the consent of their elders. Without it, procreation was impossible. The blood clan in the capital had appeared precisely because the elders had denied their breeding, thus venturing to the farthest reaches of the blood clan's territory, Huaxia's capital. Therefore, this murder case was indisputably linked to the blood clan. Zhongli inquired, do you know how many people have been infected? Is there any chance for the infected to return to their former selves? Where is this blood clan now? Roderick replied, I am unaware of the number of infections. Those affected have lost all reason, now merely instinct-driven vampires who cannot revert. As for the blood clan, I do not know. I seldom associate with them. Zhongli seized Roderick by the collar, lifting him and stating, so you know the sequence of events but lack precise intelligence. Roderick, unwilling to meet Zhongli's fearsome gaze, remained silent. Zhongli released him, asking, what use are you? Come, take me to your treasure chamber. Upon hearing treasure chamber, Roderick grew anxious, exclaiming, what do you want in the treasure chamber? I have already answered your questions. It is time for you to leave. With a swift kick, Zhongli struck the chair between Roderick's legs, startling him into a jump, after which he quickly calmed down. Zhongli Yu shifted her foot slightly closer, prompting Roderick to retreat a bit, questioning, "What now?" Zhongli Yu, her expression stoic, asked, "Do you agree?" Roderick Ravono expressed his resignation, saying, "What more can I say? Of course I agree." Chapter 60. Sentient Spirits with a Pained Expression. Roderick Ravono led Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing at a leisurely pace to the basement of the palace. Standing before the entrance of his treasured vault, he turned back, eyes brimming with tears, and asked Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, "Do we really have to do this?" Zhongli Yu responded with a swift kick to Roderick's rear, exclaiming, "Of course. Hurry up. This is a punishment for making us come all this way. Besides, what if your treasures have begun to mold? We could help you, couldn't we?" Roderick thought to himself, how utterly shameless, just like that person. Could it be that these two truly share no blood ties? The association of Zhongli Yu with the individual Roderick feared most left him acutely aware of her implication. Enough with the chatter, open the door. Yet, was Zhongli Yu truly akin in temperament to that person whom Roderick dreaded? He sighed despondently, then bit his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the door. Instantly, the previously dull gray door radiated a brilliant red light. As the light burst forth, Bei Qing closed his eyes, unable to bear the brilliance, unaware that Zhongli Yu kept her eyes wide open throughout. Roderick noted her expression had shifted from one of torment to one of profound gravity. Once the radiance faded, Roderick returned to his sorrowful demeanor. With the light dissipated, Zhongli Yu, pulling Bei Qing along, rushed past their host, Roderick, who felt a pang of helplessness, realizing he appeared as an untrustworthy individual. No, a creature of the blood? Beholding the room adorned entirely in gold, a veritable treasure trove, Bei Qing finally comprehended why such a space was deemed a treasure vault. Indeed, it was a repository of riches. Roderick, observing Bei Qing's captivated gaze, felt a sense of fulfillment. However, upon glimpsing Zhongli Yu's impassive countenance, all joy evaporated. Clearly, this girl was just like that person. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Given your commendable behavior and the slight evidence you've provided, we shall each take one treasure from you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? I am ever so grateful." Roderick Ravono gritted out through clenched teeth. Ignoring Roderick, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing focused intently on searching for treasures that might be of assistance to them. Recognizing their concentration, Roderick understood. Many of the artifacts he had collected were relics long lost to history, exceedingly rare and undoubtedly valuable to those with extraordinary abilities. Bei Qing enveloped himself in his extraordinary abilities, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, gradually centering his thoughts. At that moment, he sensed an entity that resonated with his unique powers. Opening his eyes, he moved towards the source of this attraction. Roderick Levon observed with keen interest, stroking his chin. The boy possessed considerable potential, yet it intrigued him why his powers seemed to be diminishing. Disregarding Roderick's musings, Bei Qing approached the object that harmonized most with his abilities. It was a small pendant, oval-shaped, its hue akin to the fiery essence of Bei Qing's powers. He picked up the pendant and stepped before Roderick, stating, "I shall choose this one." Roderick replied, "There are other unique and powerful treasures. Are you certain you wish to select this particular one, which ranks lower in my inventory?" Bei Qing affirmed, "Indeed, only this resonates with my strength. I might struggle to wield any other treasures, so I will choose this one that inherently belongs to me." Roderick remarked, "Is that so? Allow me to share something with you. Any treasure that has withstood the test of time will eventually awaken sentience. Once a treasure gains awareness, it transcends the realm of mere decoration. Just like those spirit talismans, the artifacts crafted by talisman masters can also be considered treasures. Each talisman master produces unique artifacts. Some forge weapons that can regenerate, while others create scrolls imbued with illusions. The profession of a talisman master is indeed formidable. Few dare to approach them, especially those artifacts possessing sentience. Even the most rudimentary sentient artifact can incite fierce competition among many. I recount all this to make you aware that the pendant you hold is indeed sentient. It possesses a significant virtue and a considerable flaw. It will only remain loyal to a master it recognizes, dedicating everything to protect that master. Should the master perish, the artifact will not survive either. This pendant had a previous owner who, before his demise, severed their bond, leading it to my possession. Many have tried to subdue it, but none have succeeded. Do you believe you can tame this untamed spirit?" Chapter 61. The oddity that has lived for over 5 centuries after a moment of contemplation. Bei Qing replied, "I suppose I would be unable to accomplish that, as I am aware of my own limitations." Roderick responded, "Then you may choose another." But Bei Qing declined. Roderick, perplexed, said, "You cannot control it, nor communicate with its essence. This serves you no benefit. so it would be wise to select another. Bei Qing persistently refused, stating, "It has been here for quite some time, and one inevitably feels loneliness after being alone in a place for too long. I wanted to know that I am beside it, even if I am not its master. My human instinct compels me not to neglect my responsibilities. Therefore, I am resolute in my decision, may I?" Mr. Roderick Laverno sighed and remarked, "What a peculiar bunch you are. I suppose it matters little to me. We share no connection. Do not let our paths cross again. I have grown weary of you. Please complete your choices and depart, my dear." Bei Qing felt a surge of joy upon realizing that Roderick Laverno ceased to dissuade him. He finally possessed the ability to safeguard what was his, even if it meant irritating the other party. Roderick Laverno observed Bei Qing, who was preoccupied with a small pendant, incredulous at the simplicity of the child. He shook his head in resignation, but in doing so, he caught sight of Zhongli, who had been eavesdropping from a nearby shelf, pretending to search for her treasures once the conversation concluded. Roderick Laverno found the situation both amusing and exasperating, pondering the depth of her concern. Yet, excessive worry could be detrimental. After all, fledglings must eventually learn to soar and leave their parents behind, a truth you ought to comprehend, is it not? Thus, it is time for you to make a decisive choice. Zhongli, aware that Roderick Laverno had discovered her presence, chose to ignore him. Bei Qing yearned for strength. Might she someday abandon me? The thought of solitude plagued her mind. Ah Qing, will I return to my former self, confined to a world of solitude? What was that sound? While Zhongli wrestled with her thoughts, she suddenly perceived a faint sound, prompting her to emerge from her reverie. Upon surveying her surroundings, she found nothing amiss and resolved to leave, seeking new sights. Just as she began to move, she heard the sound again, clearer yet more subdued than before. "Do not wish to be alone?" Zhongli sensed the origin of the voice and approached cautiously, discovering it emanated from a stone. She picked it up, examining it closely. Her thoughts clouded with doubt. Had age rendered her susceptible to auditory hallucinations? As she pressed her ear against the stone to listen more intently, tears streamed down her face for the first time. She discerned a heartbeat and the profound desire not to be alone. Gently caressing the stone, she declared, "It shall not be solitary. I too do not wish for solitude. Let us depart from this dark world together." Bei Qing gazed at Zhongli and the object in her arms with astonishment, asking, "You, what is it that you hold?" Zhongli replied, "This treasure is what I have taken." "Ah, why?" Bei Qing inquired. Roderick Laverno gazed upon an object chosen by Zhongli, exclaiming, "You two truly embody the essence of friendship. The treasures you selected are among my most extraordinary." Zhongli inquired, "What makes it so special?" Roderick Laverno replied, "It is shrouded in mystery. Our Laverno clan has always roamed far and wide, immersing ourselves in diverse worlds, yet none of my kin can discern its true nature. All we know is that it is an unhatched egg. Surely, you have heard the faint heartbeat emanating from within? I discovered this egg 5 centuries ago, which means it has existed for at least 500 years. Are you not afraid? What if a monster hatches?" Zhongli responded, "It matters not. I sense it yearns for companionship, to be born into the light, for the world within is shrouded in darkness, much like my own heart." Roderick Laverno said, "Then take it with you. No one understands solitude better than our bloodline, so care for it well." Bei Qing and Zhongli exchanged a knowing smile, affirming, "Of course." Chapter 62. Assembly. After selecting their treasures, Zhongli and Bei Qing bid farewell. Their encounter with Roderick Laverno proved immensely beneficial, enabling them to confront their innermost feelings while gaining 2 companions for future battles. Upon exiting the palace, Zhongli and Bei Qing bowed respectfully to the structure before departing. Roderick Laverno observed their gradually fading figures from the window, remarking, "What polite young souls. It is the only trait they share with that other individual." His gaze deepened as he reflected, "I finally recall the significance of those strange red locks and eyes. Is it the wrath of the betrayed, the 7th sin? At last, the divine retribution approaches. Young lady, what you possess may not be a blessing. May you safeguard those you cherish. Furthermore, it is time for the Blood Clan to take action, to remind the arrogant little spirits that adults are not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, since leaving the palace, Zhongli and Bei Qing encountered no obstacles on their journey to the outside of Ghost Cry Laughter. Bei Qing jested, "It seems we are the first to emerge from within." Zhongli looked up at the sun rising high in the azure sky and replied, "Indeed. We should return now. It must be nearing noon." Upon their return to the class, they found everyone already gathered, enjoying lunch. When Situ Feng saw them, he hurried over, asking, "What on earth were you two doing? Why are you back so late?" What are you holding?" Zhongli recounted the events, only to be met with a chorus of admonitions. "Zhongli, Do you have any idea of the terror that is ghost cry laughter? How could you dare to take Bei Qing inside? Are you seeking your own demise? What if your powers prove ineffective against the spirits? What then shall you do? And should that blood clan harbor animosity towards you both, where will you find solace amidst such turmoil? Faced with the reproach of the crowd, Zhongli and Bei Qing chose silence, attentively absorbing the concerns expressed. Eventually, as the anger of the assembly dissipated, they regarded Zhongli and Bei Qing, whose expressions were fraught with grievance, and opted not to voice further objections. When Ren Ziqi inquired, "Shall we investigate that egg?" Zhongli gazed at the unremarkable creature nestled in their arms and replied, "No, if even the ancient blood clan is oblivious to its origins, then humanity certainly will be as well. Besides, I sense it poses no threat to me." One Ren Ziqi nodded, conceding, "Then I entrust this peculiar egg to you." After the midday meal, the group convened to exchange the intelligence they had gathered throughout the morning. The deceased was an employee of a small to medium-sized company, well-liked by colleagues with no apparent conflicts. The reason for their late departure that day was due to an abundance of company tasks, prompting many employees to work overtime. Which explains why the deceased was still out at such a late hour, one individual remarked. He Lianling stated, "Based on the information acquired from Zhongli and Bei Qing, our immediate task is to locate the blood clan wreaking havoc in the capital and those infected, and to eradicate them." C2 Xiao added, "It appears we must wait until nightfall, as neither vampires nor blood clan members emerge during daylight. By the way, let's notify the police to advise citizens against venturing out at night." Zhongli Chan declared, "Tonight, none of you shall sleep." Alas, another night of vigilance, came the lament. "This is detrimental to our skin." He Lianling retorted, "Cease your complaints. We should seize this opportunity for a brief rest, for there shall be no time for slumber later." He Lianling's words prompted everyone into motion, seeking places to rest, for the blood clan would soon be active at dusk. Chapter 63. Which path to choose upon returning to her abode. Zhongli did not succumb to sleep, but instead retrieved a pristine quilt, placing the strange egg upon it, wrapping it securely, and setting it beside her bed before lying down, embracing the peculiar egg as she drifted into slumber. Similarly, Bei Qing refrained from immediate rest, opting instead to adorn himself with an aesthetically pleasing cord, securing a charming pendant around his neck, beaming with delight. Utterly unperturbed by the notion that a boy sporting a delightful cat pendant might be deemed embarrassing, as dusk descended, the group naturally arose, reconvening in their assembly. He Lianling pointed to the layout map of the capital, instructing, "Ziqi, take some individuals to the east. Xiao, lead a team to the south. Chun, you head north. I shall take my team west. Should you encounter any blood clan members or the infected, show no mercy." "Understood," came the responses. Zhongli Chan interjected, "Wait, you, to which direction shall she be assigned?" The assembly turned their gaze towards He Lianling. He Lianling replied, "She shall join my team." "That will not suffice," Zhongli Chan retorted, his expression darkening. "Why must she be in your group? As a member of the Zhongli family, shouldn't you be on my team? Or is it that you have ulterior motives?" He Lianling sighed and said, "In that case, why not ask her whom she wishes to team up with?" Zhongli Chan turned to Zhongli and inquired, "You, who do you wish to be paired with?" He felt a surge of joy, confident that Zhongli would undoubtedly choose him. However, Zhongli, indifferent to this covert competition, replied, "I choose the western side." He Lianling smirked coldly. Why not join me?" Zhongli Chan looked at Zhongli in disbelief and asked. Zhongli simply stated, "There is no reason." Those words struck Zhongli Chan deeply. Watching Zhongli stand beside He Lianling, Zhongli Chan lamented, "Sister, can't you see that this man harbors ill intentions towards you?" Aware of Zhongli stubbornness, he knew once she made up her mind, it was unchangeable. He then pulled He Lianling away from Zhongli to a distant spot. Zhongli Chan glared fiercely at He Lianling and warned, "I tell you, if you dare to lay a hand on you, I shall not spare you." He Lianling replied, "I have no designs on her. Why are you so wary of me?" "Then what about that day when you treated us? Wasn't it your initiative?" Zhongli Chan retorted. He Lianling, recalling that day, felt a headache coming on and said, "How would I know? My body acted on its own." Zhongli Chan remarked, "Isn't that just bodily instinct? Yet you claim you have no feelings for you?" He Lianling found Zhongli Chan's incessant distrust irksome, akin to an unshakable swarm of flies. He then disregarded Zhongli Chan and took Zhongli hand, stating, "Let us commence our actions." Thus, he led Zhongli away from the class. What was happening? Why had he taken her hand again? What had Zhongli Chan said that prompted He Lianling to grasp Zhongli hand? Curiosity bubbled among those observing, particularly Zhongli Chan, who was seething with anger. Seeing Zhongli depart, Bei Qing exchanged a few words with Wen Renzi and Shi before following suit. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly peculiar. Situ Xiao approached Zhongli Clan and patted his shoulder, saying, "You've borne much. Having such a sister who turns her elbow outward." "Get off." Zhongli Clan brushed away Situ Xiao's hand on his shoulder and declared, "Let us go," leading his teammates away. When Renzi sighed, "Indeed, ice and fire cannot coexist." "True," Situ Xiao agreed. "Yet, can ice and fire truly never merge?" Chapter 64. The unsettling Helian Ling brought Zhongli Yu to the designated spot in the west. Observing Helian Ling's silent demeanor, Zhongli Yu asked, "May I be released?" "It's somewhat painful." Helian Ling jolted slightly, and then loosened his grip on Zhongli Yu's hand. Zhongli Yu rubbed her sore hand in silence. At this moment, Helian Ling inquired, "Why do you wish to be with me?" Zhongli Yu turned to Helian Ling and remarked, "Given the proximity of the western region to the realm of the ghostly whale, it is likely that the Blood Clan would find such a place appealing. After all, did not Roderick Levon establish his stronghold there? Thus, I pondered whether that Blood Clan might share similar inclinations. Coincidentally, you mentioned your intent to venture westward, and I found myself compelled to accompany you. Is that not so?" Strangely, upon hearing Zhongli Yu's assertion that his presence was merely a result of fortuity, Helian Ling felt an inexplicable sense of despondency. What was amiss with him? I have arrived," Bei Qing exclaimed breathlessly as he hurried over to Zhongli Yu. Zhongli Yu, intending to head towards Bei Qing, gently patted his back, saying, "There is no need to rush, but we cannot lag too far behind." Bei Qing replied. Helian Ling observed the lively exchange between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, and it struck him as somewhat irksome. He yearned to separate the two. Meanwhile, the others who approached noticed the jealousy in Helian Ling's gaze directed at the pair, and their expressions shifted to that of gossiping intrigue. Lo and behold, these three undeniably harbor an illicit affair, they mused. Sensing the scrutiny from behind, Helian Ling turned to find the previously gossipy crowd now transformed into a cadre of diligent professionals. With a sharp tone, he commanded, "Should you not be attending to your respective duties?" This was indeed a manifestation of misplaced ire. It was astonishing to witness such a side of Helian Ling, broadening their understanding of him. With an assertive motion, Helian Ling inserted himself between Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, proclaiming, "You both have tasks to fulfill. Since you are here, you must act. Quickly, take cover." Baffled by Helian Ling's anger, Zhongli Yu and Bei Qing, who were somewhat inept in certain aspects, could only comply and retreat to concealment. Yet, Helian Ling abruptly seized Zhongli Yu's hand, stating, "You will accompany me." Ignoring Zhongli Yu's protests, he whisked him away. Bei Qing, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was halted by others who restrained him, claiming, "You lack experience and may cause trouble." This left Bei Qing exasperated. If he lacked experience, then why not stay with you and learn from Helian Ling? Why must he be sent away? The others, seizing the opportunity to be in the company of such beauty, were determined to prevent this rival from intruding. In a secluded spot, Zhongli Yu glared at Helian Ling and demanded, "What are you doing? Why did you pull me away?" Helian Ling, himself perplexed by his own feelings, could not fathom why he disliked the sight of Zhongli Yu growing close to Bei Qing while he could only watch from the sidelines. It was an uncomfortable sensation indeed. With utmost seriousness, Helian Ling insisted, "This location affords the best vantage point. You are to remain with me. Is that so?" "It feels as though something is amiss," Zhongli Yu replied. As night descended, illuminating the earth and city with artificial light, it nevertheless failed to dispel the darkness that lingered, obscuring the hidden terrors of the night. After waiting until the early hours, a stir finally broke the stillness. Chapter 65. The drunkard in the distance, a swaying figure approached. Initially, Zhongli Yu and the others thought it was the vampire they had been anticipating. However, upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a drunken man. Muttering to himself, the drunkard paused beneath a great tree, which happened to be the concealed spot of Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling. With his head bowed, he continued his ramblings, and the group chose to disregard him. Suddenly, the drunkard lifted his head, kicked the tree, and, in pain, sat on the ground, cradling his foot. Simultaneously, his murmurs became audible. "Why? Why must even the trees bully me? Is it because I am without money, without a home, without a car? Why must I wear the green hat? Woe is me." The drunkard then erupted into a fit of sorrowful weeping beneath the tree. On the tree above, Zhongli Yu, having not paid attention to the drunkard earlier, was startled when he kicked the tree, losing his footing. Helian Ling swiftly intervened to catch him. Feeling the strong arm encircling his waist, Zhongli Yu mused, "This man must possess a remarkable physique. Just look at the muscle in his arm. So powerful, indeed." Meanwhile, Although He Lianling maintained his usual stoic expression, turmoil brewed within him. Why did I intervene? This is so unlike me. Why does my heart race so? What is happening to me? He Lianling pondered, grappling with his own emotions. Zhongli Yu regarded the entranced He Lianling in their close, intimate posture and could no longer restrain himself. Could you let go of me? This position is quite uncomfortable, he said. He Lianling snapped back to reality at Zhongli Yu's words, acknowledging the awkwardness of their stance. Just as he was about to release him, he sensed an impending situation and pulled Zhongli Yu firmly back into his embrace, stating, "Something's amiss. Bear with it for a moment." Zhongli Yu felt genuinely uncomfortable, especially with his back pressed against the tree, yet he had no choice but to endure. Unbeknownst to them, a throng of figures had emerged around them, yet these beings were no ordinary people. Each had elongated fangs, labored breaths, pale skin, and vacant stares. They were unmistakably vampires. The drunkard, noticing the gathering, shook his head in disbelief and declared, "This is my territory. You shall not approach, or else face my golden staff." He hurled his shoe at the group of vampires. The vampire struck merely scratched the spot where the shoe hit, glanced at the fallen footwear, and then, in a frenzy, charged at the drunkard. With their leader enraged, the other vampires followed suit, rushing toward the drunken man. The inebriated man, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, yet the intoxication still clouded his senses. He seized a wooden stick from beneath the tree and struck the vampire he had previously injured. The stick splintered, inciting the vampire to become even more agitated, leading it to pounce upon him. In that harrowing moment, the man caught sight of the vampire's distinctive fangs and, suddenly sober, recalled the recent murder that had transpired in the capital. Panic surged through him as he began to struggle and scream. In an instant, flames erupted from the vampire that had tackled him, reducing it to ash, which was swiftly carried away by the wind, an embodiment of ephemeral existence. The remaining vampires, sensing impending doom, sought to flee, but an unexpected wall of ice obstructed their escape. Chapter 66. The Hand of Hell. Some vampires desperately yearned to leave this tumultuous place, but upon touching the icy barrier, they were encased in ice, their fates sealed, leaving nothing but shattered remnants behind. Lianling wrapped his arm around Zhongli Yu's waist, guiding her down from the tree. Spotting their approach, the inebriated man recognized, thanks to the preceding flames and ice wall, that these two were individuals with extraordinary abilities. He crawled towards them, pleading, "Heroes, please save me. There are monsters." The pair paid him no heed. Zhongli Yu glanced at Lianling's hand resting on her waist and inquired, "May I be freed now?" With a reluctant sigh, Lianling released her, suppressing his longing to gaze upon her. The inebriated man, feeling increasingly disregarded, clung to Lianling's leg, exclaiming, "Great one, you cannot abandon me." Lianling kicked the man away, retorting, "Get off, do not touch me. Go stand aside." The disheartened drunkard, undeterred by Lianling's disdain, shuffled back and grasped the hem of his clothing. Lianling, perplexed, demanded, "What are you doing? Let go." The man shook his head, resolute in his choice. He would rather face the wrath of this frigid individual than be captured by the monsters. Lianling's mood soured further. Not only was he still grappling with his feelings for Zhongli Yu, but the stench of alcohol emanating from the man was unbearable for someone with his fastidious nature. Zhongli Yu, observing Lianling's struggle against the drunkard's persistence, felt a spark of determination. "Leave these vampires to me. I wish to test my powers, so you need not intervene." Lianling desired to assist, but, seeing the man clinging to his leg, shifted his focus solely on distancing himself from the inebriated individual. Had the man not been a member of the public, Lianling would have struck him without hesitation. Meanwhile, as the vampires attempting to escape caught a whiff of a scent more intoxicating than human blood, they eagerly searched for its source, only to find Zhongli Yu before them. The fragrance emanated from Zhongli Yu, a certainty for the vampires, for this scent was perceptible only to those of otherworldly nature. The term otherworldly refers to non-human entities such as blood clans, werewolves, zombies, etc. Zhongli Yu's blood was akin to a delicacy for any variety of these beings, especially since her blood had undergone a transformation following her success in the graduate entrance examination. However, the specifics of this mutation remained undisclosed, and our protagonist remained oblivious to this fact. Zhongli Yu surveyed the vampires encircling her and remarked with a cold smirk, "Ah, I thank you in advance for providing the conditions that will facilitate your swift demise. Arise, Hand of Hell." As she spoke, the ground within a 5-meter radius around her gradually turned crimson, boiling as if it were molten lava. "What is happening?" Within that 5-meter expanse stood Bei Qing and his group. Upon witnessing the trees around them reduced to ashes, an ominous feeling washed over them. With Bei Qing's abilities dwindling, the others seized him and brought him before Hellfire Ling, who had erected an ice wall around himself, effectively blocking Zhongli Yu's attack while still allowing him to observe the unfolding battle. The vampires charged at Zhongli Yu. Yet before they could react, the searing heat of the ground singed their feet, causing them to stumble and ultimately be consumed by flames. Zhongli Yu's hair, reminiscent of fresh blood, danced in the night breeze, resembling an ethereal sprite of the darkness. Observing the vampires falling one by one into oblivion, she declared, "This is merely the beginning. Brace yourselves for what is to come." At that moment, a colossal hand of blood-red flames emerged from the ground. This hand, unlike that of a human, bore scales even amidst the flames, unmistakably signaling its otherworldly origin. Yet, one could not fathom why such an oddity accompanied Zhongli Yu's invocation. Chapter 67. Annihilation. Go forth and consume them. Zhongli Yu commanded. Immediately, the colossal hands lunged toward the vampires, and those ensnared by its grasp were rendered to ashes. The vampires, operating on instinct, sensed the peril and attempted to evade. Zhongli Yu observed the vampires dodging the hand of hell and taunted. "Did you think there was but one hand of hell? Alas, nothing that exists within this infernal realm can escape its grasp. Fortune does not favor the unworthy." With that, the molten ground began to bubble, slowly revealing hundreds, if not thousands, of hands from the depths of hell. Each hand seized one or more vampires, reducing them to mere dust. In no time, all the vampires present were annihilated by Zhongli Yu's relentless hand of hell. The hand that wields such power remains a mystery, one I have never witnessed before. It is unlikely to belong to a spirit beast. After vanquishing all the vampires, the hellish hand vanished, leaving only the ground within 5 meters of Zhongli Yu charred and blackened. Hellfire Ling, half pushing the inebriate, produced a communicator to liaise with the other 3 directions. Upon seeing Zhongli Yu approach, he remarked, "The vampires in all 3 directions have been eradicated, yet we are uncertain if any remnants remain. They have descended to investigate." Zhongli Yu replied, "In that case, Qing, you and those few should ascertain if any vampires linger." Bei Qing, puzzled, responded, "You, why must I accompany them? You, I wish to stay by your side." Upon hearing this, Hellfire Ling's expression soured. He contemplated speaking yet recalled that he shared no significant connection with Zhongli Yu, ultimately choosing silence, embodying a quiet and icy demeanor. However, distracted by other thoughts, Hellfire Ling failed to notice a pair of malevolent eyes watching him intently. Zhongli Yu addressed Qing, "You and those few have contributed little, while I have eradicated the vampires here. Hellfire Ling prevented their escape and safeguarded you. Do you not feel a twinge of unease in your hearts?" The group, however, felt no such discomfort. They understood the importance of keeping this sentiment hidden from Zhongli Yu, lest unforeseen consequences arise, and indeed, their lack of action warranted acknowledgement. Thus, they reluctantly drew Bei Qing away from Zhongli Yu. Hellfire Ling frequently cast glances at Zhongli Yu, perplexed as to why Zhongli Yu sought to separate Bei Qing and the others. Could this have anything to do with him? As this thought crossed his mind, Hellfire Ling felt an unusual warmth coursing through his perpetually cold body, a flicker of anticipation igniting within. What was he anticipating? He could not say. Yet it felt pivotal to his very existence. Zhongli Yu, too, gazed at Hellfire Ling, their eyes locking, causing Hellfire Ling's heart to race uncontrollably. As Zhongli Yu approached, Hellfire Ling gazed at him in a daze. Had anyone else been present, they would have undoubtedly remarked on the unmistakable affection reflected in his eyes. Alas, there was no one else to witness it. Zhongli Yu did not pause before Hellfire Ling, but instead moved behind him, addressing the inebriate still clutching Hellfire Ling's clothing. "Are you still pretending?" Chapter 68. As before what? The inebriate did not comprehend Zhongli Yu's words. Zhongli Yu clarified, "What I mean is that you are not truly intoxicated, are you?" The inebriate lowered his gaze, admitting, "I am not drunk now, but I was indeed intoxicated before. Do you not smell the alcohol on me?" Zhongli Yu observed the inebriate attempting to bring his sleeve closer, and instinctively took a few steps back, clearly repulsed by the foul odor emanating from him. Covering his nose, Zhongli Yu exclaimed, "Do not approach me. Maintain your distance." The drunkard silently withdrew his sleeve. Once he relinquished his grip, Zhongli Yu lowered his hand from his face and turned to Hellfire Ling, questioning, "Do you not find this peculiar? How could an ordinary human, devoid of any supernatural abilities, dare to touch you, let alone cling to your thigh? Do you not find this strange?" Upon hearing Zhongli Yu's words, Hellfire Ling finally recognized the absurdity of the situation. He turned his gaze towards the drunkard, whose hand still clutched his sleeve, and demanded, Who exactly are you? The drunkard, trembling, replied, Hero, what are you speaking of? I am merely an ordinary person. Look, my skin is not pale, and I lack the fangs of a vampire. I am a true human. He Lianling scrutinized the drunkard. Indeed, his skin was not pale, and he possessed no fangs. However, He Lianling remained perplexed as to how this man could make contact with him. Could he possess abilities akin to Zhongli Yu's? No, that seemed implausible, especially considering the drunkard appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, well past the age for awakening powers, making it impossible for him to possess any. What then could be the explanation? Zhongli Yu interjected. What if the bloodsucker arriving in the capital is of mixed heritage? If he carries human blood within him, certain vampiric traits may not be as pronounced. Nevertheless, a bloodsucker remains a bloodsucker, unbound by the limitations of human lineage. If you truly are not a bloodsucker, then prove it. With that, Zhongli Yu produced a dagger from an unknown source and lightly drew it across his palm. Crimson liquid spilling forth as if it were flowing freely. He Lianling's heart ached at the sight of Zhongli Yu's hand drenched in blood, prompting him to hastily retrieve his handkerchief to bind the wound. Are you out of your mind? Why inflict such a deep cut? Do you not feel pain? Is it not disgraceful to waste blood? Instead of bleeding here, you would do better to donate it for the benefit of society. As Zhongli Yu watched He Lianling fuss over his injury while chattering incessantly, he reflected on how this individual before him was a stark contrast to the one he had first encountered. Their initial meeting had occurred during a tumultuous incident at the cafeteria during He Lianling's coming-of-age ceremony, an event to which Zhongli Yu had previously been deemed unworthy of attending. Setting aside the stigma of being an illegitimate child, the most significant factor was that at that time, Zhongli Yu was merely an ordinary person, devoid of powers, entirely unsuitable for participation. The only attendees at He Lianling's ceremony, aside from Zhongli Yu, were 6 other children from the Zhongli family. After all, the He Lian family had far fewer restrictions, allowing for all to partake. At that moment, Zhongli Yu had harbored no thoughts about his exclusion from He Lianling's coming-of-age ceremony, nor did he care for the gaze of outsiders. He simply wished to focus on his own matters in solitude. Now, with formidable abilities, Zhongli Yu's life is far from ordinary, yet she remains fundamentally the same as before, diligently attending to her own affairs. Just as she had earlier, she intentionally inflicted a wound upon herself to draw out the bloodsucker, utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. As chapter 69 unfolds, entitled Absolute Zero, Zhongli Yu observes He Lianling, who is tending to her injury with his head bowed. This moment evokes memories of their first encounter. His expression was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of an unfeeling emperor. Indeed, He Lianling seems to embody the essence of the absolute zero ability. The He Lian family is known for their cold demeanor, with warmth only extending to their kin. Zhongli Yu perceives He Lianling as someone intrinsically frigid, incapable of expressing anything beyond his usual stoic facade. Even in the presence of friends like Wen Ren Zishi, he has never offered a smile. Thus, when Zhongli Yu catches a glimpse of concern in his eyes, it sends a chill down her spine. What has come over him? Has he taken leave of his senses? Once He Lianling finishes bandaging her wound, he lifts his gaze to meet Zhongli Yu's bewildered expression, recalling his earlier actions and words. Although his body is tense, he maintains his impassive demeanor as he states, I merely fear that Chen will blame me if he learns of this. You are aware that our relationship is tenuous, and we have only just begun to mend it. We cannot allow such a trivial injury to sever our bond. Do you understand? Zhongli Yu, enlightened, replies, I see. I thought you had lost your mind. He Lianling retorts, Indeed, how clever of you to deduce that. But why am I so anxious to explain? We share no significant connection. Zhongli Yu nudges the absent-minded He Lianling, who has wandered off in thought yet again, and says, Look. He Lianling follows her gesture and turns to see a pair of crimson eyes fixated on them. Calmly, Zhongli Yu states, as expected, It seems he has set his sights on your blood, young masterling, young masterling. He Lianling bristles at Zhongli Yu's choice of address. Yet he understands that it is the most logical designation for their relationship and begrudgingly acquiesces. With a grim expression, He Lianling says, He desires my blood? What foolishness! The intoxicated fiend gazes hungrily at Zhongli Yu, exclaiming, I originally intended to drain your blood. Although you are a man, you possess a certain allure. However, I am surprised to discover you are of the He Lian lineage. Yet, now I have found someone whose essence surpasses yours 100-fold, rendering you obsolete. Step aside. He Lianling positions himself between Zhongli Yu and the gluttonous fiend, provoking the latter's ire. Fuming, the fiend barks, Very well, if you refuse to yield. Do not blame me for what follows. You shall perish as well. As the fiend lunges towards He Lianling, the latter remains unfazed, closing his eyes and extending his left hand, declaring absolute zero. In an instant, the advancing fiend comes to a halt, witnessing his feet slowly encased in ice. Struggling to comprehend, what is this? No, no, hurry, act swiftly, He Lianling exclaimed. Since you previously intended to drain my blood, I shall repay you in kind. This technique will freeze your blood as well. Experience the absolute zero of the Hellion family, one of the 4 great supernatural clans of Huaxia, and pay the price for your recklessness. Please, don't, I beg you. I was wrong. Spare me, pleaded the inebriated man, whose body was already half frozen. Yet, internally, he cursed incessantly, vowing that once he regained his freedom, he would exact retribution upon Huaxia. For the moment, however, he was but a blood clan member capable of bending and yielding. He Lianling, well aware of the drunkard's thoughts, replied, "Do you truly consider me a fool? Had you not committed offenses and remained docile, you would not face such a fate. Your chances are extinguished. Those who offend Huaxia shall be ruthlessly punished, regardless of distance. And you find yourself in the very heart of the capital, Bei Qing. Go repent for the wrongs you have inflicted upon the people of Huaxia in the depths of hell." With that, He Lianling snapped his fingers, and the man, once full-bodied, was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. It was evident that He Lianling had deliberately granted the drunkard some time to speak, but alas, the blood clan member had squandered his opportunity, leaving him with no glimmer of hope. Chapter 70. A misunderstanding. Zhongli Yu stood behind He Lianling, gazing at the lifelike ice sculpture. Once again struck by fear at He Lianling's formidable power, he had frozen the blood clan member without even a touch. Such immense control was truly deserving of praise. He was indeed the most powerful heir of the Hellion family, second only to the first patriarch in its history. Observing the foolhardy drunkard now encased in ice, He Lianling tore his clothing as if repulsed by something vile, casting a disdainful glance at the discarded fabric on the ground. Turning towards Zhongli Yu, he noticed the latter regarding him with evident wariness. Confused, He Lianling inquired, "What is with that look in your eyes? You, why did you tear your clothes? How wild can you be?" Zhongli Yu thought to himself. Seeing Zhongli Yu take several steps back, He Lianling attempted to clarify. Reaching for Zhongli Yu's hand and leaning closer to him, "I dislike your gaze. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The reason for my disrobing is that the blood clan member had touched me." Zhongli Yu was equally averse to closeness and physical contact, attempting to shake off He Lianling's grasp. However, he was taken aback by He Lianling's strength, which was far greater than he had anticipated, rendering him unable to escape. Resigned, Zhongli Yu sighed with a look of despair. "What do you truly want?" Inwardly, He Lianling thought, "I have no idea. My body simply refuses to let go." Despite this silent reflection, he knew he had to articulate a plausible explanation to avoid being labeled a lecher. I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wished to clarify my actions, but I did not anticipate your reaction would be so intense, so I had to hold on to you to explain. My apologies." Upon finishing his words, He Lianling released his grip. However, Zhongli Yu still had several inquiries for him. Before she could voice them, she sensed several intense gazes directed at them. When she and He Lianling turned to look, they discovered that Bei Qing and a few others had returned. Silently observing the two, it was unclear how much they had overheard, but it was evident that their interpretations were misguided. The suggestive glances exchanged between Zhongli Yu and He Lianling were met with a sudden realization from the others, who exclaimed, "So, you intentionally led us away to indulge in some romantic interaction here? No need to say more, we understand. We shall take our leave and grant you a peaceful environment to do as you please." With that, they made a gesture of encouragement towards the couple before hastily departing with the still-dazed Bei Qing, leaving Zhongli Yu and He Lianling in a state of bewilderment. Zhongli Yu turned to He Lianling, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean by do anything?" He Lianling certainly comprehended the implications of that phrase, but he would not divulge it to Zhongli Yu. Instead, he replied, "It's nothing. Let us head back. As for the blood clan, Shinjichuan will be arriving shortly." At that moment, the sun gradually ascended, marking the end of an extraordinary night and the dawn of a new day. After Zhongli Yu and He Lianling departed, a figure arrived before Shinjichuan could reach the location. Roderick Levin gazed at his frozen kin with a sense of regret and remarked, "I cautioned you against taking action, especially when confronting the heirs of the 4 prominent supernatural families residing in Huaxia's capital. It was particularly unwise to engage with Zhongli Yu, whose presence is even more formidable. Yet, I commend you for your efforts. Having been released by the elders, you ventured to Huaxia, ignoring their counsel and now facing the consequences. Haven't you heard that saying? Recently, The hybrids seem to be rather restless, and we can seize this opportunity to diminish their arrogance. Therefore, I appreciate your sacrifices, and to repay you, I shall ensure you can depart in peace." Roderick placed his hand upon the ice sculpture, which then shattered and fell to the ground. Roderick rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "It's quite cold. Someone approaches. Dawn has arrived. We should make our exit swiftly." With that, Roderick vanished from the spot. Chapter 71. Too late regarding the matters of the Blood Clan. Subsequent inquiries no longer pertained to Zhongli Yu and her companions. It was now the responsibility of the Supernatural Affairs Department. Naturally, the number of infected individuals was substantial, and the police were obligated to provide the public with an explanation. Consequently, discussions regarding vampires and the Blood Clan remained confidential, necessitating the formulation of a plausible rationale to placate the populace. Once resolved, the group returned to class, with Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling being the last to enter. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the gazes of their classmates were markedly different, some filled with flirtation, others with anticipation, and a few with anger. The latter was embodied in Zhongli Chen. Zhongli Chen never anticipated that within merely a few hours, such a scandal would erupt between the two of them, especially with witnesses present, rendering any denial utterly futile. What a vexing predicament. Zhongli Yu, however, perfectly disregarded the scrutinizing gazes and approached Bei Qing, who was still lost in thought, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you in a daze?" Bei Qing, with a complex expression, gazed at Zhongli Yu and posed, Are you and Ling Xiao in a romantic relationship?" Zhongli Yu, believing she had misheard, responded, "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Why would you link us together?" Bei Qing replied, "Isn't it because I witnessed Ling Xiao gazing at you with deep affection, and he was missing the upper half of his attire while holding your hand? How could one not draw erroneous conclusions from that?" At that moment, Zhongli Yu finally comprehended why her classmates had been looking at her so peculiarly. The reason was indeed here. She clarified, "He was merely trying to explain something to me, which is why he held on to me. He was distressed about that Blood Clan member, reeking of alcohol, having touched his clothes, leading to the tear. It's nothing as you all imagine. Is that so?" Bei Qing felt that something was amiss, yet she could not articulate it. Thus she resigned herself to silence. Naturally, Zhongli Yu's explanation reached the ears of those around them, who then turned their attention to Helian Ling, only to find his expression unchanged. Silently, Zhongli Yu thought, "With that expression, you deserve to remain unmarried for life." Despite such thoughts, for those who had coexisted with Helian Ling for over a decade, they certainly did not miss the subtle frown he bore right after Zhongli Yu's explanation. Although it lasted but a few fleeting seconds, it was evident that he was indeed concerned, albeit still oblivious. Hence, for those residing in the same compound, it was imperative to intervene, for observing two emotionally obtuse individuals in a romantic entanglement was, after all, quite the amusing spectacle, not that they were merely seeking entertainment. At that juncture, Jones Punna and Alina entered. Alina announced, "The matter regarding the vampires has been reported to England. Following directives from the upper echelons there, they have permitted China to annihilate the vampires entirely. Furthermore, concerning the infection among the Chinese populace, England will provide corresponding compensation while also monitoring the situation regarding the vampires." The crowd gazed at Alina and Jones Punna with expressions filled with resignation. Wen Ren Ziqi interjected, "Regardless of whether they are vampires or the Blood Clan members spreading the infection, we have already eradicated them. Is this not rather tardy?" Upon hearing this, Alina finally grasped why her mother had warned her that it was too late, preparing her psychologically. Now, Alina understood the reason behind it, how remarkably swift the developments had been. Chapter 72. Making friends. In this case, Alina and Jones Panna felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, particularly Alina, who lamented that it was her homeland of England that had inadvertently released a vampire, leading to a tragic murder in China. Despite being English, she felt helpless in the face of this predicament. Observing the melancholy in Alina's eyes, Zhongli Yu approached her and said, "When the place we call home, the nation we cherish, is under threat, is our only recourse to resist? Even the mightiest among us cannot guarantee victory in every battle. This is why teamwork is essential. The reason I urged you to notify England was to prepare for any eventuality. Although it is not imperative to inform them of an execution, it is prudent, as China values harmony above all. Moreover, Her Majesty the Queen has likely already been apprised of the situation." Alina nodded. Zhongli Yu continued, "That suffices. The Queen has long anticipated the nature of this predicament, so you need not dwell on it." Alina acknowledged her understanding. Stretching, Zhongli Yu remarked, "However, this experience has indeed been fruitful. Not only did it test my abilities, but I also acquired a treasure from the Levanov clan. Truly fortunate, Wouldn't you agree, Qing? Bei Qing wholeheartedly concurred with Zhongli Yu's sentiments, recognizing their extraordinary fortune in obtaining two treasures. Although they may not be immediately useful, their future potential was undeniable. Bei Qing caressed the small pendant around her neck, reflecting, "Perhaps I may not have your approval now, but I shall certainly earn it in due time, proving myself to be more formidable than your previous master in every conceivable way." Unbeknownst to Bei Qing, the pendant emitted a faint glimmer before swiftly fading away. She felt a sense of honor at Zhongli Yu's words, yet to others, the sentiment was less favorable. Who among them did not know that the Levanov clan was renowned for their travels? Given the vampires' extended lifespans, it was only natural for them to amass treasures, rare artifacts indeed. A wave of envy washed over them. Why did all the good fortune seem to befall those two? Sensing the envious glances from the crowd, Zhongli Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. There is a saying that good fortune is best when shared with friends. Though he did not acknowledge them as friends, he found amusement in their changing expressions, truly delightful. The others, noticing Zhongli Yu's mischievous glint, realized he was intentionally provoking their reactions to witness the spectacle. Clearly, he had succeeded, as they too yearned for the treasures of the Levanov clan, even if only to behold them. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Since Zhongli Yu had been fortunate since his awakening and Bei Qing was his friend, could it be that she had inherited a share of his good luck? Indeed, wherever Zhongli Yu was, Bei Qing was sure to follow. Thus, if they befriended Zhongli Yu, might they also partake in a measure of his fortune? With this notion in mind, their gazes towards Zhongli Yu shifted, and they clamored to approach him in unison, exclaiming, "Let us be friends. Have you all lost your minds?" Zhongli Yu resolutely declined. The bystanders, behaving as if possessed by a theatrical spirit, clutched their chests and retreated a step, exclaiming, "How could you do this?" Zhongli Yu replied nonchalantly, "I apologize, but we are not acquainted." The crowd feigned a dramatic reaction, gasping as if mortally wounded, and accused him, "You heartless scoundrel." Chapter 73. The dilemma. Zhongli Yu felt a throbbing headache at the crowd's theatrical antics and deeply regretted uttering those words. As he found himself cornered by the others, the door swung open abruptly, causing him to topple into the arms of the person entering. Upon looking up, he recognized a familiar face and asked, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be addressing the subsequent issues?" The newcomers were Shun Jichuan and Sun Jia. Shun Jichuan stated, "I have a few inquiries for you." Observing that the two remained in their embrace, Hellfire Ling grew displeased and approached, pulling Zhongli Yu behind him. "If Captain Shun has any questions, he should direct them to me. I am the commander of this operation," he asserted. Initially puzzled as to why the esteemed young Master Ling would intrude upon his conversation with Zhongli Yu, Shun Jichuan soon comprehended the jealousy emanating from Hellfire Ling's discontented gaze. Youth was indeed a blessing, he mused, as he himself was devoid of such emotions. For the one who could evoke jealousy had long since vanished from his life. As he reminisced about that person, a pang of sorrow gripped Shun Jichuan's heart. How many years had passed? He had sacrificed family, power, and wealth for the sake of that individual, only to find them departing without explanation. Did they grow weary of him, or was their affection merely a fleeting amusement? Had they ever truly cared for him? Lost in his thoughts, Shun Jichuan became oblivious to his purpose for being there, failing to hear Sun Jia's calls. His mind was consumed with questions about why he had been forsaken. Shun Jichuan, snap out of it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp impact to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Regaining his senses, he touched his rapidly swelling cheek and glared at Zhongli Yu, the culprit of his predicament. "What was that for?" he demanded. Zhongli Yu, blowing on his knuckles, retorted, "I ought to ask you the same. What were you just thinking? You nearly lost control of your abilities." "I apologize," Shun Jichuan admitted, acknowledging that he had succumbed to his inner darkness. Had Zhongli Yu not intervened, the consequences could have been dire. "What brings you here this time? Hasn't the vampire situation been resolved?" Zhongli Yu queried. Rubbing his face, Shun Jichuan rose and replied, "Yes. But there is one matter I hope young Master Ling can clarify." Hellfire Ling, slightly taken aback that the inquiry pertained to him, responded, "Of course." Shun Jichuan inquired, "Might I ask, Ling Xiao, were you the last to depart from the western battlefield?" He then gestured towards Zhongli Yu, stating, "And there is Zhongli Yu. The two of us were the last." Shun Jichuan turned his gaze to Zhongli Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement of Hellfire Ling's assertion. Shun Jichuan continued, "May I ask what the scene was like before your departure?" Hellfire Ling replied, "There was a patch of sunken land, charred from burning coal, which was caused by Zhongli Yu. As for myself, I created several ice walls, but they likely vanished after I left. Subsequently, the instigator, the Blood Clan, was encased in ice." Shun Jichuan frowned and remarked, "Indeed, The ice walls and that land pose no issues. However, the problem lies in the fact that when we arrived, the Blood Clan was already deceased, their bodies shattered and frozen within the ice. Chapter 74. The unfamiliar fragrance. What? Dead? Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Exchanging glances, Helian Ling asked, "Are there any photographs of the scene?" Shinjichuan glanced at Sun Jia behind him, who produced a photograph and handed it to Helian Ling. Helian Ling accepted it, and Zhongli Yu, as a witness, naturally approached to view it as well. However, when Zhongli Yu stood beside Helian Ling to examine the photograph, the expressions of those present altered significantly. Shinjichuan finally comprehended why rumors had circulated recently about a romantic involvement between Helian Ling and Zhongli Yu. The two indeed complemented each other, one clad in blue and the other in red, and their combined presence easily led others to misconstrue their relationship. At that moment, Helian Ling and Zhongli Yu, already perceived as a couple by onlookers, directed their attention towards the photograph. Zhongli Yu remarked, "This is different from what we witnessed when we left." Assuming my memory serves me correctly, Helian Ling concurred, "It is indeed different. Absolute zero can encase even the blood and organs within a body without causing death. According to the conditions depicted in the photograph, someone must have shattered my ice after we departed. Once the ice was broken, the Blood Clan within naturally perished. But who could possess the strength to shatter my ice?" Zhongli Yu comfortingly patted Helian Ling's shoulder and said, "I believe I know who it is. Your ice shattering was to be expected. That individual has likely existed for an extensive period, possessing a mentality that surpasses that of humans. It is probable that he compromised in my presence out of fear of my power, or perhaps to grant me some personal favor." Helian Ling queried, "Could that person be the Blood Clan member you sought previously?" Zhongli Yu nodded, affirming, "Roderick Revenel. I suspect he is quite ancient. He was already present during the signing of the contract with England, based on his own words. I suspect the Blood Clan has been unsettled lately. The younger members wish to venture out, but the elders or more senior members are wary of them, thus refusing to allow it. Therefore, the Blood Clan involved in this incident was likely released deliberately to serve as a scapegoat, illustrating the dangers of the outside world, compelling you to heed our warnings. It must be something akin to that." Helian Ling observed Zhongli Yu speaking, his lips moving as if he might lean in closer, and he gradually lowered his head. As soon as Zhongli Yu finished speaking and lifted her gaze to seek Helian Ling's opinion, she felt his face drawing nearer, close enough to sense his breath. Suddenly, a pair of large hands intervened between them, causing Helian Ling's face to comically collide with those hands. Ensnared by the enigmatic fragrance emanating from Zhongli Yu, Helian Ling finally regained his composure, only to behold the owner of the hands, Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun pulled Zhongli Yu aside, meticulously wiped his hands, which had touched Helian Ling, with a handkerchief, and then incinerated the cloth entirely, exclaiming, "Young Master Ling, what were you attempting just now? Were you planning to act inappropriately in front of everyone?" Naturally, Helian Ling reflected on his earlier actions, feeling a surge of panic within, yet maintaining an outward calm as he replied, "I apologize. I merely caught a whiff of a pleasant scent from you, and wanted to investigate further. There was no ulterior motive. This fellow, don't think I didn't notice your intention to lean closer," Zhongli Chun mused. Chapter 75. The awkward excuse. Faced with Zhongli Chun's evidently skeptical gaze, Helian Ling felt helpless. If this excuse was insufficient, what could possibly suffice? Any alternative explanation would be even less credible. He certainly could not admit to a lack of self-control, as that would only exacerbate the ire of this overly protective brother. Was Zhongli Chun always this way? How had he so suddenly awakened such a troublesome trait? Frustrating indeed. Zhongli Chun, noticing that Helian Ling's thoughts were elsewhere, and that he was still lost in his own world amidst such a situation, felt a surge of annoyance. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was pushed aside by Zhongli Yu, who exclaimed, "Second brother, what are you doing? I'm conversing with young Master Ling. You have no context to interject." Zhongli Chun, struck by his sister's disdain, stood motionless, akin to a bolt from the blue, with only he knowing the depths of his inner turmoil. Observers noted Zhongli Yu's unexpected defense of an outsider against her own brother, silently commending her audacity. How remarkable it was that Zhongli Chun, indeed, appeared genuinely affected by this. Was Zhongli Yu truly the one he cared for most? Zhongli Yu approached Helian Ling and inquired, "Did you hear what I just said?" Helian Ling nodded. Zhongli Yu continued, "So what are your thoughts on it?" "Same as yours," Helian Ling replied. "Oh," Sun Jia remarked, observing their brief exchange with a hint of exasperation. "Could you not articulate yourselves more clearly?" Zhongli Yu clarified, "It simply means that the force capable of shattering the ice is that of the Lei Fu Nua clan." Sun Jia responded, "Then we must inquire over there." "How troublesome." Zhongli Yu looked at Shun Jiquan incredulously. Are you intending to enter the Ghost Cry Smile? Moreover, your abilities would prove ineffective there, wouldn't they? Ghost Cry Smile? Shun Jiquan gasped in astonishment. Zhongli Yu suddenly became intrigued, asking, what? You provided me with the address to Bei Qing. Surely you are aware of it? Shun Jiquan awkwardly remarked, well, actually. It has been quite some years since the registration of the bloodline of the Lei Funu tribe, and at that time, I was not the captain of the ability department. So I am unaware of the address. Zhongli Yu glared at Shun Jiquan and retorted, if you have nothing to hide, why not provide us with the address? Are you not concerned about potential repercussions? Well, I trust you all. Who doesn't know the esteemed name of your class? Shun Jiquan stiffly explained. Humph, Zhongli Yu scoffed. Such a clumsy excuse is hardly credible. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, Shun Jiquan fumbled for a reason and quickly excused himself. After Shun Jiquan and Sun Jie departed, the classroom returned to a state of tranquility, with all eyes turning towards Zhongli Yu and Helian Ling. Their curiosity about the ambiguous relationship between the two was palpable, especially given their frequent flirtatious gestures and constant denial of any connection. Zhongli Yu inquired, will there be class today? Zhongli Clan replied, we will take a day off. Classes resume tomorrow. Why do you ask? Zhongli Yu answered, of course, I am merely keeping an eye on that peculiar egg. What if it hatches unexpectedly? So, you intend to incubate that strange egg using a method akin to hatching chicks? Zhongli Clan mused. Having posed her question, Zhongli Yu took Bei Qing's hand and left the classroom. The remaining students exchanged glances and then turned to the taciturn Helian Ling. Wenren Zishi queried, Ling, do you have no thoughts regarding their close friendship? Helian Ling replied, what thoughts could I possibly have? We are not in that kind of relationship. Do not misunderstand. Chapter 76. Huaxia. Following the resolution of the vampire murder case, the capital returned to its usual tranquility, as if the incident had not made a ripple. This was hardly surprising. Even the common folk residing in the capital are not ordinary individuals, possessing a considerably greater resilience than those from other regions. After all, the capital is the heart of Huaxia, a city notorious for its crime rates. Indeed, the capital is a city rife with incidents. However, its security remains formidable, bolstered by military bases that rival those of the so-called military empire of the United States. Huaxia places great emphasis on military matters and shows considerable care for its veterans. One of the military bases is located in a secretive area of the capital, distinguished from those in other cities, housing only the elite among soldiers. The Armée de la Armée of Huaxia's defense forces. Yet, it is precisely the elusiveness of the military base that has drawn the attention of numerous foreign nations and factions, who have covertly dispatched agents to Huaxia to gather intelligence. Consequently, the nation, which has long upheld a doctrine of peace, unveiled the ferocity of its dragon, leaving no survivors in its wake. This has only served to further shroud the military base in mystery, with little known about the personnel or leaders within, rendering even kidnappers powerless. However, due to the significant repercussions stemming from Zhongli Yu's recent resurrection, the attention of various nations and factions has once again converged upon Huaxia, specifically the capital city. Consequently, clandestine operatives have been dispatched, notably excluding the United States and England. Since Huaxia's ascent, these two great powers have maintained a cordial demeanor in their interactions, guided by a long-standing royal edict. Never underestimate Huaxia. This ancestral decree initially deterred any hostile actions from them, but as Huaxia's prominence grew, it has now emerged as one of the four most formidable nations worldwide. The benevolent and supportive stance taken towards the nascent Huaxia has fostered a harmonious atmosphere among the three nations, allowing citizens the freedom to travel across borders, which has proven advantageous for all parties involved. Even now, with an awareness of each other's intentions, they permit the exchange of students, granting access to the very source of these events. Perhaps this is a testament to trust or merely a tentative exploration. As for the other powerful island nation, it elicits a mere scoff. If one were to rank the most shameless, despicable, and loathsome entities on the global stage, this island nation would undoubtedly claim the second position, with no one daring to contest its supremacy in ignominy. Not even those skilled in poison or sorcery, nor other unconventional professions unsuited for direct confrontation, would challenge this claim. The island nation has indeed excelled in embodying these three detestable traits, which is truly exasperating. Historically, this nation has been an adversary of Huaxia, not solely due to its past invasions or the massacre of countless Chinese lives, but rather an intrinsic discord exists between Huaxia and the island nation, resulting in inevitable bloodshed upon their encounters. While other nations or factions may disapprove of the island nation's shamelessness, We now inhabit a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Despite their aversion, they must feign neutrality to preserve their relations with both Huaxia and the island nation, adopting the role of a mere observer. This dynamic has, regrettably, exacerbated the deterioration of relations between Huaxia and the island nation. Chapter 77. Because Huaxia is strong. Never forget, national humiliation is a principle deeply ingrained in the hearts of all Huaxians. Regardless of how arduous the circumstances may be, they refuse to seek assistance from nations that have previously invaded or harmed their compatriots. To align oneself with an enemy country would not merely invite the scorn of those around them, but also provoke disdain from an entire nation, or even the world at large. No one wishes to be branded a traitor, a sellout to the island nation. What then should one do when their nation finds itself at a disadvantage compared to the island nation? One must strive, and strive again to elevate the nation's economy. The only contribution the populace can make is to cultivate crops and produce goods, ensuring that the citizens' hunger is sated. Those endowed with talent should dedicate themselves to serving the nation, advancing technology, and developing weaponry. The leaders can solely inspire the morale of the people and foster amicable relations with foreign nations. Thus, we have arrived at the present-day China, one of the four most powerful nations in the world. Today, no one dares to mock the frailty of China, for it has become formidable enough to silence such derision. The traitors and betrayers of you are no longer subjects of scorn, as the strength of China unites the hearts of its people, leaving no room for treachery. Countless visitors now come to admire China's splendid landscapes, drawn by its robust alliances with many nations. The beauty of China can be witnessed by peoples from around the globe, who proclaim to the world that China has risen and is no longer a mere ant to be trampled upon. China, a name that instills fear in every other nation, has transformed from a newly liberated country into one of the world's great powers in just 50 years. Citizens who once endured oppression, do you see? The nation you cherish has evolved into an inviolable stronghold. The sacrifices you made may be incomprehensible to the present generation, yet the annals of history will honor your contributions. Even if your names are forgotten, you shall be remembered as the illustrious Chinese people. Countless soldiers have perished on the battlefield, each one a cherished gem to their families, husbands, fathers, whose lives were cut short in their youth. Why? Because the nation was in turmoil, requiring their valor to vanquish foes and restore peace to China. The only tribute we can offer to these martyrs is to grow ever stronger. China is, by nature, a dormant dragon, steeped in bloodshed and the prayers of those who have lost their homes and loved ones, burdened by sorrow. How can such a dragon remain asleep? It is better to offend an elderly man than to bully the young and impoverished. In time, the dragon shall soar, and the world shall witness this transformation. China epitomizes this truth. Time has vindicated it, and the world bears witness. China has emerged as one of the inviolable nations, ushering in a new era. May the souls of those martyrs find peace, for China will continue to grow stronger, ever in need of fresh blood to sustain its vigor. Even in the face of adversity, we shall persevere. With the dawn of a new era, talented youths have begun to emerge, and the key to disrupting the status quo has manifested. A time of upheaval is upon us, a war belonging to the youth. Like flames of blood, it will consume all who dare to act against China, igniting within a carefree maiden the resolve to protect her nation, all inspired by a fallen hero. On that rainy night, the crimson-clad maiden encountered an injured soldier. Chapter 78. Skipping class. A week after the vampire murders, Zhongli lay on the table, cradling a peculiar egg, gazing outside with a sense of utter boredom. The words of Tang Jixin felt akin to the relentless sutra recited by Tang Sung to Sun Wukong, an irksome chant. Thus, Zhongli began to amuse herself. She discarded the cloth enveloping the peculiar egg onto the ground and cradled it in her hands. Suddenly, flames erupted from her palms, roasting the egg over the inferno of her own making. This spectacle left many in shock. Did she truly believe her flames were mere ordinary fire? Did she dare to roast it, unafraid of ruining it? Tang Ji-san, witnessing this scene, hurriedly approached Zhongli, trembling as he spoke. What are you doing? Are you trying to burn it alive? Zhongli glanced at Tang Ji-san, her hands remaining in motion. How could that be? I merely think that the most crucial factor in hatching an egg is the temperature. The strange egg had been kept in a low-temperature environment within Lord Roderick Leviner's treasure chamber. By the time it reached my hands, it was merely wrapped in a blanket due to the case at hand. I don't even know if it maintained a constant temperature, since it hasn't emerged yet. I thought perhaps a little heat might encourage it to come out. Tang Ji-sun shivered at Zhong Liyu's illogical reasoning. Surely, anyone would know that such a method would not yield results. How could she believe she was so exceptional that it would work? Zhongli Yu toyed with the strange egg, remarking, I know what you're thinking. This peculiar egg has been alive for a century and possesses a heartbeat. Can it truly be compared to an ordinary egg? I think not. Ah, so it is my fault, Tang Jisen pondered. Zhongli Yu extinguished the flames, picked up the discarded cloth, and re-wrapped the egg. Never mind, old Tang. Your lectures are nearly lulling me to sleep. I shall take my leave. Tang Ji's son, fuming, retorted, Go on, be gone. I do not wish to see you again, you troublesome soul. Thus, Zhongli Yu departed amidst the envious gazes of those around her. Situ Feng lamented, How enviable, so carefree in skipping class. Wen Ren, she added, Indeed, but has sister you forgotten about us lately? Situ Feng replied, It seems we must find a way to remind her of our existence. After leaving the classroom, Zhongli Yu did not return to her residence, but sought out a secluded spot within the Ability Academy. Assessing the height of the walls, she tightly embraced the peculiar egg and scaled the wall with ease. In truth, Zhongli Yu could have walked out of the Ability Academy without drawing any remarks. Yet she sought to relish the thrill of skipping class, hence her choice of a discreet exit. Once beyond the academy's walls, she arrived at the bustling commercial street outside, which was far livelier than the one within the academy, filled with people and an enticing atmosphere that encouraged further exploration. Zhongli Yu entered a textile shop, approached the proprietor, and requested a cozy little nest for the peculiar egg. The shopkeeper, suppressing the urge to scoff at the egg's unsightly appearance, took its measurements and agreed to deliver the finished product in 3 days. Zhongli Yu consented and paid a deposit, promising to settle the remaining balance upon collection. After departing from the textile shop, Zhongli Yu stumbled upon a quaint stall where a collection of handmade trinkets caught her eye. She purchased a charming piece, intending it as a gift for Wen Ren Shi, as it had been several days since they last exchanged a word. As for Situ Feng, Zhongli Yu ventured into the gaming arcade, where she successfully retrieved a delightful cat plushie for him. Subsequently, she returned to the Ability Academy. Thus, her inaugural class-skipping escapade concluded rather hastily. Chapter 79. A small gift. On the following day after her absence, when Zhongli Yu arrived at class, she was immediately surrounded by Wen Ren Shi and Situ Feng. Wen Ren Shi, with tear-filled eyes and a pitiful demeanor, evoked sympathy from everyone, except for Zhongli Yu. Observing the duo's fervent display, Zhongli Yu felt a slight headache and inquired, What is the meaning of this? Situ Feng awkwardly responded, You have neglected us for many days. How can we maintain our friendship? Wen Ren Shi chimed in agreement. For various reasons, the current Zhongli Yu was undeniably captivating, and the presence of Wen Ren Shi and Situ Feng only amplified the attention they attracted from onlookers. Jones Punna and Elena, along with their classmates, watched the amusing scene unfold. Jones Punna turned to her genuine friend, Bei Qing, who stood beside her, and remarked, I thought you would intervene. Considering both you and she are steadfast once you form a bond, surely, you must despise her surroundings filled with so-called friends. Bei Qing replied nonchalantly, So what? You is enchanting. I take pride in being her first friend. That is unchangeable. Even if she befriends others, my position remains unique, and I cherish it. Jones Punna, observing Bei Qing puffing out his chest like a rooster, sighed, You mustn't let Ling Xiao hear that, or you shall face the consequences. Bei Qing, being somewhat oblivious to the nuances of relationships, failed to grasp the implication of her words. Even during the vampire incident, when he witnessed the close interaction between Zhongli Yu and He Lianling, he merely assumed they shared a strong camaraderie. Jones Punna recognized Bei Qing's emotional obliviousness with a mix of amusement and pity, saying, No wonder you both became friends. You are cut from the same cloth. I genuinely feel sorry for your future partner. She was certain that Bei Qing's future companion would be the one pursuing him, given his emotional ineptitude. Wen Ren Shi exclaimed, Sister Yu, you explicitly promised to try and be our friend. How could you go back on your word? With mock tears, she expressed her dismay. Rather than exposing Wen Ren Shi's feigned sorrow, Zhongli Yu quickly sought to comfort her, stating, Well, I didn't skip class yesterday. Rather. I was out of the academy to purchase some small gifts for you both. Look, this is for you, little Shi. Wen Ren Shi, peering through the gaps between her fingers, caught sight of a small gift in Zhongli Yu's hand, a green hair tie adorned with a leaf-shaped embellishment. Upon receiving it, Wen Ren Shi was thoroughly enchanted and promptly tied it in her hair, her expression demanding praise. Zhongli Yu, noticing her delight, remarked, It looks splendid. This filled Wen Ren Shi with immense joy, causing her to forget her earlier feigned tears. Zhongli Yu, observing the blissful state of Wen Ren Shi, turned to the side where Situ Feng sought her attention and said, Even the madman has a gift. From a special bag she had brought. She produced a charming cat plush toy and handed it to Sidu Feng. As she watched his expression darken, Zhongli Yu quickly added, "Madman. I painstakingly retrieved this from the claw machine. In truth, she had succeeded on her first attempt. You will surely adore it, won't you?" With sparkling eyes, she gazed at Sidu Feng, who, unable to refuse, accepted the plush toy. The onlookers, witnessing the ruse, silently shed tears for the utterly bamboozled Sidu Feng, a truly innocent soul. Chapter 80. Lost since her escapade from class yesterday, Zhongli Yu appeared to revel in this newfound freedom. Additionally, she developed a peculiar habit of reporting to class each morning, only to skip out the moment Tang Jixin began his lecture, slipping away right under his nose. Much to his chagrin as he hurled books in her direction, though he never managed to hit her. A gentle reminder, diligent students do not skip class. Please do not emulate this behavior. This morning, after presenting gifts to Wen Rinchi and Sidu Feng and soothing their spirits, Zhongli Yu boldly escaped during Tang Jixin's class. Thus, on this day, in the same location but at a different time, she found herself evading class once more, returning to the bustling commercial street outside the Ability Academy, which was notably larger and more diverse than that within. Zhongli Yu, generally indifferent to the typical allure of shopping, was instead captivated by the delectable offerings of the street, succulent barbecue from small stalls, and exquisite steaks and fine wines from upscale restaurants. Since her emergence from the Red Lotus, her palate had expanded beyond mere rice. She had developed an insatiable appetite for meat, embracing the notion that a meal is incomplete without it, which compelled her to indulge heartily on the commercial street. By midday, Zhongli Yu had traversed numerous shops, consuming an astonishing array of food. Fortunately, she had not been under constant scrutiny while dining. Otherwise, onlookers would surely have been astounded by her relentless feasting. After a morning of indulgence, she finally paused, her stomach untroubled and without ill effects. Yet, prioritizing her health, she decided to take a leisurely stroll. Thus, she wandered off, unaware of her destination. Upon reaching this point, one might wonder how Zhongli Yu, a true native of the capital, could possibly be unfamiliar with its streets. Surely, even if some paths elude her, the majority must be known to her. The answer lies in the fact that merely being acquainted with one's residence does not guarantee knowledge of the roads. Coupled with a slight tendency towards being directionally challenged, she finds herself utterly lost. Did you not notice that during her previous excursions, she was always accompanied? Our protagonist is only familiar with routes that serve her purpose, such as those leading to commercial districts, which ultimately leads her to become disoriented. Zhongli Yu is aware of her predicament, yet remains unperturbed, leisurely strolling while appreciating the surrounding scenery. To her surprise, she discovers an area in the capital boasting such lush vegetation, almost reminiscent of a forest. Could it be that I have truly wandered into a woodland? She muses. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the trees and grass to rustle, rendering the once picturesque landscape somewhat eerie, as if something might suddenly materialize before her eyes. Ordinarily, such a scene would instill fear in most, but Zhongli Yu is no ordinary individual. Indeed, at this moment, her heart yearns for the emergence of some peculiar creature. For companionship would alleviate her solitude. Rather than retracing her steps, she ventures deeper, and after a considerable time with nothing occurring, she concludes that this place harbors no surprises, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 81. Dialogue bored to the core. Zhongli Yu ascends a tree, perching comfortably on a branch with her legs crossed, cradling a peculiar egg swathed in cloth as she drifts into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the events about to unfold that day will profoundly alter her perceptions, enlightening her on the essence of a soldier, particularly a soldier of Huaxia, while also imparting the fragility of life. Even the mightiest are powerless in the face of death. A realization that would later serve as a catalyst for her being labeled as the blood demon by other nations. Yet, for Zhongli Yu, such revelations are premature. Understanding life is not singularly defined. Each individual may possess their own interpretation. For her, the meaning derived from the bloodshed of a Huaxia soldier's demise is one that must remain concealed from the world. As the sun gradually descends, the once verdant, unfamiliar locale becomes shrouded in darkness, the feeble rays of sunlight unable to penetrate the dense foliage. It cannot be denied that this setting is conducive to nefarious deeds. And coincidentally, a crime is unfolding beneath the very tree where Zhongli Yu rests. She is roused from her slumber by the cacophony, and upon opening her eyes, she is initially enveloped in darkness, mistaking it for a continuation of her dream. Only after fully awakening does she realize it is the overwhelming branches and leaves that obscure the sunlight, casting the area into shadow. Zhongli Yu concentrated his extraordinary power in his eyes, transforming the originally dim crimson irises into an eerie spectacle amidst the darkness. Fortunately, as he perched upon a tree, no one bore witness to this unsettling transformation. Beneath the tree, voices emerged. "Brother, how did it go with that girl?" Quite well, third brother. Your spirits seem notably high of late." "Indeed, I happened to stumble upon one of those buxom, airhead girls." "Huh. Isn't it astonishing how parents fail to instill the wisdom of not trusting strangers? They willingly fall into our clutches. Brother, we owe this to second sister. Her harmless appearance is what ensnares those young ladies." "Precisely. Recruiting that woman was undoubtedly a wise decision. Just look at the profits we've amassed over the past few years, several times greater than before." From his vantage point in the tree, Zhongli observed a conversation between a scarred man and a diminutive figure. Through their dialogue, he deduced their nefarious intentions. Were they involved in the trafficking of women? Should he intervene, or would it be wiser to remain uninvolved? After all, such matters were the purview of law enforcement, and as a student, he felt it was not his place to interfere. Yet, despite his internal reluctance to intervene, how could he remain unmoved by such heinous acts? Emotions are a uniquely human trait. Some feel deeply while others do not. Nevertheless, upon hearing such distressing news, anyone would be stirred to action. While Zhongli insisted to himself that he ought not to intervene, his body betrayed his true feelings. Initially reclined against the tree, he now sat upright, ears perked, attentively listening to the exchange below. It is curious how humans often lie, professing disinterest while their bodies convey the stark truth. Take the two men beneath the tree. For instance, the scarred man was evidently the leader, while the slight one was clearly the third in command, enviously criticizing the woman who had won the trust of young girls. He urged the leader to dismiss the second sister, cloaking his suggestions in flattering words, yet the underlying sentiment remained the same. The leader appeared to absorb this rhetoric, lost in contemplation. Chapter 82. We are not the saviors. The leader pondered the third brother's words and found some merit in them. "You make a valid point. Women ought to serve as vessels for childbirth, while men should bear the burden of labor." Seeing that the leader was swayed, the third brother continued, "Brother, have you noticed second sister's physique? There's an adage that says, the best resources should not flow to outsiders. After all, second sister is one of us. Shouldn't we make use of her?" The leader cast a peculiar glance at the third brother and remarked, "I never realized you possessed such devious ideas. Why haven't you shared them before?" Upon witnessing that his elder brother did not dismiss his earlier suggestion, the third brother feigned anger, exclaiming, "Is it not due to the second sister? With her presence, how can my great wisdom possibly come to fruition? Therefore, dear brother, it would be best for the second sister to step back. After all, should not women dutifully remain at home to care for the children? Furthermore, brother, our younger comrades have yet to establish their families. It is time for the second sister to fulfill her role, is it not?" The elder brother was entirely swayed by the words of the third brother. As he recalled the second brother's figure, he could not help but react, realizing that indeed, women ought to engage in their designated tasks. The elder brother remarked, "Let us wait until the second brother lures that girl he has recently encountered before we discuss this further. You are quite the schemer." Gradually, the voices of the elder brother and the third brother faded into the distance, until they were no longer audible. In this unknown place, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. Zhongli gazed in the direction from which the elder brother and the third brother had departed, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Just as Zhongli contemplated rising to pursue them, he suddenly caught a faint sound. A sense of doubt washed over him. In such darkness, how could anyone possibly be present? Even if there were, they would likely belong to the criminal element. Zhongli questioned whether he had misheard the sound. Yet for caution's sake, he resolved to remain still, allowing those two who had just abducted women to escape unscathed. The barely audible sound, which had led Zhongli to believe he was mistaken, gradually approached him, allowing him to discern their conversation. "Boss, why did those two not allow me to eliminate them?" one voice queried. "Indeed, boss, those two are utterly detestable. Not only are they engaged in human trafficking, but they also dare to turn against their own." Another chimed in. "Exactly, boss, let me take them out." A commanding voice suddenly cut through the air, silencing the others. The owner of the resonant voice stated, "I understand your discontent, but let us not forget the arduous journey we undertook to arrive in Huaxia. I too wish to rid ourselves of those two, yet we must consider that such actions may expose us. Furthermore, while we can save the women ensnared in this trafficking ring, we cannot save the entire world. Do you comprehend? We are not saviors." "I apologize, boss. I am sorry. I am sorry," the others murmured in response. The owner of the powerful voice sighed in resignation, saying, "A world devoid of crime is an impossibility. As long as humanity exists, crime will persist. Though our actions may be perceived as righteous by some, they are deemed wicked by those whose interests are threatened. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves on the wanted list. Boss, do you think Huaxia will accept us?" Indeed, we find ourselves in the precarious situation of illegal border crossing. I suspect the military authorities in Huaxia are already aware of our presence, and we have arrived in the mysterious capital, renowned for its military installations. Brother, I confess I am somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 83. Mercenaries. Let's not dwell on that. A resonant voice interjected. It was a collective decision to venture into Huaxia. Are we now having second thoughts? No, it's just, the leader continued. We're merely concerned that the military might indiscriminately apprehend us, especially given the tarnished reputation we've acquired through the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Indeed, I've heard that the capital of Huaxia is home to formidable individuals, which adds to our trepidation. Another voice chimed in. The commanding voice responded, "How long have we been mercenaries? Are we still afraid of death? Setting aside Huaxia's stance towards us, we have faced countless perilous missions. Has there ever been a time when we did not brush shoulders with death? Moreover, we have never engaged in malevolent acts. Why should we be ensnared by those who would see us flee to Huaxia?" With a sudden thud, a fist struck the nearest tree, eliciting an exclamation that drew the attention of the group. After the two individuals involved in human trafficking departed, 5 figures approached, converging around the tree beside the leader of the mercenaries. "Who are you?" the mercenary leader demanded, his gun trained nervously on the fallen Zhongli. His anxiety stemmed from the fear that she might overhear their conversation and report them, which would be detrimental. Yet, he could not bring himself to harm this innocent girl. Doing so would render him no different from the vile individuals who had just left. Rubbing her aching head, Zhongli looked at the foreign man pointing a gun at her and asked, "Aren't you going to apologize? I fell because you suddenly struck the tree." "Why yes, my apologies," the mercenary leader stammered, taken aback by her audacity. Was it typical for the people of Huaxia's capital to be so fearless? Unfazed by the sight of a gun, Zhongli brushed off the dust from her clothes, rose to her feet, and surveyed the 5 men. "You all aren't special ability users, are you?" "How do you know?" one of the mercenaries inquired. Zhongli replied, "If you were special ability users, you would have discerned my presence under these circumstances and would not have aimed a gun at me." The mercenary leader, sensing the gravity of her words, felt a tremor run through him. "Are you an ability user?" he asked, astonished. "What? An ability user? No way." They marveled at their extraordinary fortune. Zhongli gestured towards the gun in the mercenary leader's hand. "I won't betray you. There's no need for you to be overly anxious. Why don't we sit down and have a proper conversation?" The 5 mercenaries exchanged glances and, resigned to their fate, reluctantly lowered their weapons. Though they lived on the edge as mercenaries, they were merely ordinary individuals without any special powers. Faced with an unfamiliar, yet seemingly benign ability user, they had no choice but to engage in a civil discussion. Zhongli sensed the tension among the 5 individuals and remarked, "There is no need for such apprehension. I assure you, I do not consume humans. Please, do introduce yourselves." "I am Westbrook," declared the leader of the mercenary group. "I am Selda Sakaski. I am Tang Haoyu. I am Wang Zihan. I am Luo Hansong." After the 5 had introduced themselves, they fell silent, gazing intently at Zhongli. Suddenly, he interjected, "Luo Hansong? Is it the same Han as in the 18 Arhats? You seem rather dissimilar." Indeed, he was far from the robust and golden figures etched in Zhongli's memory, who were characterized by their muscular builds and shaved heads. The Luo Hansong before him appeared rather frail, hardly the image of a mercenary, resembling more a delicate young man. Chapter 84. "Follow me," Luo Hansong awkwardly replied. "I am not like the 18 Arhats. No matter how much I exercise, my physique remains unchanged. I feel it starkly contrasts my name." Wang Zihan shook his head. "That is precisely the point. We have long envied you. Just look at our skin, ah. It truly is a case of comparison breeds envy." Luo Hansong smiled shyly at this. "Have you all forgotten our predicament?" Westbrook observed, exasperated by his comrades' casual banter in such a serious situation. After his reminder, the 4 were compelled to silence, recalling the gravity of their circumstances. Zhongli found their reactions amusing and commented, "You really do not resemble mercenaries at all. My impression of mercenaries is that they are typically serious, battle-hardened, and bearing scars. Why are you so different? Who told you mercenaries must fit that mold?" Westbrook retorted, and silence enveloped the group, each person exchanging astonished glances. Zhongli's lips twitched. "Is it not so?" "Not entirely. What you describe refers to mercenaries who accept any task without discerning between right and wrong. We only undertake missions against villains. So we are likely, perhaps, somewhat different from your notion of mercenaries, Westbrook thoughtfully replied. Oh, Zhongli elongated the sound, and an ominous premonition inexplicably gripped the 5 mercenaries. Zhongli, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, suggested, then why not accompany me? What? Westbrook replied, his expression serious. Do you understand what you are saying? We are individuals on the international wanted list. Associating with us could lead to you being branded a traitor by the state, even as an ability user. You would not be exempt. Zhongli replied nonchalantly, it matters not. The leaders and higher-ups of Huaxia are likely quite lenient towards me, and I believe they would appreciate the opportunity to owe me a favor. After all, that would intertwine my interests with those of Huaxia. The 5 mercenaries regarded each other with evident skepticism. It is understandable that others would also find it hard to believe. How could a nation be so indulgent towards an individual? This child is undoubtedly in a rebellious phase. Observing the incredulous gazes and pitiful expressions of the 5, Zhongli surmised their thoughts about him. Zhongli inquired, are you aware of the powerful surge of spiritual energy that erupted suddenly a week ago at the Ability Academy in the capital of Huaxia? Tang Hao nodded, replying, I've heard of it. I caught wind of it while clandestinely entering Huaxia. Zhongli added, I am also a student at the Ability Academy in the capital. Seldar Dasakasi, still wearing a look of resignation, remarked, are you implying that the energy surge was caused by you? My dear child, it seems you are indeed in the throes of rebellion. Perhaps it would be wise to return home. Zhongli paid no heed to Seldar Dasakasi's attitude and continued. So, do you know who was responsible? Seldar Dasakasi replied, I have not heard any news, but I suspect it might be the 7th young lady of the Zhongli family, Zhongli, who recently made headlines in the Huaxia Daily for her sudden awakening of abilities. Chapter 85. Deliberate Intentions. Zhongli was curious about the reasoning behind this assumption. Seldar Dasakasi explained, as one of the oldest families in history, it is inconceivable that the Zhongli family could produce a true waste. Although 6 months have passed, I cannot shake the feeling that the cause of the energy upheaval is Zhongli. Wang Zihan interjected, by the way, ASES instincts are quite sharp. Zhongli nodded, acknowledging, indeed, you are quite perceptive. That is indeed correct. Westbrook's questioned, how could you possibly know this? Typically, such matters are meant to be confidential. Huaxia would not permit this information to leak. Zhongli replied simply, it is quite straightforward, for I am the Zhongli you speak of. Are you jesting? Indeed, child, should members of the Zhongli family hear you, you would find yourself in dire straits. One must not speak so recklessly. Zhongli observed the 4 who were persistently trying to dissuade him from his path, then turned to Westbrooks, who had been silent. He handed him an object, gesturing for them to take a look. Westbrooks accepted the item, revealing a miniature flashlight. Upon illuminating it, he beheld the object in its entirety and gazed at Zhongli with incredulity. The other 4, intrigued by Westbrook's reaction, approached to see. Discovering a small badge that read, Zhongli, class of the Ability Academy in the capital. To discuss oneself in the 3rd person while cautioning oneself, treating him as a rebellious child, only to be ultimately proven correct is indeed a rather awkward situation. Zhongli chuckled at the 4 who had silently retreated to their original positions. Teasing, a joke, perhaps? The 4 shuddered. Am I to be in dire trouble? The 4 shuddered even more at this. One must not speak so recklessly. The 4 individuals could no longer endure and simply collapsed onto the ground, declaring, whether we are to be beaten or scolded, whether we live or die, you may decide our fate. Zhongli inquired, why would I beat you, scold you, or even kill you? Luo Hansong quietly raised his head and replied, because we spoke of your peculiarities. Zhongli responded, I bear no ill will. It is rather commendable that you would attempt to counsel me towards righteousness under such circumstances. Westbrook sighed in exasperation, what are you still doing lying on the ground? Get up at once. Upon realizing that Zhongli had no intention of holding a grudge, the 4 exchanged smiles and sat up once more. Westbrook, with a complex expression, looked at Zhongli and asked, what are your thoughts regarding us? Zhongli replied, I find you quite intriguing. However, your situation outside is rather dire. Although I have never encountered soldiers, I do have one in my family. Do you truly believe you are fortunate enough to gain entry into Huaxia without assistance? It is not so simple. Westbrook's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, are you implying that someone is using us to draw the attention of the Huaxia military? You are not entirely foolish, Zhongli remarked. In the face of the 5 men's silence, Zhongli chose not to intrude. Westbrook pondered, what should we do? With our notorious reputation and the instigation of certain individuals, we would undoubtedly be made scapegoats. Zhongli articulated what Westbrook had left unspoken. What are we to do? Westbrook glanced into the dark void before him, yet distinctly sensed the presence of another. Chapter 86. Join us? Zhongli Yu stated. Despite your simplistic minds and brawny physiques as peculiar mercenaries, you do possess certain capabilities. Yet, the mastermind behind this can easily corner you into Huaxia without your awareness. Do you not find that rather intriguing? What began as a grave and alarming topic, when spoken through your lips, somehow transformed into a lighter notion. By the way, what do you mean by simple-minded and brawny? Are you belittling our noble profession? While some may indeed perceive mercenaries in such a light, it need not be articulated so explicitly. Furthermore, what do you mean by peculiar? Please refrain from labeling us with such an odd term, if you will. Zhongli Yu sensed the silent reproach from the 5 individuals, accompanied by their mournful glances. Truthfully, if this were a woman, a stunning beauty gazing at him in such a manner would be quite delightful, but now, facing 5 rugged men, the sensation was one that could only be understood personally. A small retch escaped him, though unfortunately, the 5 heard it clearly. Westbrook approached Zhongli Yu and said, "Did you just make a retching sound? How could that be? Surely you misheard. Mercenaries have impeccable hearing, do they not?" Westbrook seemed to have perceived the innermost thoughts of Zhongli Yu and remarked, "The ears of mercenaries are indeed quite adept, as they are intrinsically tied to matters of life and death. While you ability users, or those endowed with other exceptional talents, may surpass us mercenaries in prowess, our heightened senses are something that ordinary ability wielders lack. After all, not all possess the capacity to truly grasp the essence of life and death." Zhongli Yu replied, "Indeed, the deficiency in practical experience is one of the weaknesses of ability users, aside from their counteracting powers. The nation treasures its ability users dearly, often hesitating to send them into battle. Ironically, this becomes the very key to stifling their potential. Only through the trials of life and death can one truly awaken their latent capabilities, and this applies equally to ability users." Westbrook then mused, "I had assumed you were akin to those young masters and ladies who merely exploit their family names." Zhongli Yu countered, "How could that be? I have tasted death once. Otherwise, how could I have experienced that surge of spiritual energy?" The 5 were intrigued by Zhongli Yu's tale, particularly the incident involving the surge of energy. With a meaningful glance at the group, Zhongli Yu continued, "If you wish to learn more, I can oblige. However, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. All those present at the time were placed under a national decree of silence. Speaking of it would be tantamount to treason. You are of different nationalities, including Huaxia, so why should I divulge this to you? What are you to me? This matter is one I would only share with those who are connected to me. Do you aspire to become such individuals?" The 5, not lacking in intellect, quickly grasped the underlying message of Zhongli Yu's amiable demeanor. They realized he had been waiting for them to make this connection. Westbrook, gazing intently at Zhongli Yu, inquired, "Are you serious? While we are mercenaries, through our years of camaraderie, we have become like family. Although we may not possess the intelligence of the person behind the scenes, we are not devoid of understanding." "You mean to suggest that you want us 5 to join your ranks?" Chapter 87. Nicknames. Zhongli Yu responded, "We are not yet that familiar. So there is no need for you to regard me as your leader just yet. The first step is to cultivate our acquaintance. Are you willing to accept my assistance?" The 4 turned to their leader, Westbrook, who affirmed, "As mercenaries, we undertake missions with our lives at stake. Given our current predicament, it is likely that before we even depart this place, the Huaxia military will have apprehended us. Therefore, let us accompany you for now." Zhongli Yu's spirits lifted, and he playfully patted Westbrook on the head, saying, "Such a good listener. Now, let us hasten our departure from this place, little C." The 4 exchanged incredulous glances towards Zhongli Yu, seemingly baffled by his audacious remark. Upon hearing the last 2 words, Westbrook's eyes widened, and with trembling fingers pointing at himself, he stammered, "A little C?" Zhongli Yu nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Your names are rather lengthy. At times, they are hard to remember. It would be more convenient to adopt nicknames. Henceforth, you shall be called Xiao Si, he shall be Xiao Sai, he will be Mouse, he shall be Prince, and he will be Luohan. How delightful! Your names, in essence, are already akin to nicknames." With that, he rose, brushed off the dust, and gazed at the 5 perplexed faces, saying, "Are we not leaving yet?" The 5 stood up, gathered their belongings, and followed the diminutive map-wielding Zhongli Yu, pondering. Speaking with this individual truly feels like losing 10 years off one's life. Have you ever encountered a mercenary with such endearingly whimsical nicknames? Furthermore, can this person truly navigate? Is he not a local? For the first time, the 5 mercenaries felt a twinge of doubt regarding the incongruity between Zhongli Yu's demeanor and their expectations. It was indeed remarkable that he had survived thus far. Despite their initial skepticism about following Zhongli Yu, future events would reveal that their choice was indeed astute. The five would later find themselves fortuitous for having departed with him, their names echoing through the world in the name of shadows. Following the guidance of the miniature map, Zhongli finally extricated himself from that peculiar place. The mercenaries were astonished as he led them confidently onto the bustling street, wondering if he might be a fool. Vist pulled Zhongli aside and quietly asked, "What exactly is your intention? Why have you brought us to this street?" Zhongli turned to the five mercenaries behind him and explained, "Why, you ask? It is simply because I do not possess any extra accommodations. I cannot very well take you back to the Ability Academy or the Zhong family home. Moreover, when individuals clandestinely enter Huaxia, the immediate instinct is to hide. The military's first response would be to dispatch personnel to suitable hiding spots, waiting for the unsuspecting. Who would expect you to appear so brazenly on the streets? Even if one did, they would certainly seek me out first." After a brief period of interaction, the five mercenaries began to grasp Zhongli's character. Though he appeared carefree, he was, in truth, deeply concerned about many things, which hardly constituted true freedom. Chapter 88. Zhongli observed the five faces etched with worry, for they had illegally entered Huaxiao without changing their clothing, which bore traces of grass and dirt from their journey. Their expressions were difficult to discern, but he somehow perceived their troubled countenance. "Fear not," he reassured them. "I have devised a plan. I will take full responsibility. Because it is you, we are so distressed. Have we truly chosen such an unreliable individual? Boss, we are having second thoughts," Vist lamented, though he struggled to comprehend Zhongli's intended course of action. Nevertheless, he chose to trust him, suppressing the urge to abandon the endeavor. The five mercenaries, resigned to their fate, followed closely behind Zhongli. Enduring the scorching gazes of passers-by, Zhongli, equipped with a miniature map, arrived at a renowned real estate agency in the capital. While she entered without incident, the mercenaries were halted at the entrance. Zarda, already irritable from the stares of the crowd and the security guard's unyielding gaze, though the guard himself wore an expressionless facade, grew increasingly agitated and demanded, "Why are we not allowed inside?" The guard replied, devoid of emotion, "Your attire is inappropriate, and you are armed. Are you intending to commit robbery? I cannot permit you entry." In a fit of anger, Zarda retorted, "We are associates of that girl who just entered." The guard scoffed, "Do you jest? Do you know who she is? That is the seventh miss of the Zhongli family, Zhongli." Zarda, infuriated, thought about drawing her weapon, but the prospect of trouble held her back. The guard found himself exasperated by these unruly individuals, pondering how they could not grasp the obvious. If they were indeed companions, how could there be such a distance between them upon their arrival? Moreover, the fact that Zhongli had not yet emerged to clarify the situation indicated that the five were not affiliated with her at all. As the guard dismissed their claims and the onlookers grew weary of the spectacle, the mercenaries approached the brink of despair, unable to withstand the blatant scrutiny any longer. Just then, a glimmer of hope arrived as Zhongli finally emerged from the agency. Addressing the guard, she said, "I apologize. These five friends of mine are deeply immersed in their roles. Look, they are in character again. The theme this time is a live-action role-playing game. And these five have been hiding in the dark forest for quite some time. They discovered, to their dismay, that they had no place to stay upon arriving in the capital, and hotels refused to accommodate them. Thus, I, as their good friend, have come to their aid." Upon learning the reason, the guards ceased to obstruct the five, and the crowd dispersed, finding the situation no longer entertaining. In truth, many felt a pang of sympathy for the mercenaries. Their disguise was indeed successful, yet they had overdone it. Just look at the mud on their clothes. It was appalling. Had they been running a hotel, they would have undoubtedly ejected them, regardless of the money offered, for the mess would have been too troublesome to clean up. Zhongli scrutinized the five and then turned to the manager behind her, instructing, "Please roll out the red carpet. They are quite dirty. Afterwards, we shall simply discard it." The manager, glancing at the mercenaries before bowing his head, replied, "Yes, Miss Seven. Your cleverness in employing such a straightforward method is commendable. Thank you for the compliment," Zhongli responded. Chapter 89. A hint of regret. The five mercenaries, overhearing the exchange between Zhongli and the manager, couldn't help but twitch their lips, thinking to themselves, what a shameless pair of master and servant. Zhongli pointed at the manager and said, "He is not my servant. He is merely a manager in the Zhongli family real estate business. Do not get it wrong. Goodness, do you possess some form of mind-reading ability?" The expressions of the five individuals twisted in disbelief. Zhongli regarded them with a look of bemusement and remarked, "Your thoughts are transparent to anyone. Does it not pain your hearts when you do not stab us with your words?" The five clutched their hearts, feeling an acute sense of distress. Out of the corner of their eyes, they spotted someone bringing over a rolled-up crimson carpet. Zhongli announced, "The red carpet has arrived. Remember, do not tread on areas where the carpet is not laid." The five signaled their reluctance to continue the conversation. After weathering a storm of emotions, the five finally stepped inside. Zhongli inquired of the manager, "Let us purchase a ready-made house. Where is it located?" The manager glanced at the five, who were akin to rural folk entering the city, their curiosity evident. The smile on his face faltered slightly as he said, Miss Seven, you're peculiar. No, friends, have only come for a few days, right? I would suggest renting a place for them instead." Zhongli fixed her gaze on the manager and said, "You meant to say eccentric, did you not?" Coughing lightly, the manager attempted to maintain his composure, replying, "How could that be? It must be that Miss Seven misheard me. Ha ha ha." Hearing the manager's laughter, which came in staccato bursts, Zhongli felt reassured that she had not misheard. Indeed, he had intended to say eccentric. She then glanced at the five, who were still looking around in wonder, and felt a headache coming on. For the first time, she questioned her decision to associate with them. Would she too become like them? What should she do? She felt a twinge of regret and contemplated abandoning the idea altogether. After the five had fully appreciated the interior splendor, they walked along the red carpet to Zhongli's side, only to find her lost in thought. Luo Hansong nudged her and asked, "What are you pondering?" Zhongli unwittingly divulged her inner thoughts, saying, "I was wondering if those five rural bumpkins might drag me into their ranks. I somewhat regret seeking them out." The five responded. The manager remarked, "Miss Seven, even if you are internally critiquing them, it is best not to voice it aloud. How embarrassing. They are already quite pitiful. Now they are even more so." Zhongli snapped back to reality and observed the expressions of the five, along with the manager. She recalled her earlier comments. A typical person would undoubtedly feel embarrassed in such a situation and would apologize. But Zhongli was not an ordinary individual. How could she act like one? She calmly regarded the five and then said to the manager, "Let us proceed with the ready-made house. They will be residing in the capital." The five protested. "Are you not going to clarify what you mean? Speak to us." The manager replied, "Yes, this way." Indeed, Miss Seven was remarkable, unparalleled in her prowess. Why does the manager seem to know Zhongli so well and feel a certain familiarity with her character? Although Zhongli is not the heir of the Zhongli family, he is nonetheless a member of it. It is inconceivable for a servant not to recognize their master. Every head of the Zhongli family's enterprises would be familiar with the faces of Zhongli and his siblings. Furthermore, an individual, for convenience, had visited all the enterprises under the Zhongli family and acquainted themselves with the heads of these establishments, successfully blending in with them. Hence, the manager of the sales office knows Zhongli and is somewhat familiar with his temperament. In Chapter 90, The Manager, there lies a fact unknown to Zhongli. He is immensely popular among the managers of the Zhongli family's enterprises. Not a single one harbors ill feelings towards him. On the contrary, they all ardently wish for Zhongli to grace their managed enterprises, relishing the opportunity to boast within their circles, inciting envy and jealousy among their peers. The Zhongli family possesses numerous enterprises, and ideally, these should be managed by the illegitimate offspring of the family head. Naturally, those with ambition would eagerly accept such roles, while those who prefer to remain passive would be relegated to simpler enterprises. However, this only applies to the fortunate illegitimate children, whose maternal families wield little influence. Those with stronger maternal factions would hardly settle for such minor enterprises. Thus, in this era, even being an illegitimate child is fraught with challenges and exertion. To the maternal families, these illegitimate children are merely puppets, tools to gain advantages within the Zhongli family's enterprises. A truly lamentable fate. While some illegitimate children assist in managing certain enterprises of the Zhongli family, many ultimately meet their demise due to the family's curse. Consequently, once a manager is lost, the Zhongli family ceased allowing illegitimate children to oversee enterprises unless under strong personal insistence. As for who will manage the multitude of enterprises, the selection process involves sifting through numerous competitors, evaluating their character, management skills, and interpersonal relationships, ultimately leading to the appointment of managers for each enterprise. Decades ago, when the Zhongli family was selecting managers, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. Who wouldn't wish to be associated with one of the world's oldest families? Who wouldn't desire a connection with one of the four great supernatural families of Huaxia? Since the selection occurred approximately 50 years ago, it is improbable that the initially successful candidates have remained in their positions indefinitely, given the inevitability of aging. Thus, the Zhongli family established a rule regarding managers. The current manager may pass their enterprise to their descendants or disciples. But such succession must be validated by the current family head of the Zhongli family. Certainly, the Zhongli family would not be so naive as to place complete trust in these administrators. What if, by some mischance, one were to betray them? That would indeed spell trouble. Consequently, they subjected the administrators to profound hypnosis. Should any thoughts of treachery arise, the deep hypnosis would obliterate all information from that individual's mind. Furthermore, if someone attempted to hypnotize the administrators, any sensitive data residing in their minds would likewise be destroyed upon intrusion. The Zhongli family's intent was clear. Even at the cost of a life, they would ensure that no information fell into the hands of outsiders. The administrators, having encountered a myriad of individuals within their industry, have developed keen discernment. They can readily perceive the true nature of others. Take, for instance, the illegitimate offspring of the current head of the Zhongli family, excluding Zhongli Qing and Zhongli Yu. Each of them arrives at the enterprises they oversee with an air of arrogance, issuing commands as if entitled. Notably, Zhongli Dai stands out. Were it not for her connection to the Zhongli family, she would have received a sharp reprimand long ago. The others, while perhaps not as egregious as Zhongli Dai, still embody the typical demeanor of young aristocrats in the eyes of the common folk. In the eyes of the Zhongli family's administrators, beyond their loyalty to the current head of the family and the future heir, Zhongli Chun, only Zhongli Qing and the seventh miss, Zhongli Yu, merit their attention. Zhongli Qing is regarded as the strongest among the new generation of young military officers in Huaxia, second only to Helian Ling of the Helian family. However, when comparing Zhongli Qing and Helian Ling, it has always been the case that Zhongli Qing occupies the position of the perennial second. Since his earliest memories, Zhongli Qing has resided in the military camp, a domain entirely separate from the Zhongli family's enterprises and influence. The family concurs with this arrangement, which has rendered Zhongli Qing a figure shrouded in mystery among the administrators. One might wonder whether Zhongli Qing has ever encountered the Zhongli family's administrators at any banquet or coming-of-age ceremony. The answer is a resounding no. Zhongli Qing has essentially lived in the military camp since childhood, thoroughly immersed in its rules and customs, rarely venturing outside. Thus, he remains unaware of who the administrators of the Zhongli family are, or even what constitutes their enterprises. During Zhongli Chen's coming-of-age ceremony, as well as on the day Zhongli Yu truly awakened, he was on leave. Although there were individuals who conversed with Zhongli Qing at the ceremony, he left without remembering a single name, their faces fading from his memory. Moreover, so much transpired afterward that no one was in the mood for pleasant conversation. Therefore, while Zhongli Qing may have been seen by the Zhongli family's administrators, he had never personally interacted with them. Nonetheless, the mere identity of a soldier has garnered him favorable regard among the administrators, leading to a stroke of fortune for Zhongli Qing, who had never before encountered them. As for Zhongli Yu, her recognition by the management is entirely due to her charismatic personality. For instance, let us consider the sales manager at the real estate office under the Zhongli family's enterprise. When Zhongli Yu first arrived, she coincidentally encountered a troubled man burdened by enormous gambling debts, who, having no means to repay them, was left with only a valuable property. Consequently, he intended to sell the house to the real estate office. Prior staff members who had previously assessed the property had deemed it acceptable, leading the office to agree with the man to vacate the premises within a week. Indeed, he did move out within that time frame. However, upon the staff's return for a follow-up inspection, they were astounded to find the house in a deplorable state, resembling a pigsty, an utter contrast to its prior condition. Faced with such a transformation, the real estate office could not possibly proceed with the purchase and naturally withheld payment. The man, having vacated the house, believed he was entitled to compensation, which resulted in a heated exchange between the manager and himself. The man, uneducated and a gambler, had no eloquence to convey his grievances, leading the bewildered onlookers to suspect that the office was intentionally withholding payment, thus casting doubt on its credibility. At that time, the manager had never encountered such a crude individual or such harsh language, leaving him momentarily speechless, which inadvertently reinforced the audience's belief in the man's claims, prompting them to criticize both the manager and the office. Chapter 92. The bet in that moment, as if descending from a celestial realm adorned with vibrant clouds. The dazzling Zhongli Yu appeared, ready to salvage both her reputation and that of the real estate office. The clouds were but an illusion, and the brilliance, perhaps a mere consequence of the sunlight, for at that time, Zhongli Yu was still an ordinary individual. Upon entering the office and observing the gathered crowd, intrigued by their various remarks, Zhongli Yu produced her miniature computer and began typing with fervor. Upon discovering something of interest, a dangerous smile crept across her face as she remarked, How audacious indeed. This shall be an entertaining challenge. Zhongli approached the center and addressed the man. Are you certain of what you just stated? I shall grant you one final opportunity to amend your words. The man, taken aback by her sudden interjection, retorted. Who are you, little girl? Go away. The manager, astonished by Zhongli's presence, exclaimed, Miss Chi-Chi? He proceeded to clarify her identity to both the man and the audience. Realizing her lineage, the man felt a surge of nervousness. Yet recalling the words spoken to him and the prospect of money, he regained his confidence, puffing out his chest as he declared, even if you are a lady of the Zhongli family, you cannot shield your subordinate from accountability, can you? Isn't that right, everyone? The audience naturally echoed his sentiment. Zhongli, you said, this is only natural. However, I have discovered quite a few treasures. How about we make a wager? If what you claim is true, I shall not only double your monetary reward, but also offer you a personal apology. Conversely, should your assertions prove unfounded, I will impose a severe penalty upon you. This agreement shall be witnessed by the audience present. Likewise, there shall be a stipulation for them, should you emerge victorious. Every individual here will receive a luxurious house free of charge. If we win, however, you shall be prohibited from stepping foot in this place ever again. What say you? Are you willing to wager? The manager interjected, this is not your domain to govern. Why propose such a disadvantageous bet? Are you truly confident? The man replied, this is a fortuitous windfall. It is a chance to prosper. That individual assured me everything would be handled well. I accept the wager. The audience murmured. Is this person out of his mind, proposing such an unfavorable bet? Yet, with the prospect of free housing, what is there to lose? We accept the wager. Upon noticing the change in the crowd's expressions, Zhongli remarked, so both parties are willing to bet? The man affirmed, indeed, I have nothing to feel guilty about. The audience echoed, we too shall wager, but you won't back out later, will you? Zhongli produced a recording device, stating, how could I? It is recording continuously. I fear you may have second thoughts. With the wager established, the moment to determine the victor arrived. Zhongli opened his compact computer, connecting it to a virtual screen. Behind him, a display materialized, mirroring the monitor of his mini-computer. His fingers danced swiftly across the device, revealing a series of indecipherable numbers and letters on the virtual screen, culminating in a high-definition video where the sound was audible. The crowd watched and listened intently. The video featured two men, one being the troublemaker, while the other was recognized by some as the owner of a nearby real estate office. What do you want from me? The troublemaker inquired. The other man sipped his coffee and replied, quite simply, I need you to frame Qin Yang, the manager. Chapter 93. Greed, what did you say? The troublemaker gasped, alarmed. Qin Yang was the manager of the Zhongli family's enterprise. How could an ordinary individual like him dare to offend such a colossal entity? Noticing the hesitation in the troublemaker's eyes, the man reassured him, do not worry. It is merely a matter of framing Qin Yang, not crossing the Zhongli family. But Qin Yang is also a member of the Zhongli family, the troublemaker protested. The man retorted, what is he, really, but a mere watchdog? The Zhongli family would never regard him as significant. Moreover, if you follow my instructions, you could earn tenfold the value of that house you desire. Do you not wish for that? The tumultuous man hesitated, torn between the choice of honestly surrendering the property or seeking the financial security that would allow him to avoid struggle for the rest of his life. The answer was glaringly apparent. He ultimately opted for the latter. Upon hearing the man's plan, he stood there, initiating the uproar. Arrogance, jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony, these 7 terms, not ranked by power nor referring to the 7 deadly sins in a testing context, embody what society commonly refers to as the 7 deadly sins. Among these, jealousy, anger, and greed profoundly impact humanity. Jealousy is characterized by a cold, dismissive, and exclusionary attitude towards those with whom one should unite, manifesting as a hostile psychological state. If unchecked, it can lead to resentment, giving rise to feelings of hatred, and reflects the deterioration of interpersonal relationships. It is an emotional response born from bitterness and the perception of others enjoying benefits one covets. Anger, on the other hand, emerges from hatred, manifesting as inappropriate feelings of vengeance or the desire to negate others. The urge to punish beyond the bounds of legal authority also falls under the umbrella of anger. Greed denotes an extraordinary, insatiable desire for wealth and possessions, an unbridled yearning, which stands out as a principal sin among humanity's transgressions. The tumultuous man epitomizes greed, coveting wealth that does not belong to him, while the onlookers embody the same vice. Although they may have believed in the integrity of the manager and the sales personnel, The alluring benefits of the unfavorable wager proposed by Zhongli swayed them to side with greed, leading to tragedy. As the tumultuous man gazed at his grotesque reflection on the high-definition screen, disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? How do you have this video? Wasn't it supposed to be erased? He exclaimed. Zhongli responded, Are you suggesting you spoke to the hacker? At that moment, the gathered crowd finally comprehended the audacity with which Zhongli articulated such a disadvantageous wager, for he had been poised here, waiting for them. The matter concerning that man will be handled by the manager. Now we must address our wager. Bring me the closure, Zhongli commanded. The sales office door was abruptly shut by several employees, and the curtains were drawn, though the room remained adequately lit. Truth be told, the employees were quite curious about whether Zhongli would indeed act as stipulated in the clandestine wager against those who bet. Chapter 94. The memories conclude. Zhongli glanced at the keen employee who had drawn the curtains, saying, Well done. Promising potential. Keep up the good work. The employee was taken aback, astonished that Zhongli had praised him, feeling a swell of excitement within. Zhongli whispered a remark, believing it would go unheard. Yet she overlooked the profound silence that enveloped the room, as no one spoke. With the door closed and the curtains drawn, it was time to engage in matters that stirred the heart. Qinyang remarked, as a young lady of the Zhongli family, amidst its enterprises. Do you truly believe it is wise to utter such words? The employees murmured, What should we do? Suddenly, Miss Seven seems truly formidable, radiating an aura akin to a sovereign. The disruptive man and the onlookers lamented, Mother, we were wrong. We long to return home. Faced with the diverse gazes of the crowd, Zhongli addressed them. Let us first manage the audience. The impending violence is not suitable for their eyes. Qinyang inquired, So, is this leading to a fatal outcome? The employees cheered. Miss Seven is powerful. Miss Seven is majestic. The audience pondered, So, are they fortunate after all? The disruptive man despaired. Is it possible to call the police? Zhongli turned to the spectators and declared, To gamble is to accept the stakes. Do you understand? They acknowledged. In this world, aside from those with extraordinary abilities, hackers rank as the second most perilous. In today's society, high technology is inescapable, and hackers are those who can infiltrate such realms. No one wishes to offend a hacker. Should a hacker inadvertently hit send, revealing secrets to the online world, it would be disastrous, akin to having one's secrets broadcast nationwide. Thus, when encountering a skilled hacker, it is wise to evade and yield, otherwise, one bears the consequences. After addressing the audience and issuing a warning not to disclose the events of the day, Zhongli allowed them to depart. Whether they would keep silent remained uncertain, which held greater value in being divulged, today's occurrences or their secrets. Once the audience was dealt with, Zhongli turned her attention to the disruptive man, who was diminishing his presence. With a slight smile, she said, Even as you try to fade away, I can still see you. Come, let us resolve this swiftly. No, please, the man trembled, retreating. Forgive me, I beg you. Zhongli gradually approached him, stating, Forgiveness? If the world truly offered so much forgiveness, tragedies would not abound. Ultimately, it is human folly to commit an offense. The most straightforward and brutal remedy is to beat the desire out of them. As Zhongli clenched her fists, the sound echoing ominously, the disruptive man experienced a profound realization of the adage that one who does not provoke fate shall not suffer its wrath. Regret washed over him for the first time. Yet alas, it was too late. The scene grew excessively violent, prompting Qinyang and the other employees to close their eyes, silently praying for the man's survival. Finally, as the storm passed, sunshine broke through, and the disruptive man felt, for the first time, the joy of simply being alive. After Zhongli instructed several employees to escort the unruly man to the police station for reporting, she turned to Qinyang and said, Remember, the people you encounter won't solely be those with power, influence, and wealth. There will also be individuals like the one from today. Exercise caution, and do not find yourself in a position where you cannot articulate a response, much like today. Farewell. With that, Zhongli departed with an air of nonchalance, unknowingly capturing the hearts of countless young men and women, leaving an indelible impression of the extraordinary seventh miss of the Zhongli family, who possessed no supernatural abilities. Yet, no one spoke of the events that transpired that day until years later, when Zhongli returned accompanied by 5 peculiar individuals. Chapter 95. Never changing. As the reminiscence concluded, Qinyang observed Zhongli, who was curiously gazing at the house beside him, and thought, Indeed, you remain unchanged. Even with unparalleled abilities and a transformed exterior, your essence remains intact, just as it was before. Zhongli, noticing Chun Yang's gaze, inquired, "Is there something on my face that warrants such a fervent look?" Chen Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. What did she mean by a fervent gaze? That was certainly not his intention. She was clearly being playful, her mischievous nature unchanged over the years. "How could that be?" Chen Yang replied. "I was merely contemplating how you haven't altered at all compared to a few years ago." "Is that so?" Zhongli Yu mused, running her fingers through her crimson locks. "Perhaps to those who know me, I seem unchanged, but to others, my transformation is quite significant. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, transitioning from a person devoid of powers to one endowed with a unique ability is a monumental change. Yet, in our eyes, you have always been that little girl yearning for the warmth of others' affection, unchanged throughout. If the opportunity arises, let us gather together," Chen Yang suggested. Zhongli Yu shot him a quizzical glance, remarking, "I've heard that you are all exceedingly busy." "True, we are busy, but for you, we wouldn't mind setting our work aside," Chen Yang replied. "The managers of the Zhongli family are bound to serve the current head of the family and the heir, and in dire circumstances, may even act as covert protectors. They are not only tasked with managing estates, but also with mastering the art of killing. If one day the head or the heir commanded them to eliminate Zhongli Yu, what would they do? Would they proceed with the order?" Chen Yang was uncertain about the answer to this seemingly straightforward question, and perhaps others shared his confusion. Yet, a choice would ultimately have to be made. The managers could not betray the Zhongli family. They were the most loyal subordinates of the head and the heir. Thus, if that day were to come, they would have to take a stand. At present, Zhongli Yu noticed that Chun Yang's gaze lingered on her more than usual, and each time it bore a different intensity, sending chills down her spine. When Chen Yang glanced at her again, he caught the sorrowful glint in her eyes, causing him to shudder. He quickly stammered, You mustn't misunderstand. I wasn't looking at you. I was merely observing the house over there." "Yes, the house, haha. How utterly unbelievable," thought Zhongli Yu. A feeble voice interrupted the moment. Zhongli Yu and Chen Yang turned to see Tang Hao Yu, who had raised his hand in a gesture of attention. "Have you two finished reminiscing?" he inquired. "Shall we delve into the matter at hand?" Both Zhongli Yu and Chen Yang cast a faint glance at the five individuals. Zhongli Yu, disinterested, diverted her gaze to the model houses, while Chen Yang, despite his hesitation to engage with the five, maintained a courteous smile befitting a manager, saying, "This way, please. Feel free to ask me any questions." As the five stepped onto the crimson carpet leading to the display of ready-made house models, Zhongli Yu, Chen Yang, and several nearby staff members furrowed their brows, some even covering their noses. Zhongli Yu took a few steps back and remarked, "Have you all gone days without bathing or changing clothes?" Wester, observing the disdainful expressions of the group and hearing Zhongli Yu's comment, suddenly recalled something. "Please, do you think we have the time to change clothes or shower?" he retorted. "Ah, no wonder," Zhongli Yu replied, shaking her head in disgust. "How filthy." With that, she pinched her nose and moved aside. The other four, understanding the implication of her actions, quickly changed their expressions. Chapter 96. Perception from Chun Yang's perspective. It was evident that these five were not mere enthusiasts. The items they bore, both strapped to their backs and concealed within their garments, were not replicas, but genuine firearms capable of inflicting harm. Moreover, it was clear that these individuals had blood on their hands, having taken lives before. Given their demeanor, Chen Yang deduced they were neither law enforcement nor military personnel, as their aura did not align with that of soldiers. They certainly did not seem to be low-ranking members of organized crime either. He pondered how Zhongli Yu had come to know them, or whether she was entirely unaware of their true identities. Concern etched on his face. Chen Yang met Zhongli Yu's gaze. She responded with a reassuring smile that felt oddly comforting. Alas, she remained as audacious as ever. He questioned why she had entangled herself with such individuals, especially in such a disheveled state. Was it some form of twisted amusement? Yet, who in their right mind would present themselves in such a manner? The thought made his head spin, and he decided not to dwell on it. Whatever troubles might arise, Zhongli Yu likely had a plan in mind. Perhaps she even relished the impending chaos. Chen Yang felt overwhelmed by the situation. Now confronted by five unkempt individuals emanating an unbearable stench, he was exasperated. One was already too much to handle. Now, five had arrived. "Gentlemen," he said, "in order to ensure the safety of our establishment, I kindly ask that you retire to the back to attend to your personal hygiene. Thank you for your cooperation." He gestured for someone to escort them to the rear. The mercenaries replied, We haven't even spoken yet, and you're making decisions on our behalf. Is that acceptable? However, it is indeed time for a thorough cleansing, lest we be regarded as rare beasts by others." Thus, the five individuals followed the staff to the backyard to tidy themselves up. Chen Yang observed Zhongli Yu and remarked, "It is prudent to refrain from placing trust in strangers. Leaning against the wall, Zhongli Yu replied, "In truth, everyone is a stranger to me. Since my awakening, even those I once knew intimately may falter before immense temptation. This hesitation could very well lead me into peril, which is why I find myself unable to trust others. Yet, I cannot entirely forsake trust. Hence, I must test them. Bei Qing is the first person I wish to believe in, so please refrain from any rash actions. And remember to inform the others. Otherwise, do not blame me for considering you as adversaries. So, you truly comprehend that these individuals possess extraordinary identities? How troublesome. Should I disclose this to the family head?" Zhongli Yu, discerning Chun Yang's expression, intuitively grasped his inner thoughts and stated, "You may inform the family head or Zhongli Chun. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged." Qin Yang pondered, since Zhongli Yu's arrival today, how many times he had felt helpless. Indeed, dealing with a rebellious child proves to be quite the challenge. Both Zhongli Yu and Chun Yang ceased their conversation and speculations about one another, enveloped in silence until the 5 mercenaries returned, having completed their tasks, thus interrupting the somewhat tense atmosphere. Upon the mercenaries' return, they sensed a palpable tension in the air and exchanged glances, wondering if the two were in a disagreement. Qin Yang, now clad in clean attire, devoid of any intoxicating fragrances, approached the 5 with a warm smile, saying, "This way, please." The mercenaries discreetly glanced at Zhongli Yu, who nodded in affirmation, allowing them to follow Qin Yang to inspect the property. Through the window, Zhongli Yu gazed at the now pitch-black sky, reflecting, "It is regrettable. Qin Yang, I initially wished to befriend you, but you have chosen between loyalty and me, and I shall not impose. Time has passed, and we have both matured." Chapter 97. A misstep in words. The mercenaries selected their accommodations with remarkable swiftness, soon reaching the point where Zhongli Yu was to make the payment. Observing the price inscribed on the order, she glanced at Qin Yang, who wore a standard service smile, and the employee beside him holding a card reader, and inquired, "As a member of the Zhongli family, is there truly no discount available? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt profiting from your own kin?" Upon her statement, the expressions of those around her shifted. The mercenaries thought, "As a member of the Zhongli family, do you not possess wealth? We find that hard to believe." Chun Yang and the employee regarded Zhongli Yu with the eyes typically reserved for a mischievous child. "Do not assume we are unaware of the figures in your purple gold card. We are fully aware of the incident that transpired between you and Zhongli Dai at the Academy's cafeteria. Thus, your taunts are futile." Under the coercive pressure of Chun Yang and the employees, Zhongli Yu ultimately capitulated, with the sound of a transaction echoing as a substantial sum was deducted. This caused Zhongli Yu considerable distress. Yet, to anyone other than Zhongli Yu, the figures on the golden card remained unchanged. Only a miser like Zhongli Yu would fret over such a trifling amount, having been compelled to pay the full price without any discount. Zhongli Yu sat forlornly in a corner for 5 minutes before regaining composure, displaying no visible signs of sorrow. This behavior revealed that he was, indeed, quite the dramatist, a fact that left those around him feeling exasperated, as knowing such a person was truly their misfortune. Qin Yang patted West's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You have endured much. I wish you the best." West could only respond with a chuckle, resigned to the choices he had made. Subsequently, clutching the keys and a map bearing the property's address, Zhongli Yu bid farewell to Qin Yang along with the 5 companions. As Qin Yang observed Zhongli Yu's departing figure, he murmured, "Do not engage in anything too outrageous." Upon glancing at the address on the map, Zhongli Yu inquired, "Why did you select a house in the suburbs?" West replied, "What if something occurs? We wouldn't want to disturb the neighbors." After a moment's reflection, Zhongli Yu nodded in agreement. "That's true. I recall this house was quite popular once, but after its owner was murdered, unfortunate rumors circulated, which is likely why it remained unsold and became affordable for you." Zelda jested, "Unfortunate rumors? Is it haunted?" "Haha, I must experience it for myself." Despite the current world being fantastical, with humans endowed with peculiar powers and some animals perhaps capable of speech, the notion of ghosts still eluded human belief, as exemplified by West and his companion's skepticism. As Zhongli Yu listened to their recounting of supposed supernatural events from various nations, debunking the illusions behind them, he found himself captivated. At this juncture, Luo Hansong turned to Zhongli Yu and asked, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Zhongli Yu casually replied, "How could that be possible?" However, upon uttering these words, she sensed something amiss. If no such entities existed, then what were those she and Bei Qing had witnessed in the ghost cry? A mere illusion? How could that be? Suddenly, Tang Hao Yu playfully seized Zhongli Yu by the neck, declaring, "If even little Yu claims there are no ghosts, then there surely are none. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted." Zhongli Yu finally comprehended the weight of this phrase, silently praying that the house harbored no entities. Yet, would it truly be that straightforward? Chapter 98. The veteran driver Zhongli Yu and her 5 companions hailed 2 vehicles. Initially, upon hearing their destination, the drivers flatly refused to accept the fare. Ultimately, they agreed only after a price increase, upon learning of Zhongli Yu's status as an extraordinary individual. Zhongli Yu and Vister, along with Zelda, shared a vehicle, while Tang Haoyu, Wang Zihan, and Luo Han Song occupied the one behind. Throughout the journey, the driver, who was with Zhongli Yu, chattered incessantly. Fortunately, his intentions were benign, which prevented the trio from succumbing to the urge to silence him. The driver remarked, "What business do you young ladies and these 5 gentlemen have venturing there? It's notoriously unsafe. I've heard tales of several individuals who return mad after entering. It's said there are malevolent entities lurking within. I advise you to merely gaze from a distance and depart. You are still young and should contribute to the nation." Oh, the 2 in the back must be foreigners. Let me tell you, these days, many foreigners are coming to the capital. His incessant prattle nearly drove an ability user and 2 mercenaries, who live perilously, to madness, as he continued without pause, leaving no opportunity for interjection. At long last, they reached their destination, and Zhongli Yu, Vister, and Zelda bid farewell to the loquacious driver amidst the puzzled gazes of Tang Haoyu and the others. After watching the 2 vehicles depart, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tang Haoyu, observing their fatigued expressions, inquired, "What is the matter?" "It was merely a car ride. Why do you look so drained? One might think you had battled for 3 days and nights." Zelda replied, "You wouldn't understand." That driver never ceased talking. Truly, the people of the capital are remarkable. Zhongli Yu, overhearing Zelda's comment, let out a laugh and remarked, "That driver was an anomaly. Did you not notice the driver of the other vehicle remained silent? However, he was indeed quite talkative. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of Tang Sing." Zelda, familiar with the tale, expressed interest. Tang Sung is one of the 4 classic novels of China. Isn't from Journey to the West? Zhongli Yu responded, "You are aware of this?" Zelda replied proudly, "Of course. The 4 great classics of China are renowned internationally, often adapted into films and television series. I have seen them all, but my favorite is certainly Journey to the West, especially the character Sun Wukong. He is incredibly powerful and can transform 72 times." Zhongli Yu asked, "Have you watched the Chinese adaptation of Journey to the West?" Zelda shook her head. "I only watched it when I was younger. Since becoming a mercenary, I haven't had the chance, and I certainly haven't seen the Chinese version." Zhongli Yu offered, "I shall bring you a copy of Journey to the West tomorrow. As for the adaptations, they can easily be found online." "Really?" Zelda exclaimed, gripping Zhongli Yu's hand. "I am immensely grateful to you." "Not at all. Now, let us return to the matter at hand and proceed," Zhongli Yu said. The 6 arrived before the rumored house said to harbor malevolent entities. Upon gazing at its exterior, they could only ponder the multitude of ghostly tales and supernatural occurrences associated with it. Zhongli Yu was somewhat troubled, wondering if there might truly be a ghost residing within this house. In Chapter 99, the villa, the 5 mercenaries were oblivious to Zhongli Yu's inner turmoil. As one of them reached for the key to unlock the door, they realized someone was missing. Turning around, they spotted Zhongli Yu gazing at the house with a conflicted expression. Wang Zihan approached, surveyed the house, and then looked at Zhongli Yu, saying, "Little Yu, you can't possibly be afraid, can you? Let me assure you, all those so-called supernatural events are merely coincidences. Surely, there are no phantoms or specters in this world." Zhongli Yu cast Wang Zihan a look akin to that of one regarding a fool and replied, "I hope not." With that, he strode toward the front door, prompting Wang Zihan to shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Indeed, he is still just a child." Regrettably, the notion held by these mercenaries, their disbelief in the existence of ghosts, was about to be shattered after spending a night within these walls. Upon pushing the door open, they were not met with the anticipated cloud of dust. As they stepped inside, it was Zhongli Yu who switched on the light, conveniently located near the entrance. Tang Haoyu remarked, "This place is remarkably clean." To which Zhongli Yu replied, "It's because someone came to tidy up." West responded with confusion, "But isn't it said that there are malevolent entities here? Why would anyone bother to clean?" Zhongli Yu explained, "As far as I know, those ominous tales occur at night. There are no supernatural happenings during the day. Thus, it is likely that someone was employed to clean during daylight hours. However, what is this sensation? It feels as though something is watching us." As Zhongli Yu scanned the surroundings and found no abnormalities, he attributed the unsettling feeling to his own heightened anxiety, unaware that, in the shadows beyond the light, a pair of eyes was observing them. Half an hour later, The 6 individuals had explored the house and reached a conclusion. Acquiring such a spacious villa for such a modest sum was an exceptional deal. However, there was one issue. Though the villa boasted numerous rooms and was impeccably clean, it lacked pillows and blankets. Yet, for the mercenaries who had previously slept in infested forests, this was hardly a concern. On the contrary, they praised the rooms, declaring it the finest place they had ever rested since becoming mercenaries. As they reminisced about their unfortunate experiences during their mercenary days, even Zhongli began to feel a sense of pity for the 5 men. Time passed swiftly, and Zhongli noticed it was nearly midnight, prompting him to prepare to leave. Despite knowing that Zhongli possessed extraordinary abilities, the 5 men were still reluctant to let a girl walk home alone at night, wanting her to stay for the night. However, Zhongli firmly declined, citing the impropriety of a young woman sharing a room with 5 men. Upon hearing this reasoning, the 5 expressed their dismay, lamenting that with so many rooms available in the villa, there was no rule stating she had to share a room with them. Indeed, the rebellious thoughts of a young person are uniquely peculiar. Thus, the 5 adults, in an effort to safeguard the sensitive pride of the rebellious child Zhongli, adopted a different approach, assigning one individual to escort her to her residence. However, this plan was met with refusal, as the destination was deemed inaccessible due to the presence of mercenaries who had arrived clandestinely, potentially exposing their identities, a peril too great to risk. Helplessly, the mercenaries could only watch as Zhongli vanished into the night, an occurrence that would alter the fates of many and significantly impact China and, indeed, the world. Chapter 100. The vanished retreat. As it was now the dead of night, compounded by unsettling rumors of hauntings in the area, no drivers were willing to venture this way, leading Zhongli to lose her way once more. She had intended to consult her phone for directions, confident that while she might be lost on unfamiliar paths, she was adept at reading maps. With her only lifeline now severed, Zhongli stumbled along the main road, regretting her earlier decision to forego an escort. It seemed she would have to spend the night on the street, she mused. Lost in her thoughts, Zhongli continued down the road when a sudden gust of wind struck her unexpectedly, momentarily blinding her. With no choice but to close her eyes and shield herself with her arm against the onslaught, she soon found the tempest had passed. Lowering her arm, she opened her eyes and brushed off the dust that had settled on her clothes, muttering, "What is going on? The wind is so fierce it could sweep a person away." After tidying her disheveled hair, she looked ahead and was taken aback. What was this? Why did the enigmatic location she had encountered earlier with the mercenaries now appear before her? Was her vision deceiving her? Rubbing her eyes forcefully, she opened them again, only to find the same scene before her. Confusion enveloped her. Moments before the wind had blown, she was certain she stood on a concrete road. Yet now it had transformed into the entrance of that mysterious place. It felt as though the tempest was a premeditated act, as if it sought to conceal the appearance of this unknown entrance while simultaneously inviting her inside. Surely, any sensible person would hesitate to enter such a suspicious scene, Zhongli thought. With a resigned sigh, she turned to retrace her steps, yet upon glancing back, she was once again struck with astonishment. Where was the road? Had she not been walking just moments ago? Doubt began to creep into her memory. She found herself in a predicament, with the unknown and eerie location ahead and an impenetrable darkness behind, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Zhongli pondered whether she had offended anyone recently, perhaps invoking terror as a means of self-reproach. Recently, could it be the Blood Clan? In recent times, it seems unlikely that England would enforce stringent measures against the bloodline, and as for vampires, the situation appears even more implausible. Setting aside the uncertainty of their presence in the capital, the very nature of vampires, irrational beings, casts doubt on their ability to wield such power. Moreover, what of Tang Jisen? This suspicion can be readily dismissed. The abilities of the Tang family, as I recall, pertain to cognitive enhancement, lacking any offensive capabilities. Furthermore, the Tang family possesses a penchant for research over violence, rendering any suspicion unwarranted. Yet, if none of these possibilities hold true, who else could it be? Zhongli stood deep in thought, entirely oblivious to the combat principle of maintaining focus in potentially perilous situations. Was it forgetfulness that caused this lapse? Or perhaps a lack of perceived danger and malice that led to her complacency? With her eyes shut and brow furrowed in concentration, Zhongli remained unaware of the impending events. Chapter 101. Inability to harness abilities. Suddenly, a forceful shove from behind disrupted her balance. Initially capable of steadying herself, she felt the branches of the trees in an unknown vicinity begin to tremble, producing a cacophony akin to the allure of a positive magnet drawing in a negatively charged Zhongli. She endeavored to resist, But her attempts were futile as her body was inexorably drawn toward the mysterious location. Realizing her struggles were in vain, Zhongli ceased her resistance, opting instead to glance back and discern the identity of her unseen assailant. Yet, upon turning, she found nothing but a solitary stone, upon which an inscription triggered an overwhelming sense of vertigo, leading her to succumb to unconsciousness, ultimately being drawn into that enigmatic realm. Outside, the place where Zhongli had stood moments before had vanished, her path of retreat reverting to its original state, save for a large stone that now occupied the center. This stone bore an exquisite carving, so lifelike that it seemed to embody the essence of a living legend. Its eyes, made of blood-red jade, imbued the already vivid depiction with a semblance of spirit. It gazed toward the spot where Zhongli had disappeared, gradually fading from view. Unbeknownst to anyone on the bustling thoroughfare, a young girl vanished, seemingly pulled by an unseen force. Drip, drip. As Zhongli drifted in and out of consciousness, the sound of water droplets echoed in her ears, accompanied by the chilling sensation of cold water cascading onto her face. As her awareness gradually returned, she opened her eyes to an impenetrable darkness. After lying still for 5 seconds, the events prior came rushing back to her. Observing the enveloping blackness, she realized she must be in that unknown place. However, when she had ventured forth earlier, it was not nearly this dark. She couldn't even see her own hands. Cautiously, Zhongli rose to her feet, attempting to channel her abilities into her vision to regain sight. But this time she failed utterly. Her powers refused to coalesce. When she retrieved her phone in hopes of illuminating her surroundings, she discovered it would not turn on, much less provide any light. Zhongli found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why he could wield his extraordinary abilities upon entering previously, yet now found them inaccessible. Was it merely a matter of timing? That could not be the case, for he had successfully employed his powers earlier in the evening. What, then, was the true cause of this conundrum? With no clear answers, Zhongli pressed onward, each step taken with painstaking slowness, yet his senses remained acutely attuned to every rustle and whisper of the environment around him. After an indeterminate passage of time, fatigue began to seize him, prompting him to lean against a sturdy tree and rest his weary form. While he rested, he pondered how long it would take to escape this dismal place. Suddenly, a faint yet melodic sound reached his ears, stirring him from his thoughts. He focused intently, attempting to discern the source of this delicate noise. Was that the sound of gunfire? Although he had little interest in firearms, he could recognize the echoes of shootouts from various crime dramas. He was certain of its authenticity. The sounds drew ever closer, and uncertainty washed over him. Who were these approaching figures? Friends or foes? One thing was clear. A group was in pursuit, likely intent on capturing or eliminating someone. Chapter 102. The injured man. The hunted individual drew nearer, and Zhongli could hear the labored breaths and detect the heavy scent of blood. This person was gravely wounded. Despite his reluctance to become embroiled in this chase and his lack of intention to assist the injured man, could the situation truly be as straightforward as he wished it to be? The wounded man halted beside the thicket where Zhongli concealed himself. Though the latter could not ascertain the extent of the injuries, he speculated that the man was scanning the area for potential hiding spots. But all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. Just as he took a tentative step forward, he felt a sudden, forceful tug on his left arm. And before he knew it, he was pulled into the underbrush, deeper into concealment. The pursuers soon arrived, but it seemed that the oppressive environment compelled them to pause and deliberate. However, as they began to converse, Zhongli's brow furrowed in dismay. Their words were in the tongue of an island nation. What to do? With visibility non-existent, how could they apprehend anyone? Indeed, even his phone remained unresponsive. How strange this place was. The leader of the islanders commanded silence. Are you afraid? As the shadow guards of Lord Zhuji, we cannot show fear. We are not afraid. We simply feel unsettled in this place, came the reply. The leader, well aware that the relentless darkness could drive a person to madness, insisted, as shadow guards, we are destined to die sooner or later. Why not wait until our mission is complete before meeting our end? The choice is yours. How do you wish to perish? As honorable islanders, they would face death with dignity. With morale steadied, the leader guided his companions onward in search of the injured man, navigating away from Zhongli's location. After sensing that those islanders had departed, Zhongli felt the burning gaze beside her and said, well, to be honest, I had no intention of saving you. However, something inexplicable seized control of my body and compelled me to pull you back. Truly, gaze into my sincere eyes. The injured man replied. How could I perceive your sincerity when I cannot even see my own form? realizing she had misspoken. Zhongli Yu understood there was no recourse but to let her words linger in the air. Feeling the disdainful look from the wounded man, she could not help but inquire, "Who are you? Why are you being pursued by those individuals? And those people earlier, were they islanders?" The injured man retorted, "I shall refrain from answering the first two questions. As for the last, could you not discern their language? It is quite evident they are islanders." Zhongli Yu protested that her inquiry was merely a matter of politeness, wondering if this insufferable man had truly missed that. As she fumed silently, the injured man interjected, "And who might you be? What brings you to this place?" Pausing her circular incantations on the ground, Zhongli Yu responded, "I am Zhongli Yu. As for my presence here, I am equally perplexed. I do not know what force propelled me into this situation, yet I find myself unable to leave. It is strange, for I had exited before." Upon hearing her response, the injured man expressed astonishment, realizing she was the seventh young lady of the Zhongli family, who had recently awakened her extraordinary abilities. He was even more surprised to learn that she had previously entered and exited this place, which was more astonishing than the revelation of her lineage. "This is the hidden forest," the wounded man stated. "Are you not aware of where you are? Surely, those from the capital would know." I apologize. I am somewhat of a recluse," Zhongli Yu admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed. The injured man sighed, resigned to explain. "This is essentially a forest, the origins of which remain unknown. It is shrouded in legend, for it is said that anyone who glimpses this forest is deemed guilty. And those who enter are the most wicked of individuals in Huaxia. Ultimately, these individuals vanish. Upon seeing or entering the forest, they disappear as if it serves as Huaxia's arbiter of justice, obliterating all malevolence. Even children, excessively selfish due to their upbringing, emerge as pure-hearted as newborns upon encountering it. Thus, the forest was bestowed with a name, the enigmatic forest. The term enigmatic carries two connotations. One signifies the disappearance of the divine, wherein the deity causes one to vanish. The other interpretation suggests that one is concealed by supernatural forces, hosted by them, and subsequently fades from human society, becoming untraceable. After the name was conferred, it seemed as if the forest itself became aware, embodying the essence of its name. The outcomes of such enigmatic experiences are fourfold. First, a safe return accompanied by the memory of the journey. Second, a safe return with the journey forgotten. Third, the discovery of remains. And fourth, complete silence, leaving one's fate unknown. To this day, the number of souls who have encountered the enigmatic forest remains a mystery, as does the extent to which it has purified the sullied hearts of humanity. What can be definitively asserted is its sentience. It comprehends human speech. However, I have yet to hear of anyone entering only to emerge again, unless you are burdened with grievous sins. How could Zhongli Yu possibly counter this? She vehemently denied any wrongdoing. The first time, perhaps it was mere happenstance that I found myself there, but this time is different. Before me lay the enigmatic forest, and behind me an endless, abyss-like road devoid of direction. Was I not caught in a dilemma? Then, as if nudged by some unseen force, my body seemed to gravitate towards the forest. Upon looking back, I discerned nothing that could have touched me, save for a large stone, which I felt an inexplicable urge to see, though it left me dizzy upon sight and caused me to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, I continued walking until I reached this point, whereupon I noticed your arrival, as if compelled by some force to rescue you. It was that simple. The injured man interjected. This is hardly simple. Pray tell, what monumental act did you commit that necessitated such dire intervention? This smacks of the supernatural. What of this stone that should not have been there, this endless, pitch-black road, and the mysterious force that propelled you? All of this aligns with the hallmarks of the uncanny. Finally, the injured man pondered a plausible explanation, suggesting, perhaps your entrance was meant to aid someone within the enigmatic forest? According to lore, such incidents have never been reported, indicating that this is not solely your plight. Zhongli Yu considered this reasoning carefully and found it compelling enough to accept. Yet, unbeknownst to both her and the injured man, this seemingly fabricated explanation harbored a kernel of truth, intended to enlighten the morally ambiguous Zhongli Yu and enable her to assist the wounded man, despite the potential consequences that lay ahead. Chapter 104. The trial. Zhongli Yu remarked, "Hey, we've been conversing for quite some time now. You could at least share a fictitious name. I understand you are being pursued, but why did you choose to enter here? Based on your earlier statements, entry is facile, yet exit is fraught with difficulty. What compelled you?" The wounded man pondered how to respond to Zhongli Yu's inquiry. He replied, "You may call me Brother Song. As for how I ended up here, it was due to its sudden appearance before my eyes, with pursuers hot on my heels. I had no choice but to enter. Yet, I never anticipated the dire circumstances within, not a shred of light to be found. However, perhaps it is fortuitous that I cannot see, for neither can those pursuing me. None of us can see. Zhongli remarked, it seems it cannot be so simple. Brother Song continued, primarily. I thought that since the divine hidden forest is referred to as the Punisher of Huaxia, perhaps the Punisher would deal with these outsiders. Little did I know I would find myself ensnared here as well. From Brother Song's words, Zhongli gleaned a piece of information. Brother Song, are you from the capital? Brother Song fell silent for a moment before affirmatively responding with a nod. Zhongli understood that he would reveal no further details about his identity. Can we move? Remaining here is not a viable option. Perhaps walking will lead us to an exit. Help me up. Brother Song extended his hand. Zhongli grasped Brother Song's hand, which was large and bore the marks of many battles, unlike her own or Bei Qing's unblemished hands. Brother Song's hand was riddled with scars, and as Zhongli held on to it, she felt the calluses at the base of his thumb and the inner joints of his index finger. It was unmistakably the hand of one accustomed to wielding a firearm, leading her to speculate that Brother Song might be an undercover officer or a soldier. How could someone dispatched by the state to conduct undercover operations divulge such information? If he did, he would have been apprehended long ago. Is Brother Song merely testing her? Zhongli mused. Rather than feeling anger at his probing, she remained calm and steadied herself to move forward. Brother Song remarked, I recall that the seventh young lady of the Zhong family lacks abilities, does she not? Zhongli replied, that was the case a few weeks ago, but I have since acquired them. How does it feel? Has everyone's attitude towards you shifted? Brother Song inquired. Indeed, Zhongli confirmed, previously. There were those who sought to trouble me, yet now they aspire to look up to me. It is quite ironic. Brother Song expressed, you have endured much. Belonging to a prominent family is arduous. Zhongli reflected, among our generation, I envy my elder brother Zhongli Xian the most. He has forged his own path away from the formidable Zhong family. I once believed that my brother and I were alike, as we both grew up without a mother. However, upon seeing him in military attire, I realized we inhabit entirely different worlds. Setting aside my inability to comprehend the ethos of a soldier and their spirit of self-sacrifice, I also struggle with trust. I cannot believe in the notion of relying on comrades to safeguard my back. Fundamentally, we are not the same. To lack trust in others is not a trivial matter, Brother Song cautioned. Such a disposition could be detrimental, particularly within the circles of ability-wielding families. Not to mention during combat. Chapter 105. Don Songgu remarked, the foremost principle of a soldier is to trust in one's comrades and to obey the commands of superiors. Zhongli countered, but what if the comrades you trust betray you and your superiors issue erroneous orders? What then? Would you still charge forward, fully aware that it leads to certain demise? Do you truly believe that dying at the hands of your comrades feels akin to sacrificing oneself for the nation? Are you not foolish? Impossible, Songgu replied with unwavering conviction. My comrades, my brothers in arms, would never betray me, and my superiors would never issue faulty commands. For they are the elite of the elite. Mistakes are simply not in their nature. Even if a minor error were to occur, it would be rectified at the earliest opportunity. That is who we are. Zhongli, silent, studied Songgu, whose eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. She truly could not comprehend why soldiers would trade their own happiness and that of their families for the happiness of others. It baffled her. Songgu continued, one day, if you find yourself desperately wanting to do something for someone, you will understand this feeling. However, it is still too early for you, after all. You are but a child. He affectionately ruffled Zhongli's hair. She felt a wave of discomfort. For no one had ever touched her hair in such an intimate manner before. Such gestures were reserved for family, were they not? Zhongli regarded Songgu with an odd expression. Despite the darkness surrounding them, Songgu could somehow sense the peculiarity in her gaze. What are you looking at me for? He inquired. Nothing, she replied, but in the future, please refrain from such familiar gestures with others. They can easily be misinterpreted. Misinterpretation? Misinterpret what? What have I done to warrant such misunderstanding? As a straightforward man, Songgu was oblivious to the subtleties of affection. Thus, they walked in silence. Zhongli supporting the injured Songgu as they trudged forward. Time passed, and fatigue set in for both. They decided to rest for a moment. Zhongli lamented, "Oh heavens, why have you ensnared me in this peculiar forest? Have I committed some wrongdoing? Besides, skipping class should not be considered a crime. Should it? A glimmer of light would be appreciated. It is utterly dark, and one cannot see a thing. It drives a person mad." "Ah, so you were skipping class. I never imagined you to be such a Zhongli," Songgu mused. Yet, was the enchanted forest truly so vast? They had walked for so long without finding an exit, not even a hint of light. How peculiar. Suddenly, It seemed that the surroundings became slightly more discernible. Zhongli Yu and Song Ge looked up to see a faint light not far away. Zhongli Yu exclaimed with joy, "It appears dawn is upon us. Let us hasten our exit. I have had enough of this place." How fortuitous that sunlight would appear just in time to align with the young lady's words. Was it merely coincidence, or was she right? Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, Song Ge pondered. As they stood just a few meters away from the exit, the two suddenly halted. More precisely, it was Song Ge who ceased his movement, consequently affecting Zhongli Yu. She remarked, "Song Ge, once you step outside, be sure to promptly contact your companions. I wish to return home and sleep. I am utterly exhausted." A sudden smile illuminated Song Ji's face as he replied, "Indeed. At last, liberation is at hand. I can stand upon the soil of Huaxia, reunite with my comrades, and once more embrace my parents." Proudly displaying the medals bestowed by our superiors, proving how proud they should be of their son for accomplishing such a monumental task. Chapter 106. Why do I want to cry? What do you mean by that? Zhongli Yu inquired, her eyes fixed on Song Ge with a look of confusion. She sensed an underlying meaning in his words, one tinged with sadness that transcended the surface interpretation. Song Ge clarified, "That is precisely the intent. You shall understand in due time. So promise me you will live well, all right? The future of Huaxia relies on talented young individuals. Farewell, Zhongli Yu." With that, he forcefully pushed Zhongli Yu aside, causing her to stumble and fall into the nearby underbrush. In that moment, she bore witness to the stark reality of gunfire. A scene far more visceral and heroic than anything depicted in television dramas or films. After pushing Zhongli Yu away, Song Ge swiftly drew his weapon from his waist and fired at a large tree ahead. As Zhongli Yu regained her footing, she opened her mouth to question Song Ji's erratic behavior, but her words were halted as she observed his actions. A bullet, altered mid-flight by an incoming object, fell to the ground. Zhongli Yu recognized the object that had deflected the bullet. It was a shuriken. In the islands, shuriken is a term used for thrown-concealed weapons, which are not retrieved for reuse. They come in various forms, including the stick-shaped shuriken, known colloquially as flying needles, and the double-pointed variant, called qianbin. The other type, known as ninja stars in common parlance, and meteor stars in Huaxia, features 38 points and is designed for spinning flight. Stick-shaped shuriken are lightweight and easy to carry, yet challenging to master. Achieving proficiency requires extensive practice, with one's skill directly influencing both range and accuracy. This implies that the individuals from the islands were indeed present, likely unwilling to let Song Ge depart. It could be that he had acquired some detrimental intelligence about them. The islands would never permit an undercover agent to relay information to Huaxia, which is why they had dispatched assassins after him. Am I implicated in this? Zhongli Yu pondered. However, she understood that the islanders had already deemed her a companion of Song Ge. Should he falter or perish, her fate would be no better. Approaching the entrance, sunlight streamed through, illuminating the previously darkened forest, rendering it less ominous, at least allowing visibility. This could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. Could Song Ge truly overcome those islanders? Zhongli Yu concealed herself, contemplating the activation of her extraordinary abilities, yet she found herself unsuccessful. A wave of frustration washed over her. Why was she unable to utilize her powers? Was she to merely watch as her injured comrade, Song Ge, fought alone? She yearned to assist him, but bereft of her abilities, she felt akin to an eagle stripped of its wings, utterly devoid of combat prowess. An overwhelming sadness engulfed her, and she wondered why tears threatened to spill. Clutching her chest, she became acutely aware of her heart's rhythmic beating, perplexed by the surge of emotion within her. At that moment, a sudden noise seized her attention. Peering out, she was met with a sight that ignited her fury. Song Ge lay beneath the foot of a man from an island nation, who taunted, "Number 1, I never expected you to personally come for me. I must be quite formidable for you, the top-ranked Xian-level ninja, to seek me out." "Number 1, the leader among these islanders," replied Song, "hand over the item, and perhaps I shall spare your life." Song Ge scoffed, "The item is out of the question. You can forget about it. As for sparing my life, are you jesting? Or is it that Zhuozhizhu is the one making a joke?" Chapter 107. Xian-level number 1 Silence. "Do not speak so disrespectfully of Lord Zhuozhizhu," number 1 exclaimed, delivering a harsh stomp upon Song Ge. Yet, Song Ge remained unfazed, as if the blow had not been directed at him. He continued in his previous tone, "Zhuozhizhu is merely the overseer of your Xian-level ninjas. The fact that you would dispatch the top 5 Xian-level ninjas to deal with me signifies that the intelligence I possess poses a threat to Zhuozhizhu and, by extension, to the island nation, does it not? In the island nation, there exist not only practitioners of special abilities, such as Onmyoji, but also ninjas. The nature of ninjas parallels that of soldiers in Huaxia, yet with distinctions. Soldiers dedicate everything to the service of their nation and its people, while ninjas operate solely for the benefit of the island's elite and their own clans, adhering to no moral code. In this nation, ninjas are stratified by strength, with ranks from highest to lowest being Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Within each rank, ninjas are nameless, known only by their code names, such as number 1 or number 2. Notably, those of exceptional skill may be recognized by noble families and granted names, an honor revered among all ninjas. The Zhuajiju mentioned by Song Gu is a general under the emperor of the island nation, and along with 3 others, oversees the ninja management for the emperor's faction. Zhuajiju is responsible for the Xian-level ninjas, and the deployment of the top 5 Xian-level ninjas to confront Song Gu, a mere infiltrator, seems an overreaction. Yet, it reveals that Song Gu possesses knowledge far beyond what they anticipated. He could either be persuaded to turn traitor and join their ranks, for he is indeed a capable individual, or they must eradicate him entirely to prevent future repercussions. Currently, Xian-level number 1 attempts to persuade Song Gu to align with them. But soldiers from Huaxia are not so easily swayed to betray their homeland. Such persuasion is merely a futile endeavor. Under various temptations, Xuanji No. 1 ultimately recognized Brother Song's stubbornness and understood that he would never submit to the island nation. Xuanji number 1 inquired, Song, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to become our genuine ally? Bah, my previous association with you was merely a charade. Did you really believe I desired to join your ranks? Dream on. Allow me to clarify. I am a soldier of Huaxiao and shall never betray my homeland. Do as you will. Kill or torture me as you please. With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Xuanji number 1 grasped Song's conviction, knowing that no amount of temptation could sway the final honor he held dear. You are aware that once we ninjas pledge our allegiance to our master, we vow with our very souls to never betray. Thus, protecting our master and transforming into a sharp blade for him is an honor we cherish. Our master is Lord Zhuajiju, and his command is to eliminate you and retrieve the intelligence. However, I perceive you as a reliable talent and wish to persuade you to join us. Yet, I neglected the military spirit of Huaxia soldiers. How could temptation ever hold sway over you? Therefore, Song, share your final words with me. Aside from not taking the intelligence, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Consider this the last act I performed for you after 12 years of acquaintance. Chapter 108. Blocking the blade, Brother Song replied. Then spare the girl who was with me earlier. She is innocent, and I did not disclose your identities or the intelligence to her. Xuanji number 1 glanced towards the grass where the girl had been pushed, aware that they had witnessed this act. However, they had no time to concern themselves with her, as their target was Brother Song. If the girl possessed any sense, she would remain hidden. After all, life is precious. Retracting his gaze, Xuanji number 1 addressed Brother Song. Very well, but are you truly certain? Brother Song affirmed. A soldier must ensure that no innocent civilians are harmed during a mission. She has been caught up in this because of me, and she is still so young. Xuanji number 1 chuckled, finding humor in the situation. Young? And what of you, Song? I recall you are merely in your 20s. Are you not young as well? Brother Song remained silent, unable to refute this point. Xuanji number 1 observed him, stating, I had thought that at this critical juncture, you might consider your own well-being. Yet, Song, the good do not live long. Everything you have done for your country will remain unknown to the general populace. Is it truly meaningful? To die fighting for the nation is the honor of a Huaxia soldier. There exists no such thing as meaning, Brother Song declared. Indeed, the nation I despise most is Huaxia, Xuanji number 1 thought, his eyes brimming with tears as he drew the ninja blade he had always kept close. Because the protective ideals of this nation have harmed my dearest friend. Farewell, Song. With that, Xuanji number 1 closed his eyes and thrust the ninja blade towards Brother Song. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed through the air. Drip, drop. This was the sound of blood cascading to the ground. Song Gu widened his eyes and opened his mouth in disbelief as he gazed at the figure standing before him. You why? If you die like this, will I find peace? A single drop of blood fell upon Song Ji's face. He declared, My duty is to protect the people of Huaxia. You should not have come out. The blade that had been meant for Song Gu was intercepted by Zhongli Yu, who collapsed to the side, drawing a concealed dagger and hurling it toward Xianji number 1, exclaiming, Are you truly going to kill a good friend? Xianji number 1 remained silent, his expression darkening, mistakenly believing that his failure to slay Song Gu was the cause of his discontent. In truth, He felt a surge of relief that Song Gu had survived, grateful to Zhongli Yu for taking the blow. However, Zhongli Yu's words soured his mood. Zhongli Yu helped Song Gu to his feet, retorting, "You all have the audacity to gang up 5 against 1. If you have the capability, let us fight outside." Xianji No. 2 and the others exchanged displeased glances, directing their ire at Xianji No. 1. Xianji No. 1, Lord Zhuozhu ordered you to kill Song. Why are you hesitating? Xianji No. 1 regarded Song Gu, whose eyes met his, and found himself paralyzed. That last strike had drained him of all his courage. He could not bring himself to strike again. Song Gu was a comrade he had known since their days in the training camp, fighting side by side for over a decade. How could he possibly kill him? As Xianji No. 1 remained motionless, Xianji No. 2 and the others realized that Lord Zhuozhu's earlier words had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 109. Those involved are confused. Onlookers are clear. Xianji No. 1. I shall ask you once more, will you make your move? Xianji No. 2 demanded. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Xianji No. 2, No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 quietly readied their shurikens, awaiting Xianji No. 1's decision. 10 seconds passed. A minute elapsed. 5 minutes ticked by. Xianji No. 1's intentions became painfully clear. He would not harm Song Gu. Since that is the case, let us execute the plan now, Xianji No. 2 declared. We shall strip Xianji No. 1 of his leadership role, and I shall take over. Upon hearing Xianji No. 2's proclamation, Xianji No. 1 felt a sense of bewilderment at the nonchalant reactions of Xianji No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5. What is happening? He questioned, his confusion palpable. Xianji No. 2, what do you mean by this? Who granted you the authority? Xianji No. 2 produced the shuriken he had concealed and aimed it at Xianji No. 1, saying, "It was, of course, Lord Zhuozhu. He anticipated that you would not be able to strike with resolve, thus he summoned me along with Xianji No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 to deliver the order. If Xianji No. 1 cannot proceed with the task, then he shall be stripped of his leadership role, and I shall assume command." Xianji No. 1 found it quite unexpected that the words came directly from Lord Zhuozhu. It is entirely plausible that Xianji No. 2 conspired with Xianji Nos. 3, 4, and 5 to stage a rebellion. However, ninjas are known for their unwavering loyalty to their leaders, and thus far, there has been no indication of treachery. Consequently, Xianji No. 1 fully believed in the assertions made by Xianji No. 2. Feeling somewhat anxious, Xianji No. 1 exclaimed, "Xianji No. 2, do you see clearly? I intended to eliminate Song, but was thwarted by this young girl. Surely, that is not my fault. If I were to lose my position as leader, both Song and that girl would be in peril. No, I must not relinquish my leadership." Historically, the rivalry between the first and second positions has always been fierce, and this was no different for Xianji Nos. 1 and 2. Xianji No. 2 harbored a strong dislike for Xianji No. 1, who had consistently overshadowed him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged Xianji No. 1's prowess, always viewing him as a worthy opponent. However, today marked a turning point. He felt utterly disillusioned with Xianji No. 1. Xianji No. 1, do you not comprehend? Why would Lord Zhuozhu transfer the mantle of leadership to me? To be frank, within the Xianji training camp, you have always been a step ahead, and I have despised you for it, constantly striving to surpass you. Yet, for the first time, I find myself disdainful of the leader's title. I would prefer to remain second rather than assume the burdens of being first. Before Xianji No. 1 could respond, he was abruptly interrupted by the increasingly irate Xianji No. 2. Silence, Xianji No. 1. Allow me to speak. After a moment of calming himself, Xianji No. 2 continued. Upon learning of his status as an infiltrator, the attitude of everyone in the Xianji training camp towards him shifted dramatically. It only takes a small detail to reveal your inconsistency. Xianji No. 1, what do you call him? Without a moment's hesitation, Xianji No. 1 replied, Song, what of it? Xianji No. 2's frustration flared again, addressing Xianji Nos. 3, 4, and 5 behind him. What do you call him? Xianji No. 3 answered, Infiltrator. Xianji No. 4 added, Traitor. Xianji No. 5 chimed in, Betrayer. Now do you understand? Only you persist in calling him by his name, which is hardly reassuring. Moreover, if you truly intended to kill him, why not strike straight at the heart? It appears you intentionally missed, Xianji No. 2 remarked. With a cold laugh, Xianji No. 1 responded, How foolish of me to hesitate. It seems my body had already made its choice. No wonder my performance has always been exemplary. Yet Lord Zhuozhu has never indicated any desire to accept me. Truly, the one embroiled in the situation is often blind to the truth, while the observer sees clearly. Chapter 110. The origins of Xianji No. 1. Gazing at Xianji Nos. 2, 3, 4, and 5, Xianji No. 1's expression turned frigid. Gripping his ninja blade tightly, He pointed it at Xuanji number 2 and the others, declaring, "It seems there is no alternative. My apologies to you all." Xuanji number 2 was taken aback. This serious demeanor from Xuanji number 1 was something they had never witnessed before. Was it all due to that traitor? He pondered. Xuanji no. 2 believed he possessed a profound understanding of Xuanji number 1. Yet upon witnessing the earnest expression on Xuanji number 1's face, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, thereby missing an opportunity to speak. In contrast to Xuanji number 2, Xuanji number 3, number 4, and number 5 were not particularly well acquainted with Xuanji number 1. Thus, upon observing Xuanji number 1's apparent readiness to draw weapons against his companion, they hastily deemed him a traitor and charged at him without waiting for Xuanji number 2's command. "Fools, do not approach." Xuanji number 2 attempted to intervene as he saw Xuanji number 3, number 4, and number 5 rushing towards Xuanji number 1, but alas, his warning came too late. In an instant, with an almost imperceptible swiftness, Xuanji number 1 unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Xuanji number 3, number 4, and number 5, thus concluding the one-sided slaughter with remarkable efficiency. As Xuanji number 2 gazed upon the lifeless bodies of Xuanji number 3, number 4, and number 5 sprawled on the ground, he felt no pangs of compassion. After all, they had acted on their own volition and paid the ultimate price. However, the principal issue was not this. Furrowing his brow, Xuanji number 2 addressed Xuanji number 1. "Do you not realize that by your actions, you have sealed your fate as a traitor?" Xuanji no. 1 wiped the blood from his dagger with his sleeve and replied, "I am aware, yet I shall still choose this path. Song is my dearest friend, and I cannot allow him to perish." Xuanji number 2 retorted, "Is that so?" Xuanji number 1. "Where has your faith in Lord Zhua and our noble cause gone? Can a traitor even compare to our exalted beliefs?" "Belief?" Xuanji number 1 scoffed. "What if I were to say that what I hold dear could bring ruin upon my kin?" "What do you mean?" Xuanji number 2 was perplexed by Xuanji no. 1's words. Xuanji number 1 turned his gaze towards Zhongli Yu and Brother Song, saying, "It is worth mentioning that I possess bloodlines from Huaxia. I am only half of that heritage, while the other half stems from the noble lineage of the island nation. I am merely a lowly illegitimate child." He then looked at the incredulous expression on Xuanji number 2's face and continued, "My lineage has been the subject of rumors within the Xuanji training camp. And given your disposition, I suspect you have never truly believed it." The look in Xuanji number 2's eyes shifted, now tinged with a hint of sympathy. Perhaps he began to comprehend why Xuanji number 1 surpassed him in prowess. Xuanji number 1 elaborated, "The man who is biologically my father has many children. Yet I am the only one he has never acknowledged. He harbored disdain for Huaxia, and this animosity was directed towards me. It was only on that fateful day that I realized my mother was nothing more than a plaything for him, a means to vent his hatred towards Huaxia. In that moment, I resolved to enter the training camp and become a subordinate to someone even greater than him, to prove that even one with Huaxia blood could ascend to greatness. I sought revenge. However, now, I do not regret my choices, for Song is my friend, and I will ensure he returns to Huaxia alive." Chapter 111. The Shadows. Xuanji number 2 declared, "Your actions will lead to your undoing. Do you not wish for vengeance?" Contemplating the situation, Xuanji number 1 turned to Brother Song and declared, "Yet I am even less inclined to allow my soul friend to perish here." Xuanji number 2, observing the unwavering resolve of Xuanji number 1, replied, "Since you have made your decision, it would be foolish of me to persuade you otherwise. Take the knife in your hand and confront me with your true strength. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing death. This time, I shall seize your number and become the true first. Come forth, the final challenge awaits." With that, their weapons clashed, and they swiftly drew another weapon with their other hand, resuming their fierce duel. The movements of both combatants mirrored each other, as if they could predict the next assault and immediately counter it. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. To prevent any unintended harm to themselves or Brother Song during the battle, Zhongli Yu dragged Brother Song beneath a large tree, observing the confrontation and remarking, "I can't shake the feeling that this battle is devoid of murderous intent, only steeped in sorrow." Brother Song gazed intently at the duel, responding, "Indeed. It is no surprise. I have known Xuanji number 1 for 12 years, and the same goes for Xuanji number 2. We have persevered through it all, 12 years filled with sorrow, anger, collaboration, shared meals, and nights spent together. If I were not a soldier of Huaxia, not an undercover agent, and if they were not ninjas from an island nation, I would willingly call them both my brothers, even without blood ties. However, this is merely hypothetical. The world offers no ifs. My betrayal is predestined. Yet, you never anticipated that Xuanji number 1 would be willing to forsake everything for you, becoming a traitor himself. You could not have foreseen that the reunion of Zhongli No. 1 and Zhongli No. 2 would commence in such a manner. Nor could you have known how it would conclude. Zhongli Yu articulated the unspoken thoughts of Brother Song. Brother Song offered a weak smile, saying, "Indeed. Who would have imagined that after such a brief acquaintance, you could discern my innermost sentiments?" Zhongli Yu replied, "You are quite easy to understand. For the emotions you express are the most genuine." "Is that so? Are emotions truly authentic?" The battle between Zhongli No. 1 and Zhongli No. 2 had reached a fever pitch. Following a series of weapon clashes, the two fighters separated, both panting heavily. Zhongli No. 1 wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "You have indeed made progress. Sufficient to assume the title of No. 1. Zhongli No. 2 scoffed, "I intend to defeat you in earnest, claiming the No. 1 title without relying on your surrender." With that, they launched into combat once more, their strikes more ferocious than before, as they sensed the gravity of this final encounter. But could the resolution truly be so simple? The answer, as events would reveal, was a resounding no. Just as Zhongli Yu and Brother Song were engrossed in the spectacle of their battle, a shuriken suddenly hurtled towards them. Being a soldier, Brother Song was acutely attuned to the presence of danger. He instinctively tackled Zhongli Yu to the side, but in doing so, was grazed by the incoming projectile. The actions of Zhongli Yu and Brother Song brought an abrupt halt to the fierce struggle between the two combatants. Zhongli No. 1 hurriedly approached, asking, "Are you all right? Any injuries?" Brother Song rose, responding, "I'm fine, just a minor scrape. However, what is going on? Could there be someone hidden in the shadows?" Chapter 112. Zhuowu. Zhongli Yu and his companions directed their gaze towards Zhongli No. 2, the meaning in their eyes unmistakable. Zhongli No. 2, feeling a chill from their stares, stammered, "I have no idea who it is. Besides Lord Zhuoju's mention of potentially assuming the leadership of Zhongli No. 1 when necessary, I have no other information. If you don't believe me, go ask Zhongli No. 3. Anyway, I've made my statement. And if you choose not to believe it, that's your prerogative. I certainly did not ambush you just now." With Zhongli No. 3, No. 4, and No. 5 having perished at the hands of Zhongli No. 1 due to their reckless engagement, no one offered support for Zhongli No. 2's claims. However, the trio had no intention of doubting Zhongli No. 2, for in battles of equal strength, a moment's lapse in focus could lead to utter defeat. An eerie silence enveloped the four, akin to the stillness of time itself, though it was merely an illusion. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated within the otherwise silent space, prompting Zhongli No. 1 and Zhongli No. 2 to swiftly launch shurikens toward the source of the noise, from which a shadowy figure emerged. Instinctively, Zhongli Yu shielded the injured Brother Song behind him, while Zhongli No. 1 and Zhongli No. 2 positioned themselves protectively in front of Zhongli Yu. The shadowy figure then revealed himself, a man clad entirely in black, his attire reminiscent of characters from a bygone Chinese anime, featuring ninjas, yet adorned with a conspicuous character for Zhua. Upon seeing this character, the expressions of Zhongli No. 1 and Zhongli No. 2 shifted dramatically. They were well acquainted with it. They had not anticipated that such a figure would send one of his personal guards into the fray. The man introduced himself, "I am Zhuowu, one of Lord Zhuoju's personal guards. Please take note." No one responded. Yet the tension in the air escalated as everyone understood the significance of a named ninja. He should not be underestimated. Zhuowu cast a glance at Zhongli No. 1, inquiring, "Are you truly intent on protecting that infiltrator?" "Indeed," Zhongli No. 1 affirmed resolutely. Zhuowu then turned his attention to Zhongli No. 2, questioning, "Are you also contemplating betrayal? Why do you regard me with such suspicion? And how dare you stand with these subordinates? Come here at once." Reluctantly, Zhongli No. 2 glanced at Zhongli No. 1 and Brother Song before stepping behind Zhuowu. With a disdainful look, Zhuowu addressed the trio. "It's absurd that I have come to Huaxia over a mere infiltrator. This tarnishes the reputation of Zhuangji ninjas." Zhuangji No. 2, observed closely. "This stark difference exemplifies the chasm between those of us with names and you who are merely numbered." After speaking, a shadow flashed, and the garments of Zhuangji No. 1 tore apart, revealing several cuts on his skin, from which blood flowed freely. Zhuangji No. 1 knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, bewildered by the recent events. He had only glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Was this the disparity in strength? Zhuangji No. 2 pondered. Upon witnessing Zhuangji No. 1 being vanquished by Zhuowu, Zhongli Yu felt her heart race. With her current abilities, she could hardly contend with Zhuowu, let alone hold her own against Song Ge. The pressing concern was how to harness her powers. If she could wield her abilities, Zhuowu would undoubtedly stand no chance against her. Chapter 113. A turn to comedy. Zhuowu did not even glance at Zhuangji No. 1 as he approached Zhongli Yu, commanding, Step aside, woman. However, Zhongli spread her arms to shield Song Go. I won't let you through. Then you shall perish, Zhuo Wu retorted, lightly waving his hand. Zhongli was sent hurtling into the trunk of a large tree. Coughing up blood, she yearned to reach Song Go. But the pain in her chest thwarted her efforts. Zhuo Wu turned to Song Go, demanding, Song, give me the information. Absolutely not, Song Go declared firmly. Zhuo Wu retaliated by kicking the wound on Song Ji's abdomen, causing him to wince in agony as fresh blood seeped from the injury. I will ask you once more, will you surrender the information? Refusal remains my answer, no matter how many times you inquire. Is that so? Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Instead of delivering a fatal blow and taking the information, Zhuo Wu chose to torment Song Go, targeting the areas where he had previously been injured. The sight infuriated the onlookers. Zhongli attempted to intervene, but felt several of her ribs might be broken. Any movement caused her excruciating pain. Thus, she resorted to verbal confrontation. Hey, why bully someone who is already incapacitated? If you have the courage, target Xuanji No. 1 instead. He is a traitor as well. Zhuo Wu paused his assault on Song Go and turned his attention to Zhongli. Xuanji No. 1, upon hearing Zhongli's words, became indignant, momentarily neglecting his wounds. What do you mean by that? I even spared you previously. Zhongli, beads of sweat trickling down her brow from the pain, replied, What do you mean you spared me? It was clearly Song Go who negotiated terms with you, leading to your decision to let me go. You truly have the audacity to mention it. Am I not right, Xuanji No. 2? The abruptly invoked Xuanji No. 2 hesitated for a moment, then recollected the situation, realizing that Zhongli's account was indeed accurate. Before Xuanji No. 1's betrayal, he had never discussed how to handle that young girl. Though uncertain about his current relationship with her, Xuanji No. 2, being an honest individual, wholeheartedly sided with Zhongli. He reiterated the conversation between Xuanji No. 1 and Song Go, providing both testimonial and material evidence, leaving Xuanji No. 1 with no grounds for defense. At that moment, the wound of the first-level Xian was agitated, causing blood to spurt forth once more. Stricken by an inexplicable sense of guilt towards the first-level Xian, the second-level Xian stepped forward to assist in staunching the bleeding. Zhuo Wu and Brother Song, witnessing this dramatic scene unfold, found themselves at a loss for words, perplexed by the sudden transformation of the atmosphere from one of tension to an almost comedic spectacle, all filtered through the words of Zhongli. This bewilderment left Zhuo Wu, a pure-blood islander, and Brother Song, a staunchly straightforward man, utterly confounded. Zhuo Wu cast a glance at Brother Song and inquired, Who is she? Your accomplice? Brother Song replied, I have no idea. She appeared out of nowhere and got entangled in this affair. Zhuo Wu, fixated on Zhongli, seemed lost in thought before unexpectedly approaching her. The gazes of the others shifted in tandem with Zhuo Wu's movement. Upon reaching Zhongli, Zhuo Wu looked down upon her, which irked Zhongli. Before she could utter a word, Zhuo Wu's unexpected gesture left her momentarily astonished as he began to stroke her hair, a sight that astonished the onlookers into silence once more. After a brief pause, Zhuo Wu finally affirmed, Your hair should be red, not the artificially dyed kind.